Pinger, your innate quality is rather mediocre, and it seems unlikely that you will achieve foundation establishment in this lifetime. Our clan's resources are limited, and we cannot provide for every clan member. After deliberation, the elders have decided to send you to the Yunshan swamp to assist the Jinyang sect in their reclamation efforts. Perhaps there, you may encounter your destined opportunities. Inside the dim and damp wooden hut, the light flickered feebly. Shen Ping rested his head on the table, gazing at the half-fused talismans with a deep sigh. The reclamation efforts of the Jinyang sect required a substantial number of cultivators, and with his four-element mixed spiritual root, his talents were unremarkable. It was entirely normal for his family to exchange him for resources within the realm of cultivation. Yet, 2 decades had passed. Not only had he failed to encounter any so-called fateful opportunities, but he had also succumbed to the venom of demon beasts during the reclamation, leaving him with lingering ailments. Each day, he had to use spiritual energy to suppress the toxins, causing his already slow cultivation to stagnate completely. Now, in his 40s, he remained at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. The situation was utterly disheartening. As a genuine transmigrator, he could be regarded as a classic example of failure. However, there was little he could do without any remarkable advantages. His 20 years of cultivation had been a precarious endeavor, leading him to a profound understanding of the hardships faced by those at the bottom of the cultivation hierarchy. With a thunderous roar, lightning split the sky, shaking the heavens. Shen Ping rose and approached the wooden window, flinging it open. The sound of pouring rain filled his ears as he gazed at the violet lightning illuminating the horizon, self-mockingly remarking, "I wonder which powerful being is undergoing tribulation. Alas, it seems that I shall never have such an opportunity in my lifetime. Enough of this after 20 wasted years. It is time to accept my fate." As a transmigrator, he had always believed that his destiny lay in his own hands, not in the heavens. Despite his 4-element mixed spiritual root, he had never abandoned the thought of diligent cultivation, for there were countless examples of predecessors with even worse qualifications who had succeeded in their pursuits. Although he lacked any extraordinary advantages, having fortuitously traversed into an extraordinary world should have indicated a certain degree of luck. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the harsh realities of life had imparted an unforgettable lesson. And no matter how hard he tried, or how diligently he labored, without talent or opportunities, his efforts were ultimately in vain, and he could see no hope on the horizon. Closing the wooden window, that night, Shen Ping refrained from laboriously crafting talismans and instead allowed himself to relax and sleep soundly. The next day, the rain ceased. Outside, the roads were muddy, with rainwater flowing in small streams along the channels carved by the downpour. He stepped through the puddles and navigated several winding alleys until he arrived at the main thoroughfare, paved with blue stones, bustling with cultivators and lined with vendors, creating a lively atmosphere. Following the main road, he soon entered a shop that, if it isn't Shen Daoyu, what a rare guest! Inside the shop, a flamboyantly dressed female cultivator greeted him, her skin loose and her face caked with makeup, a waft of perfume wafting into Shen Ping's nostrils. "Zheng Daoyu, I wish to ask for your assistance." Before he could finish his sentence, the female cultivator cheerfully interrupted, "Fear not. I assure you, I will find you a lovely, fair-skinned young lady. Everyone who comes here is looking for a bride. After all, Shen Daoyu, I've advised you before, since foundation establishment seems hopeless, you should focus on nurturing the next generation. If you had realized this sooner, you might already have children who are on the path to foundation establishment." Shen Ping sighed. "You speak wisely, Zheng Daoyu." As he spoke, he handed Zheng the matchmaker a heavy cloth bag. Zheng opened it, and her smile widened. "As expected of a talisman master, your generosity is commendable." 10 spirit stones were indeed a considerable sum for a marriage proposal. Having accumulated his modest wealth with great difficulty, Shen Ping had resolved to find a suitable wife, preferably one with spiritual root qualifications, as this would greatly increase the chances of their offspring possessing similar abilities. He expressed his conditions to Zheng. After a moment's hesitation, Zheng replied, "Shen Daoyu, it may be challenging to find someone with spiritual root qualifications. Even the lowest tier of pseudo-spiritual roots is in short supply, and their chosen partners are typically at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Those with any degree of beauty are generally at the latest stage. Shen Ping understood that finding a partner with spiritual roots would be difficult. His own lowly cultivation level, though skilled in talisman crafting, remained rudimentary, relegating him to the status of a low-tier talisman master with inadequate conditions. Zheng Daoyu, please do your best. If it proves impossible, I shall have to settle for an ordinary woman. Zheng chuckled in Yinshan Fong. We may not have many options, but we have an abundance of ordinary women without spiritual roots who possess slender figures and striking appearances. You can choose at your leisure. Rest assured, I will certainly find you a woman with a higher likelihood of giving birth to children with spiritual roots. Shen Ping clasped his hands together. Then I shall leave it in your capable hands. Zheng Daoyu. After departing from the shop, he went straight home without lingering. Yinshan Fong was a marketplace established by the Jinyang sect for reclamation efforts. After 20 years, its security had improved. Yet the area where he lived was still on the outskirts, frequently plagued by incidents of robbery and murder. Due to his poverty and lack of valuable artifacts, combined with his cautious nature, he had managed to remain relatively safe throughout the years. Days turned into weeks. News from Zheng soon arrived. He returned to the shop. Upon entering the second-floor room, he spotted a delicate young girl nervously fidgeting with her skirt. She appeared to be around 18, with fair, tender skin. Though not exceptionally beautiful, she possessed a charming and graceful demeanor. Zheng smiled. What do you think? She has a lovely appearance and figure, doesn't she? Her name is Wang Yun, and her father was a 5th-level qi refinement cultivator who recently perished while away from home, leaving her without anyone to care for her. Though she lacks spiritual roots, her body can sense spiritual energy. If she were to practice martial arts as a mortal, she could easily break through to the innate stage. Most importantly, she is quite obedient. Upon hearing the last part, Shen Ping immediately made his decision. She is the one. Zheng beamed. Excellent. 5 spirit stones, and she shall be yours, Shen Daoyu. When the wedding banquet is held, do remember to invite me for a few drinks. Shen Ping produced 5 low-grade spirit stones and left the shop with the young girl. Just 2 days later, the wedding banquet took place. Neighbors and friends received invitations. Most of the residents near his home were at the mid to low levels of qi refinement. Given his status as a talisman master, they graciously attended the banquet. That evening, the house was adorned with several more candles, creating a much brighter atmosphere than usual. Although the marketplace offered expensive illuminating crystal lamps, Shen Ping had refrained from such luxuries over the years, choosing to save instead. Wang Yun sat at the edge of the bed, her body tense beneath the red veil. Having lost her father and lacking spiritual roots, she felt utterly devoid of freedom in Yinshan Fong, hoping only that this cultivator would treat her kindly. Upon hearing approaching footsteps, her anxiety heightened. When the red veil was lifted, she shyly lowered her gaze, unable to look her husband in the eye. Shen Ping felt a twinge of nervousness as well in his past life. Despite having consumed countless stories, it had all been theoretical. He had never experienced anything firsthand. Thankfully, in this life as a cultivator, marrying was not an issue, even if his strength was lacking. Yuner, it is time for us to rest, he said, his hand resting gently on her shoulder. Dear husband, please be gentle with me. A gust of wind swept through the room, extinguishing the candles. Soon, Shen Ping shed his youthful awkwardness and became a true man. The following day, as dawn broke, Shen Ping awoke from his slumber, feeling the soft warmth of his wife curled against him like a small cat. A bittersweet expression crossed his face. From this day forward, he resolved to abandon unrealistic hopes and diligently accumulate resources for the next generation. If his descendants lacked spiritual roots, then he would live a mundane life. You diligently cultivated with your wife throughout the night, gaining 10 talisman crafting experience. Current wife's affection level, 60. Bonus, 0. Talisman Master. First tier low grade, 1005, 1000 can break through. Just as he was about to rise, he suddenly noticed a virtual panel unexpectedly appearing beneath the corner of his eye, adorned with 4 lines of resplendent golden text. Shen Ping couldn't help but rub his eyes upon seeing that the virtual panel remained. He confirmed that he was not hallucinating from excessive fatigue. Could this possibly be a golden finger? Excitement surged within him, though he remained composed as he turned to his wife beside him. Yuner, do you see anything before you? Nothing at all, Wang Yun replied, then shyly added, Husband, I am but a sleepy head. I shall rise and prepare a meal for you. Yet, Shen Ping merely turned over. It is still early, let us sleep a while longer. He paid no heed to his wife's feelings. He needed to ascertain whether this was indeed a golden finger. The clouds disperse and the rain ceases. Shen Ping fixates intently on the virtual panel at the corner of his vision, where golden characters gradually materialize. You have engaged in dual cultivation with your wife once, gaining talisman-making experience too. Current wife's affection level, 50. Dual cultivation bonus, 0. Talisman master, first tier low grade, 1007-1000, can break through. A golden opportunity. This is undoubtedly his own golden finger. At this moment, Shen Ping, filled with exhilaration, could hardly believe that after languishing for over 20 years in the world of cultivation, it was only upon resigning himself to fate and marrying that he activated this golden finger. Dual cultivation grants talisman-making experience. He once thought he lacked a golden finger, only to realize that he had been approaching it incorrectly. Straightening his posture, he took a deep breath to suppress his excitement. Although the golden finger arrived late, Shen Ping felt no regret or resentment. After all, he finally possessed this golden finger, reigniting hope for his future cultivation. Dear husband, I am feeling unwell and find it difficult to rise. Upon hearing Wang Yun's words, Shen Ping quickly interrupted, Yuner, it is my fault for not cherishing you, causing you distress. Please rest easy. I will rise and prepare a meal for you. With that, he hastily dressed and washed up, then set about cooking. His wife's affection level was crucial to the effects of their dual cultivation. Having previously neglected this aspect in his eagerness to experiment, he now understood the importance of caring for his wife. After a brief moment, a fragrant bowl of spirit rice porridge was ready, which he carefully brought to the bedside, lovingly feeding it to his wife. Once she had finished, Shen Ping used his spiritual energy to nurture her body. Wang Yun's expression shifted from worry to joy, deeply touched by Shen Ping's attentiveness. Initially, she had feared encountering a callous cultivator, thinking her future would be filled with hardship. However, her husband was so considerate, even cooking for her. Such a compassionate cultivator was rare indeed. It is worth noting that as a mortal, she was fortunate not to be treated as a servant by a cultivator. Current wife's affection level, 80. Dual cultivation bonus, 2. Seeing the changes on the virtual panel, Shen Ping's face lit up with joy. Yet, he restrained his impulse to continue their intimate activities, gently stating, Yuner, as you are newly married, focus on recuperating. Wait until you are fully restored before getting out of bed. After cleaning the dishes, he eagerly walked to a small compartment within the wooden house, the designated area for talisman making, where he spent most of his time. His livelihood and cultivation income stemmed from this very place. With unwavering concentration, he performed the series of processes, calming his mind, gathering his energy, and invoking blessings, before deftly completing them all. Then, Shen Ping opened the virtual panel and silently intoned, Breakthrough. Boom. The virtual frame trembled slightly. Talisman Master, first tier mid-grade, 7-10,000. Almost simultaneously, he felt an inexplicable insight into the art of talismans. Immediately, he grasped the talisman brush, dipping it in spirit beast blood, and began to sketch the spiritual patterns on the talisman paper. In no time, a low-grade talisman was flawlessly completed. However, Shen Ping's expression remained calm. Despite having previously been a first-tier low-grade talisman master, his proficiency in talisman making was quite high, with a success rate exceeding 30%. The seamless creation he had just accomplished was not uncommon for him. Next, he changed materials to prepare for crafting a mid-grade protective talisman. Such a talisman could fetch 6 low-grade spirit stones in the market, yet his success rate for crafting it was rather low, occurring only occasionally when inspiration struck. As the talisman brush glided over the special beast skin material, the vibrant spiritual patterns sprang to life on the page, unlike the low-grade talismans. This mid-grade protective talisman required the delineation of over 30 intricate patterns, with no room for error or pause. Given his cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi, it demanded immense mental and physical effort. Time passed slowly. A fine sheen of sweat gathered on Shen Ping's forehead as he focused intently on sketching the spiritual pattern circuit, his entire being taut with concentration as he neared the final stroke. After a moment, The brush halted. The spiritual pattern circuit of the protective talisman was complete. Shen Ping inhaled deeply, gazing at the successfully crafted talisman with elation. A mid-grade talisman master. Only a mid-grade master could flawlessly create a mid-grade talisman in one go. If he could frequently produce mid-grade talismans, the speed at which he accumulated spirit stones would significantly increase, allowing him to purchase high-grade detoxification pills to alleviate the beast poison afflicting him. Hope and anticipation for the future sparkled in his eyes. Half a month swiftly passed. During this time, Shen Ping devoted himself to caring for his wife, nurturing their affection. He opened the virtual panel. Current wife's affection level, 100, dual cultivation bonus, 4, talisman master, first tier mid-grade, 607,000. The fourfold increase represented the maximum affection level attainable. Each day, he and his wife, Wang Yun, engaged in dual cultivation 5 times, 3 times in the evening, once in the morning, and once during the midday break, creating an atmosphere of nightly revelry. As a result of their diligent efforts, his success rate for crafting mid-grade protective talismans skyrocketed, even rivaling that of his low-grade talismans, allowing him to consistently produce a protective talisman from an average of 3 materials. This thrilled Shen Ping, as such a high success rate for mid-grade talismans meant he could rapidly amass wealth. Yun'er, stay at home and do not venture outside. I must visit the market. After being cooped up for half a month, Shen Ping had no choice but to go out, as his stock of talisman-making materials had been completely depleted. Additionally, spirit rice, meat, and other provisions were running low. After their 5 daily dual cultivation sessions, without nutritional replenishment, even he, a cultivator, would feel weak and fatigued. Wang Yun also felt overwhelmed and her spirits had significantly diminished. Husband, please be cautious when you go out. Upon hearing Shen Ping's intention to visit the market, a look of concern crossed Wang Yun's face. Although Yinshan Market was relatively safe, unforeseen events could always occur, and each outing posed a life-or-death test for those with lower cultivation levels. Do not worry, I will take care of myself. With that, Shen Ping pushed open the door and stepped outside. As he traversed the uneven alleyway once more, his demeanor was markedly different. A glimmer of vitality shone in his eyes, no longer resembling a lifeless shell. Taoist Shun, newlywed, finally willing to step outside. Having married such a beautiful wife, I would linger in my cozy nest too. Taoist Shun is truly enlightened. On the path, familiar neighbors playfully teased Shen Ping. He chuckled awkwardly but did not respond, winding through the alley until he reached the main thoroughfare, where he encountered 2 fellow cultivators approaching. Taoist Gong, Taoist Su. He promptly greeted them respectfully. These 2 cultivators were a pair of cousins, both of considerable cultivation. Among them, Taoist Gong was the only late-stage Qi cultivator residing in Honglu Alley over the years. The relative safety of the alley was largely due to his influence. His cousin, Taoist Su, was fair of face and tall of stature, attracting the admiration of numerous cultivators. Taoist Gong merely acknowledged him with a grunt and continued on with his sister. In their eyes, Shen Ping was merely a low-grade talisman master, hardly worthy of notice. His acknowledgement was solely due to their shared residence in the same alley. Shen Ping paid it no mind. After all, it was normal for someone of late-stage Qi to carry an air of superiority. As he reached the main thoroughfare, the atmosphere grew lively, with vendors on either side shouting their wares at increasingly louder volumes. He did not linger, instead continuing down the thoroughfare until he arrived at a grand stone gate, upon which the words Yinshan Market were inscribed. It was said that these characters had been penned by a nascent soul master, and low-grade cultivators who stared at them would feel dizzy. Upon entering the stone gate, a sense of security washed over Shen Ping. Within the confines of this market, few cultivators dared to cause trouble. Since its establishment, only 3 or 4 incidents of cultivators being killed had occurred. When he first arrived at the Yinshan Swamp, he resided within Yinshan Alley. Unfortunately, due to a decline in his health and a subsequent increase in daily expenses, he relocated to Honglu Lane, situated just outside the alley. Yet, even in Honglu Lane, rental prices have been climbing in recent years. Initially, he had planned to endure for a few more years before moving again. But that is no longer necessary. The main street of the market is lined with shops, each adorned with a more grandiose decor, with more than half of them employing various formations for gathering spirits and defense. Shen Ping paused before a shop primarily selling talismans and magical artifacts, then stepped inside. What can I help you with, fellow cultivator? The shopkeeper, a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refining, greeted Shen Ping with a warm smile, showing no disdain for his lower cultivation level. "Do you buy talismans here?" Shen Ping inquired. "Indeed, we do. What price do you offer for a mid-grade protective talisman?" He produced a protective talisman he had crafted himself. The shopkeeper glanced at it and replied with a smile, "In this humble establishment, we pride ourselves on honesty. The market price is 6 low-grade spirit stones. Should you have more talismans in the future, feel free to sell them here. I can accommodate any quantity." The demand for such defensive talismans is consistently high. If he were to rent a stall outside to sell them, he could fetch prices of 8 to even 10 low-grade spirit stones each during favorable market conditions. However, Shen Ping chose the stability of selling within the market. He handed over 5 talismans to the shopkeeper before leaving the shop. Upon exiting, Shen Ping found his storage bag did not yield more spirit stones, but rather depleted by 30 low-grade spirit stones. This was due to his purchase of 60 sets of materials required for crafting talismans, each set costing 1 low-grade spirit stone. He then visited other shops to buy a month's worth of spirit rice, meat, and other nourishing ingredients. His storage bag was nearly empty, retaining only enough spirit stones for daily toxin suppression. Less than half an hour after leaving, Shen Ping returned, primarily due to his financial constraints, which limited his ability to browse leisurely. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the joyful expression of his wife. He smiled back, knowing that the recent loss of her father had cast a shadow over her heart, making her overly concerned for his safety. However, given the proximity of Honglu Lane to the market, as long as he remained discreet and cautious, he generally would not encounter bandits. Moreover, news of his health issues and stagnant cultivation had spread through the nearby alleys. Most cultivators knew him to be impoverished, with little savings, making any attempt to rob him a futile endeavor. That evening, his wife prepared a sumptuous meal. "You must replenish your strength after working so hard," Wang Yun said. Her cheeks flushed. As a newlywed, she found joy in their intimate moments, yet she worried about the potential impact on his cultivation. Shen Ping smiled and retrieved a book from his storage bag. "Yunner, this is a martial arts manual that promotes health and strength. Although you lack a spirit root, you may practice this mundane technique. If you can break through to the innate level, it could extend your lifespan." Wang Yun nodded, taking the manual with a hint of melancholy in her heart. Without a spirit root, she would be unable to cultivate, and as she aged beyond 50, her beauty would inevitably fade. However, she took solace in the fact that her husband had mediocre talent and likely would never reach the foundation establishment stage, perhaps allowing them to walk hand in hand through life together. That night, after a nourishing meal, Shen Ping felt invigorated, his experience in talisman crafting significantly increasing. However, after this night, he revised his plans, reducing their daily dual cultivation sessions from 5 to 3. Though this would diminish his experience gain, it was necessary to protect his cultivation foundation, and he also needed to consider his wife's well-being. Once he accumulated sufficient resources, he would need to purchase an appropriate dual cultivation technique to assist his training. Shen Ping pondered deeply, recognizing that his unique ability was related to dual cultivation, making such a technique essential for sustainably acquiring experience without compromising his vitality. The days passed in a fulfilling and joyful manner, especially as his expertise in talisman crafting grew, leading to an increased success rate. Nearly every 2 sets of materials yielded a successful talisman. 10 days later, a knock echoed from outside. Shen Ping opened the door to find an unfamiliar cultivator, prompting him to become wary. "Fellow Taoist Shun, I am He Qin, a cultivator who has recently moved nearby. I have come to pay a visit and bring a small token of goodwill. I hope you will accept it," He Qin said, extending a delicate jade vial. Shen Ping's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you a pill master?" Inside the exquisite jade vial were 3 qi condensing pills, a low-grade elixir, yet not inexpensive, valued at 2 low-grade spirit stones each. This gift alone was worth 6 spirit stones, a significant offering for a mere visit. Undoubtedly, He Qin was likely a skilled alchemist. "Indeed, I am a pill master, though I can only refine low-grade elixirs," He Qin replied, pride evident in his tone. In the realm of cultivation, alchemists held a higher status than weapon or talisman masters, as elixirs were crucial resources for cultivators, rapidly enhancing their power and abilities. In contrast, artifacts, talismans, and formations served merely as supplementary means to bolster a cultivator's combat strength. "Forgive my rudeness. Please, enter, fellow Taoist," Shen Ping said politely. He Qin, with an air of nonchalance, stepped into the room. "This is my wife, Shen Ping introduced Wang Yun. Upon learning that she lacked a spirit root, He Qin showed no further interest, as a mere mortal, no matter how beautiful, could not captivate a cultivator's attention. Without the ability to cultivate, she would eventually become a mere shadow of her former self. After pouring a cup of tea, the two engaged in conversation, and before long, He Qin took his leave. Shen Ping accompanied him to the door, gifting him a protective talisman, a mid-grade one, to showcase his own abilities, ensuring that should He Qin ascend to the ranks of a mid-grade alchemist, he would be inclined to assist him in the future. Yunner, how is your practice progressing? Shen Ping asked as he closed the door. Wang Yun replied, I have already cultivated my inner energy. Excellent. Progressing swiftly. Once you break through to the first tier, we can strive to have more offspring. Shen Ping teased, eliciting a bashful response from Wang Yun. I will heed my husband's wishes and endeavor to cultivate diligently to achieve my breakthrough. He Qin's visit was merely a brief interlude. Shen Ping soon returned to his fulfilling cultivation routine. Another 10 days passed, during which his proficiency in crafting talismans improved significantly. In just 20 days, he exhausted the 60 sets of materials he had purchased, resulting in 36 protective talismans. My wife is indeed my fortune, he thought, feeling elated. Originally, based on his previous success rate, he would have been fortunate to craft 24 or 25 talismans, but now he had exceeded that by 10, indicating a substantial increase in his income. Without hesitation, after finishing lunch that day, Shen Ping ventured once more to the market. At Xiuquan Pavilion, the same shop as before, its name suggesting a refined owner, likely a powerful female cultivator. The shopkeeper, surnamed Chun, greeted Shen Ping with a standard smile. Shen Ping wasted no time, directly presenting 15 protective talismans to the shopkeeper. Though he had crafted 36 talismans, the shopkeeper was aware of the quantity of materials he had purchased. A simple calculation would reveal his success rate. Such high success rates might incite ulterior motives, whether in attempts to court favor or otherwise, and Shen Ping preferred to avoid complications. Thus, presenting 15 talismans seemed discreet enough. Fellow Taoist Shen, as per our usual arrangement, here are 90 low-grade spirit stones. Should you require any materials, feel free to purchase them from my humble shop. Mr. Chun wore a beaming smile, internally elevating his assessment of the low-level Qi practitioner. Shen Ping, before him, the ability to continuously craft protective talismans suggested that Shen Ping had reached the status of a mid-tier talisman master. I require materials for fire talismans, earth trap talismans, lightness talismans, and so forth. Shen Ping articulated his needs for several mid-tier talisman materials, preparing to experiment with the creation of various other talismans. Before long, he had expended all 90 low-grade spirit stones he had recently acquired. Mr. Chun, ever the gracious host, warmly escorted Shen Ping out of the shop. Subsequently, Shen Ping visited 2 more stores, selling the remaining 21 protective talismans, earning just enough spirit stones to purchase some food supplies, which he then secured in his storage pouch. Days passed, and with a disciplined routine of dual cultivation 3 times daily, his experience in talisman crafting steadily increased, as did his proficiency in creating talismans. Aside from protective talismans, the success rate for other talismans, such as fire and lightness talismans, gradually improved. However, Shen Ping was acutely aware of the importance of caution. Frequent outings could draw the attention of neighbors or other practitioners residing in nearby alleys. Thus, even after depleting his talisman-making materials, he refrained from venturing out to sell, waiting instead until his food supplies ran low before discreetly heading out to purchase more and quietly sell his wares. Half a year later, as he gazed at the virtual panel displaying his progress, Shen Ping felt a surge of excitement. Typically, achieving breakthroughs through continuous talisman crafting would take decades. Yet he had accomplished it in just over half a year. He was even nearing the threshold of becoming a first-tier superior talisman master. Such was the terrifying advantage of possessing a unique ability. In addition to his burgeoning talisman crafting experience, he had amassed over 500 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 5 mid-grade spirit stones, a pace of accumulation that would have been unimaginable in the past. Yet, Shen Ping understood that for a talisman master approaching high-tier status, such earnings were not remarkable. Given this rate of advancement, his cultivation level would soon become a limiting factor. Through dual cultivation with his wife over the past 6 months, Shen Ping's experience in talisman crafting soared, and his success rate in creating various mid-tier talismans increased day by day, surpassing even those mid-tier talisman masters who belonged to established cultivation families. Nevertheless, crafting mid-tier talismans was already the limit for someone at the third layer of Qi cultivation. To create high-tier talismans, a higher level of spiritual energy was required, at least mid-stage Qi cultivation. A single high-grade detoxification pill required 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Soon, just a few more years of hard work would allow him to accumulate sufficient resources. The Yunnan Marsh area, developed by the Jinyang sect, lay in the western region of the Wei Kingdom, where winter's chill was particularly harsh, with snow falling for dozens of days within a month. However, the bustling marketplace remained lively despite the severe weather. After all, practitioners in the mid to late stages of Qi cultivation were largely impervious to the elements. While low-tier practitioners could not withstand the cold, they could purchase warming talismans to affix to themselves, and those with some wealth could invest in protective robes, rendering them untroubled by the frigid air. On this day, as snowflakes danced outside, Shen Ping ventured out once more, carrying the mid-tier talismans he had crafted along the winding alleyways to the Shochuan Pavilion. Ah, Shen Daoyu has arrived. Mr. Chen greeted him with a smile. In the months past, Shen Ping had not frequented the shop often, yet practitioners had an impressive memory. Given the increasing quantity of protective talismans he produced and the occasional sales of fire and lightness talismans, it was evident that he had become a relatively skilled and stable first-tier mid-tier talisman master. Maintaining a good relationship with a mid-tier talisman master was essential for Mr. Chen. The shopkeeper, Shen Ping, nodded, retrieving 25 protective talismans and 6 fire talismans from his storage pouch, presenting them to the shopkeeper. As per our usual arrangement, I need 60 portions of protective talisman materials, 30 portions of fire talisman materials, and 20 portions of lightness talisman materials. The prices he quoted for the required materials coincidentally matched the income from selling the protective and fire talismans. Each time, he earned little from Shochuan Pavilion. However, Mr. Chen replied, Shen Daoyu, the total cost for these materials is 214 low-grade spirit stones, and you will need to pay an additional 40 low-grade spirit stones. Shen Ping furrowed his brow, puzzled by Mr. Chen's intentions. Was he attempting to overcharge a loyal customer? Mr. Chen hastily clarified, you see, the prices of talisman materials have risen slightly. But do not worry, as soon as the prices for various talismans increase. If you choose not to sell now, I can store them in my shop for you. Once the prices rise, I will settle the accounts at the new rates. You may use the materials in the meantime, treating the stored talismans as collateral. What do you think? After a moment's reflection, Shen Ping realized that Mr. Chen was extending a gesture of goodwill. Very well, he agreed. As Mr. Chen retrieved the materials, Shen Ping subtly inquired, Mr. Chen, the prices of talismans have remained stable for some time. Why the sudden increase? Has something occurred? Mr. Chen handed the materials to Shen Ping, glancing outside the shop before whispering, recently, the Jinyang sect fortuitously discovered a vast vein deep within the Yunnan Marsh, not a spirit stone mine, but a vein rich in fiery gold for crafting magical artifacts, along with other derivative ores. The terrain there is treacherous, filled with numerous demonic beasts and constantly shrouded in toxic mists that impede spiritual perception, so the Jinyang sect requires a large number of practitioners to clear the way. Upon hearing this, Shen Ping quickly grasped the situation. It was no wonder that the prices of talisman materials were rising. When he had previously ventured here to develop the area, it was due to his inexperience and lack of adequate talismans that he had suffered from the corrosive effects of demonic beast venom. Now, with the discovery of the ore vein, the Jinyang sect would undoubtedly offer substantial rewards to entice roaming practitioners to explore and pave the way for mining operations. As expected, the prices of medicinal pills and artifact materials would also rise, especially the high-grade detoxification pills, which were essential for exploration. Practitioners would surely compete to purchase them. He promptly inquired further with Mr. Chen, and indeed, the price of high-grade detoxification pills had surged to 25 mid-grade spirit stones. This news was decidedly unfavorable for Shen Ping. However, the rise in talisman prices provided some consolation. If the increase were significant, it could still prove beneficial overall. Unfortunately, his current financial standing was too meager, otherwise, he could capitalize on this information to purchase medicinal pills, talismans, and artifacts in bulk, then sell them at a profit once prices soared. Nevertheless, if Mr. Chen was privy to this information, it was likely that the news had already spread throughout the marketplace. After leaving the Shochuan Pavilion, he refrained from visiting other shops to sell, as the impending rise in talisman prices meant that selling now would be unwise. Instead, he purchased rice, meat, and other essential supplies before returning to the Red Willow Alley. That evening, a knock echoed from outside his door. Cautiously, he opened it to reveal an unexpected guest, Friend Gong. This was a rare occurrence indeed. Shen Daoyu, I've heard from Friend He that you can craft mid-tier protective talismans? Friend Gong inquired directly. Shen Ping hesitated briefly before responding with a smile. Indeed, I have fortuitously gained insights into talisman crafting and have advanced to the status of a mid-tier talisman master. Friend Gong's expression brightened, and with a gentle demeanor, he continued, You see, next month I will have a considerable need for protective talismans, as well as fire and ice talismans. I hope you can assist me in crafting some. Rest assured, I will purchase them at the market price. Shen Ping hesitated, saying, Friend Gong, I have heard that talisman prices are expected to rise next month. Friend Gong paused, scrutinizing Shen Ping. Although this news had circulated widely in the marketplace, only those in the late stages of qi cultivation or those with extensive connections in the mid-stages were typically aware of it. He hadn't anticipated that a low-level practitioner like Shen Ping would also be informed. It appears that the opponent has surpassed the mid-tier talisman master sooner than anticipated. Shen, a friend of the Dao, is quite well informed. Indeed, the price of talismans is set to rise next month. I shall purchase them at the elevated market price when the time comes. What do you think? Gong, a fellow Daoist, spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Shen Ping readily agreed. After all, Gong is the sole late-stage qi refinement cultivator in Honglu Alley. To refuse him would be to offend him, which would make it difficult for Shen to navigate in Honglu Alley in the future. As the month drew to a close, the majority of cultivators in the market and its periphery were already aware of the news. Prices for elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts began to surge, with detoxification pills experiencing the most significant increase, skyrocketing like a rocket. Even the price of mid-tier detoxification pills continued to rise, causing Shen Ping considerable discomfort. However, there was little that could be done. Most of the beasts in the Yunshan Marsh were toxic. Fortunately, they were scattered, and the more powerful beasts were not necessarily located deep within. Therefore, it was feasible for mid-stage qi refinement cultivators to form groups and take risks. Consequently, the number of cultivators seeking protective talismans in Honglu Alley began to increase. Everyone knew that in a few days, the demand for protective talismans in the market would surely exceed supply. Fortunately, these cultivators were all mid-stage qi refinement practitioners, and Shen Ping firmly stated that he had already promised Gong Daoist, effectively putting a stop to their requests. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. The price of protective talismans had risen to 12 low-grade spirit stones, while the fire talismans had also increased to 8 low-grade spirit stones. All the shops in the market were running low on stock. Manager Chen contacted Shen Ping, informing him that he had sold the stored protective talismans and would settle the accounts based on the current price. He also expressed interest in purchasing more. Shen Ping, however, expressed his inability to assist and reiterated his prior agreement with Gong Daoist. Manager Chen understood and ceased to pursue the matter. At this juncture, the Jinyang sect officially announced the discovery of a large-scale fire gold mine in the Yunshan Marsh and summoned a multitude of cultivators to explore and develop it, offering numerous enticing benefits, the most appealing of which was the Foundation Establishment Pill. Shen Ping found himself somewhat tempted. For cultivators with average spiritual roots, the Foundation Establishment Pill was practically essential for breaking through to Foundation Establishment. Caution, utmost caution. Now that I possess a golden finger, there is no need to take unnecessary risks. He continuously chanted this in his mind, suppressing his impulse. The following day, Gong Daoist visited once more. Here are 20 protective talismans and 10 fire talismans. This is all my stock, Gong Daoist said, a smile illuminating his face. This is more than sufficient. After the transaction, Shen Ping's storage bag swelled with over 300 spirit stones. By afternoon, just as he was preparing to immerse himself in crafting talismans, a knock sounded at the door. Shen Daoist, congratulations on your breakthrough to mid-tier talisman master. It was Zhang, the matchmaker. After more than half a year, she had returned, her face radiating the warmth of a standard, enthusiastic smile, accompanied by a unique fragrance of rouge. In the nearby alley, no low-tier cultivator was unfamiliar with Zhang. Oh, it's you, Zhang Daoist. Please, come in, Shen Ping greeted warmly. It was she who had activated his golden finger, so he owed her a debt of gratitude. Zhang swayed her waist as she entered the small room. Noticing Wang Yun seated at the edge of the bed, she remarked with a smile, It seems that Sister Yin has been doing quite well here with Shen Daoist. Wang Yun quickly rose, poured spiritual tea for Zeng, and respectfully said, Senior Zeng, please enjoy the tea. Zeng accepted the tea and, taking a seat on a nearby wooden chair, scrutinized Wang Yun. Shen Daoist, it seems that Sister Yun has been married to you for over half a year, yet there appears to be no signs of progress in her condition. You both must strive to produce offspring to ensure the continuation of the family line. Wang Yun instinctively touched her abdomen, her expression dimming. Despite their diligent efforts over the months, there had been no signs of pregnancy. She kept her thoughts to herself, yet her heart was heavy with anxiety. Should she fail to bear a child for her husband, her existence would hold no value. Shen Ping chuckled, it's only been half a year. There's no need for haste. Zeng shook her head repeatedly. Shen Daoist, your thinking is misguided. The sooner you have offspring, the sooner they can be nurtured. Otherwise, when you grow old, even if your descendants are outstanding, it will be challenging for you to enjoy the benefits. Shen Ping fell silent. Yet he understood the true purpose of Zeng's visit. She had something to convey. Zeng wasted no time in being indirect. Recently, many cultivators have expressed a desire to venture into the Yunshan marsh for adventure, leading to increased conflict and strife. Many fear for their lives and have entrusted me with the care of their descendants. For daughters, the best method is to find a reliable cultivator for protection. Now that Shen Daoist has achieved mid-tier talisman master status, your status has naturally elevated. What do you think? Would you consider taking another wife? This time, I can guarantee that I will find you a partner with spiritual roots. Wang Yun's complexion instantly turned pale. If her husband were to take a partner, how would she, a mere mortal, coexist with her? Shen Ping did not immediately refuse. Rather, he had contemplated this matter over the past 6 months. After all, his golden finger was related to dual cultivation, and the more partners he had, the greater the potential for acquiring talismanic experience. However, his own rapid progress in talisman mastery necessitated time for consolidation and concealment. Thus, he had continued to restrain himself. Seeing her husband silent, Wang Yun felt a pang of sorrow. Over the past 6 months, his meticulous care and attention had made her regard him as her sole support and emotional anchor. Yet, cultivators and mortals existed in entirely different realms. Husband, Senior Zeng's suggestion is not without merit. If you were to have a partner with spiritual roots, the chances of having offspring with spiritual roots in the future would be higher. She spoke reluctantly. Zeng quickly praised her, Sister Yun. You are quite perceptive and forward-thinking. She then turned to Shen Ping, adding, Shen Daoist, a young lady with spiritual roots, is quite a catch. Right now, I can still find you a partner as obedient and understanding as Sister Yun, but in the future, that may not be the case. Zeng emphasized the term obedient significantly. Shen Ping cleared his throat. Zeng Daoist, I am currently quite busy and need to focus on crafting talismans. I truly have no time. Perhaps we can discuss this at a later date. Discussing the prospect of taking a partner in front of his wife could diminish her feelings. Zeng, sensing an opportunity, rose with a smile. Very well, I shall not disturb you any longer. As she departed, she lowered her voice. Rest assured, Shen Daoist, I will find you an obedient and understanding partner. With that, she swayed her hips as she walked towards her next destination. Shen Ping's mouth twitched as he turned around to meet his wife's gaze, filled with sorrow. Wang Yun softly replied, Husband, I understand. I only hope that when you have a partner in the future, you do not forget the care I have provided these days. Shen Ping quickly checked the virtual panel and saw that his affection level had not decreased. He breathed a sigh of relief, closed the door, and approached his wife. Yun, do not worry. Even if I do take a partner, I will continue to treat you as I always have. You are my first woman and my wife. Upon hearing this, Wang Yun's expression brightened once more. Regardless of whether it was true or not, it at least indicated that her husband held her in his heart. Moments later, their heated bodies swayed upon the bed. Shen Ping demonstrated his commitment through action. After their joyful union, his wife curled up against him like a gentle kitten. As Shen Ping looked at the talisman experience on the virtual panel, he mused that at this rate, in another 6 months, he would achieve the rank of high-tier talisman master. Mid-tier talisman masters were relatively common in the market, but high-tier masters were considerably rarer. The price of high-tier talismans began at 5 medium-grade spirit stones and was several times that of mid-tier talismans. With the current surge in talisman prices, he needed to seize the opportunity to accumulate spirit stones quickly. He aimed to purchase high-tier detoxification pills within a year. Once he eliminated the toxins within his body, he could consume the elixirs to enhance his spiritual power. Days passed once more. the first group of practitioners recruited by Jinyang sect set forth towards the Yunshan Marsh. Following the main road to the outskirts of the market, one could witness thousands of cultivators gliding on their magical artifacts, transforming into radiant arcs that vanished into the sky. Most of these practitioners were scattered cultivators from the market, all at least in the mid-stage of qi refinement. However, it remains uncertain how many would return from the treacherous depths of Yunshan Marsh. Back in the day, although Shen Ping was afflicted by the venom of demonic beasts, he was fortunate enough to avoid direct encounters. Otherwise, he would have become mere fertilizer for the marsh. Upon returning to the market, Shen Ping made his way directly to Shochuan Pavilion. The materials he had previously purchased were now depleted. Aside from what he sold to his friend Gong, he had 12 protective talismans, 6 fire talismans, and 3 agility talismans left. The shopkeeper, Chun, greeted him warmly. With the recent rise in the price of mid-grade talismans, the status of talismans masters like Shen Ping had risen significantly. Friend Shun, here is the remaining 134 low-grade spirit stones from your last deposit. The prices of protective and fire talismans have doubled. After deducting the cost of materials, there is not a single coin left. Shen Ping retrieved the mid-grade talismans from his storage bag. Chun, unaware of how many transactions Shen Ping had conducted with Gong, felt no concern about revealing his success rate in crafting. Moreover, Shen Ping could have procured materials from other shops. Upon seeing the talismans, Chen's smile widened. Stock in various shops had long been sold out, and anyone possessing talismans attracted a swarm of practitioners. Although a batch had just departed, the Jinyang sect had already begun recruiting anew, this time focusing on cultivation families and even drawing from the main sect. After all, the large-scale extraction of the Yanjin or vein, while not a spirit stone mine, was still immensely valuable. The materials for magical artifacts and treasures have always commanded high prices. Should the Jinyang sect successfully exploit this resource, it would significantly enhance the financial foundation of the entire sect. Returning to his small abode in Honglu Alley, Shen Ping counted the spirit stones in his storage bag and found he had accumulated 8 mid-grade spirit stones. Over the past month alone, his pure profits had reached 3 stones. This was a crucial moment. He could not afford to miss it. As long as the Jinyang sect continued to develop the Yanjin, the prices of talismans and detoxification pills would remain elevated. Although he was earning more, the price of detoxification pills had surged dramatically. He anticipated that once the results of the first batch of practitioners' expeditions were revealed, the prices of talismans and detoxification pills would continue to rise. Wang Yun, tidying up the household, saw her husband return and went to the talisman crafting room, gently advising, "My dear, do not overexert yourself." Shen Ping replied with a smile, "It's all right. Just make sure to add more meat to the meals." Wang Yun nodded, "Husband, I am not far from breaking through to the first-class realm in martial arts. In 2 or 3 months, I should be able to succeed." Upon hearing this, Shen Ping could not help but show his delight. If Wang Yun broke through to the first-class realm, their intimate moments might increase. "Yun, keep up the good work," he encouraged, clenching his fist. Initially perplexed by his words, Wang Yun later understood them as encouragement after Shen Ping's explanation. "You too, dear," she responded, mimicking his gesture. Her delicate and fair visage combined with such an action appeared adorably innocent, stirring within Shen Ping an impulse to pinch her cheeks. That evening, they enjoyed a hearty meal. A knock echoed from outside the door. Since Shen Ping advanced to a mid-grade talisman master, the number of visiting practitioners had surged. Previously, it was common not to see any visitors for a year. Daoist he? Shen Ping expressed mild surprise. He Qinshin had only visited once when he had first moved nearby. As a pill master, his connections were broader than those of a talisman master like Shen Ping. However, today he Qinshin appeared rather disheveled, his robe missing. "Daoist Shun, could I borrow 20 low-grade spirit stones?" He Qinshin awkwardly inquired. Shen Ping was taken aback. "Friend he, you are a pill master. 20 low-grade spirit stones should not be a concern for you." He Qinshin sighed, glancing around before lowering his voice. "I have recently become infatuated with a female cultivator from Tianyin Pavilion, and it has cost me dearly. I truly have no other choice but to seek your assistance. I noticed you married such a lovely concubine. Surely, you understand. Let me tell you, the female cultivators at Tianyin Pavilion are all breathtaking, especially in that regard. Simply." He Qinshin concluded with a grin that bordered on lewdness. Shen Ping's expression darkened. Tianyin Pavilion was a brothel, and most of the female cultivators there practiced alluring and intimate techniques. with some even having demonic backgrounds. Nevertheless, their establishment was well connected within the market. Such places were notoriously extravagant, known as gold-sucking pits. Many practitioners, seeing no hope for the future, indulged themselves there, quickly depleting their savings. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What puzzled Shen Ping was how he had become a kindred spirit with He Qin. How superficial. He advised, "Friend He, it would be wise to avoid Tianyin Pavilion. Here are 20 low-grade spirit stones, granted out of neighborly goodwill, but my own circumstances are tight, and I have no excess to spare." Upon seeing the spirit stones, He Qin's eyes sparkled with understanding, and he promptly departed. Watching his retreating figure, Shen Ping shook his head slightly. It was hard to believe that a pill master had fallen to such depths. One could not help but admire the prowess of the female cultivators at Tianyin Pavilion. He wondered whether engaging with them in intimate encounters could yield insights into talisman crafting techniques. This thought flickered through his mind before he promptly dismissed it. Those female cultivators were skilled at draining one's essence, and with his wavering resolve, he could hardly resist such temptations. The matters concerning He Qin were merely a trivial interlude for him. After closing the door, Shen Ping sat cross-legged, focusing on absorbing the spirit energy from the stones to suppress the internal corrosion of venom. However, to his surprise, just 2 days later, He Qin returned seeking assistance once more. This time, Shen Ping resolutely refused, barring him from entering. Not long after, He Qin left. A female cultivator from the adjacent residence opened her door, observing He Qin's departure with disdain. "Taoist Shen, you should not lend money to a practitioner so enamored with Tianyin Pavilion. It would be like giving a meat bun to a dog. Once gone, it will never return." Shen Ping understood his neighbor's contempt, as her own partner was a prime example. "What you say is quite reasonable. I only lend it out due to our neighborly relationship, and because he is a pill master," he sighed. After chatting for a while, he closed the door again. As winter faded into spring, another year slipped quietly by. Shen Ping had entered his 43rd year, remaining stagnant at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, with no hopes of establishing a foundation. Yet, he harbored a profound anticipation for the future. One day, he visited a shop in the marketplace that sold various cultivation techniques and spells. Techniques and spells are fundamental to a practitioner's growth. However, acquiring higher-level ones necessitated not only substantial wealth but also valuable connections, which were unattainable in such marketplaces. He was not there merely to seek cultivation techniques. "Shopkeeper, do you have any texts on intimate arts?" The shopkeeper chuckled. "Indeed, we have them." He soon presented a selection of over 10 books on the counter. "If you are interested in dual cultivation techniques, I have those as well, though they come at a steep price." Shen Ping shook his head. "I will pass on the dual cultivation techniques. They are beyond my means." Even the most basic of dual cultivation texts surpassed the cost of high-grade detoxification pills. After scrutinizing the offerings, he chose a book titled Joy in the Chamber. "I will take this one." The shopkeeper promptly replied, "That will be 2 mid-grade spirit stones." How exorbitant! Shen Ping inwardly marveled, yet he had no other choice. The demand for such materials in the market was immense. Although cultivators can rely on various nourishing herbs and foods to maintain their bodies, excessive consumption may lead to a depletion of vital energy and blood, ultimately harming their foundation. While such texts may not compare to the dual cultivation techniques, they can help mitigate losses and preserve energy during intimate moments. However, they are not all-encompassing. They merely reduce deficits. Even high-level dual cultivation techniques among demonic cultivators cannot permit limitless indulgence. The decision to purchase was not born from an excess of savings, but rather because his wife was on the verge of breaking through to the first tier of martial arts. Moreover, he felt compelled to heed the persistent urging of the matchmaker, believing it was time to develop his golden finger. Upon leaving the shop, he procured numerous nourishing herbs, meats, and essentials such as spiritual rice and tea, expenditures he would have previously dared not make. 12 medium-grade spiritual stones. Upon returning home, he habitually checked his storage pouch, noting that his net income over the past 2 months had reached 6 medium-grade stones. The prices of medium-grade talismans in the market remained stable, neither rising nor falling. However, the price of high-grade detoxification pills was slowly increasing, currently requiring 27 medium-grade stones, yet they were unavailable in the major stores selling elixirs. Xiaochuan Pavilion had long been out of stock. According to manager Chen, this was primarily due to a shortage of certain materials needed for detoxification pills. and the Jinyang sect had already requested a supply from the main sect. He realized he would need to stay home for a while and could not continue selling talismans. His visits to the market had increased over the past few months. Although he had not yet detected any cultivators tracking him, one could not walk along the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. The life of a cultivator is often quite monotonous, spent either in secluded meditation, mastering various skills, or practicing spells, with little time devoted to adventure. Some cultivators rarely venture out to hone their skills, since the poison had invaded his body. Shen Ping had scarcely left the market. Low-level cultivators do not experience bottlenecks in their cultivation, but suffer from a lack of resources. Even those with pseudo-spiritual roots can establish a foundation if provided with sufficient resources. You have engaged in dual cultivation with your wife. Gaining talisman experience 2. Current wife's affection, 100. Dual cultivation bonus, 4. Talisman master, first tier medium grade, 8,044 10,000. Shen Ping gazed at the virtual panel. Over the past half-month, he had resumed his previous habit of exercising 5 times a week. With the technique he had acquired to mitigate losses, combined with the daily consumption of nourishing ingredients, he could afford to increase his sessions. However, considering Wang Yun's condition, he opted to maintain the 5 sessions. The special movements detailed in the secret texts were quite taxing on physical stamina and mental energy. At the current pace, 2 more months of diligent effort would meet the conditions for a breakthrough. Alas, my cultivation level is too low. Even if I were to break through, I would be unable to produce high-grade talismans. Reflecting on this, he sighed. The rate of accumulating wealth was still too slow. Yet, for the sake of his own safety, he preferred to take his time rather than risk any danger. Husband, why the sigh? Is it because Yuer has not served you well? His wife, with her youthful, radiant skin, looked at him with a hint of anxiety. During this period, she felt no sign of progress, her heart heavy with worry. All she could do was strive to please her husband. If she could not even manage that, she would feel utterly ashamed. Shen Ping gently pinched his wife's cheek, smiling as he reassured her, "Do not overthink it. Yuer, I was merely reminiscing." Wang Yun let out a sigh of relief. "Husband, the last time Senior Xing visited, I saw you acquiesce to her. I too wish for an elder sister, so we may serve you together." She had come to accept the situation. Since her husband's marriage to a partner was inevitable, she could only actively embrace it. And the thought of jointly serving him also aimed to enhance her sense of worth. To survive among cultivators, one must strive to adapt, a principle her father had always imparted. Shen Ping felt a warmth in his heart. His wife was indeed considerate and understanding. This matter was not urgent. It required careful deliberation. The following evening, as they prepared for dinner, a light knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, Zhang, the matchmaker, greeted him with her standard warm smile, accompanied by a girl in a green dress whose anxious eyes shimmered. Shen Ping's expression twitched. If the matchmaker's business were not flourishing, it would be a travesty. "Please come in." As Zhang and the girl entered, he quickly glanced towards the neighbors to ensure no one was watching before shutting the door. Wang Yun, upon seeing the girl, paused momentarily before realizing what was happening, and she warmly approached. "Senior Zhang, please have a seat." She then went to pour tea for the matchmaker. "My dear Yuer, you are becoming increasingly radiant. Your life seems to be thriving. This sumptuous dinner must be worth 2 spiritual stones, something even mid-stage Qi cultivators would hesitate to afford." Zhang's gaze roamed over the table laden with meats, spiritual rice, and various dishes, a flicker of envy crossing her eyes. To consume such a feast might cost 2 spiritual stones, a luxury indeed. The girl in green, standing beside her, could not help but swallow hard, her eyes discreetly assessing the busy Wang Yun with a profound longing. She and her brother lived on the outskirts, saving every coin, often reluctant to even purchase spiritual rice, let alone the various meats and the expensive, spirit-infused vegetables. Was this the life of a medium-grade talisman master? Her eyes sparkled with yearning. Clearing his throat, Shen Ping inquired, "What brings you here this time, Zhang?" The matchmaker pulled the green-dressed girl closer and said, "Shun, we have known each other for quite some time. I will be direct. This girl has been reserved for you. She is well-behaved and obedient. You instruct her to go west, and she will not venture east." Several cultivators expressed interest, but if we delay further, I cannot guarantee she will remain available. Shen Ping rolled his eyes internally. "I believe you, of course. If she were truly in high demand, Zhang would have long since paired her off." He sensed that the girl's cultivation level was quite low, merely at the first layer of qi. While her appearance was charming, she bore an indescribable resilience, likely a result of enduring hardships. However, at her age, her spiritual roots were probably quite poor. Many cultivators consider potential when taking a wife or concubine. Those with pseudo-spiritual roots generally lack the possibility for cultivation, relegated to mere reproductive purposes. If the market conditions had been favorable, such a girl would have been in high demand among cultivators. However, presently, most cultivators were preoccupied with seeking riches in the Yunsan marsh. Few would consider marrying or taking concubines, as the dangers of adventuring could lead to sudden death. If one were to marry only to perish shortly thereafter, the wife or concubine could easily end up with someone else. Thus, Shen Ping surmised that this girl had likely fallen into the matchmaker's hands. Noticing Shen Ping's silence, Zeng nudged the girl. "Speak up." The girl trembled slightly, hastily saying, "Senior Shen, I can do anything. Please, take me." Shen Ping was taken aback. Her voice was sweet and soft, reminiscent of delicate pastries. In his previous life, such enticing offers would have drawn a long line of eager suitors. Resolving quickly, he feigned a frown, asking, "Zeng, is there not someone with a higher cultivation level?" In truth, given his current capabilities, taking a first-layer Qi cultivator would be more suitable. If her power were too high, he risked losing both wealth and well-being. Zeng chuckled. "Of course, there are others, like the widow across from you. If you fancy her, I can arrange an introduction." Shen Ping had no desire to marry a widow. He hesitated before finally conceding, "Very well, I will take her. But if the price is too steep, perhaps you should seek other cultivators." Originally, the matchmaker intended to ask for more, but considering the possibility of future collaboration, she gritted her teeth and said, "All right, a piece of medium-quality spirit stone, and she is yours." After a moment, Shen Ping escorted the matchmaker out. Before leaving, the matchmaker smiled and said, "Shun, do not forget to invite me to your feasts." Shen Ping shook his head. Given the current situation, feasts are out of the question. The matchmaker paid no heed, swaying her hips as she departed. Observing her retreating figure, Shen Ping pondered. This matchmaker must be a formidable character to dare take a low-level female cultivator out at night. However, it made sense. One could not survive in the marketplace without some means, or they would have long been targeted by robbers. Closing the door, darkness was immediately kept at bay. Under the illumination of the crystal lamp, the room was bright. Previously impoverished and reluctant to purchase a crystal lamp, now as a medium-grade talisman master, such trivial expenses were no longer a concern. Although Shen Ping was frugal in many aspects of life, he was quite willing to spend in certain areas. "What is your name?" Replying to Senior Shen, "My name is Bai Yueying." The girl in the green dress fidgeted nervously, even more so than Wang Yun had at the beginning. As a cultivator, she was aware that the matchmaker had invested significantly in her. There was a constraint. Any hint of rebellion would result in Shen Ping easily extinguishing her. Moreover, there was a disparity in their cultivation levels. "White friend, let us eat first." Cultivators also required sustenance. Generally, only before seclusion would they resort to spirit-evading pills. Bai Yueying gazed at the sumptuous dishes on the table, her taste buds tingling. Wang Yun gently said, "Senior Bai need not be so reserved. We shall be family from now on." Shen Ping nodded, smiling. "Yunner speaks rightly. White friend, having entered my household, you will receive my care. However, I must clarify one thing beforehand. Yunner is my wife, and you are a concubine. Regardless of future disparities in cultivation, I hope you will always bear this in mind." Wang Yun immediately looked at him with affection, her eyes glistening. She understood the weight of her husband's words. Bai Yueying did not expect Shen Ping to place such significance on a mortal woman, which provided her with a measure of comfort, and she quickly replied, "Senior Shun, I will certainly remember." "Very well, if we do not eat soon, the food will turn cold." After finishing their meal, Shen Ping did not rush to develop his newfound abilities but instead entered a private space, focusing intently on crafting talismans. Time had been squandered during the day. He intended to make up for it at night. Cultivating and earning must be balanced. He could not afford to neglect either. Meanwhile, Wang Yun and Bai Yueying finished clearing the table and sat on the edge of the bed, sharing intimate conversations. As they gradually got to know Shen Ping, Bai Yueying's cheeks flushed with shyness. She had not anticipated that Shen Ping, a medium-grade talisman master, would be so vigorous in that regard. Good heavens! How did Sister Yunner endure it? She dared not imagine. As the hour of the pig approached, Shen Ping concluded his talisman crafting and sat cross-legged to absorb the spirit stone, suppressing the toxins within. By the time he finished, it was already late in the night. When Wang Yun saw her husband emerge from the private space, she skillfully approached to massage his shoulders, saying, "Husband, it is getting late. You should rest. Do not keep Sister Yueying waiting." Shen Ping glanced at the figure nestled beneath the quilt, gently grasping his wife's wrist. "Yuner, you shall bear the burden tonight." There was only one bed in the room, and since it was by Yueying's first time, Wang Yun could not share the bed. "Go quickly, husband," she said with a smile. A moment later, Shen Ping felt the warm body beneath the quilt. Without a word, accompanied by a soft moan, Bai Yueying officially became Shen Ping's concubine. After their union, Shen Ping eagerly activated the virtual panel, which flickered with golden text. "You have performed dual cultivation with your partner, gaining 2 to metal elemental root quality, 2 to wood elemental root quality. Current partner affection level, 60, dual cultivation bonus, 0, metal elemental root. Low grade, 324-1000. Wood elemental root. Low grade, 218-1000. Upon seeing this, his eyes widened in astonishment. The ability to enhance elemental root quality was incredible. It was well known that a cultivator's root talent determined their cultivation ceiling. With 4 mixed elemental roots, theoretically, he could only reach the mid-stage of qi refining, and without pills, he would stagnate indefinitely. Even if he had the potential to form a foundation later, progress would become exceedingly challenging unless he encountered significant opportunities. However, now that dual cultivation with a concubine could grant root enhancements, this meant that with continuous accumulation, his metal and wood roots could very well reach a top-tier level in the future. Top-tier roots. Such a rarity in the entire Wei Kingdom. Even though he possessed other elemental roots, his overall talent would still be exceptional, and his cultivation speed would continue to accelerate. In essence, the enhancement of his elemental roots would fundamentally alter his future potential. Taking a deep breath, Shen Ping forcefully suppressed his excitement and turned over. That night, youthful grass thrived, and as dawn broke, warmth enveloped the room. Shen Ping looked at the sweet and charming face beside him and said, "Yueying, from today onward, you are my partner. Are you still able to move?" Bai Yueying shyly nodded. Indeed, as a cultivator, even at the first layer of qi refining, her physical strength was incomparable to that of the initial Wang Yun. After getting out of bed, she used magic to cleanse herself in a corner. They had just finished dressing when Wang Yun, who had slept in the kitchen the previous night, awoke to the sounds and yawned. "Husband, it's time to rise." Upon realizing she was not in bed, she couldn't help but chuckle. Shen Ping approached her with a smile. "Yuner, you've worked hard. Today I shall cook. You take Yueying out for a stroll to familiarize her with the surroundings, but do not stray too far." The days in the tender abode always passed swiftly. Before long, another month had gone by. Bai Yueying gradually integrated into this small family. As April arrived, the spring breeze blew, and tender buds sprouted on the withered branches of the jujube tree outside the door. In the distance, the barren peaks were lush with greenery, uplifting one's spirit. In the past, Shen Ping would never have paid attention to such trivial matters, but now, with a hopeful future ahead, his gaze held an appreciation for the world. Just as he was savoring the invigorating spring breeze, a neighbor next door playfully splashed a bucket of bathwater and joked, "Shun, you are now basking in the spring breeze. Having married 2 wives, life must be quite pleasant." Shen Ping quickly replied, "You jest, my friend. I am merely stealing moments of leisure amidst busyness. As for the 2 wives, it is merely to continue the family line. Alas, there is no hope for foundation building." The neighbor promptly changed the subject. "Shun, you often craft talismans indoors. You may not be aware of the news. Our neighbor, Daoist Gong from Honglu Lane, has perished." Shen Ping was taken aback. Daoist Gong has fallen? He was the only late-stage qi refining cultivator in Honglu Lane. His demise will have significant repercussions. The safety of Honglu Lane will now be in jeopardy. The reason the robbers have not frequently targeted us these past years was due to Daoist Gong's upright presence. Is the news credible? He hurriedly inquired. The neighbor nodded. The word spread widely some time ago. His cousin, Daoist Su, left Honglu Lane overnight. It is said she has moved to the marketplace. Furthermore, the first group of cultivators who ventured into the Yunshan Marsh met with considerable casualties, which has unsettled many. Now, the third batch of cultivators is hesitating to proceed. However, the prices of talismans in the marketplace have increased. As she spoke, she sighed, "Life will be difficult moving forward. Shun, as a medium-grade talisman master, you must exercise caution. Shen Ping casually responded to a few remarks before retreating back inside. He activated the messaging talisman. It belonged to the shopkeeper Chun of Xiuquan Pavilion. Inquiring about the situation in Yinshan Marsh, it indeed aligned closely with what Taoist you had mentioned. This recent expedition had claimed the lives of more than half of the participating cultivators, yet Jinyang's sect had increased their welfare benefits, particularly with the offering of 3 foundation-building pills. No wonder the prices of talismans have been continuously rising. Shen Ping's expression grew solemn. Cultivators inherently possess a spirit of adventure. The pursuit of opportunities to transcend their limitations has long been a deeply ingrained notion. Those lacking talent who fear death should not expect to establish a foundation or seek longevity. Now, with Jinyang's sect enticing many cultivators with 3 foundation-building pills, most would heed the call, regardless of the dangers. With Jinyang's sect's provocation, cultivators in the late Qi refinement stage would undoubtedly be tempted to take risks. For the time being, those bandit cultivators would not focus on the remaining lower-tier cultivators in the market. However, one must not be complacent. Greater caution is warranted when venturing outside in the future. In the following days, Shen Ping's life continued as usual, yet his heart was tumultuous. The success rate of his talisman crafting had noticeably declined. Only during the dual cultivation with his wives did he find a semblance of security while gazing at the flickering text on the virtual panel. As a low-tier cultivator, his ability to survive in Honglu Alley for so long without incident was due to his meticulous nature. While other cultivators occasionally ventured into the wilderness to hone their skills or practice spells to enhance their combat prowess, he had never done so. After all, the likelihood of encountering bandit cultivators in the wild was exceedingly high. Even if he were to master his spells and possess quick reflexes at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he would still be no match for those seasoned bandit cultivators who had abundant combat experience. Moreover, the thrill of successfully engaging in combat could become addictive. There is no pace of wealth accumulation that rivals the spoils of plunder. Once, twice, as the frequency increases, it resembles gambling. The stakes become ever higher, leading to dire consequences. Unless one ensures perpetual victory, it is a perilous endeavor. Yet, cultivators inherently defy the heavens to grasp life. Without engaging in combat or seizing opportunities, the prospect of establishing a foundation is utterly bleak. Shen Ping understood this, but he was fundamentally averse to the notions of reckless violence. With the prospect of continuous improvement through his unique abilities, he was even less inclined to take risks. It was time to venture out. Seizing the moment while the outskirts of the market were relatively safe, he planned to purchase provisions like spiritual rice and meat, as well as materials for crafting talismans. Unable to calm his restless mind, Shen Ping decided to step out. Taking a winding path through the alleyways towards the market, he remained vigilant, clutching fire talismans, earth trap talismans, and ice talismans in his hands. Should anyone dare to obstruct his path, he would not hesitate to activate the talismans. Traversing through 6 or 7 alleys from Honglu Alley to the main road, each alley was lined with numerous houses. The closer he approached the main thoroughfare, the higher the rental prices became, with only mid to high-tier cultivators able to afford them. However, these alleys were currently sparsely populated. Over 60% of the cultivators had already set off for Yinshan Marsh in the 1st and 2nd waves. During his previous excursions, he had not encountered any danger, and this time was no different, though his mindset had shifted. Upon reaching the main road, Shen Ping let out a sigh of relief and casually approached a vendor selling talismans. "Friend, how much for a protective talisman?" 16 low-grade spirit stones, no bargaining. The cultivator replied nonchalantly, exuding confidence. "What about the fire talisman?" 10 low-grade spirit stones. Are you buying or not? After just a couple of inquiries, the vendor grew impatient. Shen Ping turned and left, hearing a muttered insult behind him. "Pauper." He paid it no mind and proceeded into the market, heading straight for Xiuquan Pavilion. Upon seeing Shen Ping arrive, shopkeeper Chen greeted him warmly, stepping out from behind the counter. "Taoist Shen, you finally made it. Let me tell you, the prices of talismans are skyrocketing right now. They are in high demand." Without hesitation, Shen Ping retrieved a stack of talismans from his storage pouch. These represented half of his output over the past 2 months. 30 protective talismans, 16 fire talismans, and 10 ice talismans. Shopkeeper Chen's eyes sparkled. It seemed Taoist Shen had plenty of stock. Shen Ping smiled. "Shopkeeper Chen, are the materials for crafting talismans sufficiently supplied? Rest assured, how much do you need?" Shen replied with a beaming smile. 100 portions of protective talisman materials, 50 portions of fire talisman materials, and 30 portions of ice talisman materials. Shen Ping stated his requirements. Shopkeeper Chen quickly responded. Currently, the price for protective talisman materials has risen to 2 low-grade spirit stones per portion, while fire talisman materials are 1 low-grade spirit stone. The total cost for the materials amounts to 274 low-grade spirit stones, while your talismans are worth 670 low-grade spirit stones. Saying this, he took out 4 translucent mid-grade spirit stones. However, Shen Ping did not accept them. Instead, he remarked, Shopkeeper Chun, the price for protective talismans outside has risen to 16 low-grade spirit stones, yet you offer only 15. Chun let out a dry laugh. You know that prices at outdoor stalls are always higher than in the market. Seeing that Shen Ping was unmoved, he gritted his teeth. Fine, we'll go with 16. He then produced an additional 26 stones. Shen Ping's face lit up with a smile. For shops in the market, customer traffic is paramount. Once they establish a good reputation, selling just a few magical artifacts or high-quality pills can yield substantial profits. Before leaving the shop, shopkeeper Chen reminded him, Taoist Shen, make sure to craft talismans quickly. There's a significant shortage. Shen Ping disregarded the comment and took a stroll around the market, purchasing a large quantity of spiritual rice and meat before heading to other shops to sell his talismans. Just as shopkeeper Chen had said, various shops were in desperate need of stock. The shopkeepers were more excited to see talismans than magical artifacts. On his way back, Shen Ping felt tense again, but still encountered no issues. Once he closed the door to his home, he completely relaxed. This residence was uniformly constructed by Jinyang sect. Anyone who dared to destroy it would be provoking the sect. Every 6 months, an outer sect steward would come to inspect, and even the most brazen bandit cultivators would not dare to damage the buildings. The profits from his talisman crafting over the past 2 months had increased by 1 mid-grade spirit stone compared to before. However, due to purchasing 4 months' worth of living necessities, the net profit had not significantly changed. Currently, his savings had accumulated to 17 mid-grade spirit stones. He was determined. Shen Ping calculated in his mind that he was nearing the point of being able to purchase high-grade detoxification pills. On his next outing, he would finally be free from the torment of the beast's venom. My husband has returned. Dinner is ready. Please eat. His wives had not eaten, waiting at home for him. Shen Ping looked at the bountiful spread on the table, and his appetite was piqued. You all should sit down and eat as well. Later that night, beneath the luxurious quilt on the bed, 3 warm bodies lay silently. Though the room was small, his wives were thoroughly content with their life. Shen Ping held his beloved wife and beautiful concubine close, opening the virtual panel. You have dual cultivated with your wife once, gaining 2 talisman crafting experience. Current wife's affection level, 100, dual cultivation bonus, 4, talisman master. Intermediate grade, stage 1, 9612-10000. You have dual cultivated with your partner once, gaining 2 in metal spiritual root quality and 2 in wood spiritual root quality. Current partner's affection level, 80, dual cultivation bonus, 2, metal spiritual root, low grade, 1108-1000, can break through. Wood spiritual root, low grade, 1000-1000, can break through. This was the fruit of his diligent efforts over the past 2 months. The metal spiritual root had already been on the verge of breaking through for several days, yet he had been holding back, intending to wait until the wood spiritual root also reached the breakthrough threshold before attempting a simultaneous advancement. Gently caressing by Yue Ying's fragrant shoulder, Shen Ping shook his head inwardly. Cultivators are indeed different from mortals. For instance, his wife Wang Yun would show immediate and significant returns on any kindness shown to her, quickly filling her affection level. In contrast, his partner by Yue Ying had been stuck at 80, unable to reach full affection. He understood this dynamic well. After all, cultivators are unlikely to place unwavering trust in others, even in the case of their closest companions. Moreover, those of lower cultivation levels often lack a sense of security. Although he is a mid-tier talisman master, his abilities are still limited, leaving him vulnerable to unexpected demise. Under such circumstances, how could Bai Yueying completely invest her emotions? Perhaps it is also due to the brevity of their acquaintance. The following day, when his wives went to empty the chamber pot, Shen Ping focused on the virtual panel displaying his potential for breakthrough, silently contemplating his ascension. Suddenly, an unseen force surged forth. A sharp, excruciating pain coursed through his body, akin to being stripped of his very essence. Yet, this torment dissipated swiftly, and in its wake, A torrent of spiritual energy flooded into his meridians. Moments later, a smile broke upon Shen Ping's face. He had just attempted to practice his family's inherited cultivation method, and the speed at which his spiritual energy circulated had increased several-fold. At this rate, as long as he continued to enhance his spiritual roots, he might not even need to purge any toxins to achieve a breakthrough to the mid-stage of qi refinement. The future appeared bright and promising. He felt a childlike exuberance at over 40 years of age. However, the hurried footsteps outside soon brought him back to his senses. His wives had returned. Wang Yun's face bore a hint of panic. What happened? Shen Ping asked instinctively. Bai Yueying replied. A corpse of a cultivator was found in the Redstone River, bloodied and stripped bare. It must have been the work of a bandit. Upon hearing this, Shen Ping's brow furrowed deeply. The Redstone River, located not far from Honglu Lane, is the only river to the north of the marketplace, frequented by low-level cultivators for washing. Even higher-tier cultivators occasionally visit for cleansing. Additionally, there are 2 alleyways to the north, housing numerous cultivators, making it rare for bodies to appear in the river. Bandits do not typically discard corpses in such a public place. Do not panic, Shen Ping reassured them. This may merely be an isolated incident. In the future, try to go out during the day accompanied by other female cultivators. As cultivators consume grains and vegetables, it is inevitable that they produce various physiological waste. It is only after reaching the later stages of qi refinement, when their spiritual energy is robust, that this issue gradually diminishes. Furthermore, the outer houses of the marketplace were not designed with cultivators' needs in mind by the Jinyang sect, so activities such as fetching water, washing clothes, and emptying chamber pots are commonplace. The widow next door often carelessly pours her bathwater into the street, and some cultivators, lacking discretion, even discard urine in public, leading to unpleasant odors and swarms of flies during the hot summer months. Shen Ping had long since grown accustomed to this. Wang Yun and Bai Yueying nodded in agreement. However, just 2 days later, a cultivator's corpse was discovered in the Redstone River once more, this time that of a female cultivator. Her death gruesome and indicative of prior torment, her lower body unrecognizable. It was said she was a widow residing in Hongshu Alley. When Shen Ping encountered his friend Yu, she cursed vehemently. Which despicable bandit is responsible for such a heinous act? Killing is one thing, but why toss the bodies into the river? I swear, if I catch them. Shen Ping interjected. You, be quiet. We must avoid attracting trouble. Though Yu was also a solitary widow. Her cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement left her undaunted. She scoffed. Shun, you are as timid as a mouse. What is there to fear? Humph. The one capable of such acts surely lacks high cultivation. They only wish to incite panic among us cultivators, hoping to profit from the chaos. Shen Ping nodded in agreement, internally affirming this suspicion. If a high-ranking bandit had been involved, the act would have been executed cleanly, and any bodies left behind would have been disposed of or hidden far away, not carelessly cast into the Redstone River. Shun, do you still possess talismans for protection? You suddenly inquired. Shen Ping was taken aback, looking at her. What are you planning, you? You do not intend to confront that bandit, do you? She smirked. Do you have any or not? Shen Ping was at a loss for words. I do, but you must think it through. Engaging in combat with a bandit is perilous, and any misstep could. You cut him off. How many do you have? I want them all. Over the past few days, Shen Ping had crafted 5 protective talismans, which he readily produced. After some thought, he also retrieved 2 earth-entrapping talismans and a freezing talisman. These 2 types were less frequently sold in the marketplace due to their complex crafting process, yet were exceedingly useful in confrontations. Yu's eyes lit up. Shun, I had no idea your talisman crafting had reached such a level. You can even create earth-entrapping and freezing talismans. You truly deserve to be looked upon with new eyes. Shen Ping quickly waved his hands. You jest. I have only recently advanced to a mid-tier talisman master, and crafting protective talismans is no easy feat. I can hardly claim to create earth-entrapping and freezing talismans. These are merely ones I purchased for my own safety. Yu nodded in understanding, having no reason to doubt him. As she had known Shen Ping for several years, he was always cautious, often staying indoors for months at a time, and it was perfectly reasonable for him to stock up on talismans for self-protection. Based on marketplace prices, she retrieved some spirit stones from her storage pouch and handed them to Shen Ping before returning to her dwelling. Another half-month passed, and once again, a cultivator's corpse was discovered in the Redstone River. The cultivators in the surrounding alleys, particularly the solitary widows, were filled with trepidation venturing out very little during the day. Shen Ping, concerned for the safety of his wives, accompanied them when they needed to empty the chamber pot. On the following night, after finishing intimate activities with his wives, he heard hurried footsteps outside his door, and his heart immediately raced. His home was fortified with formations and numerous mid-tier talismans, providing a significant advantage even against mid-stage chi refinement cultivators in battle. However, the footsteps quickly passed his door, halting at the neighboring residence before fading into silence. He had a sound amplification talisman affixed to his door, allowing him to hear any noise within 3 meters, unaffected by soundproofing talismans. Could it be you? What could she be doing out at this hour? Surely she was not seeking out that bandit. Shen Ping's mind swirled with confusion. For the next 4 to 5 days, he continued to hear footsteps outside his door during the night. One day, while accompanying his wives to empty the chamber pot, he noticed a gathering of cultivators by the Redstone River. Another death? His brows furrowed, but he refrained from joining the crowd. Upon returning, he overheard the cultivators discussing animatedly. Wonderful. That bandit has received their comeuppance. I wonder which senior took action to eliminate them. What a relief. Shen Ping's heart stirred. Could it be that you was responsible? He instructed his wives to return indoors while he remained outside, admiring the jujube tree. Before long, you emerged to pour out her bathwater. Cultivators typically employ basic cleansing spells, and even a low-grade cleaning talisman can effectively remove dirt. Yet you favored long baths, routinely discarding her bathwater every 2 days, a habit she maintained regardless of the season. Oh, Shun, are you waiting for me to pour out my bathwater? You teased, noticing Shen Ping's distracted gaze towards the jujube tree, with her peripheral vision catching him glancing toward her dwelling. Does it smell delightful? How does it compare to the fragrance of your 2 wives? Shen Ping's face twitched, and he cautiously inquired, I heard that the bandit harming those widows has been killed. You shrugged nonchalantly. So they died, what of it? Shun, you wouldn't think I did it, would you? I lack the means. With that, she turned and retreated into her house. Shen Ping shook his head, then chuckled at himself for caring about the matter. Regardless of who the culprit was, it had nothing to do with him. Returning indoors, he glanced at the virtual panel, where his talisman crafting experience had already surpassed the requirements for a breakthrough. He had ascended to the rank of high-tier talisman master. Other talisman practitioners, even those with talent, require decades of arduous accumulation. Yet I, having activated my golden finger, ascended from low-grade to high-grade in just over a year. Shen Ping was filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. The rapid attainment of breakthrough conditions was a testament to his daily toil and countless resources consumed. However, upon gazing at the cramped room, that sense of achievement vanished without a trace. Life was so barren. What was there to take pride in? Taking a deep breath, he walked toward the partition, seeking tranquility to craft talismans. Thus began his daily routine, both fulfilling and monotonous. With his dual-element spiritual roots of gold and wood elevated to the intermediate grade, Shen Ping found himself not only crafting talismans, but also engaging in dual cultivation and detoxification, all while needing to carve out extra time for meditation and training. His already limited time became even more strained. Consequently, he shifted his midday exercise to the evening, which meant that after each intimate encounter, he could only rest for a brief moment before continuing. By expelling toxins from his body daily, he managed to save an hour and a half. Shen Ping gritted his teeth and persevered. In truth, if he abandoned rest after midnight, he would have ample time. But considering the mental state of his wife and concubines, he dismissed such thoughts. Overexploitation would only ruin the ecological balance. Days passed in this manner, with his talisman-making experience and dual-element roots gradually improving. Since the death of the rogue cultivator near the Red Willow River, no further incidents had occurred, and life returned to its previous tranquility. In mid-June, a large flying vessel from the Golden Sun sect hovered over the edge of the market, with a multitude of cultivators pouring out. These were recruits from the market of the main sect, as well as from various cultivation families and cities. Shen Ping had arrived at the Yunshan Marsh aboard such a vessel 2 decades prior. Having cultivated the area for 20 years, the Golden Sun sect had gradually gained control, sending batches of cultivators every 5 to 10 years. Of course, over 80% of those coming to the Yunshan Marsh were ordinary cultivators like Shen Ping, with little hope of foundation establishment. The remaining 20% were ambitious individuals seeking opportunities or aiming to establish cultivation families. The following afternoon, while Shen Ping was crafting talismans in his partition, he heard a resonant voice filled with spiritual energy from outside. I am the steward of the Golden Sun sect. All those inside, come out and show yourselves." With a rustling sound, the houses along Red Willow Alley opened one after another. Shen Ping stepped out, his gaze falling upon the steward of the Golden Sun sect. Flanked by a squad of patrolling cultivators, those assigned as market patrols had to be at least at the 7th layer of chi refining, possessing considerable combat strength. After a moment, once the steward estimated everyone had emerged, he spoke. "From today onwards, the annual rental fee for Red Willow Alley will rise to 50 low-grade spirit stones. Those who have not settled the difference must do so promptly at the steward's hall. For those who have paid several years in advance, subsequent deductions will be made according to the new rate. There is a deadline of half a month. No extensions will be granted." Having said that, the steward and his patrol continued to inspect the houses as they moved on to the next alley. Once they departed, Yu Yin immediately complained, "This is too cruel. The increase is so steep. Red Willow Alley isn't even adjacent to the main road, and they demand half a medium-grade spirit stone. How are we supposed to survive?" Nearby cultivators echoed her sentiments. Indeed, the rent has more than doubled, nearly matching the prices near the main road. Life is only going to get tougher. Sighing, another added, "This was inevitable. News of the discovery of a large fire gold mine in the Yunshan Marsh will surely attract more cultivators. In other regions, a single mine can support tens of thousands of cultivators. Yesterday's batch was just the beginning. It will only increase from here." Listening to these discussions, Shen Ping's brows furrowed in concern. A year ago, he would have immediately moved without hesitation. He could hardly afford 50 low-grade spirit stones. Yet now he could earn that with just 4 protective talismans. Even so, he felt troubled. For with the increase in cultivators, chaos was inevitable. Red Willow Alley lay on the outskirts of the market, and with the rent rising to 50, the Golden Sun sect would not increase patrols to protect this area. "Shen Daoyu, would you like to join me in paying the rent?" At that moment, Yu Yin invited him. Shen Ping snapped back to reality and nodded eagerly. Every outing was a life-or-death trial for him. Yet with Yu Yin, a 5th-layer chi refining female cultivator, by his side, he felt a surge of safety. He quickly returned to inform his wife and concubines before closing the door and following Yu Yin to the market, joined by other cultivators along the way. By the time they reached the main road, their group had swelled to 20 or 30 cultivators, with several other groups from different alleys also heading to pay their rent. It was rare for anyone to pay several years' rent in one go, as no one knew when their life might end. Stepping onto the main road, the tension on everyone's faces eased, and some began to chat with one another. Upon arriving at the steward's hall, they found many cultivators lined up, forming a long queue. Shen Ping and his companions could only wait at the back. After more than an hour, just before evening, it was finally their turn. He had initially planned to visit the embroidered spring pavilion to sell the talismans in his storage bag and purchase some materials, but given the circumstances, he quickly dismissed that idea. After paying the rent, they returned to Red Willow Alley, where the group dispersed to their respective homes. "Shen Daoyu, given that Red Willow Alley is on the outskirts and lacks the market safety, should we consider co-renting a place in the market?" Just as Shen Ping was about to enter his house, Yu Yin spoke up. He was taken aback, glancing at Yu Yan's somewhat attractive features and her curvaceous figure, his mind momentarily drifting. However, he quickly forced a laugh. "Yu Daoyu, I have a wife and concubines to support. It would be quite inconvenient. Moreover, the rental prices in the market are likely to have risen significantly." Having said that, he hurriedly pushed the door open. Immediately, he caught the derisive voices in his ear. "What a coward! I offered you a free night, and you still refuse." Closing the door, Shen Ping let out a sigh of relief. The thought of living with a widow was simply too daunting. He could not afford to provoke such matters. However, Yu Yan's suggestion of co-renting in the market implied she had some savings, and it was possible that she had indeed killed the rogue cultivator. "My husband, with the rise in rental prices in Red Willow Alley, why don't we consider moving to Ling Shui Alley next year? The prices there are quite low," Bai Yueying suggested thoughtfully during dinner. Wang Yun echoed, "Yes, my husband, you toil day and night. Yueying and I cannot bear to see you living in such poverty. We do not mind living a simpler life, as long as we can have your company." Shen Ping gently grasped his wife's wrists, reassuring them, "There's no need to worry. I am an intermediate-grade talisman master. We can still afford to live in Red Willow Alley. Yueying, you must not neglect your training. If you ever find yourself short of spirit stones, just tell me." Ling Shui Alley was already on the outskirts of the market, primarily inhabited by low-level chi refining cultivators. Often chaotic, with daily occurrences of murder and robbery. If he moved there, He might rely on talismans to protect his wives, but it could also attract unwanted attention. One could never know when he might be ambushed by a group of cultivators while selling his talismans. After dinner, Shen Ping retrieved a communication talisman, infused it with spiritual energy, and activated it to inquire, "Master Chun, what are the current rental prices in the market?" After a while, the talisman flickered. Master Chun replied, "The cheapest alley has an annual rental price of 5 medium-grade spirit stones. A batch of cultivators arrived yesterday, and there are basically no vacancies left. Currently, the only available rentals in the market are some small, independent courtyards, which are priced at over 20 medium-grade spirit stones per year, depending on the location and environment." Decisively dismissed his earlier thoughts. However, while he sighed, the talisman flickered once more. "Friend Shen, if you wish to reside in the marketplace, you might consider waiting a while longer." According to internal news, the Jinyang sect is recruiting numerous cultivators for the development of the Yanjin mine. Yesterday was merely the first batch, and many more will follow. The living area in the marketplace is somewhat limited, so the Jinyang sect plans to expand eastward, constructing small courtyards to accommodate more advanced cultivators. Upon hearing this, Shen Ping promptly replied, "Manager Chun, I cannot afford a solitary courtyard." Manager Chun responded, "You could share a courtyard with other cultivators." Shen Ping was taken aback. Is it possible to share a courtyard? Those capable of renting solitary courtyards are mostly late-stage cultivators at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, some even at the foundation establishment stage. Their considerations are not merely financial, but also pertain to the spiritual energy environment. Moreover, cultivators highly value their privacy. Few would wish to share living quarters with others, as constant proximity could easily lead to the exposure of sensitive information. Manager Chen replied, "I'm not entirely certain about the specifics. We will know more once the courtyards are constructed. However, the pressing matter at hand is to hasten the production of talismans. With the influx of cultivators, the prices of talismans will only rise." Shen Ping responded urgently, "I understand." After their conversation ended, he fell into deep contemplation. Manager Chun's awareness of the Jinyang sect's subsequent plans indicated that he had connections with inner disciples or even higher-ranking cultivators within the sect. It seemed imperative to strengthen his collaboration with Shochuan Pavilion. Such news, after all, was likely shared out of goodwill from their previous partnerships. He needed to swiftly advance to the mid-stage of Qi refinement to produce higher-grade talismans. The marketplace was considerably safer than Honglu Lane. After expelling the toxins from his body, Shen Ping was willing to expend more spirit stones to relocate. This was of utmost importance to him. Every outing in Honglu Lane felt like a gamble with death. Living under such precarious conditions for many years had left him weary. Consequently, Shen Ping began to reduce his rest time. Every morning at the hour of the tiger, he would rise to craft talismans. His relentless efforts drew sympathy from his wives, even increasing by Yueying's fondness for him by 5 points. One day, there was a knock at his door. "Friend Shen, I am a newly arrived cultivator from the vicinity, your new neighbor." He had not only Yu Daoist next door, but the other side had been vacant for over half a year. As the former occupant was among the first to venture into the Yunshan swamp, while no news of his demise had circulated, it seemed highly likely he had perished. After exchanging pleasantries, the visitor departed. In the days that followed, more cultivators began to visit. After all, Shen Ping was one of the few mid-grade talisman masters in Honglu Lane, having resided there for many years. Most newly arrived cultivators would come to pay their respects and, in doing so, inquire about the general situation in Honglu Lane. He could not refuse their visits, as that would appear overly aloof and proud. Thus, he forced himself to engage in conversation with them. It was not until early July that the number of visiting cultivators diminished significantly, primarily because there were hardly any vacant houses left in Honglu Lane. Friend Shen, our alchemist, Daoist he, passed away in the wild just the day before yesterday. While Shen Ping was out to relieve his tedium, Yu Daoist happened to splash water while bathing and casually delivered this piece of news. Dead. He paused, recalling the slight arrogance with which Daoist he had introduced himself as an alchemist, and how he had later become entangled in romantic pursuits, leading to his downfall. It was astonishing how little time had passed since then. Yu Yin scoffed, "Serves him right for borrowing spirit stones from you." Shen Ping ignored her sarcasm and inquired, "How did he die?" His reputation had long since soured. Recently, many unfamiliar cultivators moved in, and he seized the opportunity to leverage his title as an alchemist to borrow numerous spirit stones, which he squandered on the women of Tianyin Pavilion. Among those he borrowed from, 2 were late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. Yu Yan remarked as she returned indoors. Friend Shen, now that you have finally broken through to mid-grade talisman master, do not fall prey to the same fate. Shen Ping forced a smile, realizing that Yu Yan's intent in sharing this news was to mock him. Does this widow truly have an interest in me? He mused, shaking his head at his own middle-aged, unremarkable appearance. Another 10 days passed, and through his tireless efforts in crafting talismans, he finally exhausted all the materials he had purchased previously, finishing ahead of schedule by several days. The prices of high-grade detoxification pills had risen again, but thankfully, the prices of protective talismans and flame talismans had also seen a slight increase. After this sale, he would be able to acquire detoxification pills. With a considerable quantity of talismans worth nearly 30 mid-grade spirit stones in hand, Shen Ping stepped out of his home. He remained extremely vigilant along the way, as the streets were now populated with unfamiliar cultivators, and the presence of potential bandits was uncertain. Halfway through his journey, he sensed a cultivator trailing behind him. Alarm surged within him as he clutched a flame talisman, a ground trap talisman, and an ice talisman. This time, he had affixed over 15 protective talismans on himself, capable of activating multiple layers of protective light. As long as his pursuer was not a high-level cultivator, he could withstand several breaths of time. Quickening his pace, he turned a corner and spotted several cultivators engaged in conversation. Noticing the pursuer behind him, the individual quickly slipped into the shadows. Shen Ping felt a slight sense of relief and seized the opportunity to distance himself. One of the cultivators among the group was a high-level cultivator who merely glanced at Shen Ping and, upon seeing he was only at the third layer of qi refinement, diverted his gaze. After navigating 3 more corners, the main road came into view. In such areas, it was rare for bandits to attack, as any disturbance would attract the attention of numerous cultivators, making it difficult for bandits to dispose of bodies and loot. Before long, Shen Ping safely arrived at the marketplace. This time, he didn't head directly to Shochuan Pavilion, but instead visited other shops, selling half of the talismans he had crafted. After deducting the cost for the talisman materials he purchased, he netted an additional 10 mid-grade spirit stones before finally entering Shochuan Pavilion. Friend Shen, do come in. Manager Chen greeted him warmly. As per usual, Shen Ping retrieved the talismans from his storage pouch. This time, in addition to protective and flame talismans, he also had several ground trap and ice talismans. Manager Chen's eyes lit up. Friend Shen, your talisman crafting skills have improved once more. Congratulations. I was fortunate to achieve some success, Shen Ping humbly replied, aiming to showcase his value slightly. Manager Chen had considerable connections, and he hoped to glean more information from him in the future. Manager Chen promptly settled the account. After deducting the material costs, Shen Ping received 8 mid-grade spirit stones. Adding this to his existing savings in his storage pouch, he now possessed 35 mid-grade spirit stones. Manager Chen, might I inquire if there are any high-grade detoxification pills available? In the Cloud Mountain Swamp, most demonic beasts possess toxic qualities, rendering detoxification pills a highly sought-after remedy in the Cloud Mountain market. These pills sell more swiftly than those that enhance spiritual energy, such as the Qi Condensing Pill, Spirit Refining Pill, and Spirit Boosting Pill. Recently, the market faced a significant shortage. However, in recent months, a large shipment of detoxification pill materials arrived from the Golden Sun sect, allowing various stores to replenish their supplies. Yet, the high-grade detoxification pills are challenging to produce, resulting in limited availability. The Shochuan Pavilion, being relatively small and newly established, can supply no more than 5 pills at a time. When Shen Ping casually inquired, the shopkeeper, Chen, shook his head, stating that the high-grade detoxification pills sell out rapidly, with advanced cultivators already reserving them before they are even stocked. He suggested Shen Ping check at the Jinbao building if he needed such pills. After leaving the Shochuan Pavilion, Shen Ping walked for the duration of 2 tea breaks before arriving at the bustling Jinbao building, located on the eastern side of the market. The street thrived with activity, with over 70% of the passing cultivators being at the late Qi refinement stage. Nearby, expensive independent courtyards boasted higher concentrations of spiritual energy than other areas. He seldom visited this place as the presence of disciples from the Golden Sun sect was frequent. Any cultivator who could enter the sect must possess at least a tri-elemental spiritual root, and upon joining, they would instantly acquire storage bags, magical artifacts, and robes. Those with exceptional talent might even receive superior grade artifacts. As a result, these disciples often carried an air of arrogance. A casual misstep could lead to troublesome consequences for a loose cultivator like him. Now, in pursuit of high-grade detoxification pills, he found it necessary to venture here. And in the future, if he were to create superior talismans, he would likely have to visit frequently. Upon entering the Jinbao building, a lovely and sweet-voiced female cultivator greeted him. Serving in Jinbao building likely earned her more monthly than his arduous talisman crafting. I wish to purchase high-grade detoxification pills, he stated. They are located on the second floor. Please follow me, she replied. Shen Ping felt relieved to hear that they still had stock. Otherwise, he would have to return to the market shortly. However, thoughts of the mid-stage cultivator who had been tailing him earlier weighed heavily on his mind. After a brief moment, the transaction was completed. His storage bag now contained only 2 medium-grade spirit stones and 56 low-grade spirit stones, sufficient for over 2 months of daily expenses, or potentially half a year if he economized. He also had half a month's worth of spirit rice and meat at home. After some contemplation, he decided to buy an additional month's supply of essentials. By the time he finished, the sun was nearing its zenith, beating down on Cloud Mountain Market. As he exited, he hesitated upon returning through the alley. If he encountered the cultivator tailing him again, luck might not be on his side. Perhaps waiting a little longer might allow him to meet someone from Honglu Alley. Cultivators like him, who rarely ventured out, were not common in Honglu Alley. Most cultivators, like his neighbor Yu Yan, frequently visited the market or ventured into the wilderness or the deeper regions of the Cloud Mountain Swamp for hunting. Alchemists, blacksmiths, and talisman crafters had stable income sources, while many without such talents had to enhance their combat strength and hunt demonic beasts for materials to sell, thereby honing their skills and increasing their chances of breakthroughs compared to those who remained indoors. Many powerful cultivators had risen through the ranks by engaging in such fierce battles. As Shen Ping strolled past the small stalls, his eyes remained fixed on the northern alleyway. After waiting for an entire hour, he finally spotted a familiar figure. Yu Dao, what a coincidence, he called out as he approached. Yu Yan, still wearing a blood-stained robe and exuding a faint scent of blood, appeared weary. Shen Dao, you actually dared to step out from your abode? She remarked with a hint of disbelief. Shen Ping chuckled awkwardly, explaining that he had run out of rice at home. Have you been hunting demonic beasts? He inquired. Hunting demonic beasts was quite challenging for mid-stage chi refinement cultivators, so they often formed teams, which could be organized at the market's recruitment hall. These teams had rules and restrictions, making internal conflict rare unless those rules were broken. Yu Yan responded with a hint of sarcasm. I'm not like Shen Dao, a talisman master who can merely stay indoors and pamper his consorts. Shen Ping felt a twinge of embarrassment, but extended an invitation. Shall we return together? Yu Yan immediately understood his intent and waved her hand. Let us go. With many unfamiliar cultivators in the alleys surrounding the market lately, even she had to remain vigilant and cautious. Their journey back was uneventful. Upon reaching Honglu Alley, Shen Ping expressed his gratitude. Thank you for accompanying me, Yu Dao. He then produced a frozen talisman and handed it to her. My talisman crafting skills have improved recently. Should you need such talismans, feel free to purchase from me. Yu Yan accepted graciously, recognizing the frozen talisman's utility. However, due to the complexity of its crafting process and its lower price, many talisman crafters preferred making protective or fire talismans instead. Furthermore, frozen talismans were not consumed as frequently as protective or fire talismans, leading to their prices remaining stagnant. Your talisman artistry is truly impressive, Shen Dao. Congratulations, she praised before they quickly parted ways. Once inside his home, Shen Ping finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. At last, he was safe. Husband. His wives rushed to him, their earlier concern dissipating. After all, the increase in unfamiliar cultivators outside made them fearful he might not return. Since one was a mortal and the other a first-tier chi refinement cultivator, Shen Ping's demise would leave them struggling to survive in Honglu Alley. He grasped their wrists reassuringly before eagerly retreating to a secluded corner. Calming his mind and centering his spirit, he carefully retrieved the brown high-grade detoxification pill and swallowed it without hesitation. As the pill entered his abdomen, it transformed into a potent medicinal force. He hastily activated his cultivation technique, allowing the spiritual energy to circulate through his meridians, spreading the pill's effects throughout his body. Almost instantly, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through him, akin to a cramp. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, which receded quickly, only to return again. Repeating this cycle 5 or 6 times. With a thunderous surge, The hidden toxins within him were eradicated, and the spiritual energy that had long been suppressed by these toxins erupted forth. Shen Ping's expression shifted dramatically as he concentrated on controlling this explosive energy, directing it into his meridians. At that moment, his dual elemental spiritual roots functioned to accelerate the flow of energy exponentially, preventing it from becoming chaotic as it gathered in his dantian. After 2 full hours, the unleashed energy was entirely absorbed by his body. Incredibly, without even attempting to break through, the spiritual energy effortlessly pierced through the blockages in his meridians, amplifying the circulation of energy. Simultaneously, his aura surged dramatically, resulting in a seamless breakthrough to the 4th stage of qi refinement. Overwhelmed by the increase in his spiritual energy reserves, Shen Ping could not help but weep tears of joy. After years of torment from the toxins of demonic beasts, he had finally purged them completely, freeing himself from the daily agony of suppression. Once he stabilized his spiritual energy, he emerged from his secluded space, his excitement palpable as he gazed at his beautiful wives. "Yunner, Inger," he exclaimed, embracing them and laying them on the bed. This night was destined to be sleepless. As dawn broke the following day, Shen Ping's heart, once tumultuous, gradually found calm. He glanced at his wives, lost in slumber, and opened his virtual panel. You engaged in a dual cultivation session with your wife, gaining 2 in talismanic experience. Current wife affection level, 100, dual cultivation bonus, 4, talisman master, first tier intermediate 13036, 10000, can break through. You engaged in a dual cultivation session with your partner, enhancing your metal root quality by 2, and wood root quality by 2. Current partner affection level, 85, dual cultivation bonus, 2, metal root, intermediate, 18 20 10,000, wood root, intermediate, 17 14 10,000. Although the talismanic experience could have been surpassed long ago, he refrained from doing so due to his cultivation limitations. Even if he were to break through, he would still be incapable of crafting talismans, so he had held back. Now, having officially advanced to the 4th layer of qi refinement, he no longer needed to suppress himself. He rose quietly from his bed and proceeded to the adjoining room. After settling down in meditation, he mentally chanted, "Breakthrough." A rumble echoed as the virtual frame trembled slightly. An immense influx of insights regarding talismanic experience surged into Shen Ping's consciousness. In that moment, he seemed to envision a figure, one that had spent years crafting talismans, perpetually accumulating experience to elevate the art of talismans. Several breaths later, he opened his eyes, his pupils glimmering with joy. From today onwards, he was a master talismanist of high quality. Rising, Shen Ping made his way to the kitchen, washing rice, chopping meat, and cooking. By the time his wives awoke, the aroma of spirit rice mingled with the fragrance of meat wafted throughout the house. "Husband, you seem to have broken through," Bai Yueying, who had not sensed his advancement the previous day before retreating to bed, noticed something different about Shen Ping as soon as she awoke. Shen Ping smiled. "Indeed, I have reached the 4th layer of qi refinement." Wang Yun immediately expressed her excitement, congratulating him, her attire still disheveled, her chest heaving with delight. Bai Yueying also hurried to offer her congratulations, though she was less animated than Wang Yun, as the 4th layer still belonged to the lower ranks. After breakfast, the wives stepped outside to hang the embroidered quilt on the ropes strung between the jujube trees, while also tidying up and disposing of household waste. Shen Ping gazed at the cramped quarters, lost in thought. With the toxins within him purged, he no longer needed to save spirit stones for detoxifying pills. However, after advancing to mid-stage cultivation, he must acquire a set of intermediate magical tools, which were significantly more expensive than high-grade detoxifying pills. He could not afford to skimp on attack and defense, particularly in terms of defense, as it pertained to safety. Previously, he had no funds and insufficient cultivation, forcing him to make do. Now, however, it was time to make arrangements. Additionally, there was the matter of living conditions. The Red Willow Alley was unsafe. His outings had become infrequent, but there were times when he had no choice but to go out. To avoid danger, relocating to the market district was the only solution. Yet, the streets and alleys of the market were already overcrowded. Thus, he could only wait. Cultivators contended with fate, their lives often precarious. It was possible that before long, there would be vacant houses available in the market. If not, he would have to consider the small courtyard shared rental mentioned by Manager Chun. Future expenses would only increase. His resources were still too meager. he must first exhaust the intermediate talisman materials on hand, and then attempt to craft high-quality talismans. Shen Ping had not purchased high-quality talisman materials previously, as he lacked spirit stones and feared that his limited talismanic experience would result in a low success rate, leading to material waste. With a plan in place, he busied himself once more. After years of diligent practice, he had developed a habit of constant activity, unwilling to pause and savor even a moment of leisure, even after his breakthrough. Early August arrived, bringing rising temperatures. The sweltering sun scorched Red Willow Alley, where unpleasant odors permeated the air, and the proliferation of mosquitoes led to the popularity of low-grade cleansing and pest-repelling talismans. In previous years, this season was when Shen Ping accumulated wealth, but this year he chose to abstain from the frenzy. One day, a large flying vessel from the Jinyang sect landed at the edge of the market. Another group of cultivators had arrived. The housing prices in Red Willow Alley remained unchanged, but the costs in the market had surged, and even so, there were no vacant houses for rent. Amidst the overcrowding, the Jinyang sect announced plans to expand the market, designating an eastern area for the construction of medium-sized courtyards. Upon hearing this news, many cultivators flocked to the outer gate's steward hall to inquire about specifics. Yu Yin returned from the market and, upon seeing Shen Ping at the door, sighed repeatedly. "I can't afford it. I can't afford it." Shen Ping's expression shifted as he asked, "Did you visit the steward hall, friend Yu?" Yu Yin nodded. This time, the Jinyang sect plans to build 300 medium-sized courtyards in the east, each with 6 rooms, arranged in 2 stories, available for individual or shared rental. Shen Ping's lips twitched. The Jinyang sect was becoming increasingly adept at business. However, the number of cultivators in the market was indeed overwhelming. It was rumored that some had relocated from the market to another one near the edge of the Yunshan Marsh, established last year by a cultivation family under the Jinyang sect, which lacked the strength and safety of the Yunshan market. And the price? 15 mid-grade spirit stones. Shen Ping replied with a smile, "That price is reasonable, if shared." Before he could finish, Yu Yin interrupted, "What are you thinking? Renting a single room in that courtyard costs 15 mid-grade spirit stones." Shen Ping nearly exclaimed, "What? For a single room? That's outrageous." The annual rental price for a standalone courtyard inhabited by late-stage qi refinement or foundation establishment cultivators was only 20 spirit stones. Yet this medium-sized courtyard demanded 15 for just one room. It was akin to robbery. He knew that his annual net profit was only around 40 mid-grade spirit stones, which was contingent upon his high success rate in talisman crafting and favorable market conditions. In contrast, someone like Yu Yin, a 5th-layer qi refinement cultivator, could earn a maximum of 20 mid-grade spirit stones annually from hunting beasts for materials. Of course, income would be higher if one engaged in robbery, but it was equally perilous. Expensive also has its merits. The steward indicated that the newly constructed medium-sized courtyards would feature large gathering formations and connect to the Jinyang sect's spiritual vein. Furthermore, each room would be spacious and equipped with quiet rooms, material processing chambers, and other small compartments. Upon hearing this, Shen Ping fell silent. The mere connection to the spiritual vein of the Jinyang sect was enough to entice countless cultivators. The Jinyang sect's branch, situated above the spiritual vein in the Yunshan Marsh, was replete with abundant spiritual energy, far surpassing that of the market. The spiritual vein was crucial for cultivators, especially higher-tier ones, who required a nourishing environment. Alas, it was a pity that not only could he not afford the rent, but once completed, it would be out of reach for them. Yu Yin shook her head and sighed. Many high-level cultivators were already eyeing it, and those of them in mid-stage qi refinement stood no chance against them. With that, she turned and retreated into the house. A few days ago, she had learned of Shen Ping's breakthrough and had merely congratulated him once. Manager Chun, regarding the medium-sized courtyard. Shen Ping returned home and sent a message to Manager Chun. Not long after, Manager Chun replied, "Friend Shen, it seems somewhat unlikely. I didn't expect the Jinyang sect to connect the new medium-sized courtyards to the spiritual vein. Already, 100 of the 300 courtyards have been reserved, and the remaining will be prioritized for late-stage qi refinement cultivators. However, it will take at least 6 months to complete the construction, so there may still be a chance for you." Shen Ping's heart sank. He had previously deemed it too expensive, only to find himself unable to rent it at all. "Manager Chen, please keep an eye out for me. If any houses become vacant, kindly inform me immediately." "No problem." In the evening, during dinner, Shen Ping was still contemplating the matter of moving. If, after 6 months, he could not secure a place in a medium-sized courtyard and there were no vacant houses in the market, he would have to showcase his skills as a high-grade talisman master. Only then would he be eligible to rent a more expensive standalone courtyard. The number of high-grade talisman masters in the market was still quite scarce. However, he would need to conceal his identity, ensuring that no one was aware of his past circumstances, not even visiting the Shochuan Pavilion again. After all, the advancement of a talisman master required time to accumulate experience. If he were to ascend to high-grade status so swiftly, others would certainly doubt the absence of some secrets. Though the market seemed secure, it did not imply that he could carelessly reveal his personal information. At this moment, Bai Yueying suddenly spoke. "Husband, today." "Sister Ying, no?" Wang Yun interjected urgently. Shen Ping withdrew his thoughts, casting a puzzled glance at his wives. "What is it?" "Nothing," Wang Yun replied, offering him a piece of meat. "Husband, try this." Shen Ping calmly regarded Wang Yun, causing her to lower her head, before turning to Bai Yueying. "Go on, what is it?" Bai Yueying continued. "This afternoon, while I was washing silk scarves by the Redstone River with Sister Yun, a gust of wind blew one of our scarves onto a senior female cultivator. She slapped Sister Yun and insulted her, calling her a useless cultivator, and her words were quite harsh. Fortunately, a female cultivator who had visited you intervened and managed to calm her down. Otherwise, Sister Yun might have been seriously harmed. The female cultivator had previously resided in Honglu Alley, but had since moved to Shermu Alley. Upon hearing this, Shen Ping quickly understood the situation. Shermu Alley, located north of the Redstone River, was one of the two marginal alleys, significantly less secure due to its proximity to the wilderness. However, with rising rents in Honglu Alley, many low-level chi practitioners had been forced to relocate there. Wang Yun, being a mere mortal, still managed to remain in Honglu Alley, which incited jealousy in the female cultivator, who vented her frustrations through her actions. "Husband, it's all my fault for causing you trouble," Wang Yun said, her face filled with remorse. Shen Ping took her delicate hand in his, observing the faint bruise left by the slap on her cheek, which he had overlooked while preoccupied with thoughts of moving. "There is no need for you to blame yourself. It is my fault for letting you endure such grievances. From now on, you must carry protective talismans whenever you go out. I will prepare some for you shortly. Should you run out, just let me know." He understood that Bai Yueying's concern was not for his reputation, but rather for the potential retaliation from that female cultivator, who, despite being a mere third-layer chi practitioner, had ample means to cause significant trouble for Wang Yun and Bai Yueying. "Thank you, husband," Bai Yueying sighed in relief. Wang Yun hesitated, saying, "Husband, wouldn't that be too wasteful?" Shen Ping chuckled. "As a talisman master, what is there to waste? Trust my judgment." Though this incident seemed minor, it could lead to major consequences if not handled properly. Hence, for the following days, he dedicated time to accompany his wives to the banks of the Redstone River. This action sparked envy among some female cultivators, who assumed that wives like Wang Yun and Bai Yueying were merely tools for Shen Ping to satisfy his physical needs and ensure the continuation of his lineage. They were astonished to witness how much he valued his wives, especially upon seeing the several protective talismans affixed to them. Their eyes filled with envy and longing to take their places. The protective talismans had surged in value to 18 low-grade spirit stones each, equivalent to half a year's rent in Honglu Alley. Upon learning of the incident, the offending female cultivator was so frightened that she did not dare to show her face by the Redstone River for several months, especially since Shen Ping was now not only a mid-grade talisman master, but also a mid-stage chi practitioner. As days passed, October arrived, bringing with it a chilling wave from the depths of Yinshan Marsh. The temperature in the market plummeted. In the warmth of the quilt, fragrant aromas enveloped him. "You have engaged in dual cultivation with your wife. Gaining 2 talisman experience. Current wife affinity, 100. Dual cultivation bonus, 4. Talisman master. First order high grade, 6,000 and 50,000. You have engaged in dual cultivation with your partner. Gaining 2 enhancement to gold element root and 2 to wood element root. Current partner affinity, 90. Dual cultivation bonus, 3. Gold element root. Mid-grade, 4,000 and 10,000. Wood element root. Mid-grade, 3,946 10,000. Gazing at the flickering text on the virtual panel, Shen Ping sighed softly. The breakthrough to high-grade talisman master required a substantial increase in experience. At the current pace of diligent cultivation, it would take him 4 to 5 more years to achieve another breakthrough. He did not mind this, as reaching high-grade status meant attaining the second tier, and he was still far from the foundation building stage necessary for further crafting. However, based on his talisman experience, once the spiritual roots reached high grade, they would likely require similar time for advancement. Fortunately, since he had adeptly managed the silk scarf incident, Bai Yueying's unwavering affinity had increased by 5 points, effectively doubling the bonus. He reflected on this change with deep appreciation. The care of his wives required attentive nurturing, otherwise, treating them merely as tools would undoubtedly diminish their affinity, leading him to despair. Tomorrow, he would have to venture into the market. The thought of this made Shen Ping feel a headache coming on. He had been out of essential provisions for quite some time, having exhausted his supply of spirit rice and meat as well as materials for replenishing energy and blood nearly 2 weeks ago, yet he had persevered through sheer will. But now he had no choice but to go out. Otherwise, the nightly revelries would leave him utterly depleted. The next day, the biting cold wind swept through, and fine rain mixed with snowflakes fell from the sky. The streets were coated in a thin layer of ice. Shen Ping stepped out of his house, quickly making his way next door amidst the concerned gazes of his wives. Knock, knock. The door opened promptly. Yu Yan, her hair cascading freely, donned only a fitted robe, seemingly lacking even an undergarment beneath, her silhouette compelling Shen Ping to steal a few glances. Shen Daoist? What a rare visitor, knocking on my door. What's wrong? Is your delicate wife and beautiful concubine no longer satisfying? She leaned against the doorframe, her arms crossed, her smile tinged with sarcasm. Shen Ping hurriedly replied, do not misunderstand. Daoist you, I am preparing to visit the market. Will you be venturing out today? Upon this, Yu Yan's enthusiasm waned. She turned and retreated into her home, saying, wait outside. With your timid nature, there's no other like you in the entire Yunshan market. Shen Ping clasped his hands. Thank you, Daoist you. On days like this, with somewhat adverse weather, Yu Yan typically would not venture out, but her willingness to do so was a testament to their neighborly rapport. After a brief wait, Yu Yan emerged, her plain robe accentuating her face, which now bore a hint of coldness. Let us go. Together, they hastened toward the market through the rain and snow. Though Yu Yan was merely a fifth-layer Qi practitioner, her extensive combat experience far surpassed Shen Ping's, exuding a unique aura that fellow cultivators could easily discern. As they stepped onto the main thoroughfare, Shen Ping visibly relaxed. Yu Yan scoffed, Shen Daoist, you're in the mid-Qi stage now, not the lowly practitioner you once were. Before Shen Ping could respond, she added, all right, I'll go browse. You should attend to your matters swiftly. Watching Yu Yan's retreating figure, he buried his gratitude within. In the market, at Xiuquan Pavilion, Manager Chun greeted Shen Ping with a beaming smile. Upon sensing his aura, his eyes brightened. Congratulations, Shen Daoist, on your breakthrough. You've taken another step closer to the path of greatness. As expected from a businessman, flattery flows effortlessly. 50 protective talismans, 30 flame talismans, and 10 freezing talismans. This time, the required materials are fewer. I need 80 protective talisman materials, 40 flame talismans, 20 freezing talismans, and 10 earth trap talismans, Shen Ping stated proficiently. Upon calculating in his mind, Manager Chen smiled as he retrieved 10 medium-grade spirit stones from the counter and handed them to Shen Ping. He then added, Friend Shen, the construction of the medium-sized courtyard to the east of the market is over halfway complete, with over 200 houses already reserved, all through various connections. If you truly wish to rent, there is an opportunity. Shen Ping was taken aback. How could so many houses be reserved in such a short time? Those who reserve them must certainly hold a higher status than himself. Thus, he inquired, what opportunity? Manager Chen explained, recently, a newcomer disciple from the inner sect of the Jinyang sect is planning to undertake a mission in the Yunshan Marsh and requires assistance. He still needs a few more helpers. If you can establish a good relationship with him, securing a spot should not be difficult. Without hesitation, Shen Ping shook his head. Manager Chen, I dislike taking risks. Such tasks are clearly seeking cannon fodder. If I go, I certainly won and Oppos, T return. Seeing Shen Ping and Oppos' refusal, Manager Chen did not press further. He understood the risks associated with such opportunities, but the rewards could be significant. If one could forge a connection with an inner sect disciple and provide support while they are still weak, the returns upon their foundation establishment could be substantial. After leaving Xiuquan Pavilion, Shen Ping visited several other shops to sell his remaining talismans. Manager Chen was not malicious. He recognized that this opportunity was indeed significant for ambitious cultivators who were strong and unafraid of death. Unfortunately, Shen Ping was neither ambitious nor fearless. With 22 spirit stones remaining, he gazed at his meager savings. He headed towards Jinbao Pavilion. While this amount seemed considerable, it could scarcely procure a handful of high-grade talisman materials. The most common material for the Golden Light Talisman costs 1 medium-grade spirit stone, while the upgraded Protective Talisman requires 2. This scarcity explains the limited number of high-grade talisman masters. Without sufficient resources, they cannot thrive. Shen Ping purchased 5 sets of Protective Talismans and 7 sets of Golden Light Talisman materials, leaving him with just 5 medium-grade spirit stones. Earning more, but spending quickly. He sighed, continuing to purchase essential items such as spirit rice, and he also bought new clothing for his wife and concubines, as well as some more private items like belly wraps and cotton silk scarves. Upon returning to the main thoroughfare outside the market, he found merely 132 low-grade spirit stones left in his storage bag. Finished shopping? Yu Yan, who was browsing nearby stalls, approached him upon noticing Shen Ping. Shen Ping smiled and handed her 2 protective talismans. Wow, so generous. Yu Yan accepted them without hesitation, adding, if there are such good opportunities in the future, be sure to let me know. The 2 talismans were nearly equivalent to a year's worth of rent. She wondered if she could earn that much on her outing to the Yunshan Marsh. Shen Ping indeed provided more than necessary, but considering his own safety, he preferred to spend a bit extra rather than risk offending her. Safely returning to Honglu Alley, his monotonous yet fulfilling life continued. However, he did not rush to create high-grade talismans. Instead, he focused on crafting medium-grade talismans while simultaneously deepening his understanding of talisman crafting through intimate moments with his wife. Before long, the Lantern Festival of Wei State arrived. The Yinshan market bore no festive atmosphere. However, as the medium-sized courtyard to the east neared completion, the market buzzed with excitement, with those possessing connections moving frequently to secure the remaining 600 spots. Had it been last year, Shen Ping would have been eligible for one of those spots, as the number of advanced cultivators in the market was scarce. This year, however, a surge of cultivators had arrived from the main sect, resulting in a dramatic increase in their numbers. Although most were at the 7th and 8th levels of Qi training, they had taken 200 of the medium-sized courtyards. Should he request Manager Chun and Appo's assistance to see if he could leverage his connections to secure a spot? Shen Ping was conflicted but ultimately decided against it. Technically, he and Manager Chun did not share a deep friendship. It would be unwise to overestimate his own value, especially since Manager Chun had already offered an opportunity previously. Focus on crafting talismans. Once the success rate of high-grade talismans improves, my own safety will significantly enhance. He settled down, immersing himself in crafting. Having exhausted all medium-grade talisman materials last month, he refrained from using them. Now, with his talisman experience nearing 10,000, he anticipated no issues in creating golden light talismans and protective talismans. Knock, knock. Shindao friend, it and Appo's. Me. Yu Yin and Appo's voice rang out. He opened the door, and the cold wind swept in, along with drifting snowflakes. Come in quickly, Shen Ping urged. As Yu Yin stepped inside, her gaze immediately fell upon Wang Yun and Bai Yueying, who were diligently practicing despite the cramped space. Greetings, Senior Yu. The 2 women respectfully greeted. Yu Yin nodded and got straight to the point. Shindao friend, I have a spot available. Would you like to current? Shen Ping was momentarily stunned. Then his face broke into a joyful smile. Are you referring to the medium-sized courtyard? He had been troubled by this matter. Yes, Yu Yin confirmed with a smile. I personally cannot afford the 15 medium-grade spirit stones for rent. The courtyard is split into 2 levels. If we co-rent, I will occupy the lower level, while you and your wife can stay above. It lacks privacy, but it ensures safety. Shen Ping bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your consideration, Yu Dao friend. Rest assured, we can agree on a 6-4 split for the rent. Yu Yin smiled. That works. 6 medium-grade spirit stones annually is manageable for me. Upon hearing this, Wang Yun and Bai Yueying couldn't hide their excitement. After all, moving to the market meant they would no longer have to worry about safety. As long as the Jinyang sect remained intact and her husband could earn money, they could live there for decades without concern. 3 months from now, the market's administration will officially sell the courtyards, so do not forget, Yu Yin said before turning to leave. No sooner had she departed than Wang Yun exclaimed, That's wonderful. Husband. In high spirits, Shen Ping entered the adjoining room to meditate and offer his blessings. Then dipped a brush in blood ink to sketch the spiritual patterns on the talisman paper. The patterns for the Golden Light Talisman exceeded 120, requiring unwavering concentration without any pauses. Without mid-stage Qi training cultivation, sustaining such mental effort would be arduous. Immersed in the art of talismans, his brush flowed as if carried by clouds and water, and in just the time it took to brew 2 cups of tea, he successfully crafted the Golden Light Talisman. Golden Light Talisman, high-grade talisman successfully created. Double the joy. Shen Ping was elated. After a brief rest to regain his mental state, he strode out of the room and swept his wife and concubines into his arms. The bed soon began to rock gently. Half a month later, he had exhausted all 12 sets of high-grade talisman materials purchased. Only 1 protective talisman was successfully created, while 2 of the easier Golden Light talismans were made. The remaining materials were all wasted, which meant Shen Ping had squandered 13 medium-grade spirit stones on his first attempt at crafting high-grade talismans. Among high-grade talisman masters, this was considered a relatively good outcome. Heading out again, Shen Ping anticipated that his days of anxiety would soon come to an end. He envisioned the beautiful life awaiting him in the market, then placed the 3 high-grade talismans into his storage bag, advising his wife and concubines to be cautious before stepping out to the next door. "You Dao friend, it's me," he called softly without knocking. "Just a moment," came the reply. After a brief wait, the door opened, and a delightful fragrance wafted toward him, stirring Shen Ping's heart. Yu Yin seemed to have just emerged from a bath, her raven-black hair still glistening with moisture, and her fair skin, tinged with a rosy hue, revealed delicate veins resembling a spider and Apos' web, extending downwards, some leading into valleys, others climbing towards round peaks. "Are you heading out?" she asked languidly. "Yes, in this harsh season. My friend Yu rarely ventures out of the marketplace for 5 or 6 days, sometimes even 10 days to half a month." Shen Ping had timed his visit for Yu Yin and Apos' rest day. "Wait." Yu Yin, uninterested in ridiculing her timid neighbor, returned to her room to prepare and then stepped out fully armed. As they walked, Shen Ping noticed that the widow and Apos' robe was different from the last time. Although still of medium quality, it bore several additional spiritual patterns on its surface, indicating enhanced functionality. Ordinary robes merely served to ward off dust, whereas medium-grade robes incorporated lightness arrays to accelerate movement. Higher-tier robes also provided defensive and spirit-gathering functions. "Have you recently come into some fortune?" he inquired with curiosity. Yu Yin cast a sidelong glance at Shen Ping and casually replied, "I recently joined a rather powerful team and made a small profit." Shen Ping quickly responded, "Congratulations. Enough with the flattery. Let us hurry and get things done. I'm looking forward to soaking in a hot bath again. At my age, I must pay attention to skincare. Otherwise, when the time comes that I no longer wish to strive, I may find no one to rely on," Yu Yin implied. Shen Ping did not dare to respond. They safely arrived at the marketplace, heading straight for the True Treasure Pavilion. Items such as high-quality talismans, which easily attract attention, are safest to sell in reputable shops like the True Treasure Pavilion, which boasts a solid background. At least, such items seldom provoke greed. Not only do high-quality talismans sell for 52 medium spiritual stones, but protective talismans can fetch as much as 43 medium spiritual stones, yielding substantial profits. However, most high-quality talisman makers would typically require 10 materials to produce a single talisman, and with poor luck, they might not even recoup their material costs. Achieving proficiency and increasing success rates requires a considerable waste of resources initially. Shen Ping's experience in talisman crafting allowed him to advance rapidly, equivalent to a decade of painstaking effort for others who had just broken through to become high-quality talisman makers, saving both time and expense. "I need to purchase 25 sets of protective talisman materials and 30 sets of golden light talisman materials." "Certainly, please wait a moment." The demeanor and beauty of the female cultivators employed at the True Treasure Pavilion were indeed remarkable, bringing a refreshing breeze to those who approached. Moments later, having left the pavilion, Shen Ping found his storage bag enriched with an additional 15 medium spiritual stones. Looking at the bustling main street, he felt resolute. Soon, I too shall be a frequent patron here. Subsequently, he sold the medium talismans he had crafted at the Embroidery Spring Pavilion and effortlessly purchased daily necessities. Returning within less than an hour, as usual, he handed Yu Yin 2 protective talismans. She cast him a satisfied glance and smiled. "If you ventured out more often, I wouldn't have to risk my life in the Cloud Mountain Marsh." Shen Ping chuckled but did not respond, knowing she was merely jesting. Most cultivators toil not for pleasure but to enhance their skills, elevate their cultivation, and pursue the Tao of immortality. Even the disciples of the Golden Yang sect, blessed with heavenly roots, cannot remain in their caves for solitary cultivation indefinitely. A life of crafting and selling talismans, confined to the home, essentially severs one's path to foundational cultivation and longevity. As night fell, Shen Ping, having toiled throughout the day, rose to stretch. Exiting the compartment, he found Wang Yun, already tucked under the brocade quilt, straightening her posture, bashfully lowering her gaze. "Husband, do you think this pink mandarin duck bellyband looks good on me?" Before Shen Ping could reply, Bai Yuing, from the other side, wrapped her arms around Wang Yun's waist, resting her chin on her shoulder, and teasingly remarked, "Sister Yun, you can endopos, fill it out. If it were someone else, I'm sure they could mesmerize our husband." The two women erupted into laughter. "Oh, you've even learned to jest with your husband. It seems you shall be duly punished tonight. Family discipline awaits." Shen Ping lunged playfully, eliciting shrieks from his wives like startled deer. The intimacy of their shared life always left a lasting impression, explaining why rulers might neglect morning court. Time passed, and soon it was the day to sell the small courtyard in the marketplace. At the break of dawn, before the sun had risen, Shen Ping unusually bathed and dressed. His wives had also risen early to tidy the house, as they would soon be departing from this place upon his return. After meticulously grooming themselves, they awaited him in anticipation. Yu Yin, too, had risen early and had taken great care in her appearance. Shen Ping was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. Memories of a previous life's enchanting makeup artistry flooded his mind. "What? Do you not recognize me?" she teased, pulling Shen Ping back from his reverie. "Come on, let us go. There are many people today." They made their way to the marketplace's administration hall, where a long line of cultivators had formed to process rental agreements. "Sister Yu Yin, I knew you would come today." Just as she prepared to queue, a female cultivator with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye approached. Yu Yin frowned slightly. "Chi Dao friend, you're here too." The beauty-marked cultivator, beaming, replied, "Though I didn't secure a spot. It doesn't hurt to come and see the excitement." "Oh, who is this beside you?" Shen Ping remained silent, sensing a tension between the two women. "Could this be your new roommate?" The beauty-marked cultivator continued, her voice rising. "Sister Yu Yin, after all your reluctance to share a room with others, it seems you have found a new companion, Haven and Oppos. You? Sister Yu Yin is here today with her partner to rent a place." The beauty-marked cultivator cooed to a tall companion who approached the line. Yu Yin did not offer any explanation. The tall cultivator glanced at Shen Ping, his expression indifferent. "You're at the 4th level of Qi training. You'll need to change. You should share a room with Qi Min." Yu Yin's expression soured immediately. Shen Ping, stunned, stood frozen in place. The cultivation world has always been a brutal arena of survival of the fittest. After 2 decades of precarious existence, Shen Ping was acutely aware of this reality. Thus, he rarely ventured out unless absolutely necessary, always seeking to avoid trouble. Just when he thought he was about to escape a precarious situation, the words of this imposing cultivator at the late stage of Qi training dashed his hopes. Reality presented yet another harsh lesson. Taking a deep breath, Shen Ping hurriedly bowed. "Senior Gao, I apologize for the inconvenience. I am not Yu Dao friend's partner. Please forgive me." After speaking, he bowed again, stepping back several paces before slowly turning to leave. Regardless of the relationship between Yu Yin and this Senior Gao, he could not put her in a difficult position. The opportunity for shared lodging offered to him was a kindness. The beauty-marked cultivator was visibly pleased. She had awaited this moment, eager to seize a chance for collaboration. Initially, she thought her chances were slim, but to her surprise, the typically icy Yu Yin had found a male cultivator with such low strength to share a room with. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon her. Shen Ping swiftly distanced himself from the servant hall area. He arrived at a tavern in the market, seated himself by the window, and ordered a drink. Thoughts of his wife and concubines' longing for his return filled him with guilt. He knew he would disappoint them this time. His meager strength forced him to concede, leaving him with no other option. The outcome of stubborn resistance would only lead to a lifeless body. As for his fellow cultivator, although at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, even with slightly stronger combat capabilities, how could he possibly secure a spot in the market's medium-sized courtyard? He had indeed been careless, failing to consider this point amid his surprise, which resulted in the current predicament. Sipping his drink, he sought to calm the turmoil within him. Compromise always brings discomfort. Even if one becomes accustomed to such situations, it does not mean they remain unaffected. After sitting for 2 full hours, Shen Ping estimated that no one was following him, and thus he rose. The essence of strength lay within oneself. Gazing at the empty wine cup, he spoke softly before hastily departing. After a short while, Shen Ping arrived at the Jinbao building. Although his chance for a medium-sized courtyard had vanished, he still needed to sell the talismans he had crafted. After all, it was not easy to venture out. In the past 3 months, he had successfully created 5 spirit protection talismans and 7 golden light talismans, achieving a commendable success rate. He kept 1 spirit protection talismans and 1 golden light talismans for his own defense, selling the rest, and subsequently purchased double the materials he had previously acquired. Fellow cultivator, after settlement, your spirit stones total 168 medium-grade spirit stones. Shen Ping beheld the crystalline, high-grade spirit stone, and a smile gradually illuminated his face. This was not his first sighting of a high-grade spirit stone, but it was his first possession of one. Carefully placing such a substantial amount of spirit stones into his storage bag, he was about to leave when a female cultivator from Jinbao building called out to him with a sweet smile. Fellow cultivator, may I ask if you are a high-grade talisman master? After a moment of hesitation, Shen Ping nodded slowly. Yes, here at Jinbao building. We possess 120 entry slots for medium-sized courtyards located on the east side, all in prime locations. If you are willing to engage in deeper cooperation with us, you can receive an entry slot free of charge. Of course, if you already have a slot, you may transfer it to another cultivator. It remains valid. Upon hearing this, he felt a jolt of excitement course through him, suppressing the surge of emotions within. He asked in a deep voice, what does deeper cooperation entail? He constantly reminded himself to be cautious of potential pitfalls. The female cultivator continued to smile. You would only need to produce 3 high-grade talismans each month for Jinbao building. There is no need to sell them monthly. As long as you meet the standard within the year, it suffices. Shen Ping immediately began calculating in his mind. He had successfully crafted 12 high-grade talismans over the past 3 months, averaging for each month. Even in less than ideal conditions, meeting the standard within a year was not difficult. Moreover, his experience in talisman crafting was continuously improving, which would only enhance his success rate in the future. Steady yourself. Though he was tempted to agree, he held back his impulse and inquired further. Given your building's strength, those 120 slots should have been filled long ago, right? The female cultivator explained. Our Jinbao building's offerings are specifically for foundation establishment cultivators, high-grade alchemists, talisman masters, artifact masters, and formation masters. However, those who reach such levels often find it easy to secure slots, while many have been transferred, due to the limitation of transferring only 1 slot. They do not prioritize it. To this day, half of the slots remain unclaimed. Shen Ping understood then. Indeed, there were very few at the mid-stage of qi refinement who reached the status of high-grade talisman masters. Most were at least at the 8th layer of qi refinement to qualify as high-grade alchemists, talisman masters, and so forth. Some were even foundation establishment cultivators. Such cultivators, by virtue of their status, possessed extensive connections and resided in more favorable conditions within solitary courtyards. If they were to transfer a slot, they would typically offer it to friends or family, who themselves would be high-ranking cultivators. Thus, a medium-sized courtyard like the one on the east side would hardly catch their eye. Fellow cultivator, if you are interested, you may sign a simple contract with Jinbao building now. Still unsure, Shen Ping asked, what if I fail to meet the requirements? The female cultivator patiently replied, should you fail to meet the requirements, you will be unable to purchase or sell any items within Jinbao building. However, this is only temporary. Once you recover, you will be able to enter again. Upon hearing this, he exhaled a sigh of relief and slowly stated, I agree. The female cultivator's face brightened with a smile. Each high-grade talisman master she recruited brought her substantial commissions. Please wait a moment. Before long, the female cultivator returned, accompanied by a middle-aged cultivator. Shen Ping glanced at him and immediately felt an overwhelming aura, akin to a mountain, blocking his perception. Greetings. I am the manager here. It is our honor that you wish to cooperate with Jinbao building. The middle-aged cultivator greeted warmly. Shen Ping hurriedly replied, you are too kind, manager. Now he began to comprehend why Manager Chen from Xiuquan Pavilion had been so enthusiastic. It was all due to Jinbao building's influence. The manager wasted no time and retrieved a special piece of paper, inscribed with the earlier terms. After confirming its accuracy, Shen Ping realized it was a contract paper. Signing it would lock in one's aura, albeit limited to 100 meters. With this reassurance, he quickly signed as Shen Daoyu. There was no need for a true name. Even a casual stroke would suffice, as there were no stringent constraints. Once signed, the manager presented him with a wooden token engraved with the words Jin Yang Sect. With this token, you may select any medium-sized courtyard at your discretion, and it can also be transferred to other cultivators. Shen Ping accepted the token, a sense of relief washing over him. Upon exiting Jinbao Building, Shen Ping felt a newfound lightness, almost compelled to hum a cheerful tune. However, seeing the bustling cultivators around him, he restrained the urge. With an expressionless face, he flicked his sleeves and strode forward. Homeward bound. The days of uncertainty were finally coming to an end. Excitement bubbled within his gaze. As he made his way back, the cold wind brushed against him, gradually calming his exhilaration. He found himself lost in thought. The last time he sold high-grade talismans, he had not received an invitation, possibly due to the quantity sold. This time, having sold 10 out of 12 talismans, he had undoubtedly met their invitation threshold, considering that no high-grade talisman master could sell every single talisman they produced. Upon reflection, it seemed unlikely to be mere coincidence. Yet, did Jinbao Building not worry that cultivators might exploit high-grade talismans to deceive and obtain courtyard slots? At this thought, Shen Ping couldn't help but chuckle softly. He was overthinking it. Jinbao Building was the largest establishment in Yinshan Market, as long as cultivators aspired to improve. They could not avoid dealings with Jinbao Building. Moreover, attempting to deceive for a slot using high-grade talismans would only lead to failure in meeting the contract's conditions, effectively severing their path forward. Furthermore, having sold 10 high-grade talismans, the spirit stones gained would easily allow him to rent an independent courtyard in the market. After careful consideration, he found no inherent dangers in the contract and felt completely at ease. If he had a lingering sense of danger, even the allure of a medium-sized courtyard would not have tempted him to proceed. As he passed the side area of the servant hall along the main thoroughfare of the market, he noticed many cultivators still queuing. Shen Ping cast a glance and noticed that Yu Yan was absent. He couldn't help but sigh. She must have completed her formalities by now. Soon, when the restrictions on the medium-sized courtyard houses are lifted, she will be able to move in, making future encounters quite rare. The area of the 300 courtyard houses is vast. Even if he were to become her neighbor by a stroke of luck, the chances of casually running into each other like before would be slim. Redirecting his gaze, he quickened his pace. With protective talismans and golden light charms on him, as well as several mid-grade talismans, he felt confident in his ability to escape quickly, even if confronted by rogue cultivators. As long as he wasn't dealt with in just a few breaths, the risks were generally manageable. After all, rogue cultivators also wished to avoid drawing too much attention. Their creed was to act swiftly and decisively. Should they become ensnared, the risk of their own demise would significantly increase. "Shun, you haven't returned yet?" A familiar voice reached his ears just as he stepped off the main road and onto the dirt path of the alley. Shen Ping didn't need to turn around to know it was Yu Yan. Sure enough, a fragrant breeze wafted toward him, and he quickly averted his gaze upon seeing the fabric of her robe billowing. Surprised, he replied, You haven't returned either?" Yu Yan smiled, "Of course. I'm waiting for a certain friend. Those protective charms shouldn't go to waste." So, she was concerned about the charms. The flicker of warmth in Shen Ping's heart quickly dissipated. He took out a protective talisman from his storage bag and handed it to her. "Let us go." With Yu Yan, a friend often embroiled in battles, by his side, Shen Ping felt considerably more at ease. On the way, Yu Yan casually inquired, "Shen, you've been at the market for quite a while. I thought you would return this morning." Shen Ping opened his mouth to explain. "I met a senior and was delayed a bit." The conversation halted. By the time they returned to Honglu Alley, it was already dusk. The sky had darkened, and the alley was eerily silent, save for the howling wind. The nights in April were always turbulent, sometimes obscuring the darkness itself. Upon reaching his door, Yu Yan suddenly spoke, "Shun, if you go out again in the future, feel free to call for me." Shen Ping stood frozen for a moment, and by the time he regained his senses, Yu Yan had already entered her house. He remained silent for a while, then stared blankly at the dilapidated house next door, his expression revealing complexity. For cultivators, nothing is more paramount than safety. The medium-sized courtyard houses offered the greatest security for practitioners. Yu Yan was only at the mid-stage of Qi training. Regardless of her reasons, relinquishing such safety was unwise. Shen Ping longed to rush over and call out for her to open the door, to ask her a question. Yet, he ultimately suppressed that impulse. Every cultivator has their own considerations. Since Yu Yin chose to forego it, she must have deliberated deeply. Perhaps it was for her own reasons, or perhaps for others. Yet, the outcome had already been determined, and probing further held little significance. Moreover, his storage bag still contained the wooden token representing his quota from the Jinyang sect. Reflecting on this, Shen Ping smiled faintly and pushed open the door. In the deep of night, the wind howled outside, while warmth enveloped within the quilt. You and your wife have engaged in dual cultivation, gaining 2 in talismanic experience. Current wife's affection level, 100, dual cultivation bonus, 4, talisman master, first tier upper grade 11856, 50000. You and your partner have engaged in dual cultivation, gaining 2 in gold type spiritual root qualification and 2 in wood type spiritual root qualification. Current partner's affection level, 90, dual cultivation bonus, 3, gold type spiritual root, mid-grade, 8,445 10,000, wood type spiritual root, mid-grade, 8,337 10,000. Gazing at the increase on his attribute panel, Shen Ping felt warmth in his heart. Although there was still a long way to go for the enhancement of his talisman skills, he could sense that his spiritual roots might break through to the upper grade within the next couple of months. During this period, he had keenly felt the acceleration of his cultivation speed with his mid-grade spiritual roots. Even though he possessed a mixed spiritual root of 4 elements, the transformation of his gold and wood roots had steadily increased his spiritual energy. Based on his estimates, without any external resources such as elixirs or rare materials, relying solely on meditation, he could potentially reach the 5th layer of Qi training in over a decade. If he were to consume some elixirs in the meantime, he might be able to break through in just 5 or 6 years. He wondered how swiftly he could cultivate with upper-grade spiritual roots. Just then, Bai Yueying nestled in his arms, stirred slightly, and cautiously asked, "Husband, was your outing today smooth?" Shen Ping chuckled. Upon his return, his wives had restrained their curiosity about the proceedings at the market, worried about potential mishaps and dashed hopes. However, they could no longer contain themselves. Upon hearing his laughter, Wang Yun opened her eyes, turning toward him like a curious little rabbit, her eyes sparkling with delight. Husband smiled. "It must have gone well, right?" Shen Ping leaned down and kissed her cheek. "Prepare yourselves. Soon we will officially move to the market." With the token from Jinbao building in hand, he believed this time there would be no unexpected complications. His wives were ecstatic, disregarding his not yet recovered state, and once again leaped with joy. That night, the 2 women showcased all the skills they had honed. Even though Shen Ping had achieved the mid-stage of Qi training and was consuming nourishing herbal dishes daily, he still felt a bit sore. Why, despite not yet reaching the prime of life, was it so vigorous? After a full 5 days of rest, Shen Ping finally stepped out of his house again. The gentle morning sunlight was somewhat blinding. He gazed at the jujube tree in front of his door, inhaling the fragrance of the blossoms. However, before he could fully immerse himself, the familiar scent of bathing water wafted down the street. "You, what petals did you mix for your bath? The aroma is so strong even from upwind," he inquired with a smile. Having been neighbors for years, it was the first time he had asked. Yu Yin initially seemed taken aback, then placed her hands on her hips and turned. "Oh, feeling bold today, are we? Want to come in? There's still half a bucket left. You can get a good whiff." Shen Ping immediately deflated. He had never won a verbal spar with this widow, as she always favored actions over words. He dared not engage seriously, feeling undercut. Yu Yin smirked, knowing full well that this middle-aged neighbor lacked the firepower. Just as she was about to return inside, Shen Ping called out again. Do you have some time?" "I do," Yu Yin replied. "What is up? You're heading to the market?" "Shun, you seem a bit off. It's only been 5 days." She couldn't help but scrutinize him, wondering if he had taken the wrong medicine. Shen Ping awkwardly explained. I need to go to the market to handle some business. The administrative hall will conclude the procedures in 2 days. If I don't go now, it will be too late." Yu Yin took a moment to process his words. When he suggested she prepare to go with him, her eyes widened in surprise. "Shun, you have a quota?" He nodded. "Didn't I mention meeting a senior last time?" I mustered the courage to ask for a quota. With skepticism, Yu Yin asked, "Really? I wouldn't lie about this." He reassured her. "Hurry and prepare. If we leave early, we can return in time for lunch. There shouldn't be many cultivators left processing their paperwork after a few days." Suddenly, Yu Yin burst into laughter, her body shaking with mirth. Well, Shun, I didn't expect you to be so successful in middle age. I'll be ready in a moment. In less than half a TS worth of time. Yu Yin completed her grooming and donned her robe before stepping out again. Let us share the costs. 6 for me and 4 for you, she said cheerfully. Shen Ping looked into her eyes, having no doubt that if he had adhered to their previous agreement, she would have firmly shut her door. All right. Yu Yin wore a radiant smile as she walked alongside Shen Ping. The two made their way to the Deacon Hall of the market, exchanging no words along the journey. At the entrance of the hall, only a handful of cultivators stood in line, numbering merely a dozen. Before long, Shen Ping stepped inside. Yu Yin waited outside, her taut nerves gradually easing as astonishment flickered in her eyes. She had not anticipated that her reclusive neighbor, Shen Ping, would actually secure a spot for a medium-sized courtyard. It was worth noting that she had fought tooth and nail to join that team, and even then, the opportunity had been merely a gift from others, revocable at any moment, leaving her with no room to contest it. Could it be that there truly was such a thing as a prosperous husband? She instinctively thought of Shen Ping's situation. It seemed that since he married and took concubines, his life had only improved. Now, he had even befriended seniors who could grant such opportunities. Inside the Deacon Hall of the Jinyang sect, the deacon, with an impassive expression, called the next in line. Shen Ping stepped forward, presenting his Jinyang sect token. The deacon glanced at it, straightening his posture in surprise. A spot in the Jinbao building? Shen Ping nodded. Which courtyard would you like to rent? The deacon's demeanor became notably more cordial. The medium-sized courtyards were divided into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. The upper tier had superior spiritual veins and contained a small gathering formation, making the spiritual energy therein second only to the standalone courtyards in the market. The lower and middle tiers were somewhat lacking. Shen Ping had not anticipated such a classification. He quickly pondered and replied, Deacon, I choose a lower-tier courtyard. As a 4th-level Qi cultivator, renting an upper-tier courtyard would be overly conspicuous. The middle tier was indeed more suitable, but considering the strength of his wives, he opted for the lower tier. Although the spiritual energy there was somewhat diminished, it was worth it as long as it did not provoke unnecessary suspicion. Moreover, he had mentioned visiting an elder. If he chose the middle or upper tiers, the relationship would become more complicated. The deacon scrutinized Shen Ping once more. Are you certain? Absolutely. Very well. The deacon smiled. Please pay 15 medium-grade spirit stones and press your handprint on this wooden token. Upon entering the courtyard, a formation will record your aura, preventing anyone else from entering without your permission. Additionally, the token can record up to 5 handprints. Exceeding that limit will necessitate obtaining a new token at a higher cost. Shen Ping understood and promptly paid for a year's rent. Once the paperwork was complete, the deacon added, by mid-June, the courtyard's restrictions will be lifted, and you may move in. Your identification will be on the token, and if lost, you may reapply. Shen Ping clasped his hands in gratitude. Exiting the hall, he saw Yu Yin waiting nearby. He handed her the token, saying, It's all settled. Press your handprint here, and you will have unrestricted access to the courtyard. Yu Yin complied eagerly. Her face lit with a smile. Had I known Shen Dao Yu had such connections, I wouldn't have needed to struggle so hard. That Q fellow has repeatedly tried to undermine me, even leveraging that high-ranking friend to force a co-rental opportunity. I willingly relinquished my chance during the paperwork, giving the spot entirely to him. 15 medium-grade spirit stones for a year. She exclaimed through gritted teeth. I must work diligently now. Although Q was also a 5th-level Qi cultivator, his aura was evidently less solid than Yu Yan's. Earning those 15 medium-grade spirit stones would indeed require significant effort. As for the direction of their efforts, that was a matter of personal perspective. Of course, he can find another co-renter, but it may not please that high-ranking friend. Yu Yan scoffed. I've withdrawn from that team, so life will be tougher now. Shen Daoyu, for the sake of our long-standing neighborly relationship, please offer me a discount on talismans in the future. Shen Ping replied earnestly, Rest assured, I will provide them to you at market price. He then produced 2 protective talismans. Here, the usual arrangement. Yu Yan snatched them with a roll of her eyes. What a miser. Once we move to the market, such good fortune will be hard to come by. Leaving Shen Ping with a head of glossy black hair, she strode ahead. Daoyu, don't walk so fast. Wait for me. In the days that followed, Shen Ping returned to a monotonous yet fulfilling routine, crafting talismans, dual cultivation, and meditating. Each day left him both mentally and physically exhausted, yet he found joy in it. By mid-May, News emerged from the depths of the Yunshan swamp that the large-scale Yanjin vein had finally been fully opened after countless cultivators risked their lives to pave the way. Jinyang sect promptly dispatched over 10 foundation-building cultivators and hundreds of disciples to establish a secure route in the swamp. On this day, the prices of talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts in the market finally halted their rise, and the next day saw a significant drop, with the price of flame talismans plummeting back to its original state. Shen Ping sighed, having gone 2 meals without eating. For half a month, he vigilantly monitored the fluctuations in talisman prices. Each decline weighed heavily on his spirits, adversely affecting the quality of his dual cultivation. His wives were sympathetic to his plight, understanding that talismans were their sole source of income, vital for their future. However, the two women could do little more than offer comforting words to encourage him to remain optimistic. The price of protective talismans fell to 37 medium-grade spirit stones, while the golden light talismans suffered an even steeper decline, dropping below 20. How can I possibly remain optimistic? Shen Ping lamented internally. The decline in mid-grade talismans was manageable, but if high-grade talismans were affected, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, by early June, prices finally stabilized, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He checked his storage bag, which held 63 medium-grade spirit stones, a single high-grade spirit stone, a set of low-grade magical artifacts, 35 low-grade spirit stones, and various vials of elixirs. This was all he had. While it seemed considerable, Shen Ping knew it would not last long. Upon moving to the market, he needed to purchase a robe for each of his wives. They currently did not require magical artifacts, but he would need at least 2 for himself, as well as robes. Though the market was relatively safe, he feared unexpected incidents. He calculated in his mind. Previously, he had to make do due to a lack of resources, but now that he had some savings, he felt it necessary to bolster his defenses. No amount of wealth could surpass the value of one's life. A single medium-grade robe or artifact would cost several medium-grade spirit stones, and high-grade artifacts were exorbitantly priced. Simply put, talismans were akin to daily necessities, while magical artifacts represented significant investments. Spirit stones, while not omnipotent, were indispensable. Yet, there was no need to rush. He had to act within his means. With a heavy heart, he returned to his talisman crafting. The market was safe, and even a slight display of wealth would not lead to significant issues. As mid-June approached day by day, his wives became noticeably more excited. Were it not for the complexity of the dual cultivation manual, which required considerable time to master, Shen Ping would have been overwhelmed. Tomorrow we move. Ensure all your belongings are packed and nothing is left behind in the house. Dear husband, we have long since packed. His wives, adorned in pink and purple, flitted about under the light of the crystal chandelier, nearly causing Shen Ping's legs to weaken. He cleared his throat and maintained a composed expression. You two should retire early and rest well. Wang Yun instinctively added, Husband, tonight. Get a good night's sleep. Shen Ping interjected hastily. The next day, as he pushed open the door, a beam of morning light flooded in. His wives, their youthful faces aglow with uncontainable joy, eagerly stepped out. Shen Ping, however, did not rush to leave. Instead, he turned back to glance at the empty room, memories flashing through his mind. It was not until his wife and concubines called out a few times from outside that he returned with a smile and said, Let us go. He closed the door behind him and breathed in the fresh air. Then, accompanied by his wife and concubines, he made his way to the adjacent room. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Yu Yan, who had meticulously adorned herself. You senior. His wife and concubines promptly bowed in greeting. There is no need for such formality. Yu Yan replied with a smile. From now on, we shall live under the same roof. Shen Daoist, would you not agree? A glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes. Had he not been aware of Yu Yan's age, Shen Ping might have mistaken her for a youthful and charming maiden. Indeed, sharing a roof necessitates mutual support. I hope for your guidance in the future, Yu Daoist, he said earnestly, clasping his hands in respect. Yu Yan smirked slightly, seeming rather unimpressed. Since everything is prepared, let us be on our way. She took the lead, and Shen Ping followed, noticing a pair of jade earrings dangling from her dainty earlobes. He smiled inwardly, acknowledging that all women have an affinity for beauty, this widow being no exception. Navigating the uneven streets, the 4 of them walked briskly. As they neared Honglu Lane, several cultivators began to emerge from other alleys, converging into a group. You Daoist, are you here to pay the rent today? One asked. Shen Daoist, the others greeted each other. However, it wasn't too long before someone noticed the two women closely following Shen Ping. A female cultivator, who frequently fetched water from the Redstone River, curiously remarked, "Oh, Shen Daoist, why are you out with your wife and concubines today?" Shen Ping replied with a smile, "We are moving. It seems I may no longer reside in Honglu Lane." The female cultivator sighed, "Alas, rent in Honglu Lane has indeed become rather steep. I never imagined even Shen Daoist would have to leave." The other cultivators inquired, "Where are you moving to, Shen Daoist? If it's safe, we might follow suit." Before Shen Ping could respond, Bai Yueying chimed in, "We are going to reside to the east of the marketplace." At her words, a hush fell over the gathering. All eyes turned to Shen Ping in astonishment. No one paid heed to whether a concubine had the right to speak in such a setting. They were eager to know if it was true. Shen Ping, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, added, "I recently became acquainted with a senior and fortuitously secured a spot." The previously astonished gazes swiftly transformed into envy and jealousy, particularly toward Shen Ping's wife and concubines. Their looks seemed almost palpable, threatening to engulf the women entirely. A small courtyard in the marketplace. The safety it offered was one thing, but the fact that it connected to the spiritual vein of the Jinyang sect was enough to stir madness among these cultivators. Not to mention the multitude of late-stage Qi refinement cultivators residing there. This was undoubtedly a treasure trove of connections. Congratulations, Shen Daoist. You truly are the strongest talisman master in Honglu Lane. The cultivators showered him with unreserved praise. One quick-witted cultivator blurted out, "Shen Daoist, may I inquire if I could co-rent with you? I am willing to cover the annual rent of 10 mid-grade spirit stones." He regretted his impulsive declaration almost immediately. The surrounding female cultivator's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement, akin to kittens in the night. Indeed, each building in the small courtyard has 2 floors. Sharing could easily be arranged. Moreover, even if it were just a single room, we could manage. Shen Daoist, as long as there is a chance to co-rent, I am willing to do anything. Shen Daoist, I believe my appearance is decent. If you do not mind, I would gladly serve you forever. If you would be so kind as to offer me a chance to co-rent, I would cover the entire rent." The voices of eager cultivators buzzed around him. Shen Ping could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Yu Yan, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, said coolly, "I am already co-renting with Shen Daoist. I trust you will all understand." The female cultivators sighed in disappointment, forcing smiles as they congratulated Yu Yan. The male cultivators also clasped their hands, wishing her well, acknowledging her good fortune. Despite losing the opportunity to co-rent, they remained enthusiastic. Securing such a spot surely indicated that the senior Shen Ping befriended held considerable status, and it was likely that Shen Ping's own skills in talisman crafting were commendable. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that the senior he befriended was quite a proficient talisman master. As they made their way to the main avenue, Shen Ping finally felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Upon reaching the hall of the marketplace's stewards, he bid farewell to the cultivators from Honglu Lane. "You Daoist, it is still early. Shall we find a tavern to rest and share a meal?" he suggested, adding, "The small courtyard's restrictions just lifted today. It is likely to be quite chaotic with many cultivators, so it would be wiser to wait until later." Yu Yan considered for a moment before nodding. "All right, I shall treat for this meal." Shen Ping did not contest her. As long as it was not a grand tavern, a meal would not cost too many spirit stones. Of course, in the past, he would have been reluctant to spend even that. A moment later, they settled at a window seat in the tavern. Noticing Bai Yueying's slightly unnatural expression, Shen Ping inquired, what troubles you?" "Hubby, I should not have spoken earlier," she mumbled, lowering her head and nervously clutching her skirt as if she were a child caught misbehaving. "It's all right. Just be mindful in the future," Shen Ping reassured her kindly. In such a setting, someone of Bai Yueying's cultivation level should not have spoken up. However, he understood that vanity is a part of human nature. Yet, if it happened 1 or 2 more times, he would have to admonish her sternly, as such seemingly trivial matters could lead to severe consequences in particular situations. Yu Yan sipped her tea and cast a sidelong glance at Shen Ping, softly remarking, "You are truly kind to your wife and concubines." Shen Ping dared not respond. Their meal stretched over 2 hours before they finally departed the tavern. They then proceeded along the main street and arrived at the eastern marketplace at the hour of Shun. Yunhalang. Shen Ping looked up to see the 3 characters that emanated a unique aura, seemingly connected to the Yunshan marketplace, albeit with a significantly diminished pressure. Cultivators flowed in and out of the lane, and he produced a wooden plaque inscribed with Small Courtyard Number 2, Class B, 056. In total, there were 300 small courtyards in Yunhe Lane, each distinctly demarcated. 100 of the Class B courtyards were adjacent to the lane's entrance, while Shen Ping's rented courtyard lay at the foot of Yinshan, easily affording views of the ethereal, mist-shrouded palaces in the distance, where the Jinyang sect was situated. With a thud, they stepped into the small courtyard, and both Shen Ping and Yu Yan were immediately enveloped by a rich surge of spiritual energy. The intensity was such that it tempted cultivators to sit and meditate. Compared to Hanlu Lane, it was an entirely different realm. No wonder so many cultivators were eager to rush in. The energy connecting to the spiritual vein was utterly intoxicating. Glancing around, Shen Ping noted that all the other houses had their doors firmly shut, making it impossible to discern whether any cultivators were inside. The doors bore isolation formations, making it difficult for divine sense to penetrate and investigate. Let us go inside. Shen Ping stepped forward, and the formation at the door of room 2 swiftly recognized the aura of the wooden plaque, creaking open. Yu Yan followed closely behind, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. As the 4 of them entered, the formation locked onto their presence, allowing them to come and go freely without the plaque in the future. Wow, what a spacious place. Once inside, Wang Yun and Bai Yueying could no longer contain their joy and curiously examined the house. 2 compartments, a quiet room, and a main chamber. Though devoid of a spirit-gathering array, the amenities are remarkably well-equipped, featuring dust avoidance and water storage among other minor functionalities. Fellow Taoist, we shall ascend the stairs, he announced. The upper floor mirrors the lower, albeit with an added skylight that floods the room with light. Shen Ping retrieved various items from his storage bag, while his wives eagerly arranged the wooden bed and brocade quilts. Once everything was in place, the outside world had already succumbed to dusk. Standing beneath the skylight, Shen Ping gazed up, captivated by the brilliance of the starry night sky. How splendid! After a moment of reflection, he closed the skylight and moved to the compartment, where he laid out talisman papers, blood ink, and writing tools upon the table. This compartment was far more spacious than the one in Hanlu Alley. He could comfortably rest within. Taking a deep breath, Shen Ping shut his eyes, gradually calming his mind. Relocating to Fengshe Yunhe Alley had greatly enhanced his safety. Yet this did not imply he could let down his guard. Upon his initial arrival at the Yinshan Marsh, he had also resided in the marketplace, but an unforeseen incident forced him to move away. He could not afford to be careless. He must remain vigilant. The path to true safety remained distant. After mentally reinforcing these 3 admonitions, he felt a clarity return to his mind, and the excitement of moving subsided. With a tranquil heart, he completed the process of talisman crafting. Days later, in Hanlu Alley, the matchmaker swayed her waist, gazing at the tightly shut door ahead. She turned to a striking young female cultivator at the 2nd level of Qi refining and cautioned, "Do not forget what I told you earlier. Remember, Shen Daoist favors those who are well-behaved and sensible. If you fail to heed my advice and mess things up, do not blame me for introducing you to work in the mines, where the miners are quite desperate." The beautiful cultivator's face paled, biting her lip. "I will be obedient." The route to the flame gold mine in Yinshan Marsh had been established, yet mining required numerous cultivators, and the Jinyang sect had begun recruiting, employing various tactics. Individuals like the matchmaker were among the first to hear such news. If she were to go there, her life would undoubtedly become unbearable. Soon, the door swung open. The matchmaker was taken aback to see a stranger emerge. "Where is Shen Daoist, who resides here?" The unfamiliar cultivator replied cautiously. "Are you referring to Shun, the talisman master? He no longer resides here." The matchmaker frowned. "He moved? Do you know where Shin, the talisman master, has relocated?" The stranger did not respond, but inquired, "Are you a friend of Shun, the talisman master?" The matchmaker cheerfully replied, "I suppose so. I came to introduce a marriage prospect for him." The stranger glanced back at the beautiful cultivator. "You are too late. Shin, the talisman master, has moved to a small courtyard east of the marketplace." "What? The small courtyard to the east?" The matchmaker's eyes widened. The beautiful cultivator behind her was also stunned. The eastern small courtyard was a place many cultivators aspired to enter. Initially, she had been somewhat reluctant, a middle-aged 4th-level Qi refining cultivator, even if he were a mid-tier talisman master. What was the significance? But now, she regretted her indecision. Had she agreed sooner, she might have been living in the eastern small courtyard by now. The stranger ignored the matchmaker further. "Wait, Fellow Taoist. Shen the Talisman Master was quite impoverished when he first moved here, but ever since I mentioned 2 marriage prospects to him, he now resides in the eastern small courtyard. Would you consider marrying him? This lady here. Bang. The door slammed shut. The matchmaker shouted a few more times, but received no response. She snorted and departed from the wooden house. The beautiful cultivator could not help but say, Senior Ming, you are a friend of Shun the Talisman Master. Why not visit the marketplace? The matchmaker scoffed. With your figure and looks, do you truly think Shen Daoist would take notice? Times have changed. Do not aim too high. Let us move on to the next one. On the 10th day after moving to Yunhe Alley, the excitement among his wives gradually waned. Shen Ping truly breathed a sigh of relief. If this continued, he would find it unbearable. Late in the morning, he tidied himself slightly, preparing to venture out. Before departing, he instructed, You all stay at home. You may stroll in the courtyard, but if you encounter other cultivators residing here, remember to be respectful and polite. Do not let the marketplace's atmosphere cause you to lose your manners. His wives nodded in agreement. As he descended the stairs, Yu Yin emerged from the main room on the first floor. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with a simple pink ribbon, and she wore several rings of magical artifacts. Looking fully equipped, Shen Ping greeted her, Fellow Taoist you. Are you going to Yinshan Marsh? It would take half an hour to reach the marsh's edge from Yinshan Fong by flying artifact, but venturing out to hunt could lead to unforeseen dangers, often requiring deep forays into the marsh, consuming time and posing great peril. Thus, Yin typically spent several days outside the marketplace, sometimes as long as 2 or 3 months. I've stayed indoors for too long. If I do not venture out soon, I shall be left with nothing, she remarked. Shifting her gaze to Shen Ping. Do you have any surplus talismans? Shen Ping quickly replied, Yes, I was just about to sell some in the marketplace. What type of talismans do you need, and how many? 5 protective talismans, 20 flame talismans, and 3 each of freezing and earth collapse talismans. Yu Yin thought for a moment, then retrieved 2 mid-tier spirit stones from her storage bag and tossed them to Shen Ping. No need to count. We can settle the rest next time. Shen Ping handed over the talismans, but hesitated. Fellow Taoist you. I also have a spirit protection talisman. Would you like it? Yu Yin paused. You have a spirit protection talisman? Yes, I received it from a senior last time. I wanted to try learning it. Recently, I might experience a breakthrough in talisman crafting, and who knows, I may succeed in producing high-quality talismans. Shen Ping smiled. He mentioned this to prepare for the gradual unveiling of higher-tier talismans in the future. After all, the path of cultivation requires consistent accumulation, and when enough is gathered, inspiration and innate talent come into play. Such instances are not rare. Yu Yin could not help but say, This talisman master seems to value you highly, Shen Daoist. You must seize this opportunity. Should you break through to a high-quality talisman master, there may be a chance for foundation establishment. A high-quality talisman master signifies the ability to earn more resources and forge broader connections. Shen Ping nodded, producing the spirit protection talisman. Noticing Yu Yan's expression of hesitation and conflict, he chuckled. Consider this talisman a temporary credit. You can pay me spirit stones monthly. Most of Yu Yan's spirit stones had been spent on magical artifacts and elixirs, and at present, she truly could not afford the spirit protection talisman. Moreover, she did not wish to take advantage of Shen Ping, but the talisman was too crucial for her survival in critical moments. All right, thank you, Shen Daoist. Ultimately, she accepted Shen Ping's favor. The two walked out together. The courtyard was deserted, with the other cultivators' houses still tightly shut. You have been cooped up in the house for days, unaware of the situation. Currently, our small courtyard has 4 rented rooms, with 2 still vacant. Yet I hear they are both already reserved. Room 1 is occupied by a mid-tier alchemist who studies at the Danbao Hall in the marketplace. Room 3 is occupied by a pair of brothers, both in the late stage of qi refining. Exuding a strong aura, they must frequently go out. Room 5 is occupied by a female cultivator, the most powerful among them at the 8th level of qi refining, working at the Tianyin Pavilion. If you happen to encounter her, be cautious. As their conversation progressed, Yu Yin cast a sidelong glance at Shen Ping, cautioning him about the dangers posed by the female cultivators of Tianyin Pavilion, whom she deemed as troublemakers. Do not say I did not warn you. My previous partner fell into their trap, nearly resulting in a shattered family. Should you become ensnared, you may find yourself unable to return even to Honglu Lane, let alone Yunhe Lane. Do you recall the fate of Dan Master Hichin? Surely, that memory lingers in your mind. Shen Ping. Recognizing the concern woven into Yu Yan's words, replied earnestly, "Rest assured, my friend, I shall remain vigilant." The two continued their discourse as they made their way to the market. After parting ways, Shen Ping headed directly to Jinbao Building. Before he could reach the counter, the charming female cultivator who had attended to him previously approached with haste, exclaiming warmly, "Shen Daoyu, from now on, I shall be at your service exclusively. My name is Mu Zhan. Please feel free to express any of your needs." Shen Ping was momentarily taken aback, silently marveling at the exceptional service provided by Jinbao Building. "Mu Daoyu, I would like to purchase 2 spirit guarding talismans and 3 golden light talismans. Additionally, could you inform me of the current price for mid-grade robes?" Mu Zhan promptly began to elucidate, stating that the most basic mid-grade robe required 12 mid-grade spirit stones, offering features such as dust evasion and weightlessness. A superior variant would cost 20 stones, enhancing the robe with spirit-gathering capabilities, while the finest robes exceeded 50 stones, granting partial immunity to spells. Shen Ping inquired further about the prices of magical implements. After a brief exchange, he departed Jinbao Building with 3 mid-grade robes and a defensive artifact. The Jade Pattern Spirit Pendant, valued at 85 mid-grade spirit stones, capable of withstanding 3 full force strikes from advanced cultivators. He also acquired a pair of spirit boots that enhanced his escape speed, totaling a painful expense of 190 mid-grade spirit stones, which dissuaded him from purchasing an offensive item he had considered. Subsequently, he visited Xiuquan Pavilion. The shopkeeper, already aware of Shen Ping's move to Yunhe Lane, greeted him with even greater enthusiasm. After selling mid-grade talismans, he received an additional 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Shen Ping then procured some spirit rice and ingredients before entering another shop. The shopkeeper, displaying an impressive memory, smiled broadly upon seeing Shen Ping. "Daoyu, I trust the dual cultivation secret technique from our last encounter has been beneficial?" Shen Ping was not surprised. Cultivators, especially those with spiritual awareness, possessed remarkable recall. He responded discreetly, "It has served me well. The technique of blood locking and essence sealing is indeed commendable, though it can be quite taxing with frequent use." The shopkeeper chuckled, inquiring if Shen Ping was interested in the authentic dual cultivation secret techniques. Lowering his voice conspiratorially, he added, "The techniques I offer here are of demonic lineage, ensuring excellent results whether for deep exchanges between partners or other purposes. Should you wish to purchase a volume?" The shopkeeper's hand gestured animatedly, his smile widening. "If you reach a certain number of partners, vitality will abound. Moreover, I can include a beautifully illustrated edition, a masterpiece by the artists of Tianyin Pavilion." Shen Ping felt a flicker of discomfort, perceiving an undercurrent of lewdness from the shopkeeper. "No, that won't do. How much for Wandering Dragon playing with pearls?" "Rest assured, my prices are fair, 50 mid-grade spirit stones." Shen Ping frowned at the cost. "Is there no room for negotiation?" The shopkeeper shook his head. "No discounts. Then I shall purchase it." Considering his future, Shen Ping gritted his teeth and extracted 50 mid-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper beamed, personally escorting him out with warmth. "Daoyu, we welcome your return. The illustrations are updated every 6 months." As Shen Ping walked a considerable distance, he mused, "A den of demons, indeed. They wish for me to return? Not a chance." On his way back to Yunhe Lane, Shen Ping felt a sense of relief. Although his expenditures had been substantial, the absence of concern about being ambushed by rogue cultivators was truly liberating. Observing cultivators with a demeanor and presence superior to those of Honglu Lane, a smile spread across his face. He may be financially strained and of lower cultivation now, yet the future shimmered with promise. Passing through the area of the Talisman Treasure Hall, he hesitated briefly before diverting his path toward it. The streets were quiet, shielded by soundproofing formations. Upon entering the hall, he encountered a dignified female cultivator engrossed in examining talismans. "Daoyu, how much is the annual fee for studying talismans here?" Shen Ping inquired softly. The composed female cultivator lifted her gaze, assessing him before replying. "The yearly fee is 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Should there be any advanced talismancers offering lectures, an additional fee will apply, the specifics of which will be communicated accordingly." The Talisman Treasure Hall, along with the Dan Treasure Hall and similar establishments dedicated to various arts, was constructed by Jinyang sect in the market to attract and cultivate talented rogue cultivators. Shen Ping had studied here previously when the fees were modest and advanced talismancers frequently provided free lectures. However, the situation had changed. There were now few mid-grade talismancers willing to pay such sums annually. Nonetheless, in pursuit of self-improvement, most talismancers would grit their teeth and pay, while lower-tier talismancers would find such circumstances unattainable. He produced 10 mid-grade spirit stones to settle the fee and completed the enrollment process, receiving a wooden token granting him access. With this token, his previous claims would withstand scrutiny, as the number of talented advanced talismancers associated with Jinyang sect in the market exceeded 100, making it unlikely for anyone to investigate his connections in detail. Upon leaving the Talisman Treasure Hall, Shen Ping felt a weight lift from his shoulders and quickened his pace. Soon returning to Yunhe Lane, as he stepped into the courtyard, he noticed the door of room 2 ajar, revealing a middle-aged man of around 50 sorting herbs. Sensing Shen Ping's gaze, the man looked up and said warmly, "You must be the talismancer that you mentioned, sharing the residence?" "Indeed, I am Shen Ping," he replied respectfully. "I have been busy crafting talismans in my room, which is why I have not yet visited you all." The middle-aged man smiled. "No worry. The house is equipped with isolation formations, making visits inconvenient. Since we share the same courtyard, we would eventually meet. My surname is Foam, with the single character U. You may call me Dao Yu Foam or simply Old Foam." Dao Yu Foam. Shen Ping noted the man's profound aura, indicating he was at the late stage of qi cultivation, yet he appeared quite amiable, lacking any airs of a high-level cultivator. After some pleasantries, Shen Ping returned to his room. It was still early, and his wives were meditating in the quiet chamber. Relishing the spacious accommodation, they dared not relax, utilizing every moment to enhance their skills. Wang Yun, despite knowing she could not attain eternal life, aspired to perfect the martial arts technique bestowed by her husband to enhance her beauty and longevity. As noon approached, his wives concluded their practice. "Husband has returned," one remarked. "Just a moment, I will prepare lunch." They quickly busied themselves. With only 2 compartments in the room, one for talisman crafting and the other originally intended for material processing, Shen Ping had partitioned the latter with wooden boards to create a small kitchen and narrow bathroom, facilitating his wives' ablutions. As for the disposal of grain waste, they relied on night pots and wooden barrels, as the construction of Yunhe Lane by Jinyang sect had not considered the needs of mid to low-tier cultivators. However, nearby alleys were designated for waste disposal. Previously, Yuyan had led his wives to those areas for disposal. With a skylight in the room, it remained free from excessive smoke. After their meal, Shen Ping smiled and said, "Yuner, Inger, go take a bath. I have a surprise for you." Wang Yun instinctively replied, "Has husband devised a new plan?" Shen Ping's expression darkened. "What are you thinking with that little head of yours? Go now." After their baths, his wives obediently nestled beneath the silken covers. Shen Ping retrieved 2 brand new female mage robes from his storage bag, leaving the 2 women momentarily stunned. "Husband, is this a mage robe?" "Yes, I bought them for you." "Quickly change into them so I can see," he urged. Wang Yun and Bai Yueying were instantly filled with excitement. Without a second thought for modesty, they emerged from beneath the brocade quilt to don the robes. Their demeanor transformed dramatically, and with their hair elegantly styled, they exuded an ethereal quality. "Thank you, husband. You are too good to us." The 2 women beamed with joy, shyly kissing Shen Ping on either cheek. Shen Ping, adopting a serious tone, declared, "Let me properly inspect the quality of these robes." With that, he lunged at them like a wolf among sheep. 2 days later, late at night, he gazed at the rosy-cheeked, slumbering forms of his wives, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Although the shopkeeper was somewhat lewd, he had indeed sold genuine goods. He activated his virtual panel, receiving a series of notifications. Gained Talisman Mastery Experience 2. Current Wife Affinity, 100. Dual Cultivation Bonus, 4. Talisman Master. First Tier High Quality 14096, 50000. You have gained 2 in Gold Root Aptitude, 2 in Wood Root Aptitude. Current Partner Affinity, 92. Dual Cultivation Bonus, 3. Gold Root. Mid-Tier, 10,125 10,000. Breakthrough Possible. Wood Root. Mid-Tier, 10,000 and 17 10,000. Breakthrough Possible. Upon glancing at the information, joy flickered in his eyes. The conditions for another breakthrough had been met once more. This day had been long awaited. Cautiously rising from the quilt, he hastened to the quiet chamber. Clearing his mind, he focused on the virtual panel, silently urging, "Breakthrough." The virtual frame trembled slightly, as if an unseen energy surged forth, igniting a deep heat within his body, causing his blood to simmer. The abundant spiritual energy in the chamber rushed towards Shen Ping like sharks drawn to blood. Boom. The circulation of his meridians erupted violently. Shen Ping quickly directed his consciousness, striving with all his might to guide this tumultuous energy through the cycles of his cultivation method. In his perception, only a few breaths had passed. Crack! A faint sound akin to shattering glass echoed from within. Suddenly, Shen Ping's eyes widened, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. A searing pain engulfed him, as if his very marrow had been forcefully shattered. Yet, this agony soon subsided. Breathing heavily, he fought through the soreness to sit cross-legged once more and resumed his cultivation. Time flowed slowly until the early hours of the morning. As he gradually opened his eyes, he concluded his practice. A careful assessment of the spiritual energy within him left Shen Ping brimming with exhilaration. After merely 2 full cycles of cultivation, he had increased his internal spiritual energy. At this rate of advancement, he would only need another 2 years to break through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Was this the effect of a high-quality root? For several consecutive days, Shen Ping immersed himself in the transformation brought about by his enhanced root quality. His usual routines of talisman crafting and dual cultivation were significantly reduced. The sensation of daily spiritual enhancement was utterly delightful. Previously, he seldom engaged in secluded cultivation, but now he found himself yearning to consume fasting pills and retreat for several years to elevate his abilities. Nevertheless, he ultimately suppressed this impulse. While advancement was undeniably important, Shen Ping understood that his current changes relied entirely on dual cultivation with his wives. If he neglected one aspect for another, achieving longevity would be a distant dream, let alone foundation establishment. Exiting the quiet chamber, he made his way to the small kitchen, preparing a delicious congee of spiritual rice and lean meat for his wives, all the while deep in contemplation. With his root quality now elevated to high tier, he needed to carefully arrange his daily schedule for cultivation, talisman crafting, and dual cultivation. Spending 2 hours on dual cultivation 4 times a day felt comfortable and could remain unchanged for now. However, he must devote at least 5 hours to talisman crafting. The remaining 5 hours could not all be allocated to cultivation. He needed to set aside time for summarizing his studies in talisman mastery, as well as for meals, spending time with his wives, and mastering the intricacies of his techniques. After much contemplation, Shen Ping shook his head, realizing that time remained far too tight. With 3.5 hours devoted to meditation, he was left with just 1.5 hours of free time, which barely sufficed for familiarizing himself with his techniques and spells. If he sought to read and memorize various knowledge pertaining to cultivation, he would need at least an additional 2 hours. Moreover, if he were to venture outside, all these plans would need to be put on hold. While he could slightly compress the time spent on meals and companionship, dual cultivation, being fundamental to his existence, could not be reduced. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and decided to shorten the time allocated to talisman crafting. The 5 hours included both high-tier and mid-tier crafting, as well as mental recovery. If he shortened this, it would only affect the mid-tier talismans. When his wives returned, the kitchen was filled with the enticing aroma of rice. He served 3 bowls and brought them to the wooden table outside. After a long night, let us eat, he cheerfully announced. Wang Yun and Bai Yueying stood nervously, clutching their garments without making a move. What's wrong? Husband, we accidentally dirtied your new mage robes. Shen Ping, initially startled, brushed off the concern with a casual wave. It's nothing. We can wash them later. His wives nodded repeatedly, their expressions relaxing. 3 days later, shortly after his wives left, Shen Ping quietly followed behind. Exiting Yunhe Alley, the 2 women hurried along for a while before arriving at a designated area for disposing of grain waste. However, after discarding the refuse, they stumbled back, covered in dust and emitting a foul odor. Bai Yueying glared angrily at a few nearby cultivators, while Wang Yun hurriedly pulled her away. Witnessing this unfold, Shen Ping's expression darkened. No wonder he had sensed the foul smell. It seemed his wives had been bullied by other cultivators. A mere mortal and a low-level qi refiner. Even with Shen Ping's reputation as a mid-tier talisman master in Honglu Alley, he still faced insults and provocations. Now, in the marketplace, encountering cultivators who disregarded the respect due to seniors was not unexpected, but it ignited a flame of anger within him. Yet, he knew that anger would yield no results. In the marketplace, killing was prohibited, but one could easily cripple another. If he chose to act, as long as he did not eliminate his foes, it would be his wives who would suffer the consequences. Taking a deep breath, Shen Ping forced himself to remain calm and turned back to the courtyard. During dinner, he observed the forced smiles on his wives' faces and said gently, Yun'er, Inga, next time you go out, I will accompany you. Wang Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Husband, you know? Shen Ping grasped his wife's wrist, acknowledging, I have been negligent in my cultivation lately. If I had accompanied you sooner, perhaps this incident could have been avoided. Previously, it had been Yu Yan accompanying his wives, but she had not returned for several days. Shen Ping had assumed that the marketplace would pose no issues, but he had been careless. After all, his wives were not qualified to reside in the marketplace. Especially Wang Yun, a mere mortal, her presence would inevitably provoke some cultivators. Husband, we are fine. We will try to go out less. Once Daoist Yu returns, there will be no such issues. Please do not worry, Wang Yun quickly responded. Bai Yueying echoed her sentiment. The two women feared that if a conflict arose, their husband might act out in a moment of anger, leading to trouble. They cherished their newfound life in the marketplace and wished to avoid any complications. Shen Ping shook his head and reassured, Rest assured, my dear, I am merely here to protect you. Seeing his response, the two women ceased their persuasion. Yet from that moment on, their meals became notably sparse, evidently striving to minimize waste. 4 days later, Yu Yan returned, weary from his journey through the Yunshan marsh, which brought a quiet sense of relief to his wives. The unique fragrance of bathing water once again wafted through the house. After washing away the fatigue, Yu Yan ascended the stairs, smiling as he addressed Shen, Friend Shen. This trip bore commendable results. I owe the success to the protective talisman you provided. Here are 5 mid-grade spirit stones as a token of my gratitude. I shall repay the remainder in due time. Shen Ping accepted the spirit stones and gestured, Please, take a seat. As they settled down, they discussed matters concerning the Yunshan marsh. Shen then brought up the recent troubles faced by his wives, expressing his heartfelt thanks for Yu Yan's prior protection. Yu Yan paused briefly before sighing softly, Friend Shen. Such incidents are difficult to avoid unless you procure a fasting elixir for your wives, yet that merely addresses the symptom, not the root cause. Shen Ping understood Yu Yan's implication. To fundamentally resolve such issues, one must elevate their strength and status or acquire high-grade robes for their wives. Relying solely on protective talismans would not deter the cultivators in the marketplace. High-grade robes, however, came at a steep price, and without a certain level of strength, one would be unable to afford them. As long as his wives were not foolish, they would generally avoid offending others. After exchanging a few more words, Yu Yan descended. But before leaving, she quietly advised, Friend Shen, the upper and lower master rooms share the same structure. While you can manage during your intimacies with your wives, I may not be able to bear it. Shen Ping's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly assured, Of course, of course. The earlier dual cultivation techniques had required considerable movement. But now, with the new technique Wandering Dragon playing with pearls, the movements were much subtler, unlikely to disturb Yu Yan. However, he pondered, although the rooms were connected, a simple sound-dampening talisman could easily block any noise, with only minor vibrations through the wooden boards. Surely, Yu Yan would not be eavesdropping every day. Shaking his head, he suppressed his wandering thoughts and returned to his talisman crafting. Although Yu Yan's return temporarily alleviated the concern of his wives going out, she could not remain at home indefinitely like him. Furthermore, he was unable to rapidly increase his strength to intimidate those cultivators. Thus, procuring high-grade robes had to be prioritized. He hoped that nothing unfortunate would befall them. Shen Ping had long memorized the names of the cultivators who had bullied his wives. As October arrived, the temperature in Yunshan town plummeted. Upon opening the skylight one morning, a gust of cold air rushed in, accompanied by delicate white snowflakes cascading down, the first snowfall of the year. Shen Ping inhaled a few breaths of the crisp air before closing the skylight once more. After breakfast, he headed directly to the main street of the marketplace, bustling with cultivators. The entrance to the Jinbao Tower was particularly lively, with countless cultivators entering and exiting. Even those unable to purchase items would often browse, placing coveted items in their mental shopping carts. As he stepped through the threshold and waited briefly, Mu Zhen finally appeared. Friend Shen, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Recently, the prices of magical tools have dropped significantly, and many cultivators have purchased several items. Shen Ping was taken aback. The prices of magical tools had fallen? Mu Zhen smiled. The first batch of Yanjin ore from the Jinyang sect has been mined, naturally leading to a decrease in prices. Would you like to buy a few more items? Even if you don't need them, They could serve as gifts for your partners or acquaintances. Shen Ping felt a pang in his heart. He was indeed at a loss. As for further purchases, his storage bag was currently lacking in spirit stones. He retrieved the high-quality talismans he had crafted over the past few months and presented them to Mu Zhan. 5 protective talismans, 7 golden light talismans. Do you require materials for the talismans? Yes, he replied. Please prepare 30 sets of protective talisman materials, 50 sets of golden light talisman materials, and 10 sets of explosive flame talisman materials. He still had over 2 months' worth of talisman materials remaining, so preparing more would save him from having to make repeated trips. After settling the spirit stones, he inquired about the prices of Huang Ling Dan, a mid-grade pill for enhancing cultivation, and high-grade robes. The Huang Ling Dan was not particularly expensive, and purchasing 2 bottles would last him for a while. While the lowest price for high-grade robes started at 120 mid-grade spirit stones. If he refrained from other expenditures, he could just manage to afford them. With a sigh, he contemplated his next steps. At that moment, Mu Zhan handed him a jade token engraved with the character for auction. Friend Shen, this is an invitation to a small auction held within the Jinbao Tower, occurring every 3 months. In a few days, the next auction will take place. You may bring a friend along to participate. Shen Ping examined the jade token, realizing that this was indeed a resource reserved for high-grade talisman masters. He had never heard of an auction at the Jinbao Tower before. Now that he had sold high-grade talismans there a few times, he had gained such an opportunity. Must one purchase items at the auction to participate? He inquired. Not at all. If you find something desirable, you may bid on it. If not, mere participation is sufficient. If you wish to attend in 3 days, a special staff will be available to assist you upon your arrival at the Jinbao Tower. Leaving the Jinbao Tower, Shen Ping made a brief visit to the Talisman Hall before turning towards the Xiuquan Pavilion. Friend Shen, it seems the talismans are a bit scarce this time, the shopkeeper, Chun, remarked with a hint of complaint. Although the marketplace is safe, expenses are high, so we cannot afford to be negligent. Shen Ping chuckled awkwardly, fearing that the supply may dwindle even further in the future. After settling the spirit stones, he casually inquired about the prices of magical tools, robes, and elixirs, wanting to have a rough idea before returning to Yuna Alley. In the deep of night, after completing his tasks, he habitually opened the virtual panel. You have engaged in dual cultivation with your wife once, gaining 2 talisman experience. Current wife favorability, 100, dual cultivation bonus, 4, talisman master, first stage. Upper grade 17040. 50000. You have engaged in dual cultivation with your partner once, gaining 2 in gold elemental root quality and 2 in wood elemental root quality. Current partner favorability, 92, dual cultivation bonus, 3, gold elemental root. Upper grade, 2,333 50,000. Wood elemental root. Upper grade, 2,225 50,000. The transformation of his elemental roots had reached the upper grade, as he had anticipated, but further evolution would require over 5 years. As for talisman experience, at the current rate, it would take around 3 more years. I am no longer young, yet I have only reached the 4th layer of qi refining. Each time he contemplated this, a frown would cloud his brow. His aptitude was average, and he had already delayed for too long in the early stages. Now, time was of the essence. After all, the older one grew. The more challenging it became to establish a foundation. Although there were precedents for establishing a foundation at an advanced age, such attempts carried significant risks. A slight misstep could lead to demise. Furthermore, the key ingredient was the foundation establishment pill, a precious elixir that remained a rare resource, tightly controlled by the Jinyang sect. They would only release a few to incentivize loose cultivators when needed. He couldn't help but wonder whether the auction at the Jinbao Tower would feature any foundation establishment pills for sale. The thought lingered in his mind, despite knowing he currently could not afford them. However, if they were available at the auction, it would at least present a glimmer of hope. Aside from the foundation establishment pill, Shen Ping felt he needed to reconsider the possibility of taking additional wives. Previously, he had many concerns in Honglu Alley. But now that he was in the marketplace, safety was temporarily assured. Even if complications arose from taking additional wives, with caution, the consequences should not be too severe. Moreover, if matters escalated beyond control, he could always cease dual cultivation. My husband, what are you pondering? Just as he was deep in thought, Wang Yun, curled up in his arms, opened her eyes. Shen Ping snapped back to reality and smiled. Nothing much. Are you unable to sleep? Wang Yun sighed softly. Her voice tinged with regret as she spoke. My dear husband, you toiled day and night, yet still managed to carve out time to accompany both me and my sister Ing. Alas, I find myself unable to assist you in any meaningful way. These past few days spent with Senior you have led me to believe that she harbors considerable feelings for you. Perhaps you should contemplate marrying her instead. I am but a mere mortal, unworthy of being your wife. Shen Ping, with a gentle tone, replied, Yunner, do not entertain such thoughts. I have declared that you are my first wife, and you shall always remain so. Wang Yun felt a surge of emotion. She had not anticipated that her significance in her husband's heart would endure so strongly even now. His previous words were not mere platitudes, but a true testament of his feelings. Husband, I still wish. Gazing into the affectionate eyes of his wife, Shen Ping could not bear to deny her request. As the clouds of passion subsided, he prepared to soothe her into restful slumber. Suddenly, a virtual panel appeared before him. You have engaged in dual cultivation with your wife, gaining 4 in talismanic knowledge. Your wife's feelings for you have deepened. Current affection level, 120. Dual cultivation bonus, 6. Talisman Master, first tier. Upper grade 17064, 50000. Shen Ping's eyes widened in surprise. This dual cultivation not only doubled his talismanic experience, but also elevated the limit of their affection. Deeply rooted emotions. He had not realized the depth of his wife's feelings for him had reached such a profound level. Was it due to the words exchanged earlier? Or perhaps a result of time nurturing their bond? He found himself uncertain. However, this unexpected change in his abilities made Shen Ping aware that his understanding of them was merely superficial, lacking in profound exploration. Yunner, please rest, he urged, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him, as he leaned down to kiss her forehead gently. 3 days swiftly passed. Shen Ping tidied himself before departing from Yunhe Lane, making his way toward Jinbao Tower. Each time he visited the market, he found himself slowing his pace. The Red Willow Lane where he once resided was often desolate, but the market bustled with vibrant life, as if 2 distinct worlds coexisted. Gradually, he too had become a part of this thriving realm. People naturally aspire to ascend, while water flows downward. He reminded himself to remain vigilant, determined not to repeat past mistakes. Approaching the entrance of Jinbao Tower, he encountered a shifty-looking cultivator who approached with a broad grin, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Friend, your countenance suggests you are a person of discernment. Would you care to experience the utmost pleasure? Shen Ping was taken aback by the question. The cultivator glanced around before swiftly retrieving a plain pouch embroidered with silver thread from his sleeve. Inside this pouch are exquisite fragrance pills from the Tianyin Pavilion, crafted by renowned female cultivators. Should you have a preference, you may take one of these to the Tianyin Pavilion, where we guarantee you an unparalleled experience, all without costing you a single spirit stone. As the cultivator attempted to thrust the pouch into Shen Ping's hands, he quickly recoiled, shaking his head. I'm afraid I'm not interested in women. Ah, so you prefer men. Fear not, for Tianyin Pavilion caters to male cultivators as well, the cultivator chuckled, producing another pouch. Shen Ping interrupted, clasping his hands together. I have matters to attend to, farewell. Wait, I can offer you 2, perhaps 3 free experiences? The cultivator's voice trailed off as he watched Shen Ping walk away, his expression souring as he shifted his focus to the next target. Entering Jinbao Tower, Shen Ping muttered under his breath, what nonsense. How audacious to think he could be swayed so easily. Collecting his thoughts, he retrieved the jade token given to him by Mu Zhan. After a brief wait, a staff member approached respectfully. Friend, this way please. Following the staff member into the back courtyard of Jinbao Tower, they entered a room on the left. The staff member pressed against the wall, causing the room to tremble slightly. Friend, we have arrived at the auction hall. May I ask if you are a talisman master or an alchemist? Shen Ping, intrigued, responded promptly, I am a talisman master of upper grade. The staff member quickly produced a bronze mask, stating, wearing this mask will temporarily shield your strength and aura from detection for 2 days. Other talisman masters and alchemists will also be wearing them. After the auction concludes, you may keep it until your next visit. Shen Ping's eyes brightened at this. Jinbao Tower truly was considerate. With this mask, he need not worry about revealing his information during the auction. Any cultivator would sincerely commend Jinbao Tower for such thoughtful service. Donning the bronze mask, he stepped out of the room, greeted by the dazzling light of a massive crystal chandelier illuminating the auction hall as if it were midday. The central platform was clearly visible from each seat below. It was Shen Ping's first time attending an auction, and he cautiously chose a corner seat in the back row. As time passed, more cultivators entered the auction hall. Shen Ping noticed that some wore masks while others appeared without any concealment. Around noon, most of the cultivators had arrived. A quick glance revealed that fewer than 100 wore various colored masks, while over 300 advanced cultivators remained unmasked, their auras rich and robust, clearly indicating they were at the 9th level of Qi refinement. As for the Foundation establishment cultivators, he sensed none of the distinct pressure typically associated with their realm. Perhaps they were concealing their strength or wearing masks. Esteemed friends, the small auction hosted by Jinbao Tower is now officially underway. As per tradition, we will begin with a warm-up round. 3 beauty retaining pills. The moment the words left the auctioneer's lips, the atmosphere shifted, particularly among the female cultivators. Breaths quickened. Shen Ping swallowed hard, his gaze fervent. Beauty retaining pills. If given to my wives, would they not retain their youthful beauty? Truly, this auction was extraordinary. The starting bid was set at 10 mid-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 5. Hearing the price, Shen Ping's heart raced. It was affordable. 100, 150, 200. As the female cultivators' bids escalated, Shen Ping felt utterly deflated. He could not compete. He didn't even possess 100 mid-grade spirit stones in his storage bag. The bidders who casually offered over 100 stones were undoubtedly of considerable cultivation or had significant status. Ultimately, the 3 beauty retaining pills were sold for an average of 270 mid-grade spirit stones. Shen Ping contemplated quickly. The number of upper-grade talismans he produced annually for Jinbao Tower could earn him over 300 mid-grade spirit stones, but after deducting material costs and various expenses, he might manage to save a little over 100 stones within 2 years, provided he refrained from purchasing expensive artifacts or robes. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the reality that such extravagant items would have to wait until his talisman-making success improved. His primary goal remained to elevate his cultivation and provide his wives with superior robes. The auction continued, featuring rare elixirs, unique artifacts, array formations, and secret treasures. Each item being auctioned off, while Shen Ping could only watch. Starting from the price of the Dingyan Dan at the auction, he realized that at his current level, his participation in such events would merely afford him a sense of involvement. As the auction concluded, hundreds of cultivators streamed out, and once again, there was no sign of the Foundation establishment Dan. It was rumored that there had been some at the Foundation establishment auction. Unfortunately, with senior cultivators present, it would be exceedingly difficult for someone like him to compete. Patience was key. The Jinbao Tower would eventually present the Foundation establishment Dan, or else the allure of the auction would be lost. Amidst the hushed discussions around him, Shen Ping felt a stir within. Foundation establishment Dan. Foundation establishment auction. He sensed he was brushing against higher-level information, yet he surmised that such knowledge was not particularly significant. Otherwise, the nearby cultivators, devoid of any concealment, would have exhibited some subtle reaction. Upon exiting Jinbao Tower, Shen Ping, still donning his bronze mask, made his way to the street of the Fubao Hall. There, the number of cultivators was sparse, and seeing no one around, he promptly removed his mask. As evening descended, he returned to the entrance of his small courtyard. Reflecting on the events of the auction, he couldn't help but sigh. The information one encounters varies significantly with different levels of power and status. Had he still been that third-layer Qi refinement cultivator in Hongliuxiang, he wouldn't have dared to enter Jinbao Tower freely, let alone participate in the auction. Fellow cultivator, you must be the talisman master from room 2, right? He, residing in Yunhe Alley at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, suggests you are no ordinary cultivator. Suddenly, laughter seemed to surge from all directions. Shen Ping froze in place as the scene before him began to blur. Unbeknownst to him, a wisp of ethereal smoke enveloped the area, and a graceful figure draped in sheer gauze approached barefoot. Her visage, obscured beneath a white veil, bore resemblance to Wang Yun, then by Yue Ying, and finally transformed into Yu Yan. 3 meters. 2 meters. As the enchanting figure drew near, the delicate veil fluttered, the ribbons at her waist dancing as if they were about to break free from their constraints. Shen Ping's gaze remained fixated on this mesmerizing apparition, a flame igniting within him, rendering him oblivious to anything else, his mind fixated solely on one thought: to accompany his beloved into the realms of earthly bliss. As he watched the veil slip away, he felt an uncontrollable urge to leap forward. However, at that moment, A gentle voice resonated in his ear, akin to the tolling of a bell at dawn. Mu Dao Yu, we are all neighbors. Let us not tease the juniors. Shen Ping jolted back to reality. The small courtyard coming back into focus. Cold sweat broke out across his body as he dared not meet anyone's gaze, immediately bowing his head and expressing, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Feng. Thank you, fellow Taoist Mu, for your mercy. I am but a lowly cultivator and hope for your continued guidance in the future. Humph, fellow Taoist Feng. You truly love to meddle. How tedious." The words were spoken as the figure had already retreated several paces. Shen Ping remained rooted in place, hesitant to move, until the sound of a door closing allowed him to exhale in relief, turning to express his gratitude once more. Fellow Taoist Feng replied with a smile. No need to be polite. Upon returning to his room, he took a deep breath. The female cultivator from Tianyin Pavilion was indeed formidable. Just a single charm spell had nearly led him to public humiliation. Fortunately, he was in Yunhe Alley. Had he been in Hongliuxiang or the wilderness, it would have been effortless for her to end his life. At the 8th layer of qi refinement, he felt no different from an insect before such power. Initially, the experience of attending the Jinbao Tower auction and accessing higher-level information had fostered a slight sense of superiority within him. Yet now, that feeling crumbled into dust. He recalled He Qin, that alchemist who, if he were diligent, might one day not only establish his foundation, but also have a substantial chance of advancing to the late qi refinement stage. However, after entangling himself with the female cultivators of Tianyin Pavilion, he had become a reviled outcast, ultimately meeting a tragic end in the wilds. He had once contemplated visiting Tianyin Pavilion himself, but now he felt a profound sense of relief that he had acted with caution. Otherwise, he would have faced irreparable consequences. Confronted with such overwhelming charm magic, he knew he had no will to resist. Beloved, what has happened? Wang Yun and Bai Yueying emerged from the quiet room, noticing the sweat beading on his forehead, and hurried over to inquire. Shen Ping shook his head. I'm fine, truly. Days passed, and the unsettling heart tremors from his encounter with the female cultivator gradually faded. One day, Yin returned after being away for more than 10 days. As usual, she indulged in a bath to wash away her fatigue and tension, then proceeded upstairs to replenish her spiritual stones. Over the past few months, she had gradually repaid 12 medium-grade spiritual stones. Shen Ping could tell that Yin appeared weary. Back in Hongliuxiang, she rarely ventured out during winter. But since moving to Yunhe Alley, she had been going out almost every month, sometimes for 3 to 5 days, other times for 10 days or half a month. In truth, many cultivators who frequently braved the perilous Yinshan Marsh were often not far from meeting their demise. No one could guarantee they would remain unscathed. Even Foundation establishment cultivators were not exempt. Fellow Taoist Yu, Shen Ping could not help but voice his concern. The winter conditions in Yinshan Marsh are harsh, and the presence of demonic beasts is sparse. It would be wiser to wait until next year to venture there. Yu Yin crossed her arms in a gesture of defiance, her silhouette strikingly defined. Oh, to hear such words from Shen Taoist is indeed rare. I thought you were only concerned about your wives. Shen Ping hurriedly explained, Ahem. I am merely worried about the shared expenses. Without fellow Taoist Yu to help bear the burden, I feel immense pressure. Yu Yin chuckled and descended the stairs. Do not worry. The team I joined possesses considerable strength, and besides, the protective talismans you provided can still be used 3 more times. Shen Ping sighed softly. Although Yunhe Alley was a splendid refuge, it could not offer complete protection. His days were filled with rigorous training, talisman crafting, dual cultivation, and attending to others. Each day was meticulously scheduled, with talisman crafting taking precedence. After all, he still owed Jinbao Tower over 10 superior-grade talismans. Failing to complete this task would hinder his future access to the tower. Yet, since his wife's affection had surpassed its limits, he had tripled the experience gained in talisman crafting. What would have taken him approximately 3 years to achieve perfection in superior-grade talismans could now be accomplished in just 1. Although his cultivation level restricted him from creating higher-grade talismans, the considerable increase in his talisman crafting experience had significantly improved his success rate, allowing him to attempt producing explosive talismans, ice arrow talismans, and even more complex earth-falling talismans. Additionally, the spiritual energy from his enhanced superior-grade spiritual root continued to rise. With the assistance of Huang Lingdan, Shen Ping estimated he would break through to the 5th layer of qi refinement within a year. In such a period of constant progress, He remained oblivious to worldly matters, casting aside any thoughts of taking another concubine. Through diligent effort, by the beginning of February the following year, he completed the remaining 10 advanced talismans and, after selling them at Jinbao Pavilion, felt a sense of profound relief within. At Xiuquan Pavilion, Manager Chen looked at Shen Ping with a somewhat forlorn expression. Shen Daoist, it has been several months since you last visited. Shen Ping offered a dry chuckle, then apologized. I have been deeply immersed in talisman crafting and simply could not spare the time. Upon hearing this, Manager Chen politely inquired, is Shen Daoist practicing at the Fubao Hall? Indeed. Fubao Hall is indeed a fine place for scattered cultivators to enhance their skills. With your years of accumulation, you should have gained something. His words were merely pleasantries. Although progress in talisman crafting depended on effort and accumulation, innate talent ultimately determined one's limits. Among the multitude of talisman masters in the marketplace, very few could reach the superior grade. However, Shen Ping smiled and replied, you are right, Manager Chen. I have indeed gained something. I recently fortuitously succeeded in crafting a golden light talisman. Manager Chen was momentarily taken aback. Golden light talisman? Shen Daoist. You can craft golden light talismans now. Soon enough, Shen Ping produced the golden light talisman. Manager Chen had no intention of severing ties. In fact, he sought to strengthen their relationship. After all, the other party's background was considerable, providing access to invaluable insider information from the Jinyang sect. Regardless of its reliability, it offered a significant channel for acquiring news, which was of utmost importance. What a stroke of luck. I've exhausted a considerable amount of materials, nearly depleting my entire fortune. Shen Ping lamented repeatedly. Manager Chen beamed with enthusiasm, congratulating Shen on his success in talisman crafting, stating, this first step is pivotal. The expenditure of a few spirit stones is negligible. Talismans are built upon materials. With your success, advancing to a high-grade talisman master is within reach. The market price for the Jingguang talisman was currently 18 medium-grade spirit stones, and he offered Shen an additional stone. Should you produce advanced talismans in the future, I hope you will favor my little shop. In contrast to the countless cultivators who fought tirelessly in the wilderness or the Yinshan marsh, those with a singular skill in alchemy, talisman crafting, or artifact forging enjoyed a relatively secure and pleasant existence. For those uninterested in foundational cultivation, life could often be lived with great ease. However, mastering the 4 primary arts of alchemy, talisman crafting, artifact forging, and array formation required not only talent, but also a significant accumulation of time. Many cultivators, after their initial attempts, would discover their lack of aptitude and choose to abandon their pursuits, as they simply could not afford the investment. For those of mediocre or average talent, enhancing their cultivation was already a formidable challenge. Dedicating vast amounts of time to honing their skills could lead to despair if success remained elusive, leaving them with no hope of ever establishing a foundation. Yet, for someone like Shen Ping, who could craft high-grade talismans at such a young age, he was considered quite remarkable. Thus, Manager Chen's enthusiasm grew, even offering a price above market value to entice Shen Ping. The status of a high-grade talisman master could rival that of foundational cultivators in certain respects. Shen Ping casually agreed, secretly planning to sell his talismans at Xiuquan Pavilion once his success rate improved. This would deepen his connection with Manager Chen and showcase his potential, allowing him to acquire more valuable information. Upon returning to Yunhe Alley, he once again secluded himself in his dwelling. While other cultivators might find their paths to immortality thrilling, he preferred the stability of steady cultivation, shunning the perilous allure of a vibrant yet treacherous existence. Days passed, and soon it was June. The streets and alleys of the market were plastered with recruitment notices from the Jinyang sect seeking miners. The gist of the announcement was that anyone willing to mine deep within the Yinshan marsh would receive an additional 10 spirit stones monthly. And if they mined for 20 years, they could gain priority in purchasing foundational elixirs. This was indeed a considerable benefit for lower-tier cultivators, as the extra spirit stones would allow them to reside comfortably in Honglu Alley without the burden of rental costs. However, higher-tier cultivators scoffed at the offer. While foundational elixirs were significant, what they sought was a purchasing channel, not mere eligibility. In the dead of night, sensing his wife's tremors, Shen Ping gently retreated. He caressed her fair, rosy skin, cradling Wang Yun in his arms before activating the virtual panel. Dual cultivation bonus, 6, Talisman Master, first grade high, 40,584 50,000. His talisman crafting experience was progressing swiftly. In just over 3 months, he would reach the conditions for a breakthrough. As for his spiritual roots, they continued to rise steadily, though they lagged behind his talisman crafting skills. Moreover, after surpassing 30,000 in talisman experience, his success rate for crafting talismans had significantly improved. For intricate protective talismans, he could now craft 3 from 10 materials on average, while the simpler Jingguang talismans had an even higher success rate, sometimes yielding 1 from just 2 materials. The remaining talismans, such as the Explosive Flame Talisman and Ice Arrow Talisman, while not as impressive, had also reached the previous standard of the protective talismans. Currently, after deducting various expenses from selling his talismans, he could accumulate over 100 medium-grade spirit stones monthly. His storage bag contained enough to exchange for 3 high-grade robes, but he still needed more for the auction of the Dingyan Dan. Shen Ping pondered. He had actively participated in the auctions at Jinbao Tower over the past few months. Though he had not purchased anything, the frequent visits had broadened his horizons, revealing many exceptional items. Several of these could aid in enhancing cultivation, but their prices were steep, and he had hesitated to buy. After all, the Huangling Dan combined with the Yunqing Dan and a few ingredients were already sufficient for use in the mid-stage of qi cultivation. Purchasing additional resources felt wasteful. However, considering his age and the prolonged internal conflict, he ultimately decided to make a purchase to see the effect. Days later, Shen Ping emerged from Jinbao Tower wearing a bronze mask. He skillfully made his way to the Talisman Treasure Hall, ensuring no cultivators were watching before removing the mask. He then circled the market before returning to Yunhe Alley, each time taking precautions to avoid any issues. In the stillness of the evening, he sat cross-legged and retrieved a delicate jade bottle from his storage bag. This was a specially treated diluted spirit liquid, containing only a single drop. Yet it fetched an auction price of 300 medium-grade spirit stones, with little competition among cultivators. Taking a deep breath to clear his mind of distractions, he tilted his head back and swallowed the spirit liquid. Boom! As the liquid entered his belly, a torrent of pure spiritual energy rapidly coursed through his body. Before Shen Ping could even activate his cultivation technique, the energy surged violently from his dantian, spiraling into his meridians. He hastily began to circulate his technique while straining to guide the energy along its natural pathways. This process was quite arduous, yet it paled in comparison to his previous struggles against the toxic liquid. Time crept by, and after 3 hours, Shen Ping's energy began to rise, nearing a certain threshold, only to stabilize briefly, just as he thought he had failed to break through to the 5th layer of qi cultivation. His high-grade spiritual root began to absorb the pure spiritual energy permeating his limbs. Boom! The previously steady flow of energy surged once more like a tidal wave, and seizing the opportunity, he pushed through the blockages in his meridians. His energy surged again, and after another brief moment, Shen Ping slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy evident in his gaze. He had broken through to the 5th layer of qi cultivation. The total amount of spiritual energy in the diluted spirit liquid was not particularly vast, roughly equivalent to 6 months of his diligent practice. Yet its purity provided excellent support in overcoming his cultivation bottleneck. It seemed this diluted spirit liquid was most cost-effective when used during breakthroughs. Shen Ping reflected on the auctioneer's earlier words, stating that the diluted spirit liquid was best used at the moment of breakthrough and that the better the spiritual root quality, the more effective the absorption. Though he possessed a mixed spiritual root of 4 types, the metal and wood roots had already reached high grade, resulting in a much better absorption effect than he had anticipated. If he were to acquire more spirit stones, he could consider participating in auctions a couple more times to accelerate his cultivation. The arduous task of crafting talismans to earn spirit stones was ultimately aimed at enhancing his strength. In this regard, he would not hold back. The high-grade robes for his wives would have to be postponed. Shen Ping felt a pang of guilt, but he quickly suppressed it. His cultivation and strength were paramount. Without the power to protect them, his wives would struggle to survive in Yunhe Alley. "Husband, dinner is ready." At that moment, his wives began to bring dishes to the wooden table. With his improved success rate in crafting talismans, he had enhanced their daily meals. And this particular meal alone consumed 4 low-grade spirit stones. "Husband, it's been a while since Senior Yu has returned. Could it be?" The risk of cultivators perishing in the wild was high. Wang Yun was particularly attentive to such matters, as her father had perished during an outing. The longest absence of Yu Yin over the past 6 months had been 20 days. However, this time it has exceeded a month. Shen Ping harbored concerns within, as he possessed a communication talisman from Yu Yin, though he seldom used it, primarily to avoid disturbing her. After all, in a place like the Yunshan Marsh, one must remain perpetually vigilant and focused, as certain areas could interfere with the talisman. Fellow Taoist Yu is not lacking in combat prowess and is accompanied by a team. He should be fine. In a few days, the rent will be due, and fellow Taoist Yu will surely return. He offered a word of comfort before shifting the conversation, announcing, "I bring good news. I have not only broken through to the 5th level, but my talisman arts have also reached the upper grade." His wives were momentarily taken aback, then erupted in excitement. "Congratulations, my lord. This is wonderful news. Your breakthrough in talisman arts to the upper grade signifies promising prospects for foundation establishment." Their joy was genuine. They had been puzzled about the increasing daily expenses for meals, but had refrained from asking out of respect for their husband. Now they realized that he had indeed become an upper-grade talisman master, a cause for great celebration. In any cultivation family, the emergence of an upper-grade talisman master would warrant a celebratory feast. No wonder their husband had been so vigorous last night. Wang Yin smiled shyly, while Bai Yueying rarely chimed in. When my lord is happy, he naturally becomes more vigorous. Should we not indulge tonight? Shen Ping grasped the wrists of his wives with a smile, saying, "Prepare for an early wash tonight. I have a surprise in store for you." "What surprise?" Wang Yin asked instinctively. "You will know when the time comes." He had acquired an illustrated book accompanying the dual cultivation method, filled with rich content and some unheard-of movements, which he intended to explore thoroughly that night. On the eve of mid-June, Yu Yin returned, weary from her travels. Upon entering her abode, she let out a silent sigh of relief, grateful not to have arrived late, as tomorrow was the day for paying the rent. Had she been absent, what would the rather timid Shen Daoist have thought? The reason for her prolonged absence was a lucrative task she had undertaken to cover her rent. Thud, thud. Upon reaching the main room, Yu Yin immediately sensed the vibrations of the wooden boards, and a wry smile crept onto her lips. After a hurried bath, she ascended to the 2nd floor to interrupt Shen Ping's intimate moment. Just a moment, she heard a knock. Shen Ping's face lit up. Fellow Taoist Yu had finally returned. He exchanged an apologetic glance with his wives, who understood and quickly donned their garments. When the door opened, Yu Yin was about to tease him, but her expression shifted in astonishment. "Shen Daoist, you've broken through again?" Shen Ping smiled. "I was fortunate enough to achieve a breakthrough." Yu Yin clicked her tongue in admiration. "Shen Daoist is truly full of vigor. Not only can you maintain your intimate relations with your wives daily, but your cultivation also advances steadily, which is quite impressive." The cheeks of his wives flushed deeply. "Congratulations on your breakthrough. Here, this is tomorrow's rent." Tired from her travels, she added, "I shall return to rest. You may continue, but do not tire yourselves too much." After handing Shen Ping the spirit stones, Yu Yin gracefully departed, not prying into his secrets, for every cultivator harbors their own mysteries. The following morning, the familiar fragrance of petals filled the air. Shen Ping knew that his old neighbor was indulging in another bath. "Shen Daoist, I am unable to accompany you to the market," she said. "Very well." He glanced at the tightly shut main room, his mind instinctively conjuring an image of Yu Yin soaking in a wooden tub, pondering whether she preferred to wash her hair or her arms first. Shaking his head, he suppressed the distracting thoughts and hurried out. Just as he exited the small courtyard, laughter rang out behind him. "Shen Daoist is headed to the Deacon Hall. May I accompany you?" Shen Ping stiffened. It was a female cultivator from the Tianyin Pavilion. He inwardly cursed his bad luck. He had deliberately come down early to avoid encountering this Taoist Mu, yet his fears materialized. What? Shen Daoist is unwilling? A faint, refreshing fragrance wafted toward him. Shen Ping hastily turned aside, catching a glimpse of a snowy white figure, and bowed respectfully. "If fellow Taoist Mu wishes to join, it would be my honor." Taoist Mu chuckled. "Why be so nervous? Afraid I might devour you? Fear not, I do not partake in local delicacies. Let us go." The two departed from Yunhe Alley in tandem. Upon reaching the market, Shen Ping's tense demeanor relaxed slightly, though he still dared not gaze directly at the female cultivator from Tianyin Pavilion. "When I first met Shen Daoist, I sensed a unique fragrance from your presence, leading me to assume you were a person of refined character. Hence, I inadvertently employed a bit of charm. I hope you can forgive me." Upon hearing this, Shen Ping realized that he had not detected any aura from the fragrance back then and had not taken the talisman pouch. only to discover he had unwittingly absorbed some of its essence. The means of cultivators truly are elusive. He quickly offered an explanation. Taoist Mu sighed. Business at Tianyin Pavilion is challenging, with fierce competition. It has been a long time since I encountered someone I admire. If Shen Daoist is interested, you may come to Tianyin Pavilion and show me some affection, lest I find myself cast out in a few months. Her enchanting visage bore a pitiful expression. Shen Ping was taken aback, silently reciting, "May the Buddha be merciful," to quell his inner turmoil. They arrived at the Deacon Hall, where a line of cultivators awaited to pay their rent, though the crowd was sparse. What a fool, lacking appreciation for beauty, Taoist Mu huffed, falling silent thereafter. Shen Ping expressed his apologies. Moments later, after leaving the Deacon Hall, he clasped his hands, saying, "Taoist Mu, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." Taoist Mu paid him no heed. Once he had distanced himself, Shen Ping wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, internally sighing in relief. Thankfully, the female cultivator from Tianyin Pavilion did not press the matter further. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to respond. After a while, at the entrance of Xiaochuan Pavilion, Manager Chen warmly greeted him. "Shen Daoist. Oh, you've reached the 5th level of qi cultivation? Congratulations. You are one step closer to longevity." Shen Ping humbly replied, "My cultivation is still modest, hardly worthy of mention." Not wishing to linger in pleasantries, he produced 2 golden talismans and handed them over. Manager Chen's eyes brightened, praising, "Your progress in talisman arts is rapid. I believe you will soon achieve upper-grade talisman master status. May I inquire if you have a companion?" Shen Ping replied, "I already have a partner." Manager Chen shook his head. "What a pity. I have a niece, in the bloom of youth, at the 3rd level of qi cultivation. Had you been unaccompanied, you could have formed a union with her. Alas, that opportunity is now lost. However, should you wish to take a concubine, I do have a few candidates." Regarding the subject of taking concubines, Shen Ping was exceedingly cautious. He had 3 unyielding principles. Do not touch those of higher cultivation, avoid those who are frivolous, and steer clear of those with formidable family backgrounds. He prioritized those who were obedient and sensible, followed by appearance and figure. Being solitary was an added bonus. As for spiritual root qualifications, he held no stringent expectations, as long as they could accompany him through the journey of longevity. If not, he would cherish their love until they grew old together. In this perilous world of cultivation, he dared not place his life and fortune on the whims of fate. Yet, even the wisest may overlook a detail. Shen Ping could not guarantee that he had considered everything, so he sought to avoid potential dangers. Thus, when faced with Manager Chen's matchmaking, he instinctively wished to decline. Although he was unaware of the strength behind Manager Chen's family, he sensed that it was not something he could easily provoke. If one were to take a concubine, any hint of it would invite a crushing retaliation. The marketplace is secure. No one dares to violate the rules of the Jinyang sect. However, this does not imply that one cannot make someone disappear. Out of goodwill towards Manager Chen, one cannot outright refuse. Thus he smiled and said, "Manager Chen, do share your thoughts simply." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Manager Chen's spirits lifted as he named 3 candidates. Each of these individuals was at the 1st or 2nd level of qi cultivation and relatively young. 2 of them were from Manager Chen's collateral family, while the 3rd was the daughter of a close friend, possessing a tri-elemental spirit root. With sufficient resources devoted to her, she might yet become an outer disciple of the Jinyang sect. Upon hearing about this tri-elemental spirit root, Shen Ping's expression shifted slightly. Manager Chen hastily added, "This friend's daughter is resilient and exceptionally clever. She currently serves as a maid to an inner disciple of the Jinyang sect. It is highly likely that this establishment may be entrusted to her in the future. If you, friend Shen, are interested, shall I arrange for the 2 to meet in due time?" Shen Ping understood. Manager Chen was indeed trying to align himself with the influential figure behind the Xiaochuan Pavilion. The previous candidates were mere preambles. The emphasis lay on this maid. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Manager Chen, is your friend's daughter alone?" Manager Chen nodded and sighed. "My friend left behind only this single bloodline. With some influence, I managed to place her beside that disciple, yet despite her exceptional circumstances, she is not the sole maid in attendance, making it challenging for her to acquire resources." Shen Ping smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "Meeting her would not be an issue. Simply inform me when the time comes." Manager Chen's face brightened instantly. After a few more exchanges, Shen Ping took his leave. Returning to his modest courtyard in Yunhe Alley, he found that noon was approaching. Just as he was about to enter, two cultivators emerged from room 3. "Greetings. I am Master Shen from room 2. He introduced himself, having lived here for a year, yet it was his first encounter with these brothers from room 3. As for rooms 4 and 6, they remained unoccupied. One of the brothers, at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, gave Shen Ping a brief glance and slightly nodded before ignoring him entirely, swiftly departing the courtyard. Shen Ping was unconcerned, acknowledging that cultivators have varying temperaments. Some are indeed not adept at social interactions. 2 months slipped by unnoticed. On a stormy night, rain pounded the rooftops, creating a symphony of sound, while inside the house, tranquility prevailed, punctuated only by the rhythmic breathing of his wives. After several intense bouts, the two women had long since succumbed to slumber. You have engaged in dual cultivation with your wife, gaining 4 in talismanic experience. Your wife's affections are deeply rooted. Current affection level 20, total 100. Dual cultivation bonus 6. Talisman master, first tier upper grade, 46,416 50,000. You have engaged in dual cultivation with your partner, gaining 2 in metal element spirit root quality, 2 in wood element spirit root quality. Current partner affection level 92. Dual cultivation bonus 3. Metal element spirit root, upper grade 9,629 50,000. Wood element spirit root, upper grade 9,521 50,000. Shen Ping glanced at his attribute panel. His talismanic experience was nearing the 2nd tier, and he could distinctly feel a substantial accumulation of insights flooding into his consciousness and even his muscles, akin to the relentless pursuit of mastery over many years. Now he could produce high-grade talismans with ease, even complex protective talismans, which previously took him 5 hours to craft, could now be completed in 4. However, he still needed several years to advance his spirit roots to the next stage. Yet, a twinge of concern lingered in his heart. The prominence of his dual metal and wood spirit roots contrasted starkly with the inferiority of his water and fire roots, which had become a hindrance. If this continued, the future repercussions were uncertain. Bai Yueying was a cultivator. Should he continue to take cultivators as concubines? Would he gain enhancements in other spirit root attributes? Contemplating this, Shen Ping realized he must hasten to acquire a concubine to experiment. His cultivation was steadily advancing, and he managed to save enough spirit stones every 3 months to purchase a vial of spirit liquid, making a breakthrough to the 6th level of Qi cultivation imminent. As long as he gradually revealed himself as a high-grade talisman master, a swift increase in cultivation would not draw undue attention. After all, as long as one had sufficient cultivation resources below the foundation establishment stage, even pseudo-spirit roots could continuously improve. Yet, by the late stages of Qi cultivation, he would need to exercise some caution. In the morning, the aroma of superior spirit rice wafted through the kitchen. Regrettably, it lacked the fragrance of petals. Yu Yan's time spent in the Yunshan marshes was growing increasingly prolonged, and this was not a favorable sign. He could no longer afford to delay payments for protective talismans. The other party was working diligently to repay their debts. Over 30 medium-grade spirit stones would take Yu Yan at least a year to earn, given her abilities. Buzz. The communication talisman vibrated slightly. Manager Chen's voice soon echoed. "Friend Shen, are you free today? So soon?" Shen Ping had expected it to take half a year. "I am free," he replied. "I will visit the shop, and you may inform that friend's daughter promptly." After finishing his meal, Shen Ping meticulously groomed himself, ensuring he was attired appropriately and presented a clean visage before stepping out. On the way, he deliberately quickened his pace, arriving at the Xiuquan pavilion. Manager Chen greeted him warmly, saying, "Friend Shen, today I consulted a diviner for a reading, and it foretold great fortune. I believe all matters will unfold smoothly. There is a private room in the back. Please go in and wait." A flicker of anticipation arose within Shen Ping. With a 2nd level of cultivation, alone, and possessing commendable character, albeit lacking a robust family background, she had slightly better connections than he. If she were amiable and sensible, the arrangement could be settled without issue. Her appearance and figure could be somewhat less than ideal. Under Manager Chen and Appo's guidance, he entered the private room, sipping spirit tea while awaiting her arrival. Time passed slowly as the blazing sun rose and fell. By the time the evening glow filtered through the old locust tree in the courtyard, the maid of the inner disciple of the Jinyang sect had yet to appear. Shen Ping maintained a calm demeanor, brushing his fingers across his face, inwardly wondering if he had been stood up. After waiting for another cup of tea's worth of time, the sky darkened gradually. Shen Ping rose and exited the private room. The distance from the Jinyang sect to the marketplace was not overly far. No audacious bandit would dare attack, and should any delays arise, a message could easily be sent. Therefore, he realized this might be a test from the influential figure behind the Xiaochuan Pavilion. A tri-elemental spirit root at such a young age did seem somewhat underappreciated as a concubine. Friend Shun, my sincerest apologies. The inner disciple received an urgent sect task and took her maid along. Only just now did I receive word. Manager Chun hurried into the back courtyard, his expression filled with remorse. I am truly sorry for making you wait so long. Not at all. It is of little consequence. Shen Ping replied with a smile and a bow. It is getting late. I must take my leave. Manager Chen quickly added, Friend Shun, next time, I assure you, such an occurrence will not happen again. Shen Ping hesitated for a moment before sighing. Very well. Out of respect for Manager Chen, I shall wait a little longer. A smile finally broke upon Manager Chen's face, and he warmly escorted Shen Ping to the entrance of the shop. Once Shen Ping had walked away, Manager Chen returned to the back courtyard and took out the communication talisman. How did it go? A calm voice resonated from the talisman. Manager Chen remarked, Master, this friend Shun is remarkably calm and composed, showing no signs of discontent. Although there was a moment of hesitation, he ultimately agreed. The communication talisman flickered. It is acceptable. Though his cultivation is somewhat lacking, and being a concubine, she may not take it to heart. We shall see next time. If everything can be negotiated, it may come to fruition. By the time they returned to Yunhe Alley, it was already late in the evening. The small courtyard was illuminated by light spilling from the windows, adding a touch of warmth. Shen Ping glanced around. The window of the alchemist Feng's second floor was open, emanating a pungent odor, clearly the result of a failed batch of elixirs. Is Master Shen returning so late? As Feng approached the window and spotted Shen Ping, surprise flickered in his eyes. Although they had only met a few times, Shun and Appo's reclusive lifestyle had left a deep impression on him. Shen Ping clasped his hands in greeting, explaining that he had been delayed by business in the market. What elixir are you attempting to concoct, Senior Feng? Feng smiled, a high-grade detoxification pill. The market price for this elixir is quite substantial, given that most creatures in the Yunshan Marsh are poisonous. If I succeed, I need not worry for the rest of my days, but alas, I have failed several attempts. Hearing this, Shen Ping felt a spark of excitement. He had not realized that Feng had begun crafting high-grade elixirs. Should he succeed in becoming a senior alchemist, he would be even more esteemed than a talisman master. I am confident you will succeed, senior. He offered a compliment. Feng chuckled but did not respond. Upon returning home, his wives hurried to greet him. Husband, you have finally returned. They had been worried since he had never returned this late before, fearing that if anything happened to him, their fates would be dire. Shen Ping had not anticipated such a late return either. He embraced his wives gently, assuring them, I encountered a minor mishap, but I am fine. I have not eaten all day. Is there any leftover food? Wang Yun quickly replied, I will prepare a meal for you right away. Having spent the entire day waiting, he had not had the opportunity to craft talismans or meditate. After a simple meal and wash, he immersed himself in the profound illustrations from a book he was studying. Having already grasped most of its essence, contemplating whether to seek a new volume in the future. In September, the house still lacked that distinctive floral fragrance. Standing at the staircase corner, a trace of worry crossed Shen Ping's brow. It had been over 2 months since Yu Yan had gone out. Moreover, she did not possess a protective talisman, increasing the likelihood of something amiss. He hesitated before sending a message via the communication talisman. Friend Yu, if you do not return soon, this house may start to mold. Shaking his head, he sighed. Wang Yun approached to comfort him. Husband, Senior Yu is surely blessed and will be fine. He could only hope. Yet, days passed without a flicker from the talisman, causing Shen Ping's heart to sink. In the deep of night, following a rainstorm, he opened his attribute panel. His talisman crafting experience had finally reached the pinnacle of the first stage. Talisman Master, first stage upper tier, 50,000 and 64 50,000, may break through. Shen Ping's face lit up with joy. This was the best news he had received in nearly a month. He hurried to the crafting room, calming himself and offering prayers. Though a breakthrough could be achieved through mere silent thought, he preferred to be present in the crafting room during such moments. With a rumble, the virtual panel trembled. Shen Ping felt as if he were embodying a veteran talisman master, sketching talisman seals, ultimately breaking through his constraints. A surge of insights flooded into his consciousness and muscle memory, and after what felt like a brief moment, he emerged from this state. I am now a second-tier talisman master, he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. He had not anticipated advancing so swiftly. Although he could not yet craft second-tier talismans, creating high-grade talismans would become exceedingly easier. Powerful talismans like the Ice Arrow and Earthfall could now be made with ease. More importantly, the time he spent on crafting would be significantly reduced, given that the true treasure tower required a substantial number of talismans each year. He could now fulfill their needs in just 4 to 5 months, leading to a considerable increase in income. After all, a second-tier talisman master held a higher status than a newly advanced foundational cultivator. He could now steadily acquire upper-grade robes, spirit liquids, and beauty-enhancing pills. Emerging from the quiet room, he initially intended to celebrate his achievement, but upon seeing his wives peacefully asleep, he reconsidered. Suddenly, the communication talisman flickered to life. As he retrieved it, he received a reply from Yu Yan. I am safe, do not worry. With a sigh of relief, he felt a weight lift from his heart. All was well. At that moment, a faint sound came from the door. Shen Ping had left the main door ajar, allowing him to hear clearly. Is that Yu? He paused, surprised. If Yu Yan had returned to the market, why send a message? Ordinarily, her return would be accompanied by a commotion. Yet this time she seemed to tread lightly, as if afraid of disturbing him. He decided to inquire tomorrow and suppressed his thoughts, turning to meditate in the quiet room. In the 5th layer of Qi cultivation, he felt invigorated. Even after days without rest, he would not feel fatigued. Most cultivators practice day and night, and Shen Ping was no exception. Aside from dual cultivation and caring for his wives, he spent every spare moment in the quiet room. The next day, after concluding his meditation, he stretched lazily and made his way downstairs, inhaling the familiar floral scent wafting through the house. You? He called, gently knocking on the door. I am bathing and cannot open the door. Shen Daoist, please return. Yu Yan and Appo's voice was calm, but Shen Ping sensed something amiss. Since moving to Yunhe Alley, this was the first time he had knocked on her door. The significance was profound. Under normal circumstances, Yu Yan would have teased him, but now she was unusually restrained. Knock, knock. He tapped again. You? Is everything all right? The room fell silent for a moment before Yu Yan's voice, laced with mockery, emerged from behind the door. Oh, how bold you are. Should I open the door and let you in to smell the bathwater? With that, Shen Ping felt completely reassured. Her playful tone indicated all was well. No need. You, continue your bath. I shall take my leave, he replied with a smile. Just as he turned to depart, he paused to add, by the way, regarding the remaining 7 spirit stones for the protective talismans, I anticipate needing them around March or April next year. You should secure them. From within, Yu Yan scoffed. I know. Do you think I lack spirit stones? As he ascended the stairs, she released a sigh of relief. She understood Shen Ping's underlying message. He merely wanted her to avoid overexerting herself to repay debts. If this had been 2 months prior, she would have felt a thrill of delight. However, now, it was too late. She touched her cheek and glanced at her left shoulder, her expression dimming. In the afternoon, at the True Treasure Tower, Shen Ping deftly retrieved all the high-grade talismans from his storage bag and handed them to his dedicated attendant, Mu Jian. Congratulations, Shen Daoist, on your advancements in talisman crafting. With deep foundations required for talismans like Earthfall and Ice Arrow in due time, you may very well succeed in advancing to the 2nd tier. Mu Jian effortlessly showered compliments while habitually inquiring, how many materials are needed this time? Same as usual? Shen Ping responded casually, probing further, is the price of magical artifacts still declining? Ever since the Jinyang sect transported successive batches of flame gold or from the depths of the Yunsan marsh, the prices of magical artifacts in the market had been in a continuous downward spiral. Just a few months ago, the price of medium-grade artifacts plummeted to 10 pieces, with defensive medium-grade artifacts even dropping to the price of talismans. It was utterly disheartening. Heard that a large number of artifact masters united to plead with the Jinyang sect to stabilize the prices of magical artifacts, only to be met with polite refusal. Although the prices of artifacts were in freefall, the Jinyang sect was reaping substantial profits. Shen Ping seized the opportunity to acquire the coveted defensive artifacts he had previously hesitated to purchase, while he refrained from buying high-grade artifacts, opting instead to continue observing. Given the current situation, it seemed unlikely that high-grade artifacts would maintain their exorbitant prices for long. Mu Jin sighed softly. Half a month ago, black netherstone was discovered in the derivative veins of the flame gold mine. Shen Ping immediately mourned for the artifact masters. Black netherstone, a special type of ore, when ground into powder and combined with other materials, could significantly enhance the success rate of artifact forging. The Jinyang sect had an abundance of spirit stone mines, leading to a saturation of spirit stones in the market and diminishing their purchasing power. However, the scarcity of primary materials for artifacts and treasures kept their prices perpetually high. Many low-level cultivators had even gone bankrupt in pursuit of artifacts, particularly high-grade ones. Cultivators from other sects marveled at the prices when they visited. However, in recent years, as the Jinyang sect continued to exploit resources, the prices of artifacts and treasures had slightly decreased, and now, with the excavation of the flame gold mine, the persistent high prices of artifacts had finally dropped. Fortunately, the prices of talisman materials remained relatively stable, with minimal fluctuations, much to Shen Ping and Apos' relief. His entire income was derived from talismans, and should their prices experience a drastic decline, he would likely find himself at the mountain gate pleading for assistance. What about the magical robes? He inquired further. The crafting of magical robes not only required skilled artifact masters, but also the intricate etching of array patterns. Most artifact masters also had some proficiency in array crafting, much like how some talisman masters could produce specialized talisman paper. The primary materials for magical robes were not heavily dependent on the flame gold ore, and while there had been a slight decline, it was not significant. However, the prices of high-grade magical robes remained largely stable. If you wish to purchase a high-grade magical robe, I suggest doing so sooner rather than later. After a few more inquiries, Shen Ping departed from the Jinbao building. Having recently ascended to the rank of second-tier talisman master, he would inevitably need to procure a high-grade magical robe, but not at this moment, as the fixed auction at Jinbao building was approaching, and he needed to reserve his spirit stones for purchasing spiritual liquid and refining aids. Upon returning to his small courtyard in Yunhe Lane, he ascended to the second floor and found his wife diligently scrubbing the wooden floorboards. He had mentioned several times that cleaning could be accomplished with just a couple of cleaning talismans, yet Wang Yun insisted on doing it herself, claiming that her efforts made the place look clean and bright. Shen Ping ultimately acquiesced. "You're back quite early this time," Wang Yun remarked, turning around with a sweet smile on her delicate face. Since their marriage, Shen Ping had seldom witnessed her throwing a temper tantrum. Save for a couple of instances when she had been wronged, she consistently wore a smile. "Yunner, let me handle it," he offered, taking the damp cloth from her hands. "What about Yuing? She is meditating in the quiet room. I'll call her out." Shen Ping shook his head. "No need. I'll go to make talismans later. By the way, feel free to clean the talisman crafting room whenever I'm not around." Wang Yun paused, her body trembling slightly with happiness as she responded, "All right, my lord." In the dead of night, amidst the gentle spring rain, Shen Ping casually glanced at the virtual panel. Upon doing so, he was momentarily startled by the sudden change in the silver frame. He quickly focused. "You have engaged in dual cultivation with your wife, gaining talisman experience 0. 4. Your wife's affection is profound. Current affection level, 180. Dual cultivation bonus, 6. Silver bonus, 10. Talisman master, second tier lower grade, 88150000. The entire frame shimmered with silver light, indicating a transformation had occurred, accompanied by an additional silver bonus. The surge in affection suggested that his wife's feelings for him had deepened. Shen Ping recalled the afternoon when he saw her busy, a pang of guilt stirring within him, as he recognized her desire to be useful, even in seemingly insignificant tasks. In a moment of impulse, he had permitted her to enter the crafting area, never anticipating such a significant change in the virtual panel. However, before he could revel in this surprise, he noticed a substantial decrease in talisman experience. Shen Ping's heart sank. Could it be that after breaking through to the second tier, the experience gained from dual cultivation with his wife had reached its limit? While the overall talisman experience remained unchanged, the silver bonus implied that if the virtual panel had not undergone this transformation, it would be increasingly difficult for him to gain substantial talisman experience from his wife in the future. As for the spiritual roots, he wondered if this was merely the limit of her mortal body. Thoughts raced through Shen Ping's mind. The last time his wife's affection broke a threshold, he realized there were still depths to explore within his golden finger. He had not expected such a significant change after breaking through to the second tier of dual cultivation. Taking a deep breath, he pushed those thoughts aside and continued to examine the virtual panel. You have engaged in dual cultivation with your partner, gaining enhancements in metal spiritual root 2. Wood spiritual root 2. Current partner affection level, 92. Dual cultivation bonus, 3. Metal spiritual root, upper grade, 10,547 50,000. Wood spiritual root, upper grade, 10,439 50,000. The spiritual root frame for his partner showed no signs of change. Shen Ping suddenly realized that the appearance of the silver frame must be linked to his wife's affection reaching a certain level. He glanced at Wang Yun. Without the silver bonus, would he have treated her the same way upon noticing the significant reduction in talisman experience? He did not have the answer. After a moment of silence, Shen Ping spoke gently. Yunner. Wang Yun, resting against him, lifted her delicate face, her eyes sparkling with affection. My lord, what is it? Nothing much, just don't overexert yourself. You've already done enough for me. Not at all. Sistering has done much more than I. He chuckled softly at her response, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon, the atmosphere in the room became imbued with warmth and intimacy. The following morning, his wife and concubine intended to invite you to join them for a stroll. However, after knocking on the door several times with no response, Shen Ping frowned. Has she left the market again? Upon learning this, he was troubled. Her frequent absences were concerning. Even those cultivators who were hurriedly repaying debts would not merely rest for a day or two before returning to the Yunsan marsh. Perhaps she had merely gone to the market. Yet, he found it hard to convince himself of this. As expected, Yu Yin did not return in the afternoon or evening. He shook his head. Every cultivator had their own choices, and he could not dictate the actions of others. Suppressing his concerns, Shen Ping resumed his monotonous, yet fulfilling cultivation routine. As winter descended, the area surrounding Yunsan was blanketed in white. After several days of heavy snowfall, the cold wave that had engulfed the Yunsan marsh gradually receded. On a crisp morning, a layer of frost coated the ground, and Shen Ping seized the rare opportunity to take his wife and concubine out for a stroll. On the second floor, the window of the neighboring room was opened by Master Feng Dan, who, upon spotting Shen Ping and his companions, chuckled. Friend Shen seems to have a more relaxed outlook than an old man like me. With a harmonious family, all that remains is for your descendants to fill the halls. Shen Ping cupped his hands respectfully, replying, Senior Feng is a paragon of our cultivation community, devoted to the path. I have squandered enough time and harbor no other thoughts. Master Feng shook his head repeatedly. Not at all, not at all. Many foundation building practitioners are over 70. Given your age, friend Shen, with a bit more effort, there may still be hope. Suddenly, a delicate laugh echoed as the window of room 3 flew open. It was Mu, clad only in a sheer garment, her fair shoulders exposed, who smiled and said, Master Feng truly has lofty aspirations. A foundation builder over 70 that requires a robust family shield and precious resources for protection. Do you possess such advantages? Not to mention, Master Feng, you are not yet a high-level alchemist. Even if you were, would you have those conditions? With a hint of sarcasm, Mu continued, rather than indulging in the fantasies of foundation building. Why not follow friend Shen's example and take a few wives to enjoy the remainder of your days? Master Feng wished to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. For loose cultivators, foundation building was already a daunting challenge, and for those over 60, hope was exceedingly slim. Shen Ping remained silent, aware that Mu's words held truth. The path of cultivation was one of fierce competition against fate. Falling behind meant an inevitable retreat. Romantic pursuits were of utmost importance. Thus Shen Ping, do find time to visit Tianyin Pavilion, where we guarantee pleasures even wives cannot provide. If you wish to visit my room, that could be arranged as well. Just as Shen Ping contemplated, Mu, who had just mocked Master Feng, suddenly altered her tone. Her voice laced with flirtation. Shen Ping chuckled awkwardly and quickly led his wives away from the courtyard. At the end of November, news came from Manager Chun, inviting Shen Ping to visit Shochuan Pavilion, assuring him that this time there would be no missed appointments. The following day, Shen Ping tidied up a bit before heading to the market. Upon reaching the shop's entrance, Manager Chun rushed out to greet him. Rest assured, friend Shen, the diviner has assured me that this time will undoubtedly be auspicious. Shen Ping replied teasingly, I hope everything goes smoothly. However, his enthusiasm was not as strong as before. Yet, since he was already there, a successful outcome would be welcome, but if not, it mattered little. Not long after, a graceful figure approached the private room. Senior Shun, I apologize for keeping you waiting, came a melodious voice tinged with regret. Shen Ping looked up at the girl. Her face was slightly round, her lips delicate, and her ears glistened, presenting an overall gentle and refined appearance. He smiled. Please, have a seat. Thank you, senior, she replied softly, taking a seat to the side. My name is Xiao Qier, and I sincerely apologize for the previous incident. She stood and bowed gracefully. Shen Ping waved his hand, getting straight to the point. Friend Xiao, I shall forego the pleasantries. As for the matter at hand, I believe Manager Chen has informed you. I wish to take a concubine. What are your thoughts? Several months had passed since their last encounter, and it was time for a deeper consideration. Xiao Qier smiled. Senior Shun, I am indeed interested, but before deciding, I would like to ask a few questions, if I may. Of course, Shen Ping nodded. Xiao Qier continued. If we were to be united, I could help manage Xiuquan Pavilion in the future. Would it be possible for Senior Shun to serve as the station talisman master there? You can rest assured that all benefits will be in line with market standards, and as your partner, we could look out for each other. The position of station talisman master does come with substantial benefits, yet it also imposes significant restrictions, and most importantly, personal information could be easily exposed. Shen Ping had many secrets. Without hesitation, he firmly declined. Friend Xiao, I can deepen collaboration with Xiuquan Pavilion, increasing the monthly sales of high-quality talismans. But I have never considered being the station talisman master. Moreover, if we were to unite, I would prefer that you follow my arrangements. My concubine must engage in dual cultivation daily. If my partner is perpetually busy, what significance would that hold? Understanding and cooperation are paramount. Xiao Qier was momentarily taken aback, as she had not anticipated Shen Ping's straightforward rejection. At that moment, Shen Ping spoke again, looking at Xiao Qier meaningfully. Friend Xiao, what are your own thoughts on this matter? Xiao Qier was caught off guard, having never considered this aspect. With her three-element spiritual root qualification, Jinyang's sect was indeed the best place for cultivation. Had it not been for the intentions of an inner sect disciple, she would not have appeared at Xiuquan Pavilion, let alone meet with a mid-stage Qi practitioner. High-level talisman masters do earn a considerable amount of spirit stones annually, and their status among loose cultivators is not to be underestimated. But compared to the potential of disciples from Jinyang's sect, it seemed somewhat lacking. Not to mention the inner sect disciples. Even the outer sect disciples who could join the market's law enforcement patrols had an edge in terms of connections and resources. Besides, this individual had yet to officially reach the status of high-level talisman master and was looking to take a concubine. If he were an alchemist, perhaps it would be worth considering. Noticing Xiao Qier's silence, Shen Ping smiled calmly and stood to leave. Xiao Qier regained her senses and hurriedly stood, bowing. Senior Shun, I apologize. In the main hall, Manager Chun, seeing Shen Ping emerge, warmly inquired, Friend Shen, how did it go? Is my friend's daughter satisfactory? Shen Ping smiled and cupped his hands. Thank you for your kindness, Manager Chun, but I have matters at home, so I must take my leave. Manager Chen paused, and only after Shen Ping exited Xiuquan Pavilion did he react, frowning as he hurried to the courtyard. Qier, what happened? Did you not agree? His tone was slightly displeased. This matter had been deliberated with the owner. How could it be left to whims? Xiao Qier quickly explained everything. Manager Chen was taken aback. That shouldn't be the case. The benefits of being the station talisman master are considerable, and it opens doors to connections with the owner. How could Shen Ping refuse? Qier, are you certain everything was clarified? Xiao Qier nodded. I am certain. You may return now. Yes. Manager Chen took out a communication talisman to convey the outcome. Surprisingly, the talisman flickered quickly. Forget it. If we cannot win him over, let us maintain a normal collaborative relationship. Manager Chen still felt reluctant. Owner, should we not try again? No need. Back in the main hall, Manager Chen sighed. He genuinely held high hopes for Shen Ping. What a pity. Strolling through the bustling streets of the market, the biting cold wind stung his face, stirring a ripple of emotions within Shen Ping. Upon first meeting Xiao Qier, his initial impression was quite favorable. She was round and delicate, exuding a gentle charm. All other aspects seemed suitably aligned, though he had no desire to become the station talisman master at Xiuquan Pavilion. The question he posed had already expressed his stance. If Xiao Qier were willing to consider him, he would not mind making some concessions. However, it seemed that she did not regard him with the same interest. Her presence and willingness to become a concubine were entirely due to the arrangements of an inner sect disciple. Everyone had their own thoughts and considerations. He could not impose his will upon others. Had he perhaps overestimated himself? Or was it that after breaking through to the second-tier talisman master, He had become a bit too lofty. This endeavor may not have succeeded, yet Shen Ping felt a sense of alertness rising within him. In his younger days, he had maintained a calm and prudent demeanor. Yet, as his strength and status grew, it was all too easy to become complacent. If he remained unaware, the consequences could be dire. Thus, it often sows the seeds of calamity for the future. The expansion of a person is never an instantaneous phenomenon. Reflecting on this, he immediately scrutinized himself, traversing through every intricate detail from the moment he moved to Yunhe Alley until now. Ultimately, Shen Ping let out a long sigh. He had become complacent. His outings had noticeably increased, his various concerns had significantly diminished, and his protective measures were limited to talismans and robes, with his vigilance waning. These were secondary. The most alarming aspect was his mindset, which had strayed far from the habitual self-reflection he maintained in Honglu Alley. This was indeed a terrifying realization. Life is singular. He did not believe he could live again. He needed to acquire more talisman materials and elixirs. A period of calm for half a year before stepping out again. Shen Ping inhaled sharply, his gaze regaining its resolve. He strode towards Jinbao Tower. At midday, he returned to the small courtyard of Yunhe Alley. Once the door was closed, he began the tedious process of talisman crafting and cultivation after dinner. Late into the night, after several hours of diligent effort, his wife's cheeks glowed with a rosy sheen. You engaged in dual cultivation with your wife, gaining 0.4 in talisman crafting experience. Your wife's affection has deepened, current favorability, 180. Dual cultivation bonus, 6. Silver bonus, 10. Talisman master, second tier, lower grade, 7,864 150,000. You engaged in dual cultivation with your partner, gaining 2 in metal root aptitude and 2 in wood root aptitude. Current partner favorability, 92. Dual cultivation bonus, 3. Metal root, upper grade 12491, 50000. Wood root, upper grade 12383, 50000. Observing the changes in his attribute panel, Shen Ping felt an immense sense of reassurance. Engaging in dual cultivation 4 times daily, with equitable distribution, he still had some time to spare over the 2 hours. His wife provided 2 types of bonuses. Although each experience gain in talisman crafting diminished after reaching the second tier, he still accrued 96 points daily, while his partner, with only 1 bonus, gained 24 points in root aptitude each day. At this pace, in just over 4 years, his dual metal and wood roots could break through to the highest grade. The transformation from upper grade roots had significantly accelerated Shen Ping's cultivation speed. Consuming elixirs and spiritual liquids, his body absorbed them far more efficiently than other 4-element cultivators. For instance, his concubine Bai Yueying, who had been cultivating with elixirs he provided, had still not broken through to the second layer of qi refinement, while he was already at the 5th layer. If his roots had not changed previously, he feared it would take years to see a significant increase in spiritual power. But now, after meditating every 2 or 3 days, he could distinctly sense the continual growth of spiritual energy within him. If he were to reach the highest grade, the effects of absorbing spiritual liquids and elixirs would undoubtedly be even stronger, though he could not ascertain the extent of the increase without any references. Establishing a foundation around the age of 60 is a significant threshold. Although the words of that Taoist friend were harsh, they were indeed facts. While there have been instances of successful foundation establishment at an advanced age, the probability is exceedingly low. One cannot rely on luck. Time is not on my side. With this thought, a sense of urgency welled up within Shen Ping, now in his 40s. Even if he were to expend spirit stones to purchase resources, each elevation in the late stages of qi refinement would demand ample time, and once he surpassed 60, his chances of establishing a foundation would be left to fate. The most prudent and optimal solution was to continue taking concubines. Shen Ping pondered. The necessity of acquiring concubines was imperative. After all, the changes he had experienced stemmed primarily from dual cultivation with his wives. However, relying on external introductions posed too many uncertainties. The incident with Manager Chen served as a cautionary tale. Should he seek out the matchmaker again? Or perhaps consider a casual arrangement with Taoist Yu? His gaze instinctively drifted towards the floor inside. Over the past 2 months, Yu Yin had seldom lingered in Yunhe Alley. Yet compared to before, she returned roughly every fortnight. If all went well, she would be back in 2 days. 2 days later, a snowstorm swept through Yinshan Market. As the skylight opened, a flurry of snowflakes rushed in. The howling cold wind carried a sense of fury, causing Shen Ping's robe to billow. Looking up at the dark sky devoid of starlight, he waved his hand, and the room fell into silence. His wife, Wang Yun, approached softly, saying, "Husband, with such heavy snow outside, it seems that Senior you may not return tonight. Should you rest early?" Shen Ping nodded. Just as he prepared to head back to the main room, he heard the faint sound of the front door opening downstairs. He turned to see Yu Yan wearing a light red robe that concealed much of her figure, yet he could still vaguely discern the mask upon her face. Noticing the figure on the second floor, Yu Yan paused momentarily, then smiled, saying, "Taoist Shun, why are you spending such a late hour outside instead of enjoying the company of your wives? Surely you weren't waiting for me?" Before Shen Ping could respond, Yu Yan quickly entered the main room, her voice drifting back. "We'll discuss matters in the morning. I need to rest. I am utterly exhausted. By the way, don't keep me too long." Observing the tightly shut main room, Shen Ping shook his head. He sensed Yu Yan's fatigue, and it would indeed be inappropriate to disturb her now. The following day, before dawn, he descended the stairs, standing at the door in anticipation. It was not until he caught the fragrance of flower petals that he raised his hand. As he was about to knock, Yu Yan emerged, leaning against the door with her arms crossed, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Taoist Shun, how long have you been standing out here? Rest assured, I will return the spirit stones I owe you next month." Shen Ping smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. "Taoist Yu, my early visit is not to demand repayment." Yu Yan looked puzzled. "Then what brings you here?" "I wish to take another concubine. I wonder if Taoist you would consider it?" Shen Ping stated without hesitation. "I would not." Yu Yan's response was unequivocal. Shen Ping's expression turned awkward, momentarily at a loss for words. "Is there something else you need, Taoist Shen?" "No. Would you like to come in for a moment?" I wouldn't want to disturb you during your bath." Returning to the second floor, Shen Ping felt a flush of embarrassment. He entered the talisman crafting room, meditating and seeking peace several times. Once he calmed down, he began to mull over what felt amiss. However, to avoid misinterpretation, he discarded any distracting thoughts and focused on crafting talismans. Late at night, after the rain, he shared this matter with his wives. "Husband, does Senior you have any reservations?" Indeed, given Senior Yu and Appo's character, she would not refuse so bluntly, even if she were unwilling. Seeing that his wives shared the same thoughts, Shen Ping recalled some of Yu Yan's recent actions, which seemed somewhat unusual. "Next time, I will clarify things further. If Taoist Yu truly is not amenable, I shall seek out the matchmaker again." Yu Yan only stayed for a day each time she returned, so he would have to wait another half-month. In the days that followed, Shen Ping remained indoors, engaging daily in talisman crafting, meditation, and sharing intimate moments with his wives. Although this existence was rather monotonous, witnessing his gradual progress and cultivation provided him with a profound sense of fulfillment. With his advantages, he had no desire to venture into the unknown. Time swiftly passed, and 10 days went by. It was once again the time for the fixed auction hosted by Jinbao Tower. Shen Ping hesitated, contemplating whether he should attend. His storage bag still contained some spirit stones, and if there weren't too many cultivators vying for items, he might be able to bid on some spiritual liquid. At that moment, a communication talisman flickered to life. It was Manager Chun. "Taoist Shun, if you have talismans in stock, you must sell them promptly. In due course, the prices for talismans will plummet, and selling later will result in considerable losses." Shen Ping was startled and quickly inquired, "Manager Chun, could you provide more details?" The price of talismans is closely linked to his financial well-being. Should there be a significant drop in their prices, his income would plummet. Daily necessities such as premium spirit rice, beast meat, spiritual treasures, elixirs, and spiritual liquids would all need to be reconsidered. Manager Chen promptly replied, "Friend Shen, I am not entirely clear on the specifics, but have heard that there are some issues with the Golden Sun sect. The prices of talismans, elixirs, and formation plates have already decreased significantly, and in time, this will also affect the Yunsan branch. Therefore, if you have talismans, it is advisable to handle them quickly." A sense of dread washed over Shen Ping as he pressed further. "Manager Chun, what troubles are afflicting the Golden Sun sect? If it collapses, the entire Yunsan market will fall into chaos." He had finally begun to enjoy a stable and secure life and wished to avoid returning to a state of constant trepidation. After a brief pause, Manager Chen replied, "The Golden Sun sect is fortified by several nascent soul elders, so it is likely just a minor issue. We will have clarity when more news arrives." Shen Ping felt somewhat reassured. The Golden Sun sect has been a prominent institution in the Wei Kingdom for millennia, with substantial strength and resources, and is home to several nascent soul elders, including a reputedly powerful one. It would not easily collapse. Thank you for the information, Manager Chen. After sending the message, he tidied up the talisman-making room and promptly exited. Upon arriving at the market, he did not hasten to the Shochuan Pavilion, but instead made his way to the Jinbao Tower. Friend Shen, are you not attending the auction today? Mu Jin inquired, surprised to see him. The auctions at Jinbao Tower always feature rare items, and even if a wandering talisman master did not intend to buy anything, merely participating could greatly broaden their horizons and experiences. Shen Ping shook his head and quietly asked, Friend Mu, is there an impending drop in talisman prices? Mu Jian observed him closely, acknowledging that this talisman master was well informed. She nodded slowly. Yes, there will be a decline. We were planning to notify every talisman master and alchemist in a few days. Since you already know, if you have talismans, it would be wise to sell them promptly. This drop will be quite substantial, so be mentally prepared. Without hesitation, Shen Ping retrieved 10 high-grade talismans from his storage bag and handed them over. After concluding the transaction, as he prepared to leave, Mu Jian offered a warning, Friend Shen, the market may become unsafe in the near future, so try to avoid going out. Leaving Jinbao Tower, Shen Ping felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. The plummeting prices of talismans were inherently ominous news. Recently, he had mourned for the artisans in the market, and now it was his turn. Moreover, Mu Jian's final reminder hinted at significant implications. The Yunsan market was adjacent to the Golden Sun sect, typically under the watch of external elders, who periodically dispatched law enforcement patrols for routine inspections. The prospect of instability in the market was no trivial matter. Upon reaching Shochuan Pavilion, he presented the remaining high-grade talismans and respectfully stated, Manager Chun, I sincerely appreciate your assistance. If any news arises from the main sect, please inform me at your earliest convenience. Manager Chun, upon seeing the 3 golden talismans, displayed enthusiasm, saying, There is no need for such formality, Friend Shen. I will certainly notify you of any developments. Returning to Yunhe Alley, Shen Ping's anxiety intensified. As a talisman master devoid of combat experience, his greatest fear was the potential chaos in the market. If order were to collapse, the first targets for bandits would undoubtedly be those like him, easy prey. Even without the bandits' intervention, the taciturn brothers in his courtyard and the friend Mu from the Tianning Pavilion would likely act against him with a high probability. Though each building was fortified with formations, they merely served as warnings and lacked substantial defensive capabilities. It was imperative to prepare as soon as possible. He opened his storage bag and retrieved a blue shield, a jade bracelet, and a purple gold belt, 3 defensive artifacts. He then took out 2 offensive artifacts, an emerald bead chain and a yellow gourd. Observing these artifacts, his unease began to abate. These 5 artifacts had been meticulously selected after a recent price drop. Initially, he had contemplated acquiring a top-tier defensive artifact, but its prohibitive cost and his insufficient spiritual energy led him to abandon the idea. However, it now seemed essential to procure one. While defensive artifacts could not sustain continuous energy support, if infused with power at a critical moment, their ephemeral activation could provide a meager but potentially life-saving defense. As for offensive capabilities, the emerald bead chain and yellow gourd sufficed. Both required minimal spiritual energy to manipulate. And with his cultivation at the 5th level of Qi training, he could easily manage one while reserving the other. Artifacts, talismans, it was still insufficient. He resolved to inquire about the prices of small formation plates the following day. That night, as rain fell, his wives and concubines noticed his distraction. Wang Yun inquired about his well-being, to which Shen Ping reassured her, I am fine. Perhaps I have been producing talismans for too long. I will take a stroll through the market tomorrow to ease my mind. Given their limited capabilities, revealing his concerns would only add to their anxiety. Glancing at the floor, he thought, when Yin returns, he must advise her to refrain from going out for a while. The next morning, he returned to Jinbao Tower to inquire about the prices of top-tier defensive artifacts and small formation plates. He found that while he could afford the lowest quality, acquiring another top-grade robe was beyond his means. This was primarily due to the substantial amount of spiritual stones required to activate and maintain a formation plate. After much deliberation, Shen Ping ultimately sold the jade bracelet and a mid-tier robe to exchange for a top-tier robe, believing it wiser to prepare in advance rather than scramble later when news from the main sect arrived. With the addition of artifacts, talismans, small formation plates, In a top-grade robe, he felt somewhat more secure, believing even a foundation-building practitioner would find him somewhat resilient. While he had never battled a foundation-building practitioner, nor even one at the mid-chi stage, he was confident that these items held considerable power. Perhaps a 9th-level chi practitioner could be adequately prepared, but an 8th-level one was surely beyond his means. In the ensuing days, Shen Ping dedicated himself to crafting talismans. For him, the more protective talismans he prepared, the better. He sought not to kill, but to safeguard himself. If time permitted, he could return to the market to sell again, amassing spiritual stones for backup. The current amount of spiritual stones in his storage bag left him feeling vulnerable. As the day approached for Yan's return, a shocking and momentous piece of news erupted throughout the market. The Grand Elder of the Golden Sun sect has fallen into disgrace. The sect leader, in a fit of rage, has relocated a third of the upper echelon to the Yunsan branch, officially severing ties with the main sect. Upon hearing this news, Shen Ping's initial reaction was one of schadenfreude. To dare fabricate such a scandal about the Grand Elder of the Golden Sun sect and disseminate it so brazenly was akin to courting disaster. He feared that within half a day, the instigator of the rumor would meet a dire fate, leaving not even a trace behind. Yet Manager Chen insisted, "Friend Shen, this is not mere rumor. The sect leader has indeed moved many high-ranking cultivators to the branch, and though not openly acknowledged, many disciples have observed the sect leader's visibly distressed demeanor." Shen Ping's lips twitched. He did not expect Manager Chen to be so gossipy. However, the news seemed far too ludicrous for him to believe. After all, the Grand Elder was a nascent soul cultivator, an ancient being who had lived for over 2,000 years. Such a figure, having weathered the vicissitudes of life, would surely be indifferent to worldly matters. How could he possibly fall into disgrace? Even if it were true, the likelihood of being discovered was exceedingly low. Unless, certainly, if the rumor proved true, it would undoubtedly be the most shocking scandal in the Wei Kingdom in millennia. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails. The act of seeking favor through underhanded means is not uncommon. However, when it occurs within the venerable Jin Yang sect, which boasts a lineage spanning millennia, the implications are profoundly different. It is foreseeable that this incident will tarnish the reputation of the Jin Yang sect irreparably, rendering it a source of mockery for rival sects for generations to come. Shopkeeper Chun, mused Shen Ping. With the sect master and a significant portion of the upper echelons relocated to the Yunshan branch, one would expect the branch's strength to surge, resulting in an increase in the prices of elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts. How could they possibly decline? Such gossip merely tickled Shen Ping's ears, for his primary concern lay with the pricing of talismans, which directly affected him. Yet, Shopkeeper Chen sighed, "Friend Shen, you may not be aware that the Grand Elder of the Jin Yang sect is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Even with the sect master taking a third of the leadership away, they cannot contend with the main sect without external assistance. I suspect that it won into Oppos, TB long before we witness changes in the market. Who knows? I might even have to vacate Yunshan and Oppos' marketplace." Shen Ping furrowed his brow. The Wei nation has long been the stronghold of the Jin Yang sect, allowing no other sects to encroach. Major commercial entities like the Jinbao Tower have had to navigate countless power struggles to establish a presence in a few select markets. Now, with the sect master seeking to invite other sects to counterbalance the main sect, it is clear that the age-old traditions of the Jin Yang sect are being compromised. Moreover, the decline in prices for talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts may indicate that external sects have already infiltrated Wei, and they may not be weak. This is certainly a troubling sign. Wei is rich in spirit stone mines, and other sects have long coveted these resources. Seizing this rare opportunity, they are likely to exchange substantial quantities of talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts for spirit stones. It is no wonder that Mu Daoyu mentioned the impending insecurity in the marketplace. The arrival of rival sects will undoubtedly lead to a period of chaotic disorder. Contemplating these matters, Shen Ping and Oppos' heart grew heavy. As a mere 5th-level chi refinement cultivator, he felt utterly powerless in the face of such sweeping changes. All he could do was strive to enhance his own abilities and fortify his defenses. However, these thoughts remained mere speculations. It was too early to draw conclusions about the marketplace's future. Blind optimism was ill-advised. He resolved to take a concubine soon, tomorrow. No, this very moment. He must seek out the matchmaker, Zheng. Outside the marketplace, as he stepped once more onto the main thoroughfare, Shen Ping felt a pang of nostalgia. He had thought that after moving to Yunhe Alley, he would never return here, yet here he was again after less than 2 years. Fortunately, it was not a relocation. He chuckled to himself, inhaling the fragrant scent of cosmetics as he approached the entrance of Chunman Court. Crossing the threshold, several pairs of eyes turned toward him. Upon realizing he was a mid-level Qi refinement cultivator, the gazes quickly withdrew. The establishment was still bustling with patrons. A quick glance revealed that 3 or 4 cultivators were awaiting their turn. It appeared that Zeng, the matchmaker, was quite busy indeed. After a brief wait, Zeng emerged, enveloped in a cloud of fragrant powder. Rest assured, fellow cultivator, you shall receive news within 3 to 5 days at the most. Return home and wait in peace. Oh, Shen Daoyu, what brings you here today? As Zeng spoke, her eyes lit up upon recognizing Shen Ping. Ever since you moved to Yunhe Alley, I have contemplated whether to approach you about a potential match. However, upon consideration of your current status, I feared overstepping, so I kept my hopes confined to my heart. Never expecting to see you here. Please, come inside. The other waiting cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Yunhe Alley was not a place where ordinary cultivators could reside. The steep annual fee of 15 mid-grade spirit stones deterred many. A talisman master, surely connected to the upper echelons. Their gazes toward Shen Ping grew fervent. Establishing rapport with him could yield great benefits. Before they could act, Shen Ping followed Zeng into the inner chamber, where soundproofing arrays concealed their conversation from prying ears. Zeng poured him a cup of spiritual tea before sitting down. Her enthusiasm bubbled forth. Since you are here, Shen Talisman Master, I take it you wish to acquire another consort. As a mid-level Qi refinement cultivator and a mid-grade Talisman Master residing in Yunhe Alley, you possess quite the desirable attributes. Many beautiful female cultivators would vie for your attention. What are your specific requirements? Shen Ping pondered briefly regarding character. I understand, Zeng interjected, offering him a reassuring glance. Shen Ping and Appo's forehead twitched with a hint of irritation as he continued. She should be of upright character, polite and considerate, with a cultivation level of Qi refinement 3rd level or lower. Ideally, she should be around the age of 20. And her appearance should be in line with that of my current wife. It would be preferable if there are no entanglements, but please, not too young. Zeng beamed, comprehending his desires. Apart from these, do you have any other particular preferences? Internally rolling his eyes, Shen Ping thought it unwise to divulge all his inclinations. I would rather not share everything. That would only give you leverage over me. Not disheartened, Zeng leaned forward and whispered, recently, Chunman Court has a few unique female cultivators seeking reliable partners for life. Curious, Shen Ping inquired, what makes them unique? Zeng relayed a few details telepathically. Not interested. Shen Ping nearly spat out his tea, hastily and seriously declining her offer. Undeterred, Zeng persisted, Shen Talisman Master, such opportunities are rare. Should you pass this by, finding another will be difficult. Shen Ping firmly shook his head, absolutely not. I am a man, and my inclinations are quite conventional. With a sigh, Zeng lamented the loss of a significant sum of spirit stones. Just then, Shen Ping hesitated and asked, by the way, do you have any female cultivators with unique physiques or bloodlines looking for partners? This time, Zeng fell silent. Shen Ping, puzzled, soon realized his implication and calmly remarked, are you implying that I cannot afford spirit stones? With a swift motion, he produced a protective talisman. Both Wang Yun and Bai Yueying possessed rather ordinary physiques. Cultivators with unique bloodlines or physiques were indeed rare. He was eager to explore the benefits of dual cultivation with such a partner. However, Zeng's expression remained unchanged. Shen Ping frowned and discreetly added another talisman. When Zeng remained unmoved, he simply withdrew 2 protective talismans and stood up, heading toward the door. Wait, Zeng called out urgently. Shen Talisman Master, you must understand that cultivators with unique bloodlines or physiques are exceedingly rare, often entangled in complex matters. One wrong move could provoke the ire of ancient beings or their descendants, leading to disastrous consequences. Chunman Court cannot bear such risks. Shen Ping paused, realizing the validity of her warning. He had indeed been overly presumptuous. Such cultivators were best avoided, especially after Zeng's earlier mention of their rarity. Had he not heeded her advice, he could have inadvertently sown the seeds of future trouble. Moreover, regardless of the risks, this was not the time for him to entertain such thoughts. It would be wiser to focus on enhancing his cultivation and ensuring his safety before delving into such complex matters. Thank you for your reminder, Zeng Daoyu. Shen Ping bowed respectfully. Many calamities often begin with a seed of greed. The mere thought he harbored was perilous. Zheng, the matchmaker, chuckled softly, Master Shen. Such individuals do possess a certain lineage, and I assure you there will be no subsequent complications. After a brief moment, Shen Ping departed from Chunman Courtyard. Having relinquished a protective talisman from his storage pouch, he resolutely rejected the notion of the peculiar cultivator Zheng had mentioned. Yet, he ultimately succumbed to temptation. It was only after repeated assurances that it was entirely in accordance with his preferences and devoid of any troubles that he felt a stir of interest. However, he would have to wait some time for news. Yinshan Workshop had no such offerings. Zheng would need to reach out to other Chunman courtyards in different locales. He was not concerned about the talisman being misappropriated, as he had left behind a subtle safeguard, a common technique that only his own blood could unravel. Before his departure, Shen Ping took care to advise against any undue delay, suggesting instead to find an ordinary partner to take into his abode if necessary. As the current situation was growing increasingly complex. Friend, would you like some talismans? Friend, magical artifacts, they are quite affordable. Elixirs at a significant discount. Hurry if you wish to purchase. The clamor of vendors on either side of the main thoroughfare was quite lively. Shen Ping could not help but feel puzzled. Although he had not visited in nearly 2 years, at this hour, the stall should have long since closed. As darkness would soon descend, this was not the market square. He casually approached a small stall to inquire, only to discover that the flying vessel from Jinyang's sect, which transported mining resources, was set to return every fortnight. Here it comes. The enthusiastic vendor gestured toward the horizon, where a large flying vessel was swiftly approaching. The excavation of the Golden Marsh in Yunshan has been ongoing, with Jinyang's sect continuing to recruit cultivators. Although the offered remuneration has not increased, the conditions have become more accommodating. As long as one signs a contract, they can receive an advance payment of several years' worth of spirit stones, though it will take half a year to collect them from the market's steward hall. This is an enticing opportunity for cultivators in dire need of spirit stones. Although Shen Ping had not been following the news closely, he occasionally heard the shopkeeper Chen mention it. It is said that many from the lower strata, even those in the mid-stage of qi refining, have signed up around Honglu Alley. Mining is arduous work, yet it is undeniably more stable than the perilous life of constant fighting. More importantly, the income is reliable. If he had not activated his golden finger, he might very well be among those on the flying vessel now. Life is not easy. As the flying vessel docked at the edge, numerous cultivators poured out, observing their weary faces, which gradually revealed a hint of numbness in their eyes. Shen Ping could not help but sigh. Regardless of their backgrounds, for those without special opportunities, it is exceedingly difficult to find a chance for a turnaround. Fellow cultivator, care for some elixirs? A street vendor cultivator seized the moment to speak. Shen Ping tossed a spirit stone and requested a bottle of qi consolidation pills. All right. After the transaction, he was about to turn back towards Yunhe Alley when a familiar figure caught his eye amidst the throng of mining cultivators. His heart skipped a beat as he seemed to grasp the situation. Taking a deep breath, he quickly turned and left. By the time he returned to his small courtyard, the sky had darkened. His wife and concubines had prepared a sumptuous feast, waiting for him. After hastily finishing his meal, Shen Ping retreated to his quiet room to meditate until the midnight hour, then descended directly downstairs, standing at the door with closed eyes, awaiting the moment. As time passed, his thoughts began to stir. He had sensed something amiss with Yu Yen before, and now it seemed indeed there was a problem. Otherwise, how could one of her strength possibly resort to mining? Mining may be stable, but if prolonged, the mineral aura could seep into one's meridians, extinguishing any hope of foundation establishment in this lifetime. It is normal for low-tier cultivators to choose mining when they see no hope. However, Yu Yen, being at the 5th level of qi refining, with solid cultivation, could potentially have opportunities in the future if she continued to improve. As his thoughts raced, footsteps echoed outside, followed by the gentle push of the door. Upon seeing Shen Ping, Yu Yan's eyes behind her mask flickered slightly. She turned to close the door, smiling. Shen Daoyu, you aren't waiting for me, are you? 5th level of qi refining. TSK, quite bold indeed. She said this as she stepped toward the main room. Unexpectedly, Shen Ping blocked her path. Rather than inquiring about her choice to mine, he extended his hand to lift the mask from her face. Shen Daoyu, please maintain your decorum. Yu Yan sidestepped him, her tone turning cold, before hastily entering the room. Just as the door was about to close, Shen Ping slowly spoke. You plan to return the spirit stones and leave Yunhe Alley, don't you? Yu Yan's body quivered slightly as her gaze swept toward Shen Ping. What I do is not for you to concern yourself with. With this time, perhaps you should accompany your wife and concubines. Mining in the Golden Marsh is akin to severing one's foundation. Hearing these words, Yu Yan froze in place, and after a long pause, she sighed softly. I have already lost hope for foundation establishment. Shen Daoyu, do not waste time on me. Saying this, she removed her mask, revealing a cheek marred by black, web-like veins that seemed to pulse with life. Shen Ping's expression changed drastically. This was the black line venom worm. Any cultivator afflicted would gradually have their blood and spiritual energy consumed. With my cultivation and the degree of infection, I can last at most 6 more months. Yu Yan replaced her mask and approached Shen Ping with a smile. Are you certain you still wish to take me as a concubine? If the black line venom worm enters your body, your hard-earned stability will be shattered. Without your protection, my fate may be even more tragic than yours. Do you desire a fleeting pleasure or the chance for foundation establishment and longevity? As she spoke those final words, Yu Yan turned icy and resolutely closed the door. Do not make a choice, Shen Daoyu. You may indulge a little longer tonight. The sounds from beyond the door echoed within the room. Shen Ping remained silent. The black line venom worm. A peculiar beast from the Golden Marsh, its venom is not exceptionally potent, yet exceedingly troublesome. A high-grade detoxification pill can only suppress it, not eradicate it. He recalled the auction at Jinbao Tower. Each month, rare treasures are sold. And due to the abundance of toxic beasts in the Golden Marsh, one can never guarantee safety. Thus, similar to high-grade detoxification pills, any item meant for detoxification, be it pills or otherwise, is fiercely contested once it appears at the auction. The roots of purple jade bloodvine or the white beard tree ginseng. Any of these could eradicate the black line venom worm within Yu Yan. In her eyes, it seemed a death sentence. Yet, when one's status and connections rise to a certain level, what appears to be a certain death is merely a matter of lacking spirit stones. Remaining silent, Shen Ping placed a bottle of high-grade detoxification pills at the door. Once bitten by a snake, one is wary of ropes for 10 years. Having experienced the relentless suppression of venom, he had kept this detoxification pill as a backup. Whether it was worth it to bid on the comparatively expensive roots of purple jade bloodvine and white beard tree ginseng for Yu Yan, he did not ponder. If he encountered them at the auction and was financially able, he would certainly buy them, even if not for Yu Yan. It would be wise to have them as a reserve. If he did not manage to find them before Yu Yan could no longer suppress the toxicity, he could only let things take their course. Just as in Honglu Alley, if faced with a high-level bandit, Yu Yan would not risk herself for an old neighbor. This was not indifference, it was merely a way of life. The following day, the wooden building was filled with the rich fragrance of petals. Having enjoyed a comfortable bath, Yu Yan reminisced about the events of the previous night and could not help but smile wryly. She gazed at the wooden beams of the ceiling, which lacked any soundproofing charms, wondering how long it could remain quiet. Putting on her mask and opening the door, she immediately noticed the detoxification pills Shen Ping had left at the entrance. She picked them up and sniffed. High-grade detoxification pills. Yu Yan stood in place in a daze for a while, until she heard footsteps from above. She chuckled, shaking the jade bottle. Thank you, Shen Daoyu. But I can't afford to owe you this time. Don't expect me to mine for a few more days. I could die from exhaustion. Shen Ping watched Yu Yan's departing figure, chuckling in disbelief. Turning back, he resumed his routine of eating, talisman crafting, and cultivation, as life returned to its monotonous state. However, in the subsequent months, he resumed his plans to attend the auction at Jinbao Tower. Before he knew it, the end of March arrived. On that day, dozens of large flying vessels soared through the skies, directly hovering over the market. The market's array of formations had opened for the first time in over 20 years. The large vessels could accommodate over 1,000 cultivators, and if all the hovering vessels were filled, the number would likely exceed 10,000. Given the current state of Yinshan market, it could not possibly accommodate so many cultivators, especially in the already overcrowded residential areas with safety guarantees. Only the newly built Yunhe Alley had several vacant houses, but these had mostly found occupants. One could only wonder how Jinyang's sect would arrange for these cultivators. At the entrance of Shochuan Pavilion, Shen Ping gazed at the hovering vessels above the market, a trace of worry crossing his brow. These vessels were clearly not from Jinyang's sect. Last month, whispers began circulating about the sects of the Xian Dao, led by the Jin Kingdom, uniting with the Zhao and Yu kingdoms, along with dozens of other sects. to apply pressure on the Jin Yang sect's master to permit other Xiandao sects to establish branches in Wei Kingdom. The subsequent developments remain unclear to this day. However, judging by the number of large flying vessels present today, it seems likely that the main sect has yielded to these demands. Such occurrences have reportedly transpired a millennium ago, when the elder of Jin Yang sect single-handedly suppressed numerous sects, effectively barring the gates of Wei Kingdom and forcing many Xiandao sects to retreat in defeat. The current situation, however, remains uncertain. Friend Shen, if you know any seniors, it would be wise to seek them out soon. The Jin Yang sect is expected to transfer a significant number of cultivators, likely to the outskirts of the Yun Mountain Marsh, where several cultivation families have established a marketplace. Additionally, I have heard from the East House that the Jin Yang sect plans to develop a mining area there, arranging for all mining cultivators to be sent there. Manager Chen sighed and shook his head. In truth, relocating may not be entirely detrimental. The outskirts of the Yun Mountain Marsh are perilous, frequently plagued by demonic beasts. However, the safety of this marketplace may also be compromised. Have you noticed that some of the flying vessels belong to demonic sects? It is said that these demonic cultivators— Shen Ping, anxious, interrupted, Manager Chen, did you just say that the Jin Yang sect will assign all mining cultivators to the mining area? Manager Chen paused, quickly realizing. Friend Shen, do you have acquaintances heading to the mines? You must hurry to the Deacon Hall. If you delay, even with spirit stones or talismans, you may not be able to dissolve the contract. Shen Ping nodded repeatedly and inquired, Manager Chen, can the deacons release individuals? With a knowing grin, Manager Chen remained silent. Shen Ping understood and bowed before departing from the Xiuquan Pavilion. A while later, at the outer Deacon Hall, Shen Ping left with a contract in hand. With Yu Yan's return still 5 or 6 days away, he was uncertain if any unforeseen events might occur in the interim, and felt compelled to act on behalf of his elderly neighbor. 2 protective talismans and a golden light talisman. He would seek reimbursement from Yu Daoist later. Noting it down, ever since Yu Yan agreed to take the high-grade detoxification pill, he understood her intentions. Otherwise, he would not have taken it upon himself to act for another. Days passed. Late at night, under the glow of the crystal lamp, the clean and tidy wooden boards swayed gently. It was not until the silk quilt slipped off that the wooden boards regained their stillness. Shen Ping tugged at the quilt, covering his wife and concubine. Wang Yun peeked out, resting her head on his shoulder, and softly said, Husband, our spiritual rice is running low. Bai Yueying added weakly. And there and Appo's little spiritual beast meat left. With a playful pinch to Bai Yueying and Appo's cheek, Shen Ping smiled. Tomorrow, I will visit the marketplace and purchase more. By the way, how much spiritual delicacies, tea, and wine do we have left? Wang Yun replied softly, Husband, perhaps we should forego those. They are quite expensive. I heard from Elder Feng that the prices of talismans in the marketplace have dropped significantly, so we should save where we can. Sister Ying and I cannot consume much. Bai Yueying hesitated. The spiritual beast meat isn't cheap either. Husband, perhaps buy less tomorrow. Shen Ping remained silent. Over the past 2 months, the prices of elixirs, talismans, magical tools, robes, and array plates had consistently declined. Even high-grade detoxification pills had seen a drop in price. While this was attributed to the influx of other sects into Wei Kingdom, the speed of the decline was rather unusual. The reserve of spirit stones was of strategic importance to every sect. Behind this shift likely lay a power struggle among the higher-ups of each sect. With over a dozen large flying vessels arriving today, prices might continue to fall. However, he did not feel anxious, as aside from the annual leasing fees, the prices of all other items in the marketplace had decreased, including the rare treasures at the Jinbao Tower auction, indicating that the purchasing power of spirit stones had not diminished. In fact, it had increased. Having previously sold high-grade talismans, he had accumulated a fair amount of spirit stones. And with the enhanced efficiency in crafting talismans, maintaining his previous quality of life posed no significant challenges. Presently, the only concern was the safety of the marketplace. Without assurance of safety, even the most abundant reserves of spirit stones would be futile. Tomorrow was the auction. He hoped to acquire the root of the purple jade bloodvine or the white beard tree ginseng. The root could eliminate the poisonous insects within Yu Daoist's body. Given Yu Daoist's strength and his preparations, as long as they did not encounter foundation-building cultivators, it should not be too taxing. Shen Ping pondered deeply, aware that these were merely theoretical assessments, akin to empty rhetoric. To gain accurate estimates, he would need to consult Yu Yan, a seasoned cultivator with ample combat experience. Husband. If elder Yu enters, let her be the elder sister. Wang Yan suddenly exclaimed. Shen Ping snapped back to reality, gently replying, do not let your imagination run wild. You must be quite fatigued. Rest now. Wang Yan's lips moved, but the words remained unspoken as she retreated her head. Shen Ping opened his attribute panel, observing his wife and Apos' affection level and the flickering silver light, which drew him back into contemplation. The following day, at the Jinbao Tower in the marketplace, Mu Jian's smile remained as enchanting as ever. Friend Shen, your talisman crafting efficiency has improved remarkably. Among the high-grade talismans we collaborate with at Jinbao Tower, you undoubtedly rank among the top. Shen Ping casually remarked, I have been studying talisman crafting at the Talisman Hall and have gained much insight. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, he inquired, Friend Mu, I have heard that the Jinyang sect plans to transfer many cultivators to the outskirts of the Yun Mountain Marsh. Do you know any details regarding this news? Mu Jian replied with a smile, rest assured, the wooden plaque for your residence in Yunhe Alley is from our Jinbao Tower and is not included in the relocation range. With that assurance, Shen Ping felt relieved and produced his auction plaque, quickly making his way to the auction hall. As the auction commenced, cultivators gradually became embroiled in heated bidding, with some even revealing their identities to exert pressure. However, those bold enough to do so typically had backing from the inner or outer elders of the Jinyang sect. Most loose cultivators would abandon their bids upon hearing such names. The next item up for auction was a century-old white-beard tree ginseng. Upon hearing the auctioneer's call, Shen Ping's face lit up with joy beneath his bronze mask. The starting bid was 50, 52, 54, 60. As soon as the white-beard tree ginseng was presented, several cultivators began to bid. Yet, compared to the past, the current bidding seemed rather timid, with increments of merely 1 or 2 stones. Shen Ping recalled his first auction when the bids for the Ding Yin Dan soared into the dozens. 65. Shen Ping tentatively called out a price. In previous months' auctions, the whitebeard tree ginseng rarely sold for less than 200 or 300. As he placed his bid, he felt a surge of anxiety. The price for high-grade protective talismans had dropped to 12 mid-grade spirit stones and continued to decline slightly. This century-old whitebeard tree ginseng surpassed the value of 5 protective talismans. In fact, waiting for the next auction might lead to an even lower price for the ginseng. Yet, Shen Ping feared that delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Who knew how long it would take for another opportunity to arise? Once he called out 65. No other cultivator countered the bid, which elicited a sense of relief and confusion within him. Why was there no competition for the whitebeard tree ginseng this time, when it had previously attracted fierce bidding? Shortly after winning the bid, Shen Ping soon discovered the reason. The next item was one of the highlights of this auction, a foundation establishment pill. As the announcement faded, the surrounding cultivators erupted in frenzied bidding, each shouting out prices in a cacophony of competition. At this moment, even cultivators with profound backgrounds could not suppress the excitement surrounding the foundation-building elixir. In the face of such fervor, no one's reputation held any weight. Shen Ping could only silently observe the commotion. After the auction concluded, he stepped out of the True Treasure Pavilion and, upon removing his disguise at the Symbol Treasure Hall, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Returning to the main thoroughfare of the market, he intended to visit Spring Full Courtyard. It had been over 2 months, and there had yet to be any news from Granny Zan. Make way. Don't block the road. A cacophony of curses erupted from behind him. Shen Ping turned to see a group of cultivators clad in uniform robes, arrogantly using their spiritual power to clear a path. He quickly stepped aside. Once the group had passed, a few more curses echoed in the air. Isn't the Danxia sect being too arrogant? They clearly have no regard for the Jinyang sect. Other sects that passed by a few days ago didn't act this brazenly. Hush. Quiet down. It is said that the Danxia sect is the primary force behind this support, with over 10 nascent soul elders in their ranks. They are one of the 3 great Taoist sects of Jin country. Shen Ping, Kuden, and Apos help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, the foundation of a pill cultivation sect is extraordinary. If the Danxia sect were to forge an alliance with the Jinyang sect, the availability of foundation-building elixirs might very well increase. Shaking his head, he realized that speculating on such matters was futile. He quickened his pace and arrived at Spring Full Courtyard, where he met Granny Zan. Rest assured, Master Shun, I am already on my way. If I had no confidence, would I have delayed for so long? This time, I guarantee your satisfaction. Shen Ping's heart stirred, but he maintained his composure, replying, Granny Zong, it is not that I am urging you, but the price of the protective talismans continues to decline. If we delay any longer, you may have to provide me with additional compensation. Granny Zong chuckled awkwardly. Oh, that is not the case. My little shop has always been fair and honest. It has just taken a bit of effort this time. The price for a protective talisman is somewhat low, but if Master Shen is satisfied, then we can discuss the subsequent fees. With a cold smirk, Shen Ping interjected, Granny Zong, let us speak plainly. We have collaborated twice before, so tell me, what is truly going on this time? If I am not satisfied, then this collaboration will be for naught. Seeing Shen Ping's resolute attitude, Granny Zong hesitated for a moment before finally confessing, Master Shen, the individual indeed possesses a special bloodline. However, due to their constitution, they cannot fully harness this bloodline, resulting in a low likelihood of foundation building. Nevertheless, it is absolutely feasible for bloodline continuation. Taking a sip of spiritual tea, Shen Ping replied nonchalantly, surely, the offspring of such a bloodline would encounter similar issues? Granny Zong and Apos' expression faltered. That depends on individual fortune. I observe that Master Shen and Apos' luck. Shen Ping cut her off. I had no idea you also read fortunes, Granny Zong. Very well, I shall wait another month. If there is still no news, then this collaboration shall be abandoned. With that, he rose to leave. Although he was uncertain of Granny Zhang's claims, the notion of a special bloodline intrigued Shen Ping, and he figured it wouldn't hurt to try, as this bloodline did not seem to be deeply entangled with rare bloodlines, but rather an anomaly. As April began, the Jinyang sect took action. The patrol enforcement team, while surveying the various alleys of the market, continuously promoted that anyone willing to relocate to the Chun family market on the outskirts of the Yunshan swamp would not only receive rent reimbursement for 2 years, but also be exempt from rental fees for 2 years at the Chun family market. They even promised to dispatch patrolling disciples to maintain safety. These conditions were indeed appealing, yet no cultivators in the market were willing to move. Everyone was well aware of the chaos at the Chun family market. While they claimed to send disciples for patrol, outer disciples were not foolish. Upon reaching the Chun family market, they might not genuinely ensure safety. This was an entirely different matter. However, none of this temporarily affected Shen Ping. With the guarantee from True Treasure Pavilion, even if the Jinyang sect forcibly relocated, he would not be impacted. One night, as the clock struck midnight, Shen Ping concluded his cultivation and slowly made his way downstairs. The mining contract had been released, and the white-bearded tree ginseng had been successfully auctioned. He believed his friend Yu Dao would have no further concerns this time. As time slipped by, the silence in the room was unsettling, and Shen Ping could even hear the sound of his own heartbeat. His expression remained impassive until footsteps echoed from outside, causing his heart to race. With a creak, the door swung open, and 2 gazes locked. Without a moment in Apos' hesitation, Yu Yin scoffed. I've recently received word that the Jinyang sect plans to relocate a large number of cultivators from the Yunshan market. You seem surprisingly unfazed, Shen Daoist, standing here with such leisure. In the past, even stepping out of Honglu Alley required careful consideration. Now, with the sky seemingly about to collapse, you still wish to involve me. As she spoke, Yu Yin closed the door, her expression a mixture of cold laughter and disappointment. Removing her mask, she strode into the main room, arms crossed defiantly. The dark, writhing patterns on her cheek appeared menacing. Come on, you wanted this, right? If you dare, step forward. I want to see just how bold you really are. Before her words had fully settled, Shen Ping stepped forward, striding directly toward Yu Yin. With each step, her demeanor grew increasingly grim. Upon reaching the doorway, the half of her face adorned with dark, writhing patterns displayed a flicker of distaste. Huh, I underestimated you, Shen Daoist. Yu Yin chuckled lightly, her gaze steady and devoid of any ripple of emotion. With a flick of her wrist, her robe slipped away, revealing a gauzy undergarment that allowed the dark veins beneath to be clearly seen under the crystal light. Her fingertip traced the outline of the writhing black lines as she spoke. These black lines are like venomous insects, flowing with your boiling blood. The hotter your body becomes, the more they revel in it. Ultimately, at the peak of your pleasure, they will invade your heart, deeply embedding themselves in your veins, devouring your flesh and spiritual energy until you are utterly drained. At this point, a smirk graced Yu Yan's lips. So, Shen Daoist, do you dare? I do not dare, Shen Ping shook his head. Yu Yan immediately scoffed. How dull. I thought with your breakthrough to the 5th layer of qi cultivation, you'd impress me with your courage. It seems you're still. Her words abruptly halted as Shen Ping produced a special contract paper. Yu Yin fell silent. It was the miner's contract from the Jinyang sect. She was no stranger to it. She had deliberated for half a month before signing it, ultimately deciding to face death within the Yanjin mine. Yet now, this contract, once hers, lay in Shen Ping and Appo's as hands. Yu Yin could distinctly sense her aura lingering on the paper. This is yours, Shen Ping said softly as he extended it toward her. How much did you pay? 2 protective talismans and a golden light talisman. Yu Yin suddenly laughed. You remember well, Shen Daoist. What? Do you expect me to repay you? I'm afraid you will be disappointed with this body of mine. Before she could finish her sentence, the tension in the air shifted. Shen Ping retrieved a long silk box from his storage bag and interjected, Friend you. Within this box lies the white beard tree ginseng. Consuming a small piece daily for 10 consecutive days will completely eradicate the black-line venomous insects from your blood. Yu Yin stood frozen in place, her mind momentarily blank. Shen Ping placed the silk box in her hands, and she remained dazed until the creaking of the wooden staircase broke her reverie. She looked up and quietly asked, Shen Daoyu, what do you seek from me? Is it merely my broken body? Shen Ping did not turn around. He simply waved his hand and replied, The marketplace may soon become unsafe. With you, my friend you, there will be an added layer of security. You know me, I am rather timid. Watching his vanishing silhouette, Yu Yan's gaze fixated on the silk box in her hands. The white beard tree ginseng. She did not inquire about the price. Anything capable of eliminating such a troublesome toxin must be a rare treasure. Such items cannot simply be acquired with spirit stones. She chuckled silently, her eyes slightly moist. Carefully, she tucked the silk box into her storage bag, picked up the robe from the ground, and gently closed the door. Moments later, the wooden beams of the roof began to tremble. It seemed she could still hear for a long while. Yu Yin smiled, tears streaming down her cheeks. In this harsh world of the lower class, who truly cares for your life or death? Even the closest of companions may turn against each other for personal gain. To receive such warmth is more than enough in this lifetime. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Shen Ping immersed himself in talisman crafting and cultivation, scarcely finding a moment to converse with Yu Yin. Yet, each morning, the fragrance of floral bathwater that greeted him uplifted his spirits, seemingly enhancing his efficiency in crafting. Husband, I have made a breakthrough, Bai Yueying exclaimed, her excitement radiating as she stood before Shen Ping, resembling a kitten basking in sunlight. Wang Yun clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Congratulations, Sister Yueying. Shen Ping smiled approvingly, saying, Very well, you've reached the 2nd level of qi refinement. Keep up the good work. Let us add more spirit beast meat to today's meals. Bai Yueying giggled, tugging at Shen Ping's sleeve. Husband, we're running low on pills. Shen Ping produced a condensation pill and handed it to her. Thank you, husband. At that moment, a commotion arose outside their dwelling. Shen Ping opened the wooden window to see a group of patrolling disciples entering the courtyard. 10 days and Appos. Notice. All cultivators below the 7th level of qi refinement report to the Deacon Hall immediately for relocation arrangements. Those with special circumstances must also attend to obtain a new wooden token. Any cultivator who fails to comply within 10 days will face forced relocation without compensation. After delivering the announcement, the patrolling disciples departed toward the next courtyard. From the 3rd house, Mu Daoyu chimed in with a laugh. Shen Daoyu, your situation in this small courtyard is rather precarious. Without connections, why not come to my place? Not only can I ensure your continued residence, but I can also guarantee you nightly pleasures. Shen Ping clasped his hands in acknowledgement, appreciating Mu Daoyu's goodwill. Feng Danshi's voice followed. Mu Daoyu, given the current situation, it's not just Shen Daoyu at risk. Even we might struggle to maintain our residence in Yunhe Alley. The Tianyin Pavilion once dominated the marketplace. But now, with the arrival of the Jin Kingdom's Hahuan sect, do you think Tianyin Pavilion can compete? Mu Daoyu's expression shifted, and she huffed. If Tianyin Pavilion struggles, so will you, Feng Danshi. The alchemical skills of Danxia sect far surpass those of Jinyang sect. It won't be long before the marketplace is flooded with pills crafted by Danxia sect. Feng Danshi remained unfazed, chuckling. I possess a unique skill, but alas. Mu Daoyu, you have lost the protection of Tianyin Pavilion. You cannot simply resort to competing with those demonic beasts in the Yunshan Marsh for a lure. Mu Daoyu gritted her teeth, visibly agitated. Under normal circumstances, she would not have been bothered by such remarks. However, with the Hehuan sect's arrival, Tianyin Pavilion had lost its foothold. In recent days, prominent courtesans like her wore expressions of despair. With Tianyin Pavilion's downfall, they would have to resort to serving those cultivators on the streets to earn spirit stones for their daily cultivation needs. Without the protective formations of Tianyin Pavilion, the effectiveness of their allure techniques diminished, merely capable of tricking lower-level cultivators. At worst, they would have to relocate to Chun and Apos, S marketplace. Mu Daoyu's displeasure was evident as she retorted and abruptly shut the wooden window. Shen Ping furrowed his brows. The influx of various sects into Yunshan marketplace would likely have effects beyond mere safety concerns. Alchemical products, talismans, and artifacts would all be significantly impacted. Though neither Danxia sect nor Hehuan sect specializes in talisman crafting, numerous talisman masters reside within these sects, inevitably exerting pressure on the existing talisman masters in the marketplace. His current connections and status stem from his prowess in talisman techniques. Should this aspect be compromised, life would undoubtedly become arduous. It was imperative to consult Jinbao Building and explore the possibility of deepening collaborative relationships. In the marketplace, Shen Ping strolled through the streets. Noting that most cultivators bore expressions of urgency, the entire street appeared significantly more desolate. After walking a short distance, someone whispered, "The disciples of Danxia sect have arrived." Swiftly, the cultivators' expressions shifted, and they hurriedly moved to the edges of the street. The center of the street became eerily vacant as all cultivators bowed their heads. Shen Ping was unaware of the situation but instinctively followed suit. It was only after a group of Danxia sect disciples passed that the tense expressions of many cultivators began to ease. "Friend, I haven't visited the marketplace these days. What was that all about?" Shen Ping inquired, bowing slightly. He then produced a low-grade spirit stone from his storage bag. The initially impatient cultivator's face brightened at the sight of the spirit stone, and he sighed. "You are unaware, my friend. Among the sects assisting Jinyang sect, Danxia sect has a notorious reputation for arrogance. While they don't frequently visit the main street of the marketplace, it's best to endure if you happen to encounter them. However, just days ago, a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator merely glanced at a beautiful female disciple of Danxia sect, and as a result, he died on the spot." Shen Ping was left dumbfounded. Just for a glance? The cultivator shook his head. It was merely unfortunate for that late-stage cultivator. It is said that the female disciple is a descendant of a golden core elder, spoiled and young, with a temper to match. Shen Ping pressed further. What happened afterward? Did Jinyang's sect not intervene? This is the marketplace. Public killings disrupt the order Jinyang's sect established. The cultivator whispered. They compensated with 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Shen Ping was left speechless. Now he fully comprehended why the marketplace had turned so desolate. A mere glance could lead to death. This was not mere indulgence. It was a blatant disregard for the lives of independent cultivators. "Thank you for the information." Shen Ping quickened his pace. If the marketplace were to remain in such a state, he would prefer to relocate to Chen's marketplace in Yunshan Marsh. Though chaotic, at least such incidents would not occur in the main thoroughfare of the marketplace. Currently, while only Danxia sect displayed such arrogance, who could guarantee that other sects wouldn't act recklessly once they became familiar with the situation? Such a blatant disregard for order could instill widespread fear throughout the entire marketplace. Upon arriving at Jinbao Building, he felt a slight sense of relief. Jinbao Building's ability to establish itself even during the dominance of Jinyang sect indicated that its strength surpassed even that of Danxia sect. As Mu Jian emerged, her face adorned with a standard sweet smile, she remarked, "Shen Daoyu, your efficiency in talisman crafting has certainly increased." Shen Ping shook his head vigorously, saying, "Mu Daoyu, I am not here to sell talismans, but rather to inquire about the benefits offered to talismancers at Jinbao Tower." He added with a hint of resignation, "Given the current situation in the market, it is quite unsettling for me." Mu Jian's eyes brightened, and she replied enthusiastically, "Yes, of course there are." She gestured invitingly and led Shen Ping to a private room on the second floor. Once seated, Mu Jian smiled and said, "Shen Daoyu, your previous cooperation agreement was quite basic, only allowing participation in the auction. In fact, even if you hadn't brought it up, I would have mentioned it soon. For alchemists, talismancers, and artifact masters, Jinbao Tower has 3 tiers of benefits. The first is the contract you previously held, the second adds more challenging conditions, and the third involves joining Jinbao Tower as a talismancer." After pondering this, Shen Ping asked, What does the third option entail? Mu Jian brewed a cup of spiritual tea and continued. The conditions for joining are stringent. Jinbao Tower must assess your potential to advance to the second tier and your likelihood of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Only upon a successful evaluation will you be allowed to join. If successful, you will be provided with a highly comfortable environment for talisman crafting within Jinbao Tower. Shen Ping frowned. He had already surpassed the second-tier talismancer level. However, breaking through to foundation establishment was proving to be quite difficult. Even if he succeeded, entering Jinbao Tower was a stipulation he would have to forego. And what about the second option? The second option requires you to sell no less than 80 high-grade talismans annually, half of which must be protective spirit talismans. Besides the fixed auction participation, we will provide you with a special jade token emblazoned with the Jinbao Tower emblem, signifying you as a distinguished guest. In critical moments, presenting this token can offer nominal protection. Seeing that Mu Jian had paused, Shen Ping was taken aback and asked, "Is that all?" Selling at least 80 high-grade talismans each year meant producing over 6 each month. Although it seemed only 3 more than the first option, most upper-grade talismancers would struggle to meet this requirement, especially considering the demand for protective spirit talismans. Few in the marketplace could meet such conditions, likely no more than 20. This left Shen Ping feeling somewhat trapped. However, Mu Jian smiled and reassured him. The nominal protection from Jinbao Tower is highly valuable. Even the current Danxia sect must give it due respect. At the very least, it would prevent you from being casually targeted by Danxia sect disciples. Shen Ping forced a chuckle, acknowledging, "Mu Daoyu, you seem well informed. I only learned of this today." Mu Jian glanced at Shen Ping and quietly warned, "Shen Daoyu, some matters are not as simple as they appear." With that, she said no more. Feeling a stir of determination, Shen Ping replied, "Very well, Mu Daoyu. I shall sign for the second option." Mu Jian's smile grew even sweeter. Upon leaving Jinbao Tower, Shen Ping found a jade token inscribed with the character Jin added to his storage pouch. Yet, he felt no greater sense of security. If he encountered the same predicament as before, his cultivation level might not even afford him the time to present the token. He needed to carry a top-grade defensive artifact at all times. It might be ostentatious, but safety was paramount. He also needed to keep at least 10 protective spirit talismans on hand. Mu Jian's final words seemed to carry deeper implications. Was the Danxia sect deliberately encouraging their disciples to act arrogantly? He pondered this, but quickly shook his head. Such inter-sect intrigue was beyond his concern. He needed to continue procuring spiritual liquid. Though it was somewhat expensive, with the aid of spiritual liquid and elixirs, he should be able to break through to the 6th layer of qi refinement within 6 months. Shen Ping hurried back to Yuna Alley. His dual-element superior spiritual roots absorbed the spiritual liquid effectively, yet as his roots steadily improved, he sensed that the other 2 inferior roots were hindering his overall cultivation speed. Upon entering his courtyard, he spotted Yu Yan, who had removed her mask, strolling with his wife and concubines. Half of her face had fully healed, and perhaps it was just an illusion, but she appeared more radiant and youthful than before. "Husband." Wang Yun noticed Shen Ping at the entrance and rushed over. Though she quickly slowed, a shy expression crossing her face. Yu Yan smiled gently, a teasing glint in her eyes. "Shen Daoyu, your affection for your wife is truly enviable. To miss her so dearly after just half a day." Wang Yun's face flushed with embarrassment, her cheeks turning a lovely shade of red that spread to her ears. Shen Ping approached and discreetly activated his virtual panel. "You have engaged in dual cultivation with your wife, gaining talisman experience 0.4. Your wife's affection has deepened. Current favorability 185. Dual cultivation bonus 6. Silver bonus 10. Talismancer, second tier lower grade 20,921,50000. The silver frame's glow deepened. The affection from his wife had increased by 5 points after months of diligent nurturing. Although the 2 bonuses remained unchanged, Shen Ping could distinctly feel his wife's profound affection, as if a day apart felt like 3 autumns. He then glanced at Bai Yueying's panel, noting that while her spiritual roots had improved, nothing else had changed. As he entered the house, Shen Ping casually remarked, "Yu Daoyu, you seem to be recovering quite well." Yu Yan replied with a cheerful tone, "Thanks to Shen Daoyu, I should be fully healed in due time. When that happens, I may need your assistance for a checkup." Shen Ping felt a warmth in his heart and inadvertently glanced at the silhouette of Yu Yan beneath her robe. Perhaps he had been too busy lately. as he could hardly recall whether her thin inner lining was made of purple clay or swan down. Of course, he replied hastily, but as his gaze withdrew, he caught the knowing smile on Yu Yan's face. Shen Ping immediately grew serious and said, "Yinner, you two go upstairs first. I have some matters to discuss with you, Dao Yu." His wife and concubines nodded in agreement, and as Yu Yin closed the door, she asked, "What did Shun Dao Yu wish to discuss?" Shen Ping began, "There have been recent occurrences in the marketplace. I wonder if Yu Dao Yu has heard anything." Upon hearing the serious topic, Yu Yan's expression turned grave. "Are you referring to the incident involving the migration of the Jin Yang sect's cultivators?" Shen Ping shook his head and recounted the tragic events he had heard about in the marketplace. The Danxiao sect is a renowned sect in the Jin kingdom. Even if their disciples are naive and spoiled, with so many sects present in the marketplace, their elders would impose some restraint to ensure their disciples do not brazenly commit murder. Yu Yin replied thoughtfully, regardless of the reasons. The marketplace is about to experience a period of chaos. Shun Dao, you should be cautious when venturing out. It may be best to wait for me to recover before we travel together. Shen Ping paused, re-evaluating Yu Yan, and praised, "Yu Dao Yu's insights are remarkable." "It's merely some experience," she replied, not dwelling on the matter further. Instead, she inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" The Jin Yang sect has set a 10-day deadline for the migration of cultivators below the 7th layer of Qi refinement. "What of the elder you have befriended?" Shen Ping quickly assured her, "Rest assured, I will handle the special wooden token at the Deacon Hall within the deadline. Moreover, I forgot to mention that during your time mining in Yinshan Marsh, I diligently practiced talisman crafting and made significant progress, recently breaking through to the upper-grade talismancer level. Once chaos ensued in the marketplace, he would need to produce a considerable number of high-grade talismans. Relying solely on the cover provided by that rambling talismancer elder would no longer suffice." Yu Yin was momentarily taken aback, gazing blankly at Shen Ping as if she were rediscovering this old neighbor. She was acutely aware of what it meant to be a high-ranking talisman master. Setting aside the connections and status, the protective talismans he crafted could have saved her life on numerous occasions. Had she possessed a protective talisman during that incident with the black-line venomous insect, the likelihood of her survival would have exceeded 80%. Really? Coming back to her senses, her voice was laced with surprise and disbelief. Being a talisman master required years of dedication. Yet Shen Ping had only recently advanced to the rank of intermediate talisman master. It was already impressive that he could consistently produce intermediate protective talismans. The thought of her old neighbor achieving such a breakthrough had never crossed her mind. However, before Shen Ping could respond, Yu Yin blurted out, "Mining contracts." By Su Tree Ginseng. Her expression was a mix of shock and complexity. These matters should have been evident to her, but during a recent period of despair, she had not contemplated them deeply, assuming it was merely the result of Shen Ping's relentless talisman crafting, even believing she owed a favor to that elder. Shen Ping nodded, reflecting, the talisman treasure hall established by the Golden Sun sect in the market has indeed been of tremendous assistance to wandering talisman masters. I have greatly benefited from my studies over the past few years, making remarkable progress in the art of talismans. He recalled the arduous 20 years of training he had endured. At last, it had not been in vain. Yu Yan, without a moment's hesitation, sincerely congratulated him. "Daoist Shun, your hard work has borne fruit. Congratulations on breaking through to high-ranking talisman master. There is hope for your foundation establishment in the future." Shen Ping smiled knowingly. He gently raised his finger, brushing against Yu Yan's fair, dewy cheek. She did not shy away. Instead, she closed her eyes. After a considerable time had passed, she opened her eyes, her smile radiant. "Daoist Shun, I did give you a chance." With that, she turned and walked into the main room. Just as Shen Ping shook his head and prepared to ascend the stairs, a voice echoed in his ears. "In 5 days, come to my room. I no longer wish to hear the wooden board." On the 2nd floor, in a tranquil chamber, Shen Ping expressionlessly retrieved a series of protective talismans, golden light talismans, ice arrow talismans, earth trap talismans, and stored them in his storage bag. He had already activated the small array he purchased earlier and placed it on the 2nd floor. The entire house was fortified. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would find it impossible to extinguish him in an instant. Moreover, the Golden Sun sect had left behind a unique array restriction in the construction of the house, which could be activated by anyone holding the wooden token, temporarily suppressing intruding enemies. Taking a gentle breath, he cleared his mind and sat down to begin his meditation practice. with a rumble, as he operated the family's cultivation method. Spiritual energy surged through his meridians. The thin spiritual energy within the room gradually converged, and his dual attribute spiritual root suddenly enhanced its absorption of external spiritual energy. 3 days later, news arrived from the matchmaker. Shen Ping was compelled to end his monotonous daily routine and head to the market. He first visited the Deacon's Hall to retrieve the wooden token representing his quota in the True Treasure Pavilion. The outer sect Deacon warmly assisted him in reissuing a special wooden token. "Deacon, may I inquire about the rental fees for the houses in Yunhe Alley next year?" 5 medium-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this significant price drop, Shen Ping felt a heavy heart instead of joy and cautiously asked, "Will the safety of Yunhe Alley remain the same as this year?" The outer sect Deacon cast a glance, and Shen Ping hastily produced a medium-grade spirit stone from his storage bag, seeking some insider information. Once the deadline approached, disciples from other sects would gradually enter the market, with the highest number being in Yunhe Alley. The Golden Sun sect had no means to manage this. However, rest assured, as long as you do not provoke them, these disciples will not take action. Furthermore, within a year, the disciples from various sects will depart. Upon arriving at Chunman Courtyard, Shen Ping pondered the deacon's news. Most of the cultivators residing in Yunhe Alley were at the late stage of qi refinement. He had initially thought that the number of sect disciples moving in would be relatively low, but to his surprise, they were actually the majority. This suggested that some other developments had transpired, perhaps due to the availability of vacant houses in Yunhe Alley. Fortunately, it did not affect the quota of the True Treasure Pavilion. 1 year, he needed to prepare thoroughly in the coming days, ensuring he had sufficient supplies for living and talisman materials. He aimed to avoid going out as much as possible. Most sect disciples were proud. If encountered, the likelihood of causing offense was exceedingly high. Should a conflict arise, he could hardly contend with it and could only raise his token for self-preservation. "Master Talisman Master Shun has arrived. Please come in, please come in." The matchmaker, with her swaying hips and heavy makeup, greeted him enthusiastically. Upon entering the elegant chamber, Shen Ping saw no charming figures, and his expression soured, displeased. "Could it be that Taoist Zhang is trying to deceive me?" The matchmaker hurriedly explained, "Master Talisman Master Shun, please do not be angry. Here is the situation. The Jin Kingdom and other sect forces have temporarily severed the main passage into Yinshan Marsh. Large flying vessels cannot enter at all, and traveling through other routes would be perilous. Our cultivators in Chunman Courtyard cannot risk coming through other paths just for a protective talisman." Shen Ping raised his voice. "What does that mean? Is Taoist Zhang raising the price?" He could not believe that Chunman Courtyard would make a special trip because of him. The matchmaker shook her head. "Master Talisman Master Shun, you misunderstand. What I mean is that this time, the duration must be extended, at least for another 6 months. But rest assured, we at Chunman Courtyard will provide compensation." Saying this, she produced a jade slip. Inside were 3 women with special bloodlines. "Master Talisman Master Shun may select one." Upon hearing this, Shen Ping's expression finally softened. He probed the jade slip with his consciousness. 3 women, each with different appearances and figures, flashed before him. Yet, their expressions and demeanor did not match their age, particularly their eyes, which bore a hint of numbness. Despite their forced smiles, it was evident that they were unwilling. He sighed inwardly. "Taoist Zhang, perhaps we should reconsider. If there are others who are more suitable." The matchmaker quickly interjected, "Master Talisman Master Shun. These 3 women were carefully selected. They themselves are willing to marry a reliable cultivator as companions. It would be their fortune to be chosen by you." She then whispered the bloodline details of the 3 women. Shen Ping furrowed his brow and could not help but inquire, "Taoist Zhang, as far as I understand, those with extraordinary bloodlines tend to cultivate rapidly. While they may have some limitations in potential, they are still significantly stronger than ordinary cultivators. Yet, these women seem to have a presence around the 3rd or 4th level of qi refinement." The matchmaker chuckled awkwardly. "I cannot say for certain about that." Shen Ping snorted inwardly, suspecting some underhanded dealings. After contemplating for a moment, he asked, "What if neither party is satisfied?" The matchmaker replied with a smile. "The Golden Sun sect has always lacked cultivators for the mines. But rest assured, we at Chunman Courtyard will not engage in unprofitable transactions. Such special individuals will only be sought once an intention is confirmed. If Master Talisman Master Shen chooses to forego this opportunity, it would simply be a pity." "Very well." Shen Ping stood up. "I will consider the one in the blue dress." I can give it a try and see if both parties are satisfied. The matchmaker and Apos' smile grew warmer. Excellent. Master Talisman Master Shen, await good news. The bloodline of the Xian Shui spirit tortoise. Chunman courtyard likely harbored deep waters. Shen Ping dared not dwell on it, and hastily suppressed the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. Upon returning to Yunhe Alley, he resumed his monotonous yet fulfilling life. Soon, 2 days passed. His wives clearly noticed Shen Ping's distraction. As evening approached, Shen Ping concluded his training early. Yunhe, it is likely that I will not be in the room tonight, he announced. Wang Yun was momentarily taken aback, but soon her face brightened with joy as she exclaimed, "Congratulations, my lord." Bai Yuing, slightly slower to react, quickly grasped the situation. No wonder my lord was frequently glancing downstairs today. It seems he is to meet with Senior Yu. Hee, it appears we may soon have an additional sister. Shen Ping cleared his throat, advising them. Make sure to rest early, before hastily exiting the room. Bai Yuing murmured, I wonder if my lord will use a silence charm. Wang Yin responded with a soft, perhaps not. Their glances intertwined, both revealing a faint blush. Standing at the entrance of the main room on the first floor, Shen Ping's long, deep breaths became increasingly erratic as he inhaled the floral fragrance wafting from within. The image of Yu Yan spontaneously materialized in his mind. Yuanyang Pink. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming certainty. Drawing in a deep breath, he attempted to absorb the floral scent fully into his consciousness. Regaining his composure, Shen Ping raised his hand, ready to knock on the door when a voice called from inside, "Come in. The door is not closed." It was then he noticed a slight gap at the door's edge. Upon pushing the door open, he was met with a vision akin to a beautiful figure emerging from a bath. However, he quickly found himself in a state of shock, as the scene inside was nothing like he had anticipated. Beside the wooden bed stood a bath barrel spacious enough for two, with steaming hot water producing thick clouds of mist, all infused with a potent floral aroma. Yu Yan, clad in a robe, her long black hair tied up, bore a fierce expression. Shen Ping remained stunned for several breaths before finally managing to ask, "You, fellow Taoist, what is this?" Suddenly, a slender white serpent leaped from the hot water, soaring into the mist as if riding the clouds, absorbing the steam until the entire room was enveloped in white vapor. Only then did the serpent return to the scalding water. Yu Yan remained silent, and Shen Ping, with patience, could only wait. After a cup of tea had passed, the water in the barrel began to clear. He noticed the white serpent gliding within, and to his surprise, Yu Yan's cheeks displayed an unusual flush. She hurried to the barrel's edge, pulling aside her robe to reveal a thin silk garment of striking yuan-yang pink. With a splash, she submerged herself in the water. Shen Ping, startled, quickly shut the door. Just as he prepared to immerse himself, he heard an urgent call, "Be careful, Shen Taoist." Before the warning finished, the white serpent darted from the barrel, aiming directly at him. However, Shen Ping, being at the 5th level of Qi training, reacted swiftly, evading the serpent's sudden attack with ease, and seized it firmly. At that moment, he realized that the serpent was a puppet crafted from white silk and ancient silverwood, mixed with rare minerals. "This is the only relic left to me by my master," Yi Yan stated, her wrist deftly performing several incantations. The serpent puppet stiffened, losing its agility. Shen Ping instinctively inquired, "You Taoist, was your master a puppeteer?" "Indeed," she replied, her eyes sparkling. "What are you still standing there for?" "I can hardly wait." As the hot water surged from all directions, Shen Ping couldn't help but shiver. He had believed himself seasoned enough to conquer any challenge. Yet in the face of true confrontation, he was astounded to discover that some matters were beyond his control. Meeting Yu Yan's gaze, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and thought, this should not be. It must be due to that book, Playing with Dragons and Pearls. Alas, I have been deceived. With a playful glint in her eyes, Yu Yan teased, "Shen Taoist, you are not usually so timid when with your wives. Why the change today? Are you perhaps too nervous?" Shen Ping, feigning seriousness, replied, "You Taoist, you jest. How could I be nervous?" As they spoke, the sound of splashing water enveloped them, and soon the ripples in the barrel began to settle. Frowning, Shen Ping sensed the silence in the room, broken only by their heartbeats. After a moment, Yu Yan softly spoke, "There is no need for you to feel guilty, Shen Taoist. This is quite normal." In truth, Shen Ping, refusing to yield, pressed on for another attempt. 2 cups of tea later, he found himself thoroughly defeated. Rising from the barrel, he stood at the door, casually stating, "I shall return another day." As he ascended the wooden stairs, Yu Yan's voice echoed in his mind, Shen Daoist. I will be bathing daily at the hour of the hare. I hope you can come to assist me. Hearing this, Shen Ping stumbled, nearly losing his balance, but managed to grasp the railing in time. Like a wolf, like a tiger, the ancient certainly did not deceive me. Realizing that playing with dragons and pearls was too weak, he regained his confidence. After steadying himself, he flicked his sleeve and strode toward the quiet chamber. Sitting down, he opened his attribute panel, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Though the encounter had been somewhat embarrassing, his primary gain was not merely the intimacy with Yu Daoist. Puppeteer, second tier, low grade, 21,101,50,000. Gold elemental root. High grade 15899,50,000. Wood elemental root. High grade 15791,50,000. His gaze swept across the screen, and indeed, alongside the two virtual frames representing his wives, another frame had appeared, flashing with text. You and your Dao partner have engaged in dual cultivation 15 times, with unsatisfactory results. Experience in puppet crafting 0. Current Dao partner favorability, 95. Inner charm fire body effect. You gain additional consciousness 0. Dual cultivation bonus, 3. Puppeteer, first tier. Low grade, 0-1000. Consciousness, mid-chi training, 12-85,000. Upon reading this, Shen Ping's expression darkened. He felt the virtual frame exuded a hint of disdain. No, it must be an illusion. Inner charm fire body. Could it be that Yu Yin possesses that legendary special constitution? His eyes brightened, a smile breaking across his face. So that is it. No wonder even a battle-hardened warrior like myself was brought low. It seems I am in a unique situation. With his spirits lifted, he retracted the virtual panel, suppressing his distractions, and focused his mind. His internal spiritual energy soon began to circulate, nourishing his limbs and vital organs, while the consciousness in his dantian also received sustenance. Meditating not only enhanced his cultivation, but also alleviated fatigue to some extent. A night passed, and as dawn broke, Shen Ping concluded his meditation. Exiting the quiet chamber, he was greeted by the rich aroma of spiritual rice, mingled with the savory scent of spirit beast meat and other exquisite delicacies. My lord, the meal is ready, Wang Yin said softly. Shall I invite Senior Yu to join us? Bai Yuing also lifted her gaze. The two women had heard nothing unusual the previous night, leaving them a bit puzzled. I will go personally, Shen Ping replied. As he approached the stairs, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a robust spiritual energy radiating through the air. This is Chun Yan from the Hehuan sect. I request the esteemed Taoists of the Bing number 056 courtyard to come forth. The voice resonated, causing the wooden windows to tremble. Shen Ping and Appo's expression shifted slightly as he waved to his wives, leading them downstairs. At this moment, Yu Yin stepped out with a grave expression. The two exchanged a brief glance before pushing the door open and stepping outside. The disciples of the sect, regardless of their strength, had to show respect to these wandering cultivators. Soon, Daoist Mu, the pair of brothers, Master Feng Dan, and other cultivators, including Shen Ping and Yu Yin, gathered at the entrance. In the center of the small courtyard stood Chen Yin, flanked by 7 or 8 disciples dressed in the uniform of the Hehuan sect. These disciples bore proud expressions, their disdain particularly evident upon noticing a mere mortal among Shen Ping's group. Esteemed friends, I apologize for the intrusion. In a few days, my junior sister and junior brothers will be taking residence in this small courtyard. I have come primarily to extend our greetings and hope for your kind assistance towards them, Chen Yin said, his face adorned with a warm smile, embodying the demeanor of a prominent sect disciple. In stark contrast to the haughty aura of the Hehuan disciples behind him, Daoist Mu chuckled lightly. Chen Daoist, I am Mu Yushuang. We wholeheartedly welcome the disciples of Hehuan's sect. Incidentally, my cultivation technique has some ties to Hehuan's sect. However, my skills are lacking, and I wonder if I might have the audacity to ask for your guidance once your junior brothers and sisters settle in. As she spoke, her voice carried a hint of seduction. One of the beautiful girls behind Chen Yin smirked, a low-level charm technique, and she still fumbles. Truly a novice. The other disciples erupted in laughter, dismissing the wandering cultivators. Chen Yin replied with a gentle smile, Daoist Mu is too kind. At this moment, the brothers from room 5, Zhang Hu and Zhang Xiong, cupped their hands and expressed their welcome to the disciples of Hehuan sect. Chen Yin acknowledged them with a simple nod. Master Feng Dan, Beaming, added, I am Feng Yu, a mid-grade alchemist, and I warmly welcome the disciples of Hehuan sect. Should any of you wish to discuss alchemy, feel free to seek me out. Your words are too flattering, Feng Daoist, Chunyin said politely. Finally, Shen Ping stepped forward with a smile. I am Shen Ping, fortunate to be an upper-grade talisman master. Accompanying me are my wife and partner. We extend a warm welcome to the disciples of Hehuan sect. If anyone is interested in talisman techniques, you are welcome to visit me. I am willing to sell 10 upper-grade talismans at half price. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to Shen Ping, including those of Chun Yin and the Hehuan disciples, filled with surprise. An upper-grade talisman master. Even a prominent sect like Hehuan could not overlook this. Although there were many second-tier talisman masters within large sects, they typically would not waste their time crafting first-tier talismans. Indeed, Daoist Shun is an upper-grade talisman master. My apologies for the oversight. Chun Yin and Apos. S demeanor softened considerably as he turned to the two beautiful disciples behind him. Chen Ying has met Daoist Shun. Chen Jing has as well. They both greeted Shen Ping with respectful bows. Upon hearing this, Shen Ping surmised that these two were likely not just Chun Yan's junior brother and sister, but possibly members of his clan. He was not surprised. Within large sects, the intricate web of influence and familial ties played a significant role, much like his own family's close connection to the Jinyang sect. After exchanging pleasantries, Chun Yin led the Hehuan disciples away, leaving Daoist Mu, the Zhang brothers, and Master Feng Dan to enthusiastically congratulate Shen Ping on his breakthrough to upper-grade talisman master. Particularly, Mu Yu Shuang, while congratulating him, cast a glance at Yu Yin, remarking, I recall that you and talisman master Shen only had a co-renting relationship, yet now you are partners. Truly, proximity breeds affection. She then shifted her tone, Talisman master Shun. Have you considered taking me under your wing? The Tianyin Pavilion is in peril, and I am uncertain where I will end up. With your protection, I could find a refuge. Her words dripped with allure. Though I lack other skills, I possess considerable experience in dual cultivation. Shen Ping hurriedly interjected, Senior Mu. You jest. My cultivation is modest, and I already have 2 wives and partners. With that, he turned with his wives and Yu Yin, retreating to their residence. Mu Yushuang huffed, while Master Feng smiled lightly. The Zhang brothers exchanged glances at Shen Ping's abode, shaking their heads slightly. In the early afternoon, within the bustling Xiuquan Pavilion, Shen Ping presented high-grade talismans. Upon seeing 2 spirit protection talismans, Manager Chun and Apos, S smile widened. Daoist Shun, it seems you have advanced to an upper-grade talisman master. Congratulations. After humbly attributing his breakthrough to luck, Shen Ping leaned in closer and whispered, Manager Chun, have there been any recent developments regarding the Jinyang sect? Manager Chun and Apos' expression remained unchanged. Which aspect are you referring to, Daoist Shen? Concerning Yunhe Alley, Shen Ping replied. In a few days, numerous sect disciples will be entering the market. To be candid, today, the Hehuan sect sent disciples to greet me in advance. Shen Ping wore a helpless expression. I am merely a talisman master, not adept at combat. If I offend any Hehuan disciples, my life may be at stake. Manager Chen regarded Shen Ping thoughtfully. You need not worry excessively. The recent turbulence in the market is only temporary. If you can avoid going out during this period, it would be wise. However, having disciples of the Hehuan sect in your courtyard could indeed pose challenges. He then whispered, the Hehuan sect excels in yin-yang practices and the art of seduction, particularly their female disciples. Their charm techniques can be insidious. Once ensnared, one may suffer a loss of cultivation or worse, become a puppet under their control. Though you are middle-aged, as a talisman master, you might easily become a target for Hehuan disciples. Shen Ping felt a jolt of fear, regretting his earlier reveal of being an upper-grade talisman master. He had intended to use this identity to avoid unnecessary troubles, yet it had backfired. However, he maintained his composure, Manager Chun. The Hehuan disciples I encountered today seemed quite refined, not akin to demonic cultivators. Manager Chen interrupted. The Hehuan sect is indeed a demonic sect of the Jin Kingdom, and their disciples are adept at disguise. Though they may appear gentle and cultured, their methods are often ruthless and deceitful. Tianyin Pavilion has some ties to the Hehuan sect, and many cultivators have found themselves impoverished and tragically perished after dealing with them. Would you dare to engage with the female disciples of Tianyin Pavilion? Manager Chen questioned. Shen Ping shook his head vigorously. What a joke. The female disciples of Tianyin Pavilion are notorious for being ruthless. I lack the fortitude to withstand their allure. After exchanging a few more words and confirming that Xiaochuan Pavilion would remain in the market, Shen Ping took his leave. On his way back to Yunhe Alley, he decided to visit Jinbao Building to inquire about the prices of special artifacts that could resist charm techniques. After learning the details, he dismissed the idea. While the charm techniques of the female disciples of Tianyin Pavilion could be countered by special artifacts, the allure of He Huan's sect was even more advanced. Higher quality artifacts could withstand the mental illusions of their charm, yet certain gestures combined with peculiar secret techniques would require one's willpower to resist. Ultimately, Mu Jun informed him that the most foolproof method was to lack the specific capability altogether and then purchase special artifacts to relieve oneself of worry. Aside from that, it was advisable to minimize contact with the disciples of the He Huan sect. In the small courtyard of Yunhe Alley, Shen Ping muttered in frustration. What a ridiculous solution. He furrowed his brow. In daily life, one can stockpile essential items such as spirit rice, rare treasures, and beast meat, allowing for months of seclusion without the need to venture outside. Yet, he still yearns to attend the Jinbao auction house each month, to bid on spiritual liquids and various elixirs to aid in his cultivation. Presently, the prices of goods in the market have plummeted. While the decrease in spiritual liquid prices is not as severe, with Shen Ping's efficiency in talisman crafting, he could auction off a drop each month. If consumed continuously for 3 or 4 months, he might achieve a breakthrough. However, given the current circumstances, even allowing Yu Yan to go out seems precarious. After all, disciples of the He Huan sect are not solely female cultivators. Shen Daoyu, what troubles you? Yu Yan, descending from the second floor, noticed Shen Ping's expression and inquired. Their relationship had advanced rapidly, and Shen Ping did not withhold his concerns, voicing his inner turmoil. Perhaps I should venture out myself. In the past, amidst the battles in Yushan Marsh, I encountered illusion-wielding beasts and cultivators. Even faced with the underhanded tactics of He Huan's sect disciples, I believe I can manage, Yu Yan declared with confidence. Shen Ping shook his head. His destination was the Jinbao auction house, not the marketplace for purchasing goods. What? Do you doubt my abilities? Yu Yan scoffed. Though she could not claim complete assurance against mind-altering illusions, she was certain of her prowess in matters of romantic entanglements. At this, a slight blush graced her cheeks as she recalled Shen Ping's escapades, noting that an average cultivator would struggle to withstand such temptations. Shen Ping suddenly chuckled, whispering, "It seems Yu Daoyu is indeed extraordinary. Yet, it was you who said you could hardly wait last night." Yu Yan bit her silver teeth, laughing as well. "Indeed, I cannot wait, even now. Should we indulge once more?" Shen Ping felt his legs weaken, forcing a dry laugh. "Given your unique constitution, I believe it prudent to conserve my energy before we engage further." With that, he hastily retreated upstairs, not daring to look back. Yu Yan, momentarily stunned, muttered in surprise, "I don't recall saying that last night." Days later, a throng of cultivators, arranged by the Jinyang sect, boarded flying vessels bound for the Chun family market at Yushan Marsh. Other sect disciples departed the vessels that same day, officially settling into the various alleys of the marketplace. Upon entering a small courtyard, Chun Ying and Chun Jing of the He Huan sect promptly sought out Shen Ping in room 2. Shen Ping felt a surge of panic. Indeed, Manager Chun's words had proven prophetic. The He Huan sect had fixed its gaze upon him. Stepping outside, his eyes fell upon the 2 disciples. Chun Jing donned a simple gray robe, his youthful features still bearing the innocence of adolescence. Chun Ying wore a water-blue dress, her delicate face radiating youthful charm and sincerity. Though anxiety coursed through him, he approached boldly, smiling as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Welcome, fellow He Huan sect cultivators, to our small courtyard. Henceforth, we shall be neighbors, and I hope we can look out for one another." With a warm smile, Chun Ying replied, "You are quite right, Shen Fu Shi. It is only fitting. My junior brother and I will be residing in rooms 4 and 6, and during our leisure, we hope you might share your insights on talisman crafting with us." Her voice carried a hint of neighborly charm, her clear, sincere eyes seemingly untouched by worldly distractions. Close up, Shen Ping could discern the subtle dimple at the corner of her mouth, the graceful flick of her tongue as she spoke. "You must come visit us." At her words, Shen Ping instinctively nodded, but just then, a unique floral fragrance wafted over him, snapping him back to reality. He quickly responded, "Shen Daoyu, I am often preoccupied with talisman crafting. Should I find the time, I shall certainly pay a visit." Chun Ying glanced at Yu Yan by the door, offered a smile, and, with Qin Jing, turned to visit other cultivators in the courtyard. Once back inside, Shen Ping felt a cold sweat break out on his back, reflecting nervously. The Hehuan sect is indeed formidable. Had it not been for Dao Yu, I might have fallen into their snares. He considered himself somewhat immune to temptations of the flesh. Yet Chuning's voice had stirred thoughts he wished to avoid. It seems her voice possessed a certain allure, though it may have merely been a test. I sensed something amiss, prompting me to step outside. Yu Yin frowned, cautioning him. Shen Daoyu, it would be wise to limit your interactions with them. Disciples of major sects often possess unique secret techniques. We, as loose cultivators, are easily ensnared due to our lack of resources. Shen Ping nodded in agreement. In due time, I shall declare a retreat for cultivation. Yu Daoyu, you must also exercise caution. In early May, the air was fragrant with pollen, and typically, Yu Yin would venture out to gather various petals for bath concoctions. However, given the current state of the marketplace, she, like Shen Ping, opted to remain in meditation within her quiet chamber. Without the aid of elixirs, her ordinary spiritual root yielded only minimal increases in spiritual power, and at times, even after circulating her cultivation technique for several cycles, she felt no growth whatsoever. Prolonged like this, most cultivators would find it unbearable. Shen Ping, however, had prepared ample elixirs to last him for half a year and shared some with Yu Yan. Indeed, a superior talisman master enjoys wealth. Yu Yan smiled. Though she mentally noted the spiritual stones required for the elixirs, planning to venture out once the marketplace stabilized to earn back her investments, regardless of whether she could repay them. By the way, should I leave the door open for you tonight? We could exchange insights on our cultivation, she suggested with a hint of anticipation. It had been some time since their last encounter. She mused that Shen Daoyu's vigor should have returned by now, especially since the vibrations from the roof had intensified over the past few days. Shen Ping hesitated to respond, instead shifting the topic. Yu Daoyu, I must step out shortly. Would you accompany me? Yu Yin paused, nodded without further inquiry, and soon, they prepared to leave the courtyard. Just before departing, Shen Ping hesitated, ultimately deciding to hang the wooden token given by the Jinbao auction house at his waist. While this was rather conspicuous, given the uncertainty of the marketplace, it was better to err on the side of caution than to invite trouble. Upon arriving at the Jinbao auction house, Mu Jin spotted Yu Yin beside Shen Ping and smiled sweetly. Shen Daoyu, are you bringing your companion to the auction? Shen Ping nodded, explaining that he intended to auction a few drops of spiritual liquid before announcing his retreat for cultivation. After settling a few high-grade talismans and the requisite spiritual stones, he and Yu Yin donned bronze masks and descended into the underground auction hall. It was Yu Yan's first experience at such an auction, and Shen Ping could sense her nervousness. The white-bearded tree ginseng that eradicated the poison within you was auctioned here, he communicated telepathically. Yu Yan, a bit intimidated, replied, You've truly become remarkable, Shen Daoyu. Even that esteemed cultivator could not gain access to such auctions. Numerous teams participated in the hunts at Yushan Marsh, and the one she had previously joined was somewhat renowned in the marketplace, yet she had never heard mention of the Jinbao auction house's events. Clearly, they had not been privy to such opportunities. For a cultivator of his caliber, if they could attend such an auction, they would certainly reveal it subtly, as it represented status and strength, enhancing the cohesion among their fellow cultivators. With a smile, Shen Ping remarked, I merely leveraged my identity as a talisman master. Come, let us take a seat in the back. Once seated, he scanned the other cultivators arriving, several of whom, like him, wore masks and bore unique wooden tokens. As time passed, once most cultivators had arrived, the auctioneer stepped onto the stage. Next came the auction of various rare treasures, elixirs, and magical artifacts. When the beauty-retaining pill was presented, the voices of the female cultivators in the auction hall crescendoed in excitement. Yu Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she whispered, The beauty-retaining pill? I can't believe it. Shen Ping quickly interjected, The beauty-retaining pill appears every couple of auctions. Yu Yan smiled knowingly, I understand. Shen Dao, you need not be anxious. As they reached the auction for spiritual liquids, the number of competing cultivators dwindled. Those who had consumed spiritual liquids understood their invaluable role in breaking through bottlenecks, especially since the late stage of Qi training required considerable time for such breakthroughs. Shen Ping gritted his teeth and bid on 2 drops, nearly exhausting the spiritual stones in his storage bag. After departing from the Jinbao building, the two visited the Fubao Hall to acquire a bronze mask. Yu Daoyu, Please wait outside for a moment, he requested before stepping into the shop. The shopkeeper greeted him warmly, recognizing Shen Ping immediately. It has been a while since you last visited. I hope the illustrations weren't lacking in content. Rest assured, I have recently acquired over 10 new ones that will surely satisfy you. Noticing the shopkeeper's demeanor, Shen Ping remained unfazed and lowered his voice. You must be aware of certain special physiques, correct? The shopkeeper quickly grasped the implication and scrutinized Shen Ping with envy, exclaiming, You have encountered such a rare trait. How fortunate you are. Shen Ping frowned. Fortunate? I can end oppos to even get through the door. Quite normal. The shopkeeper chuckled. Once a cultivator attains such a physique, they are far superior to ordinary folk. Not even the dual cultivation experts from the Hahuan sect would necessarily gain entry. However, you are indeed in the right place. My shop possesses ancestral secret arts that guarantee entry. Shen Ping rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking that the Hahuan sect, known for its yin-yang dual cultivation, must certainly have their own methods for entry, though such secrets would be difficult for a wandering cultivator like him to obtain. Please wait a moment. I will fetch them for you, the shopkeeper said, hastily ascending the stairs. Shortly after, he returned with 2 books, Secrets of Renowned Families and The Art of Flower Picking. Shen Ping glanced at the titles, which seemed quite respectable. He tapped his fingers and inquired, Are these guaranteed? The shopkeeper's voice instantly rose. These 2 ancestral secret arts are rarely displayed. If it weren't for your evident fortune, I wouldn't dare bring them forth. As for their efficacy, you will know once you return. Shen Ping chose Secrets of Renowned Families, deeming it the more reliable option. What is the price? 80. Too expensive. Shen Ping promptly turned to leave. 20 mid-grade spiritual stones. That's the lowest I can offer, for these are ancestral secrets. The shopkeeper insisted. I am a regular customer. If the results are satisfactory, perhaps we can continue to collaborate in the future. Given the current market, your prices are quite steep. It may hinder your business. Shen Ping replied, shaking his head as he walked away. The shopkeeper, growing anxious, called out, 5, the lowest price. If you wish to buy, you must also purchase a few more illustrations. Otherwise, this deal cannot proceed. Reluctantly, Shen Ping turned back. Previously, he had refrained from bargaining because there was only one shop in the market selling such secret arts. However, with the arrival of the Hahuan sect, the situation had changed dramatically, as various simplified dual cultivation techniques would undoubtedly circulate in the future. Moments later, he exited the shop with satisfaction. Upon returning to Yunhe Alley, he found Yu Yin striking a pose with her arms crossed, her eyes sparkling with interest. Shen Daoyu, if I remember correctly, that shop seems to have ties with the Tianyin Pavilion. Shen Ping shook his head. I truly have no knowledge of that. Yu Yin did not pursue the topic further, but instead said playfully, Shen Daoyu, my petals are nearly depleted. If you do not hurry to cultivate your energy, I might not be able to endure it any longer, and then you shall not evade me. Upon hearing this, Shen Ping realized why Yu Yin often soaked in baths. She used those petals to suppress the fire within her. Wait, he replied lightly, confidence radiating as he ascended the stairs, silently hoping that the shopkeeper would not deceive him. The next day, Shen Ping took a stroll in the small courtyard, casually announcing his upcoming seclusion for cultivation. Master Feng exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging the importance of cultivation. Mu Yushuang smiled enigmatically, wishing Shen Fushi great progress in his abilities. The Zhang brothers did not emerge, but they opened their windows and offered a respectful nod. How coincidental, Shen Fushi. My brother and I just settled into this courtyard, intending to invite you for guidance on talisman techniques. And now you are retreating for an unknown duration. Xiaoning pouted slightly, appearing somewhat disappointed, yet her lively eyes glimmered with disdain. Wandering cultivators are truly timid. She had only made a slight probe, and he was already intimidated. She had hoped for a more engaging interaction, showcasing the skills learned from her sect. Shen Ping smiled and replied, Chen Daoyu, I am of considerable age and cannot afford to waste a single moment of cultivation. I hope for your understanding. Xiaoning inwardly scoffed, poised to tease the talisman master further, when her gaze caught the wooden plaque at his waist, engraved with the character Shen. Her pupils constricted in surprise. The honorary plaque from Jinbao Building was exceedingly difficult to obtain for high-grade talisman masters. Many of her clan's high-grade talisman masters, who had broken through to the foundation establishment stage and maintained a partnership with Jinbao Building, had not received such a plaque. She never expected that a wandering talisman master from such a small courtyard in Yunhe Alley could possess an honorary plaque. Shen Fushi, You are too modest. Cultivation is indeed paramount. Once you conclude your seclusion, I shall pay you a visit, Chen Ping said, refraining from further provocations. The Jinba building's deep-rooted heritage lent considerable weight to the plaque, symbolizing their prestige. Days turned into weeks. One night, a gentle rain fell upon the roof, resembling a chorus of insects. Inside, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. Wang Yun leaned against Shen Ping's shoulder, her fair forehead glistening with a fine sheen of sweat. Her voice, soft and tender, said, "Husband, your prowess has grown even more formidable. In a few days, Sister Ying and I must strive harder to elevate ourselves. Otherwise, we shall be unable to serve you properly." Shen Ping silently smiled, feeling confident before his wives. "Husband," Wang Yun suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with affection. "I have been married to you for 4 years now, and I am grateful for your care. Without you, where would I be today?" Shen Ping was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting, indeed, for years had passed. 4 years ago, he was a mere third-tier qi training cultivator in Honglu Alley, devoid of any hope. Now, he had broken through to the 5th tier, achieving a second-tier level in talisman arts, with a significantly elevated status. In 2 or 3 months, with the aid of the auctioned spiritual liquids, he was confident he could break through another tier. "Regardless of what the future holds, I hope you will never abandon me," she implored. Hearing this, Shen Ping snapped back to reality, guilt washing over him. "Yunner, I am at fault, these days." His mind had been consumed with thoughts of how to gain experience with puppets and divine consciousness, causing him to unintentionally distance himself from his wives. Wang Yun hastily reassured him, "Husband, it is not that I harbor any ill intentions. I merely wish to remain in your thoughts." At that moment, Bai Yuing also turned to embrace Shen Ping's arm. "Husband, I feel the same." Seeing the careful expressions of his wives, he felt a surge of warmth and gratitude. Shen Ping spoke softly, "Yunner, Inger, rest assured, your husband will never abandon you." "Thank you, husband. Thank you, husband." The smiles on the faces of his wives were radiant as they turned over in unison. The gentle drizzle on the rooftop gradually subsided. Shen Ping opened his virtual panel and was astonished to find that Bai Ying's long-dormant affection had unexpectedly risen to 95 points. He paused in silence, gazing at the smiles on his wife's lips, his expression complex. Initially, he had planned to visit Yu Yan's main chamber at the hour of the hare the next day to reclaim his former vigor. However, he decided to postpone it for now. In the following 2 days, he resumed his previous lifestyle in Honglu Lane, dedicating some time to accompany his wives while hastening his mastery of the book Noble Techniques. When the hour of the hare arrived on the 3rd day, Shen Ping concluded his meditation early and descended to the main chamber. A unique fragrance of petals wafted through the air. "Come on in. I thought you wouldn't dare to come." Dao friend Shen. Yu Yan's gossamer attire, tinted with a delicate rosy hue, appeared particularly ethereal in the rising steam. Although a faint smile graced her lips, her eyes betrayed a struggle to suppress her feelings. Shen Ping closed the door without uttering a word. As the warm water enveloped him, he gritted his teeth, following the guidance of noble techniques with unwavering willpower. Soon, his attribute panel reflected changes. You have engaged in dual cultivation with your partner. Gaining puppet-making experience 2. Current partner affection level, 95. Inner charm fire effect. You gain an additional consciousness 2. Dual cultivation bonus, 3. Puppet master. First stage lower tier, 6-1000. Consciousness. Mid-stage chi refinement, 1286-5000. Within the wooden tub, the thin fabric of Yu Yan's attire became even more translucent, the water surface shimmering as if kissed by the dawn. Yu Yan, exuding charm, seemed to savor the moment with her eyes closed. In contrast, Shen Ping wore a serious expression, his mind preoccupied with the shopkeeper's words about ancestral secret techniques. Entering was not difficult, he had thought, believing that this technique would restore his confidence and reputation. Yet, to his surprise, the shopkeeper had been entirely sincere. He had not exaggerated. Entering truly was not challenging. However, he found himself stuck at the threshold. Despite the changes in his attribute panel, both puppet experience and consciousness had improved. This dual cultivation, which had not even allowed him to cross the threshold, left him feeling disheartened. Moreover, the most critical point was that at the threshold, he had succumbed without any resistance, just as he had in the previous 15 attempts. At that moment, Yu Yan slowly opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. "Dao friend Shun is indeed extraordinary. My constitution is different from others." requiring petal baths to suppress the allure within me. Each suppression intensifies the accumulation of this allure over the years, necessitating special techniques for the petals, along with assistance from white snake puppets. However, with you, Dao friend Shen, I believe I shall no longer need these. As she spoke, her gaze drifted to the water's surface, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Can Dao friend Shen share more insights on cultivation? Shen Ping clenched his jaw. The water rippled, and an overwhelming resistance surged from all directions. No matter how hard he tried, it was futile, until the pressure became unbearable. He could not help but shiver. Moments later, he hastily exited the first floor and, upon reaching the corner of the wooden staircase on the second floor, glanced back at the main chamber, sighing inwardly. This narrow path is indeed treacherous. No wonder Yu Yan's previous partner sought refuge in Tianning Pavilion. Any cultivator would find it unbearable over time. As June arrived, the turmoil caused by the migration of numerous cultivators gradually settled. After the disciples of Danxia sect occupied various alleys in the market, they refrained from using their power to oppress the wandering cultivators. In fact, the atmosphere became much more peaceful than before. Although there were occasional frictions, they were generally resolved amicably, allowing many observing cultivators to feel reassured. Some of the more eager ones began to venture into the Yunsan marsh for hunting, leading to a rapid increase in task acceptance at the service hall. At dawn, the morning light poured through the skylight. His wife, Wang Yun, served the freshly made spirit rice and beast meat porridge, along with some nourishing delicacies, onto the table. Shen Ping stepped out of his quiet chamber, stretching his waist and inhaling the aroma of the sumptuous feast, smiling as he praised, "Yun'er is truly thoughtful." His wife replied gently, "Husband, you have been overworked lately. You need to nourish yourself." Bai Yuing, sitting nearby, chuckled. "I fear husband may not be able to replenish himself." As they settled down, Shen Ping pinched Bai Yuying's delicate cheek and confidently declared, "Whether I can replenish myself, Inger will find out tonight." He leaned in to whisper a few words. Bai Yuying's earlobes turned crimson instantly, biting her lower lip. "Husband, you are too wicked." After the meal, just as Shen Ping stood up to head to the talisman-making room, he saw Yu Yin approaching. Noticing her attired in a robe, he questioned, "Dao friend Yu, what brings you here?" Yu Yin glanced at the busy Wang Yun and Bai Yuing, responding softly, "Many cultivators have formed teams to venture into the Yunsan marsh these days. I am going to check the situation in the market." Shen Ping understood her intention. She was going to accept the task. Most wandering cultivators sought to earn spirit stones, either by robbing others or hunting beasts in the Yunsan marsh for materials to sell. The tasks left by the disciples of Jinyang sect at the service hall were particularly sought after, catering to the needs of disciples, elders, and prominent alchemists and talisman makers. Shen Ping perceived the determination in Yu Yan's eyes. "Allow me to escort you," he offered, sighing inwardly. For the past few days, he had engaged in intimate relations with Yu Yan at the hour of the hare. Although they had not crossed the threshold, they had grown exceptionally close. However, familiarity aside, he knew some matters could not be forced. While Wang Yun and Bai Yuing could remain indoors, Yu Yan could not. As they approached the door, Yu Yan smiled and produced 3 protective talismans from her storage bag, waving them before Shen Ping. "Rest assured, my life is precious, saved at great cost by you. I would not dare to take risks. I will only accept simpler tasks at the service hall and one in Dapos." T ventured deep into the Yunsan marsh. Hearing this, Shen Ping felt a sense of relief and handed her a jade plate, saying, "Here, take this." Yu Yan accepted it without hesitation. An upper-tier defensive artifact. "Shen Dao friend, you possess quite a few good items." Shen Ping chuckled. "Do not delay too long. I have other delightful things I wish for you to experience." "Oh, I shall savor them thoroughly upon my return. May time stretch a little longer," she said, stepping forward to embrace Shen Ping briefly before departing. As she walked a few steps away, he heard her voice in his ear, "Dao friend Shen, thank you." After closing the door, he quickly noticed that Yu Yan's main chamber was left ajar. Approaching it, he pushed it open to find some of her daily necessities inside. Even the white snake puppet resting on the wooden tub. A knowing smile crept across his face. At the edge of the Yunshan marsh, the primary dangers stem from the robbers of the void. However, as long as one is in a team, the likelihood of encountering them is relatively low. Even if they do come across such adversaries, with the protective talismans on Yu Yan and high-quality defensive artifacts, there should be no issues under normal circumstances. Moreover, Even the simplest tasks typically require no more than 3 to 4 days. Shen Ping, unperturbed, continued his monotonous yet fulfilling cultivation routine. Days slipped by, and soon it was mid-August. After absorbing the second drop of spirit liquid acquired at the auction, the spiritual energy circulating through his meridians once again became abundant. In the quiet chamber, Shen Ping sat cross-legged, his demeanor tranquil as his aura steadily surged. The transformation of his superior spiritual roots in both the gold and wood elements allowed for remarkable absorption of the spirit liquid. Waves of rich and pure spiritual energy flowed from his limbs and bones. Although the operation of his cultivation method occasionally faced slight impediments due to the sluggishness of his inferior fire and wood spiritual roots, the overall progress was remarkably swift. With a resounding boom, after 2 full circulations of his spiritual energy, the accumulated force broke through the blockages in his meridians, propelling him into the next realm. In an instant, Shen Ping's aura skyrocketed, achieving the 6th layer of qi cultivation. After stabilizing his aura, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a look of joy. Cultivator, Intermediate Grade Puppet Master, 1766-10,000. Divine Sense, Mid-Stage Qi Cultivation, 5,046 5,000. Ready to break through. He glanced at the attribute panel, skipping over the virtual frames of his wives and concubines, focusing instead on the lower section. Having broken through to the 6th layer of qi cultivation, his divine sense within the Niwen Palace had also been nourished and elevated, reaching the threshold for another breakthrough. Without hesitation, he concentrated his thoughts and broke through. A tremor coursed through the virtual frame as his divine sense, seemingly nourished by an invisible energy, surged dramatically. What once required crossing the late qi cultivation threshold to elevate now directly ascended to the late stage of qi cultivation. The significance of a cultivator's divine sense is paramount, possessing various wondrous applications. Particularly now, with his extensive experience in puppet crafting, a stronger divine sense would enable him to control a greater number of puppets. Should he encounter that alluring technique from Taoist Mu again, with his current level of divine sense, he could easily perceive and resist it. However, countering the allure of the Hahuan sect might still prove challenging. Shen Ping pondered, recalling the seductive tone of Chun Ying and Appo's voice during her visit. Though merely a simple test, the combination of her smile and voice had indeed evoked an irresistible sense of infatuation. He resolved to learn more about such techniques to avoid falling victim in the future. At that moment, the communication talisman vibrated slightly. Upon retrieving it, he heard the voice of Manager Chun. Is Master Shen still in seclusion? If you have concluded your retreat, please visit the Shochuan Pavilion. Shen Ping did not rush to respond. Instead, he contemplated. He had informed Manager Chen prior to his retreat that it would last at least 6 months. Now, with only 3 months gone, a message indicating urgency was concerning. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, Manager Chen, I have had some insights and temporarily concluded my seclusion. May I inquire about the urgent matter? The communication talisman quickly flickered. Manager Chen replied, the master of our establishment has officially broken through to the foundation establishment stage recently and is preparing a banquet in half a month at the Jinyang Sect's foundation establishment Disciple Spirit Vein Cave. Your name is on the guest list. Upon hearing this, Shen Ping quickly said, Manager Chun, please hold on. I shall go there immediately. After storing the communication talisman, he tidied up briefly before hastily departing his quarters. Upon arriving at the Shochuan Pavilion, Manager Chen greeted him with a smile. Before they could exchange pleasantries, he noticed Shen Ping's aura, the 6th layer of qi cultivation. Congratulations, Master Shen. At your age, your cultivation breakthroughs are becoming increasingly rapid. Without a moment's thought, Shen Ping replied, Manager Chen, you flatter me. My progress is solely due to my skill in talisman crafting. Having purchased some elixirs and spirit liquid from the Jinbao building, which enabled my continuous breakthroughs, Manager Chen then realized and expressed astonishment. Master Shen has even gained entry into the Jinbao building's auction. I am fortunate to have received guidance from a senior talisman master at the Jinbao building. Shen Ping humbly stated. Manager Chun and Appo's face lit up with a warm smile. Master Shen, your fortune has arrived. However, my fortune pales in comparison to yours. With the master of Shochuan Pavilion and Appo's breakthrough to foundation establishment, the status of our establishment will surely change, and you too shall rise with it. Shen Ping complimented. Manager Chen beamed with joy. The two entered the shop, where Manager Chun handed Shen Ping an invitation from the master of Shochuan Pavilion, advising him to be cautious. as many foundation establishment cultivators, alchemists, and talisman masters would be present. In such an environment, a careless word or an inadvertent offense against a foundation establishment cultivator could lead to dire consequences, even for the master of the pavilion. Shen Ping repeatedly agreed, expressing his gratitude. After the incident with the maid, he had feared it would leave a lingering resentment in the heart of the Xiuquan pavilion's master. To receive an invitation for this foundation establishment banquet was indeed unexpected. Regardless of the master's motivations, this invitation alone was enough to bestow honor upon him. Having ventured out, Shen Ping decided to sell the advanced talismans he had crafted during this period at the Jinbao building, while also purchasing some materials for puppet crafting. Now, as a first-tier intermediate puppet master with a late-stage divine sense, he was capable of controlling puppets to fend off enemies while also profiting from selling them. However, crafting puppets was far more complex than creating talismans, and there were significantly fewer high-quality puppet masters in the marketplace compared to alchemists, talisman masters, and formation masters. Had it not been for his extensive experience, merely entering the realm of puppet mastery would have proven exceedingly difficult. Upon leaving the Jinbao building, he slowed his pace, his gaze skimming over the passing cultivators. Compared to the days when the Jinyang sect relocated many of its members, the marketplace had indeed regained some of its former vibrancy, though the only difference now was the increased number of sect disciples, which made the scattered cultivators visibly more cautious. As if afraid to offend them, returning to his small courtyard in Yunha Alley, he immediately spotted Shen Ping of the Hehuan sect leaning against the wooden window on the second floor, her lively eyes lost in thought, presumably contemplating some mischievous scheme. Shen Ping feigned ignorance, hastily making his way toward room number 2. Ah, Master Shen has concluded his seclusion? Chen Ying swiftly appeared from the wooden window. Shen Ping sighed inwardly, realizing that his apprehensions had materialized. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Daoist Chun, I have temporarily ended my retreat, but I will continue after some time. Chen Ying smiled and said, Master Shen, our Hehuan sect disciples are always amicable with others. Do not be misled by external rumors. Master Shen has broken through? Having taken some elixirs, I fortuitously made a breakthrough. Thank you, Daoist Chen. I must attend to matters, so I will return to my room now. Just as Shen Ping finished speaking, Chen Ying deftly blocked his path. Master Shen, are you in such a hurry to return to your quarters to indulge in pleasures with your wives? Her eyes sparkled mischievously. A mere mortal, and one at the second layer of qi cultivation, hardly sufficed to match your esteemed status. However, I, Chen Ying, have a few capable candidates you might consider. With that, her voice laced with temptation, she added, even I am not entirely unavailable. Shen Ping, having anticipated such advances, kept his gaze lowered to his feet as he listened. With his divine sense now at the late stage of qi cultivation, he felt no effect from her allure. Daoist Chun, as a disciple of the Hehuan sect, I, a mere scattered cultivator, cannot presume to aspire to such heights. In a few days, I must attend a banquet hosted by a certain foundation establishment elder of the Jinyang sect. I assure you, my thoughts are elsewhere. I hope for your understanding. Chen Ying felt no surprise, for the esteemed Master Shen before her bore the honorary plaque of the True Treasure Pavilion, which made his invitation from the foundation building cultivators of the Golden Sun sect entirely reasonable. The connections of Master Shen were not something an ordinary loose cultivator could rival. She smiled, choosing not to press further. After all, if Master Shen were to express any interest in the future, the doors of the Qin family would always be open to him. After she had relayed the matter of Shen Ping to her cousin, Qin Yan, her cousin quickly responded, urging her to cultivate a closer relationship, even suggesting that she might consider serving him in a more intimate manner or even forming a partnership if necessary. Days later, in the stillness of the night, the brilliant starlight scattered across the sky. Inside the room, the orange-red embroidered bodice fluttered gently in the breeze, and the peony bloomed with a fragrant allure. His wife, Wang Yun, with her hair cascading loosely, leaned against Shen Ping's embrace, her eyes shimmering with tender affection as her breathing gradually steadied, a hint of contentment gracing her lips. As long as she could feel her husband's presence every day, this life brought her immense happiness. As was his habit, Shen Ping opened his attribute panel and glanced at it casually. Your wife's affection runs deep. Current affection level 192, dual cultivation bonus, 7, silver bonus, 10. Through diligent efforts these days, his wife's affection had slowly risen, and the silver glow of the virtual frame deepened, appearing to be on the brink of transformation. He continued to peruse the details. Current partner's affection level, 95. Current partner's affection level, 97. Bai Yuing showed no change, while Yu Yin's affection, like his wife's, was gradually increasing. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Ping removed the water-blue toad from Bai Yuing and Appo's shoulder, his palm gently covering her soft curves as he asked softly, Ing and Appo's, Earth. I recall you mentioning that your brother once ventured to the Yunshan marsh to cultivate. Have you received any news of him? The mining operations of the Golden Sun sect had long concluded, and the absence of news regarding her brother likely indicated a grim fate. Bai Yuing shuddered, her voice tinged with desolation. Husband, I do not know. Since marrying you, I have not returned to Ling Shui Alley for quite some time, and I have lost contact with the friends I once knew. If my brother were to return, I fear he would not be able to find me. As she spoke, her voice choked with emotion. Perhaps this is for the best. My brother is exceptionally gifted and skilled in combat, without my burdens. He may yet find a glimmer of hope in the future. Shen Ping sensed Bai Ying's deep concern for her brother and sighed softly. Inger, it is my oversight for not inquiring earlier. Had I paid more attention in Honglu Alley, I might have learned of your brother's fate. Bai Yuing shook her head. Husband, it is not your fault. The fates of cultivators are dictated by destiny. The lack of news at least leaves room for hope. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze. Husband, if the opportunity arises, could you assist me in visiting the Chun family marketplace? I possess a jade pendant that belonged to my brother. Touched by the longing in her eyes, Shen Ping nodded slowly. In the future, if my strength permits, I will help you make that journey, no matter the circumstances. Bai Yuing had served him faithfully for so long. In the future, once he attained a certain level of power and ensured his own safety, he would not mind visiting the Chun family marketplace. Whether they would find anything was another matter. Upon hearing her husband's words, Bai Yuing's face lit up with a radiant smile. After years of companionship, she could discern sincerity in his promise. At that moment, her voice, soft and beguiling, seemed to envelop him. Husband, I wish to serve you once more. Shen Ping felt a jolt. Her voice resonated deeply within his heart. Almost simultaneously, Bai Ying's virtual panel underwent a transformation. Current partner's affection level, 100, dual cultivation bonus, 4. The path of cultivation is often a tedious one. Were it not for the pursuit of the Tao, most cultivators would opt for a life of comfort akin to that of a wealthy gentleman. However, embarking on this arduous journey against fate, one must take risks. Otherwise, the heart would forever harbor regrets. On this particular day, at the hour of the hare, Shen Ping completed his repetitive tasks and leaned against the wooden tub, observing the rosy-cheeked Yu Yin as she rested with her eyes closed. As the steam dissipated from the water's surface, Yin opened her eyes, noticing Shen Ping's impassive expression. She smiled reassuringly. Do not fret. There will be ample time in the days to come. Leaning in, she planted a gentle kiss on his cheek before rising unsteadily. Donning her robe and tying up her hair, her enchanting visage transformed into one of solemnity. Is there any news from the marketplace lately? Shen Ping casually inquired. Yu Yin prepared her magical tools and checked her storage bag for any omissions before replying. There hasn't been much activity, but while accepting tasks at the duty hall, I noticed that the Danxia sect is recruiting cultivators for mining, offering quite favorable conditions. Additionally, there are whispers that the Danxia sect plans to establish a branch in Yushan and will be accepting disciples, although the criteria for recruitment remain undisclosed. Shen Ping's expression shifted slightly at this news. The Danxia sect has swiftly acquired the mining rights to the Yenyang gold mine. Other sects must be restless. Yu Yin shook her head, contemplating carefully. This matter seems rather complicated. A large-scale Yenyang gold mine is indeed rare. Yet given the Danxia sect's strength and resources in the Jin Kingdom, they would not likely establish a branch in Yunshan purely for this purpose. Other sects may be joining forces to open the doors of the Wei Kingdom, primarily for its rich spirit stone deposits. Shen Ping nodded. There may be ulterior motives at play. For now, the establishment of a branch by the Danxia sect could be a positive development for the marketplace. A new branch implies a permanent presence in Yunshan, and the Danxia sect will undoubtedly offer resources to attract loose cultivators in the marketplace, perhaps even foundation-building pills. If the Danxia sect were to provide such items, the price of foundation-building pills may significantly decrease in the future. The two exchanged a few more words before Yu Yin departed the room. At the dawn of the hour of the dragon, news arrived from Manager Chun. Shen Ping meticulously checked his appearance, ensuring he was appropriately dressed and presentable before stepping out of the courtyard. Arriving at the Shochuan Pavilion, He found two late-stage qi refining cultivators waiting for him. Manager Chen donned a long robe and greeted, "Master Shen has arrived. Allow me to introduce you to these two esteemed friends. Daoist Zhou and Daoist Sunday. Daoist Zhou is a high-grade alchemist, and Daoist Sun is also a talisman master." Shen Ping quickly stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. Master Zhou, Master Sun. Master Sun, round and cheerful, squinted his eyes and returned the greeting warmly. Master Zhou, with an aura of solemnity, seemed to hail from a prominent family. With a neutral tone, he acknowledged, "Master Shen." Seeing this, Manager Chen offered a gentle reminder, "Friends, do not be misled by Master Shen's modest cultivation level. His skills and talismans are quite remarkable, and he has a reserved spot at the True Treasure Pavilion's monthly auction." Upon hearing this, Master Sun's expression shifted to one of surprise, followed by a surge of enthusiasm. Master Shen has such a collaboration with the True Treasure Pavilion. It is truly an honor. Master Zhou managed a slight smile, bowing his head in acknowledgement. Master Shen, Shen Ping humbly offered a few words in return. It was then that Manager Chen remarked, "The hour grows late. Let us be on our way to avoid any delays." The four of them proceeded along the main thoroughfare of the marketplace until they reached its end. They retrieved a small grayish-white flying vessel. Boarding it as it transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly heading towards the nearby Golden Sun sect in Yinshan. Standing atop the vessel, Shen Ping listened to the howling wind as it swept past the barrier of spiritual energy surrounding them. His gaze drifted toward the majestic peaks, shrouded in mist and rising in undulating waves, where he could faintly discern several grand palaces emerging from the clouds, shimmering with brilliance under the morning light. The Golden Sun sect, the only celestial sect in the Wei Kingdom, lay just ahead. Before they even reached the mountain gate, their grayish-white flying vessel was halted in its tracks. In the bustling market, disciples from the Jinyang sect frequently patrolled the vicinity. Any cultivator daring to approach the sect or linger nearby, without just cause would, at the very least, be detained by the enforcement team, or worse, face immediate extermination. Manager Chen hastily produced a jade token. Upon a cursory glance from the patrolling disciple, a smile broke across his face. As it turned out that several companions were on their way to attend Junior Sister Chen's Foundation establishment banquet. "My apologies." He promptly returned the jade token, granting immediate passage. Upon arriving at the mountain gate and after making the necessary announcements, a maid in a blue dress emerged to greet them. "Manager Chen, the master is receiving guests in the main hall and cannot come out to welcome you. I hope for your understanding," she said, leading Shen Ping and the others into the Jinyang sect. Treading upon the magical artifact, verdant leaf, they gazed down at the mountains shrouded in mist. Shen Ping could distinctly feel the abundant spiritual energy enveloping him. Beneath these clouded mountains lay a vast spiritual vein, extending to the surrounding peaks and reaching even into Yunhe Lane. When the Jinyang sect established a small courtyard at Yunhe Lane, many wandering cultivators vied for a share of that spiritual vein. The higher the rank of a cultivator, the greater their demand for a nourishing environment. Previously, in Honglu Lane, without the aid of auxiliary elixirs, relying solely on spirit stones and spiritual energy for cultivation, even a cultivator with 3 types of spiritual roots would progress slowly. However, cultivating in the Jinyang sect's rich spiritual vein environment would yield markedly different results. "Is this your first visit to the Jinyang sect?" Master Sun seemed to notice the subtle movements and expressions of Shen Ping. With a nod, Shen Ping replied, "Indeed, it is my first visit. The spiritual energy within the mountain gate is truly abundant. I couldn't help but be immersed in it." Master Sun chuckled, "That is quite normal. I felt the same when I first entered the Jinyang sect. Unfortunately, as wandering cultivators, we find it difficult to enter the mountain gate. After their foundation establishment, inner disciples can open their own caves in the nearby spiritual vein mountains. With Senior Chen's successful foundation establishment, I wonder who will be fortunate enough to accompany them into the spiritual cave." Shen Ping felt a subtle stir within. The remark seemed to hint at something more. Manager Chen cast a glance at Master Sun, realizing that the Chen family now had 2 dual-root cultivators who would be training within the spiritual cave. Master Sun fell silent. However, Master Zhou suddenly chimed in cheerfully. "The Chen family of the Jinyang sect has been growing stronger in recent years, and now with outstanding descendants emerging, who knows? They may produce a golden core true person in the future." Manager Chen replied with a smile, "Who can predict the future? There are quite a few foundation establishment families within Jinyang sect, with more than 10 having migrated to the branch sect. After 20 years of development and rooting, the Chun family's foundation has grown increasingly profound, yet internal competition has become more intense. The East House of Shochuan Pavilion represents merely one branch. After a brief moment, the maid in blue spoke. The mountain peak ahead is the spiritual cave chosen by my master. Once you reach the main hall, please pay close attention. Shen Ping, Master Sun, and Master Zhou nodded in succession. Manager Qin did the same. They understood that their purpose for attending the Foundation Establishment banquet was now merely a formality. The verdant leaf descended at the entrance of the cave. The blue-dressed maid waved her hand, and the array's restrictions opened. They all stepped inside. Upon entering the main hall, Shen Ping spotted a familiar figure, Xiao Qi and Appos. She approached with a poised smile. Uncle Chun, Senior Shun, Senior Sun, Senior Zhou, please follow me. They walked to a table in the left corner of the main hall, where Shen Ping and the others took their seats. Delicacies, spiritual fruits, and fine wines were served one by one. Xiao Qi poured a cup of spiritual wine for each of them. Raising her glass, she said, "It is an honor for my master that Uncle Chun and all the esteemed seniors could attend this banquet. I would like to toast you all on behalf of my master. You are too kind, Daoist Xiao." As the spiritual wine warmed their bellies, a wave of warmth surged, followed by a rush of intoxication. Shen Ping nearly lost his composure. Xiao Qi noticed Shen Ping's flushed face and smiled. "Senior Shun, this is fire essence fruit wine. It should be savored." Only then did Shen Ping observe that Manager Chun and the others were sipping leisurely, yet he felt no embarrassment, instead smiling. "It is my first time trying this. I shall remember it for the future." Master Zhou commented, "Fire essence fruit wine is a rare delicacy. It is an honor for us to be treated with such fine wine by Senior Chun." Shen Ping subtly glanced around, agreeing with Master Zhou's words. Indeed, it was a privilege to enjoy a cup of this exquisite wine. After finishing their drinks, Xiao Qi kept the conversation flowing with Manager Chun while Shen Ping, Master Zhou, and Master Sun sat quietly, awaiting the proceedings. Before long, a surge of spiritual pressure emanated from the entrance of the cave, the arrival of a Foundation Establishment master. Manager Chun, Shen Ping, and the others quickly rose to their feet. "Daoist Chun, congratulations on your Foundation establishment." A steady voice resonated as a robust cultivator entered the main hall, clad in a broad robe with a green sword at his waist. Although he consciously restrained his aura, it still suffocated all present in the hall. Shen Ping activated his spiritual energy just to barely withstand the pressure. Once he regained his composure, he caught sight of the East House of Shochuan Pavilion's master. She was ageless, with her long, dark hair elegantly styled, adorned with a hairpin featuring 2 intricately carved jade beads. Her brows, arched with vigor, framed lips that were slightly fuller yet exuded a luscious charm. "Worthy Elder Hong, please come in, please come in." Her voice was crisp and melodic, reminiscent of a mountain stream flowing over stones. Soon, 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators traversed the main hall and entered the inner chamber. Once they departed, all the standing cultivators in the main hall resumed their seats. With Elder Chen's Foundation Establishment, this lineage within the Jinyang sect has opened a new chapter, someone remarked. Staying in the branch sect was indeed the right choice. Indeed, returning to the main sect, despite the resources, would not benefit us. The surrounding cultivators seemed well informed about the Jinyang sect. Shen Ping listened attentively. As more Foundation Establishment cultivators arrived, Manager Qin and the others would occasionally rise to greet them before returning to their seats. This cycle continued 20 to 30 times before it gradually subsided. As dusk approached, Shen Ping, aside from overhearing the hushed conversations of the guests, did not see the East House of Shochuan Pavilion's master emerge again. Manager Qin smiled. "Ni Xiao, we shall not overstay our welcome and will take our leave." Xiao Qi and Appos nodded. "I will see Uncle Chun and the esteemed seniors out." As they departed, they boarded the same gray-white flying vessel. As they gradually distanced themselves from the Jinyang sect's mountain gate, Shen Ping suddenly regained his focus, pondering that aside from sipping a cup of fire essence fruit wine, this visit to the Foundation Establishment banquet seemed to yield little else. Realizing this, he couldn't help but chuckle. "The path to Foundation Establishment still lies far ahead. There is no need for you to be concerned, Daoist Shen. Just being able to attend such a banquet is already sufficient," Manager Qin conveyed through sound transmission. "Indeed, Daoist Qin's words are most accurate," Shen Ping replied in kind, then turned to gaze upon the Jinyang sect under the sunset. The majestic palaces and towers of the towering peaks stood vividly against the evening glow. Retracting his gaze, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back on the flying vessel, his eyes fixed forward as the Jin Yang sect receded into the distance. Upon returning from the Foundation establishment banquet, Shen Ping did not announce a retreat for cultivation, but instead ventured out only during the monthly auctions at the Jinbao Tower, being careful to avoid Chen Ying of the Hahuan sect. This continued peacefully for 2 or 3 times. In the heart of winter, the market suddenly buzzed with activity. The Danxia sect officially announced plans to establish a branch sect in Yinshan, coinciding with the grand opening ceremony on the day of the Lantern Festival in Wei Country, inviting disciples from major sects, cultivation families, and wandering cultivators from the market to attend. Furthermore, they hinted at the conditions for recruiting disciples. In an instant, the atmosphere became electric. The entire marketplace buzzed with excitement as eligible cultivators became increasingly fervent. In the small courtyard of Yunhe Alley, Yu Yan, immersed in a wooden tub, chuckled lightly. It's a pity, Taoist Shun. If only you could be 20 years younger. With your qualifications, you might well have entered the Danxia sect as an enviable disciple. Although the Danxia sect is a renowned alchemical sect in the Jin Kingdom, it still accepts cultivators skilled in various arts. Shen Ping, currently a mid-tier talisman master, would have had a significant chance of entering the sect if he were younger, perhaps not even needing to be 20 years younger, but merely in his 30s. However, Shen Ping felt no regret. Instead, he turned to Yu Yan, inquiring if she wished to test her skills in combat. Yu Yan smiled. My experience in combat pales in comparison to yours, Taoist Shen. As she spoke, her alluring gaze sparkled, her lips playfully tracing the outline of her mouth, exuding a sweet charm. During this period, the two exchanged insights on cultivation every morning. Although there was little tangible progress, the peculiar experiences shared opened Yu Yan and Appo's eyes, igniting a fiery enthusiasm within her, akin to a fox that hadn't tasted chicken legs in 800 years. Observing the serpents beneath the water, which had coiled and could no longer strike, Shen Ping conceded, let us call it a day. I shall seek your guidance on your magical powers another time. He quickly rose and stood by the wooden ladder. Yu Yan, with a charming glint in her eyes, whispered, Taoist Shun, why the haste? I still have sweet pomelos to harvest. Ignoring her, Shen Ping returned to the second floor, pondering the latent allure of her charm, which had yet to be fully developed. If it matured completely, it might surpass even the most captivating talents of the Tianyin Pavilion. Back in his quiet chamber, after clearing his mind, he swiftly entered a state of cultivation. At the crack of dawn, upon hearing Wang Yun's call, Shen Ping opened his eyes and instinctively checked his attributes. He now reflected on himself twice a day, constantly monitoring the fluctuations of the virtual panel. Talisman Master, low second tier, 44,221.50,000. Gold element spiritual root. High quality, 22,059.50,000. Wood element spiritual root. High quality, 21,951.50,000. Since Bai Yueying's affinity had reached its peak, the enhancement of his dual elemental spiritual roots had accelerated significantly. At this pace, he would reach the pinnacle in no more than 2.5 years. Beyond that, what brought Shen Ping the most joy was Bai Yueying and Appo's newfound initiative since that day of promise. Their previously cumbersome techniques had become notably smoother. The mundane routine of cultivation had acquired a hint of intrigue. Upon exiting his quiet chamber, he found a sumptuous feast awaiting him: spirit rice porridge, rare spirit salad, fruit wine, spirit tea, and special roasted meat. During the meal, Shen Ping couldn't help but compliment. Yun'er, your culinary skills have truly reached new heights. Wang Yun replied softly. As long as my husband enjoys it. Bai Yueying, a little glutton, particularly adored roasted meat, her lips glistening with grease as she said, Husband, tonight, Sister Yun and I have a surprise for you. Shen Ping's expression shifted, though he refrained from asking about the surprise, instead smiling. I shall eagerly await it. Sometimes, a mundane life requires a dash of surprise. He felt a genuine anticipation within. After the meal, just as he was about to head to the talisman crafting room, he received a message from the matchmaker. Talisman Master Shen, after much delay, you've finally arrived. If you have the time, please come to the Chum'an courtyard. By noon, the main road outside the marketplace was bustling with activity. With the news of the establishment of the Danxia sect spreading, cultivators from not only the Yunshan Marsh, but also various marketplaces and cultivation families across the Wei Kingdom flocked to the area, resulting in a surge of cultivators seeking their fortunes. Success in this endeavor would greatly ease their future paths in cultivation. Upon entering Chengmen Courtyard, Shen Ping found the outer hall packed with waiting cultivators, including several in the late stages of qi training. Observing this, he quietly stood aside, awaiting his turn. The matchmaker ushered out a cultivator, and upon seeing Shen Ping, her enthusiasm increased. Ignoring the late-stage practitioners, she approached him directly. "Talisman Master Shen, please come in." Ascending to the second-floor parlor, Shen Ping's gaze quickly settled on a girl clad in a simple white dress. Her skin radiated the freshness of youth, and she wore small jade beads dangling from her earlobes. Her long, dark hair fell loosely, framing a naturally fair face without the need for makeup. Perhaps due to her bloodline, she exuded an ethereal fragility even while seated. The matchmaker smiled and prompted, "Qing and Appos. Quickly greet Talisman Master Shen." Her tone left no room for refusal. The girl raised her gaze, stood gracefully, and bowed. "Luo Qing pays her respects to Senior Shen." Shen Ping smiled gently. "Luo Daoist. You should be aware of my intentions. Would you consider becoming my companion?" Luo Qing nodded. "I would be honored." The matchmaker's smile widened as she gestured for Luo Qing to take a seat in the parlor, then poured Shen Ping a cup of spirit tea. "Talisman Master Shen, are you satisfied?" After savoring a sip, Shen Ping replied, "Daoist Zong, such rare bloodlines are difficult to inherit. We have collaborated twice. Please state the price clearly." The matchmaker chuckled, extending her palm. 5 protective talismans. The price of protective talismans fluctuated in the marketplace, but remained generally stable. Although 5 was a trivial amount for Shen Ping, he could craft them in just over half a month. He still deemed it excessive. 3 talismans. He countered. The matchmaker shook her head. "Talisman Master Shen, this is a rare bloodline. Our Chengmen Courtyard bears the burden of the associated karmic troubles. Not to mention the time and risks involved in escorting her to Yinshan Marsh. 3 would hardly cover my losses. For protective talismans, plus a golden light talisman. If you disagree, I shall have to seek other options." Shen Ping's brow furrowed as he recalled Yu Yan's unique constitution, and he slowly nodded in agreement. Soon, the matchmaker warmly escorted Shen Ping and Luo Qing out of Chengmen Courtyard. "Talisman Master Shen, please visit often." Shen Ping maintained a stoic expression. The small courtyard in Yunhe Alley could only accommodate 5 cultivators. If he wished to take another companion, he would need to change residences. As they walked into the bustling marketplace, Luo Qing suddenly spoke. "Senior Shen, if I were to perish, could my remains be buried in the Zhe Kingdom?" Shen Ping was taken aback, meeting her resolute gaze. He replied calmly, "Daoist Luo, it seems you harbor some grievances. I can assure you that, should the opportunity arise to visit the Zhe Kingdom, I will fulfill that promise, though I hope it will be an isolated occurrence." Luo Qing's eyes regained a glimmer of hope. "Thank you, Senior Shen." Upon returning to the small courtyard in Yunhe Alley, he found Master Feng leaning against the wooden window, a pungent smell wafting from within. Hearing movement, he glanced towards the entrance. "Talisman Master Shen, how rare to see you outside." "Oh, and who is this companion behind you?" Shen Ping clasped his hands and smiled. "This is my newly acquired companion." He then leaned in to whisper a few words to Luo Qing. She promptly bowed respectfully. Luo Qing pays her respects to Senior Feng. Master Feng's eyes sparkled with envy. "Talisman Master Shen, you truly are a model for our generation. It's a pity that I find it difficult to let go. If only I could be as carefree as you, perhaps life would be much more pleasant." Shen Ping shook his head. "Master Feng, pursuing the Tao is what cultivators ought to strive for. I seek merely the joys of the mortal realm. It seems unlikely I will ever establish a solid foundation." Master Feng chuckled. "Talisman Master Shen, you are far too modest." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Shen Ping entered the house. "Yun'er, allow me to introduce a new companion." His voice resonated as Wang Yun and Bai Yueying emerged from the crafting chamber and quiet room, respectively. Their eyes quickly fell upon the delicate Luo Qing. "This is Luo Qing. She is the newly wedded companion," Shen Ping casually remarked. Wang Yun revealed a sweet smile and congratulated her husband. Bai Yueying playfully said, "Husband, we should change our bed." Shen Ping waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need to change it just yet. Tonight, Daoist Luo will be cultivating in the quiet chamber. I am eagerly awaiting your delightful surprise." With that, he strode towards the talisman crafting room. The 2 women were momentarily taken aback. They glanced at Luo Qing, and, seeing her expression unchanged, a hint of confusion emerged in their eyes. Their husband had always shown great enthusiasm for intimacy. With a new companion now, one would expect him to be impatient. Yet he seemed to disregard them instead. As the night deepened, The wooden planks creaked under the weight of the moment. A pink and purple toad-shaped pouch lay carelessly discarded. The wives, with strands of hair clasped between their teeth, had eyes glazed with enchantment. It wasn't until the quilt was rumpled into a chaotic mess that the trembling boards gradually ceased, leaving only the faint sound of drops falling onto the floor. Bai Yueying, with a feigned pout, said, "Husband, you were quite impressive today. I felt as though I glimpsed an immortal, only to regret that I lacked the fortune to remain in that state." Wang Yun, the wife, remained silent, her breath in a state of disarray. Shen Ping laughed heartily. "Yuner, Inger, I thought you would both object vehemently. I'm surprised that this delightful moment arrived so swiftly. After years together, he finally felt he had fully embraced the love of his wives, with no barriers left between them." Bai Yueying huffed, "Husband, tomorrow I want to be able to sit in meditation for cultivation. You should show a bit more consideration." Feeling in high spirits, Shen Ping quickly reassured her. "It is my fault. You both should rest. In light of this wonderful surprise, I shall refrain from further exertions." Bai Yueying, however, clung to Shen Ping and Apos' arm. A hint of spring in her eyes as she teased, "Is my husband unable to proceed?" Suddenly, the atmosphere became charged. Shen Ping straightened his expression and declared, "I merely fear that you want to be able to prepare meals tomorrow." As he spoke, he opened his attribute panel and was taken aback by the changes in the virtual frame. This can actually yield an enhancement. Wait. He noticed a shift in his wife Wang Yun's affection level as well. "Your wife is deeply devoted, both in body and spirit. Current affection level 100-100. The entire virtual frame gradually revealed a flicker of golden light amidst its silver depths, though this golden shimmer was faint and elusive. Upon seeing this, Shen Ping's gaze grew complex as he sighed internally. "Yun and Amp. Oppos. Earlier I was too preoccupied with the pleasures of intimacy and did not consider your well-being." Wang Yun lifted her gaze, her voice soft yet filled with joy. "Husband, I am quite fond of it as well." Bai Yueying tugged at his arm, shaking it playfully. The following morning, a chill permeated the air as Shen Ping entered the quiet chamber. Luo Qing sat cross-legged, unmoving. "Taoist Luo, if you are unwilling, I can escort you back to Zhe country." Upon hearing this, Luo Qing's tightly shut eyes quivered slightly before she opened them and shook her head. "Senior Shen, I appreciate your kindness. Now that I have become your companion, I shall serve you wholeheartedly. Please do not worry." Shen Ping chose not to press further. He could see that Luo Qing carried many burdens, even harboring thoughts of resignation, constrained by some unseen force. The plight of low-ranking cultivators is harsh. Tragedies such as family ruin and separation are commonplace. He dared not feel sympathy, for within Yunsan Square, he could not guarantee his own safety, let alone extend compassion to others. As noon approached, Yu Yan returned, and Shen Ping was taken aback. She typically took 2 to 3 days to return from Yunsan Marsh. Yet this time it had only been a day. Noticing her serious demeanor, he inquired, "What has happened?" "The demonic sect from Yu country has arrived. It is the Rakshasa Demon Valley. My master perished at the hands of the demon cultivators from there." Yu Yan's voice was calm, yet Shen Ping sensed her body trembling. Although the Hahuan sect was the leading demonic faction in Jin country, they often acted with a faade, sometimes showing restraint. In contrast, the Rakshasa Demon Valley was notorious for its ruthless and unrestrained methods, truly a band of lunatics. As she spoke, Yu Yan clenched her silver teeth. Shen Ping grasped Yu Yan's wrist, recalling that the Jinyang sect had long harbored disdain for the demonic practices of Yu country, frequently hunting down rogue demons that fled into Wei country. Why would they allow them to enter now? He expressed his confusion. Yu Yan collected herself, her brows furrowing slightly. They are likely using the pretense of attending the Danxia sect and Apos' ceremony. Regardless of their intentions, the square will soon be in turmoil again. The Rakshasa Demon Valley will not leave easily. Shen Ping nodded but remained puzzled. "Taoist you, I have been pondering that it seems something is amiss. So many sects are flooding into Wei country, particularly to Yunsan Square. It cannot merely be for the sake of aiding the Jinyang sect's leader and obtaining rights to the Yinyang gold mining." Yu Yan was taken aback, then solemnly remarked, "Indeed. It does seem strange, but we are too weak to discern the truth. Husband, we must be ever vigilant." This was the first time she addressed him as husband. Before Shen Ping could respond, Yu Yan embraced him and whispered, "I want it, now immediately." Shen Ping was stunned, staring intently at Yu Yan. Upon noticing the anxiety lurking in her eyes, he finally understood. Without further ado, he embraced Yu Yan and strode into the main room. On the wooden planks, The subtle sounds intensified. With the absence of clothing separating them, he gazed at the swaying sweetness of the pomelo, contemplating the challenges that had long hindered progress. Shen Ping took a deep breath. Taoist you, I wish to change our approach. The boards trembled vigorously. The unease in Yu Yan's eyes gradually gave way to a ripple of springtime warmth. The pomelo exuded a unique fragrance. As this fragrance dissipated, Shen Ping finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Yu Yan, whose eyes sparkled with allure, he gently inquired, "Are you feeling better?" Yu Yan nodded. With the Rakshasa Demon Valley and Appos' arrival, we should refrain from taking on tasks for a while. Let and Appos' observe the situation in the square, Shen Ping advised. He was unfamiliar with the Rakshasa Demon Valley, but its notorious name had already reached Wei country. If the Jinyang sect and other sects did not take measures to curb their influence, the turmoil in the square was inevitable. While the celestial sects were also ruthless, they at least provided a glimmer of hope for survival. "Do not worry. I wish to live for many more years," she replied, her tone reassuring. Hearing this, Shen Ping felt a wave of relief wash over him. After a brief respite, a flush of abnormal color crept onto Yu Yan's cheeks. She hurriedly stood. "The allure within me is becoming difficult to contain." As she spoke, she unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, causing the cool water in the tub to quickly heat up. Then, she took petals and pollen from her storage bag, scattering them across the surface of the water, her movements remarkably practiced. "Taoist you, allow me to assist you," Shen Ping said earnestly. But Yu Yan shook her head. "No, Shen Taoist, while you possess ample combat experience, you have yet to grasp the essence. Let us discuss this another day." Shen Ping's expression darkened, but he recognized the truth in her words. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively suggested, "Taoist you, I may not be able to walk the water to transform into a dragon just yet. Shall we create a bridge and explore other paths?" Yu Yan was momentarily taken aback, and as Shen Ping's gaze shifted to her behind, her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. "Yu, absolutely not." Her earlobes felt warm, and she dared not look at Shen Ping. In her earlier years, although she had occasionally perused some illustrations from the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, she had never considered such matters seriously, truly too shy to speak of them. Moments passed, and two figures were submerged in the wooden tub. As the water rippled, Shen Ping shook his head in resignation, preparing to rise, when suddenly he heard Yu Yan's voice, faint as a whisper, just once. As a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi training, Shen Ping's senses were acute. He could hear the chirping of insects from over 10 meters away. At that moment, his eyes brightened, and before he could regain his composure, he resumed exchanging insights on cultivation. The saying goes, the stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade. With obstacles removed, his confidence surged anew. Accompanied by the waves, the wooden tub trembled violently, and the pomelo swayed like a lantern, tilting this way and that with the sudden gusts of wind. As the hour of the rooster approached, the white snake puppet hung motionless at the edge of the tub, devoid of any sign of life. Shen Ping felt an unprecedented sense of ease. He strode out of the main room. Although he had delayed some time in crafting talismans, he had ultimately gained significant insights. During dinner, he indulged in several extra bowls of spirit rice and beast meat porridge. When his wives cast concerned glances his way, he smiled and said, "No worries, you all rest early tonight. I shall retreat to the quiet room for cultivation." Wang Yin reminded him gently, "Husband, Sister Qing is still in the quiet room. She will come to the house at night." Shen Ping replied, "We shall speak of other matters once her mind is at ease." 2 days later, within the Zuishan pavilion of the marketplace, Shen Ping handed over several high-grade talismans, inquiring, "Does Manager Chen have any knowledge of the Rakshasa Demon Valley?" Manager Chen sighed, "I am not certain. However, business at my little shop has plummeted in recent days. Currently, there are more cultivators in the marketplace than ever, yet this incident has occurred. I wonder what the Jinyang sect and other sects are thinking to allow the demonic forces from Yuegua to enter." He shook his head again. Even the owner over there is unaware. Shen Ping ceased his inquiries and hurriedly purchased some materials and elixirs before swiftly leaving the Zuishan pavilion. Although his relationships with his wives and partners had progressed remarkably, a thread of unease lingered in his heart. Walking through the marketplace, the cold wind brushed his face, and white snowflakes drifted down. He instinctively raised his head, feeling a chill wash over him. It was snowing again. The coolness clung to his skin, sharpening his mind. Prolonged confinement indoors inevitably dulled one's thoughts. One must remain vigilant. He stood still, taking several deep breaths of the cold air. Then he began to reflect carefully on everything he had heard and seen since moving to Yunhe Lane. First, there was the incident involving the Supreme Elder and the sect leader of the Jinyang sect, followed by the joint pressure from various celestial sects of neighboring nations, forcefully opening the gates of the Wei Kingdom. Now even the Yuegwa demonic path, which the Jinyang sect had always despised, had made its entrance. This was significant. The establishment of the Yunshan swamp mining area, the Jinyang sect relocating numerous marketplace cultivators to the outskirts of the Yunshan swamp, and so forth. All these events flashed through his mind. Being at the bottom, the channels for obtaining information were exceedingly limited. Even if Shen Ping pondered deeply, he could not grasp the critical points of these messages. Yet through these tidings, he sensed something amiss. Initially, he had not felt it, after all. Both the Danxiao sect and the Hahuan sect had long coveted the Wei Kingdom's rich spirit stone resources. Their presence in the Yunshan swamp could have been a gradual strategy, advancing step by step. But now, with the arrival of the Yuegwa demonic path, things were decidedly unusual. Should he leave the Yunshan swamp? A thought suddenly sprang up in his heart, one that he could not shake off. Moments later, Shen Ping arrived at the outer sect's deacon hall. This hall changed its deacon every 3 days. The deacon present exuded a profound aura, likely not far from the foundation establishment stage. "Deacon," he respectfully inquired, "when is the next flying vessel leaving the Yushan swamp for the main area of the Jinyang sect?" The deacon lazily replied, "In half a year." Shen Ping thanked him with a bow and quickly departed, returning to Yunhe Lane. The thread of unease within him gradually faded. As long as he could still leave the Yunshan marketplace, that was not a significant problem. 3 days passed. In the quiet room, he sat opposite Luo Qing, whose eyes remained devoid of any vitality. An extraordinary bloodline. If Luo Qing remained in such a state, this indeed posed a dilemma. "Senior Shen, whatever you wish to do." "I will comply." Shen Ping hesitated before asking, "Luo Daoist, I heard from a matchmaker that your body cannot withstand the bloodline, making it difficult for you to advance in cultivation. Is that accurate?" Luo Qing nodded. "Indeed. Is there no other way?" he pressed. Luo Qing glanced at Shen Ping and replied, "None." Shen Ping took an item from his storage bag, smiling gently. "This is the honorary plaque of the Jinbao Tower. If I wish to know, I believe I can obtain some information from Jinbao Tower." Luo Qing's expression shifted slightly. After a moment of silence, she slowly shook her head. "Senior Shen, you need not waste resources on me. My constitution will not last beyond 50 years. Furthermore, if Senior Shen wishes to pass on this bloodline, it is best to find the crimson-blooded armored fish. It can reduce the bloodline effect during my birthing, and only then can the offspring bear this bloodline." As night fell, within the room, the shimmering white patterns woven from celestial crane water waves undulated under the illumination of the crystal lamp. Shen Ping stood expressionless beside the wooden bed, observing the frail woman, his brow furrowed. After days of waiting, he could see that Luo Qing's emotions had indeed settled, yet their discussions in the quiet room had yielded little fruit. He did not intend to force her to open her heart through mere words. He merely wished to see if there was any possibility for further connection. Now, it seemed that possibility was minimal. At the 3rd level of Qi training, and with an extraordinary bloodline. Sighing inwardly, Shen Ping decided against hesitation and casually removed the silken white belly wrap, placing it beneath Luo Qing. Soon, the wooden board swayed gently. Moments later, the white patterns grew more vibrant. He glanced at Luo Qing and noticed a flush rising on her cheeks, prompting a calm smile from him. Opening the attribute panel, changes appeared. You have engaged in dual cultivation with your partner once, gaining 2 to spell immunity. Current partner affinity, 50. Effect of the Xian Shui Spirit Turtle Bloodline. Week you gain an additional day of lifespan. Dual cultivation bonus, 0. Spell immunity. First tier low grade, 2-1000. Lifespan, 4695. His gaze shifted to the new virtual frame, and his pupils constricted sharply. Lifespan. The extraordinary bloodline within Luo Qing had actually granted him an additional day of life during their dual cultivation, albeit just 1 day, yet immensely precious. Cultivators vie for longevity. After all, 200 years for foundation establishment, 500 for golden core. For this lifespan, countless cultivators have perished in regret. Even among single-element spirit root and extraordinary spirit root geniuses, once they break into golden core or nascent soul, they must tirelessly chase after their dwindling lifespans. Each time elixirs or rare treasures capable of extending life appear at the Jinbao Tower auction, cultivators descend into madness. If only I had sufficient lifespan. Why would I even need to venture out? Shen Ping's breathing grew heavy, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance as he turned his gaze back to Luo Qing, unable to resist turning over. As the floor trembled, Luo Qing furrowed her delicate brows, biting her lip and turning her face to the left. Soon, he cast his eyes back on the attribute panel. Your companion has developed a slight aversion towards you. Current affection level is 40. Would you like to dissolve the partnership? Shen Ping couldn't help but rub his eyes. Seeing that the virtual interface remained unchanged, he was momentarily taken aback, subsequently sitting in silence. How careless. In the midst of excitement, his mind had been affected. After clearing his thoughts, he felt a pang of regret and lightly tapped his head. Friend Luo, I was in the wrong just now. I failed to consider your feelings. As he spoke, he gently enveloped her with spiritual energy, nurturing her with tender care. After a brief moment, a flush returned to Luo Qing's cheeks as she opened her eyes and said, Senior Shen, if you still wish to, you should act quickly. Upon finishing her sentence, she hurriedly closed her eyes again. Shen Ping fixated on the virtual interface, and when he saw the affection level rise back to 50, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had managed to remedy the situation in time. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. After all, this was about one's lifespan. The next day at the hour of the rabbit, a fragrant aroma wafted from the wooden tub. When Shen Ping arrived, Yu Yan, unlike her usual eager self, spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Friend Shen, you truly possess boundless energy. How is your new companion? Has she satisfied you? Noticing that the affection level on the virtual interface had not changed, he smiled and approached, without any unnecessary words, and vigorously plucked a pomelo. It was only when the water splashed that Yu Yan, with a flirtatious glance, took the initiative. Days passed in a monotonous routine, and soon the Lantern Festival in Wei Kingdom arrived. That day, radiant rainbows traversed the skies above Yun Mountain. Disciples from various sects, families of cultivators, and numerous wandering practitioners flocked towards the Danxia sect's sub-mountain gate. As they gazed towards the rising sun, countless rays of light trailed behind, descending upon the majestic peaks of Yun Mountain. Shen Ping chose not to join the throngs. Instead, Yu Yan was eager to witness the spectacle. After all, such grand events were rare to behold. Seeing his wives showing interest, Shen Ping deliberated for a moment before deciding to take them, Yu Yan and Luo Qing, along as they departed from Yunhe Alley, riding on their flying artifacts. His wives clung to his arms, both excited and curious, gazing down at the picturesque scenery. Since moving to Yunhe Alley, their outings had become increasingly infrequent. Today marked the ceremony for the establishment of the Danxia sect, and along the way, disciples of the sect were patrolling continuously, ensuring that no disturbances arose on this significant day. Even the demonic cultivators from the Rakshasa Demon Valley had restrained themselves. As they approached Yun Mountain, the magnificent mountain range came into view, with multitudes of cultivators floating in the sky. The outer circle consisted of wandering practitioners. Only disciples from other sects and some powerful cultivator families could truly witness the ceremony up close. For the wandering practitioners, merely being on the periphery to sense the atmosphere was already fortunate, especially since entering would expose them to overwhelming spiritual pressure. A second-tier spiritual vein was not befitting of the Danxia sect status. Unfortunately, despite the vastness of Yun Mountain, the peaks with spiritual veins were quite scarce, predominantly occupied by the Jinyang sect. It was a stroke of luck for the Danxia sect to have found this second-tier spiritual vein. Listening to the casual exchanges among the surrounding cultivators, Shen Ping silently observed the distant mountain gate. For sects, the spiritual energy derived from a second-tier vein was insufficient. Major sects such as the Hahuan sect and Wanqing Mountain had not announced their intention to establish sects alongside the Danxia sect, primarily due to the lack of additional spiritual vein peaks on Yun Mountain. As noon approached, colorful clouds soared from the mountain gate, and celestial cranes flew in unison, various auspicious signs spiraling above the peaks. With the rich aroma of elixirs wafting through the air, the majority of wandering practitioners felt invigorated. Dear friends, your presence here brings great honor to our Danxia sect. Moments later, a purple-robed specter appeared in midair, his gentle voice resonating. All the wandering practitioners in the periphery were filled with excitement. An elder from the Danxia sect, a nascent soul powerhouse. Such figures were seldom encountered by these chi-refining wanderers. This journey was undoubtedly worthwhile. Yu Yan was inexplicably thrilled. The nascent soul cultivator, with a lifespan spanning millennia, could witness the vicissitudes of the world and the rise and fall of dynasties. Such living relics were the dreams and aspirations of every wandering practitioner. The notion of longevity was often spoken of, yet achieving the foundation establishment and becoming a nascent soul was the true pinnacle that every cultivator yearned to behold. Shen Ping, however, felt indifferent. He cast a glance at his wives. Bai Yueying's face radiated excitement akin to Yu Yan's, while Wang Yun displayed enthusiasm, yet also a hint of melancholy in her eyes. After all, she was merely a mortal, and this grand event felt like a distant dream to her. Luo Qing maintained a serene demeanor, revealing no sign of disturbance. As time progressed, the grand ceremony of the Danxia sect concluded. The wandering practitioners formed groups, some exchanging glances, others discussing the Danxia sect, while some hoped for the sect to promptly recruit disciples. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, the practitioners began to depart one after another. Master Shen. On their way back to the market, Shen Ping encountered Manager Chen. After a brief conversation, they parted ways. The owner of Shochuan Pavilion had broken through to Foundation establishment, and Manager Chen's attitude remained warm, though he no longer rushed Shen Ping for talismans upon their first meeting. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In the small courtyard of Yunhe Alley, Shen Ping opened the wooden window, and the warm air enveloped him. He gazed up at the clear, sunny sky, feeling quite cheerful. During this period, through his intense and meticulous efforts, he had gained over 3 additional years of lifespan, even without enhancing effects. Continuing along this path, he believed he could attain the lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator through diligence. The only drawback was that he had to venture out for the auction of spiritual liquids, purchase cultivation-enhancing pills, sell talismans, and create puppets, all of which increased his peril. Although the market appeared as lively as ever, it had long since lost its former safety. The most evident sign was the rising number of violent incidents. Since the Danxia sect celebration, there had been 2 or 3 dozen cases of cultivators meeting their demise in various alleys, a stark contrast to the previous tranquility of Yun Mountain's marketplace. The Jinyang sect's law enforcement patrols had become mere decorations, utterly ineffective in capturing those who disrupted the peace. This had left the cultivators in the alleys feeling anxious and fearful. Even the often venturing Mu Daoist had grown reluctant to step outside. Master Feng Dan had been confined to his home, concocting pills. Only the Zhang brothers across the street maintained their frequency of excursions, perhaps finding the current chaos more suited to their combative nature. Husband, Senior Yu has emerged from seclusion. Bai Yueying's voice rang out. Shen Ping closed the window and hurried downstairs, noticing the glimmer of suppressed joy in Yu Yan's eyes. He smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "Congratulations, friend Yu, on breaking through to the late stage of qi refining, taking a step closer to foundation establishment. How delightful." Yu Yan's fair complexion glistened with vitality, her newly attained 7th layer of qi refining lending her an ethereal quality beneath her robe. With a smile gracing her lips, she replied, "Husband, my fortunate breakthrough to the late stage is thanks to the tear-breaking pills and spiritual liquids you bestowed upon me. Without them, I fear it would have taken me 7 or 8 more years of arduous cultivation to achieve this." Hearing Yu Yan's address to him warmed Shen Ping's heart. Should they celebrate this milestone and exchange insights on their cultivation experiences? "Are you not eating, friend Shen? Let an appos. Let's have some fruit." The two gazes intertwined, sparks igniting within their eyes. In the next moment, from the main room's wooden tub, the water transformed into a dragon, or was it a bridge for passage? Choose quickly. Shen Ping tore off his robe, gazing at the delicate hues of the mandarin duck, akin to a ravenous tiger pouncing upon its prey. "You cannot transform. I demand a path, a path, a path." A cup of wine in the spring breeze, a decade of lanterns in the night rain, accompanied by a long, resonant chant. Shen Ping leaned against the edge of the wooden barrel, shaking his head with a sigh. "The road is long and treacherous. As for my fellow cultivator, this time your skills have indeed outmatched mine." Yu Yan, with her eyes half closed in contemplation, smiled at the corners of her lips. "Who urged you to be so hasty? However, let us discuss serious matters. I have recently advanced to the late stage of qi refinement and can establish a small team at the Deacon Hall. Given the current insecurity in the market, gathering a few fellow cultivators would allow us to support each other in case of emergencies. Moreover, we would have a more reliable flow of information." Shen Ping pondered for a moment. What constraints exist within such a hunting team? There is a blood pact. Members cannot harm one another. The team would consist of 4 or 5 members. Yu Yan replied earnestly. "My husband, I understand your disposition, but we must prepare for unforeseen circumstances. As a top-tier talisman master, I can facilitate its swift formation. Shen Ping was not well versed in the hunting sects of the market. Yet Yu Yan's proposal seemed indeed feasible. He rarely ventured beyond Yunhe Lane, relying solely on Shouchuan Pavilion and Zhenbao Tower for news. If those channels were severed, he would be left blind and deaf. However, he did not rush to respond. Instead, he contemplated deeply before slowly stating, "To be frank with you, I intend to leave Yinshan Marsh for the main sects market. The situation in Yushan has become increasingly unstable, and with our current strength, it would be difficult to cope with any mishap." Yu Yan was taken aback, but soon smiled. "As long as you have a plan, that is sufficient. However, if you wish to go to the main sects market, you must do so promptly." Shen Ping nodded. "I will step out shortly." At the market, in the Deacon Hall of Jinyang sect, cultivators came and went in a steady stream. The hall was divided into two areas, the main hall for accepting tasks and an auxiliary hall for handling daily affairs. After a brief wait, Shen Ping approached. "Deacon, may I inquire when the flying vessel to the main sect will depart?" The deacon replied casually, "The main sect has suspended flying vessels for now. When they will resume depends on their decisions." A heaviness settled in Shen Ping's heart. He inquired again, "What about the vessels to other states in Wei?" "Once every 3 years, the deacon replied. Leaving the deacon hall, Shen Ping felt as though a colossal stone had been placed upon him. The joyful mood of the morning had vanished entirely. The suspension of flying vessels meant that the route from Yunshan Marsh to the outside world had been severed. The towering mountains held countless dangers from beasts, and even forces as formidable as Chunman Courtyard struggled to find alternate paths. For a solitary cultivator like him, leaving alone was utterly impossible. As for the deacon's mention of vessels departing once every 3 years, he dared not harbor any hope. Perhaps it was merely a temporary situation. Shen Ping consoled himself, yet a sense of unease grew heavier within him. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he shared the news with Yu Yan. After a moment of silence, she bit her silver teeth and said, "With the establishment of Danxia sect, many cultivators have come via flying vessels. They likely will not be able to return now." Shen Ping was startled. "Are you suggesting that Danxia sect intentionally established itself in Yinshan?" Yu Yan nodded. "It is quite possible. Over the past 6 months, Danxia sect has recruited disciples 3 times and is said to continue doing so every 6 months. Other sects are also recruiting wandering cultivators at the Deacon Hall, claiming to form a law enforcement team, yet there has been no progress. With the strength of sect disciples, how could they possibly take half a year to organize? I sensed something amiss from the beginning, and with the suspension of flying vessels, it is even more concerning." Shen Ping furrowed his brow. He had never paid attention to such matters. "By the way, what about the Luocha Demon Valley? Given the temperament of the demon sect in you, they should have stirred up trouble in the market by now. Yet, since Danxia sect's establishment, it seems these demons have vanished." He voiced his confusion. Yu Yan glanced at Shen Ping. "Our neighbor from the Hahuan sect, Chening, seems to have ceased her visits." Shen Ping fell silent. Why bring her up? His expression grew grave. Over the past 6 months, he had rarely ventured out and had not encountered Chening. Yet, on occasions when he opened the wooden window, he had seen her. She had merely smiled at him indifferently. Initially, he had appreciated the absence of her interruptions, allowing for a smoother cultivation life. However, upon reflection, her gaze resembled that of someone observing a slightly valuable corpse. "My husband," Yu Yan called, noticing his increasingly serious demeanor. Shen Ping took a deep breath, performing 5 deep inhalations, then closed his eyes. Countless thoughts began to settle. In such times, panic and disorder must not prevail. Listening to his heartbeat, he envisioned himself back in that dim, narrow room in Honglu Lane, witnessing his determination to persevere despite failures in talisman crafting. Was the current situation truly desperate compared to then? At the 6th layer of Qi refinement, a second-tier talisman master, possessing heightened consciousness and mid-tier puppet mastery, along with magical artifacts, robes, and formation plates. Were these not considerable means compared to the precarious days of yore? A voice within him seemed to respond affirmatively. After hearing this, Shen Ping reopened his eyes, feeling considerably calmer. "Tomorrow, I shall visit Zhenbao Tower, while you head to the Deacon Hall to assemble the hunting team." He then retrieved protective talismans and high-grade talismans from his storage bag, handing them to Yu Yan. "My husband, do not worry too much. No matter what happens, I will be by your side," Yu Yan said, holding his hand, her eyes filled with tenderness. Shen Ping smiled. "I shall proceed to craft talismans." That night, Shen Ping lay in bed, his wife and concubine curled up on either side. Luo Qing sat at the head of the bed in a daze while Shen Ping contemplated the worst-case scenario. He had begun to piece together some clues. Rumors had circulated in the market about the Jinyang sect's elder falling from grace, indicating that high-level power struggles might have commenced. The ease with which the demon sect from Yu had infiltrated Wei suggested tacit approval from the upper echelons of Jinyang's sect. Otherwise, given the enmity between the two sects, how could Jinyang's sect allow the Luocha Demon Valley to enter? Did they truly believe that nascent soul cultivators were made of paper? Thus, in the event of a major upheaval, the least dependable ally would be Jinyang's sect. The connections through Xiuquan Pavilion were not worth considering, and the prospects with other sects were equally bleak. Consequently, the only options remaining were Zhenbao Tower and Chunman Courtyard. These two factions boasted the most profound strength in Yunshan Market, especially Zhenbao Tower, whose honorary tokens could instill fear even in some Foundation establishment cultivators. He resolved to first investigate Zhenbao Tower. If that failed, he would resort to Chunman Courtyard, willing to pay any price to ensure his safety. After contemplating these thoughts, Shen Ping closed his eyes to rest. On the following morning, he hurriedly consumed some spirit rice porridge. He and Yu Yin made their way to the market, where a multitude of cultivators traversed the main street. Danxia sect had intermittently recruited disciples over the past 6 months, attracting numerous wandering cultivators, many willing to linger in the market for years just to join Danxia sect. They parted near the entrance of Zhenbao Tower, with Yu Yin heading to the Deacon Hall, while Shen Ping quickly crossed the threshold to meet Mu Zhen. Talisman Master Shun, is there no auction today? Mu Zhen inquired, her sweet smile tinged with playful teasing. They had known each other for 3 years, cultivating a certain familiarity through their business dealings. Fellow Taoist Mu, shall we sit upstairs? Shen Ping suggested with a smile. Mu Zhen gave him a peculiar glance before leading him to a private room on the left side of the second floor. After settling in, she brewed 2 cups of spirit tea, asking, Talisman Master Shun, what brings you here? Shen Ping took a sip and spoke casually, Mu Dao Yu. Yesterday I inquired at the Deacon Hall about the flying vessels that travel to the Jinyang sect, and it seems they have been suspended. I wonder if the Zhenbao building has any vessels leaving the market? Mu Jian, surprised, replied, Master Shen wishes to leave Yinshan Farm? Yes, Shen Ping sighed lightly. The market is no longer safe. The Jinyang sect's law enforcement patrols have increased, and many cultivators wish to head to the main sect. Mu Jian glanced around and whispered, Master Shun, the Zhenbao building's vessels come to the market every 6 months. Shen Ping's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly asked, how can I board a vessel from the Zhenbao building to leave the market? You must join the Zhenbao building, Mu Jian responded. Only those with the status of a second-tier guest elder can board the vessels to other markets. Currently, Master Shen only has a cooperative relationship with the Zhenbao building. Upon hearing this, Shen Ping's expression eased slightly. What are the requirements to join? The conditions are somewhat stringent, Mu Jian replied. If Master Shen wishes to join, you must first pass the talisman examination and then be evaluated by the guest elders and the manager to assess your potential. Typically, new members start as third-tier guest elders. Although you will receive protection from the Zhenbao building, you will not qualify to board the vessels. Shen Ping frowned, realizing the internal hierarchy of the Zhenbao building was indeed quite rigid. However, he understood that as a significant power primarily engaged in commerce, strict regulations were necessary to maintain its vast scale. With this revelation, he felt a sense of relief and proceeded to inquire about the main responsibilities and restrictions of guest elders. Mu Jian could only provide brief answers, lacking knowledge on specific details. Are you certain about wanting to join the Zhenbao building? Mu Jian asked. Shen Ping hesitated internally before nodding earnestly. I am sure. If I can join the Zhenbao building, even if I cannot leave the market, I believe I will receive protection. However, I must act with utmost caution from now on, ensuring not to make any mistakes, especially concerning talisman crafting, puppetry, and my cultivation speed. I must remain vigilant at all times. Outside, he could still attribute his rapid advancement in talisman crafting to the recognition of senior talisman masters and a sudden surge in talent. But such justifications would not hold within the Zhenbao building. A power of such magnitude would have encountered countless geniuses. He could not ascertain where his progress stood among them. Before long, the manager of the Zhenbao building approached, a smile gracing his face as he reiterated, Master Shun, are you certain you wish to join our Zhenbao building? Upon receiving a positive response, the manager continued, in 5 days, come to the Zhenbao building, where we will conduct the talisman examination. If you pass, there will be a few more simple checks to confirm your spiritual root qualifications and age for potential assessment. This is a long-standing rule of our establishment, and we hope for your understanding. Shen Ping quickly replied, I understand. The manager added, once the evaluation is completed, we will provide the specific conditions for joining. If you meet them, you will attain the status of a third-tier guest elder in our Zhenbao building. Shen Ping inquired, what are the responsibilities tied to this third-tier guest elder status? The manager cast a meaningful glance at Shen Ping. Once you meet the conditions and become a third-tier guest elder, you will naturally understand. Very well, Shen Ping acknowledged, realizing he could pry no further. Before departing, he hesitated and posed one last question. Manager, if the various sects, including the Jin Yang sect, continue to pressure the market, will the Zhenbao building be able to guarantee the safety of its guest elders? This was his foremost concern. Though the Zhenbao building had a formidable background, he had no clear understanding of its true strength. The manager cheerfully replied, as long as you are within the Zhenbao building's domain, anyone daring to harm our guest elders, be they golden core or nascent soul cultivators, we will pursue them without fail. As Shen Ping exited the Zhenbao building, the manager and Appo's last confident words echoed in his ears. Even nascent soul cultivators would be pursued, regardless of the truth behind this claim. Such confidence alone demonstrated the formidable strength of the Zhenbao building. He instinctively raised his head to see the three elegant characters above, which previously seemed sharp and imposing, now radiated brilliance upon closer inspection. Regaining his composure, Shen Ping stepped away, though he did not head directly back to Yunhe Lane. Instead, he made his way out of the market to Chunman Courtyard. One must always be prepared for contingencies. The Zhenbao building appeared to be a suitable sanctuary. But given his age, even though his talisman crafting had reached the second tier, his foundational potential would undoubtedly be diminished by the passage of time. He would have to exert himself to the utmost. Whether he could succeed remained uncertain. Should he fail, Chunman Courtyard would be his final hope. Ah, Master Shen has arrived. Please come in. The matchmaker had just escorted a cultivator out, and, upon spotting Shen Ping, her heavily made-up face broke into a warm smile as she led him to the second floor. Master Shen, how did you find Luo Qing, whom I introduced last time? Though her demeanor is somewhat cold, she is quite well-behaved and understanding. She smiled, adding, I trust these days have brought you much enjoyment. Shen Ping responded with a faint smile. It's been acceptable. The matchmaker's smile widened. That's wonderful. What sort of concubine are you looking to acquire this time? Though the exotic bloodlines are temporarily unavailable, there are several others with decent personalities. They may lack a bit in obedience, but I assure you, as long as you express your desires, Chunman Courtyard will guarantee your satisfaction. Shen Ping interrupted, Friend Zong, I did not come here to seek a concubine, but rather to inquire if Chunman Courtyard has any vessels available to leave the Yinshan Marsh. The matchmaker's smile faded slightly. Master Shen wishes to leave the Yinshan Marsh? May I ask why? Currently, cultivators from various sects, including the Jin Kingdom, are flocking to the Yinshan Marsh. Even the Danxia sect is establishing a branch here. It is likely to become the most prosperous market in Wei Kingdom, possibly even a celestial city. Other cultivators are eager to come here. Shen Ping chuckled. Preparing to test her knowledge, Friend Zong, surely Chunman Courtyard, with its extensive network across Wei Kingdom's markets, must have received some news. The flying vessels to other markets have indeed been suspended. This I was unaware of. The matchmaker exclaimed in surprise. Shen Ping produced a golden talisman and placed it on the table, fixing his gaze on the matchmaker. He did not trust that such a force as Chunman Courtyard would lack any insider information. The matchmaker accepted the golden talisman without hesitation, smiling as she said, Master Shen's information is indeed astute. The Yinshan market will become quite chaotic. As for the specifics, I fear you overestimate my standing. My cultivation is not high within Chunman Courtyard, and should anything occur, I can only leave it to fate. Shen Ping ceased the small talk. Friend Zong, what conditions must be met to leave the Yinshan Marsh? The matchmaker's smile vanished, her tone turning calm, yet somewhat cold. 30 protective talismans for a single life. In such matters, Shen Ping understood there was no room for negotiation. 30 protective talismans were indeed exorbitant, especially with the rising purchasing power of spirit stones in the market. However, as long as safety was assured, he had no choice but to agree. Very well. The matchmaker resumed her smile. Master Shen is a straightforward person. While I cannot guarantee other aspects, I assure you that in terms of credibility, Chunman Courtyard will not let you down. A moment later, as he exited Chunman Courtyard, the matchmaker transmitted a message. Master Shen, remember, when the time is critical, only then can you leave Chunman Courtyard. 30 protective talismans for a life. He re-entered the market, observing the vibrant main street. A heavy stone within Shen Ping's heart shattered significantly, with 2 paths leading to Jinbao Tower and Chunman Courtyard. He found solace knowing that regardless of any major events occurring in Yunsan Square or Yunsan Marsh, he had the hope of escape, thus avoiding a dire predicament. Naturally, he held greater faith in Jinbao Tower compared to Chunman Courtyard. 5 days hence, he hoped everything would proceed smoothly. Suppressing his thoughts, he arrived at the Fu Bao Hall, only to find Yu Yan absent. Shen Ping decided to wait within the hall. As the hour approached, Yu Yan finally appeared. Upon seeing Shen Ping's relaxed demeanor, her mood inexplicably brightened, hinting at a successful outcome. Shen Ping nodded and inquired about her day. With a beaming smile, Yu Yan replied that with Shen's esteemed title as a talisman master, establishing a hunting group had encountered no issues, and they had even welcomed a late-stage chi refinement practitioner, with whom she had been conversing, hence her delay. Late-stage chi refinement? Shen Ping expressed his surprise. Yu Yan glanced around before suggesting that they return to the small courtyard in Yunhe Lane. As they shut the door behind them, their gazes interlocked, igniting flames of desire within their eyes. I want to eat. Eat what? You. Soon, the bed in the main room began to shake violently. The white serpent puppet flicked its tongue restlessly in the water, only ceasing its movements when its spiritual energy was depleted. With her dark hair cascading loosely and her fair, luminous skin aglow, Yu Yan cast a sidelong glance at Shen Ping. Shen Dao friend, you've succeeded once more. At this rate, I might just die of thirst. Shen Ping chuckled, feeling relieved despite not yet fully relaxing. He quickly shifted to serious matters, noting that the market was indeed in turmoil, and the situation seemed even more severe than anticipated. Yu Dao friend, while forming a hunting group is acceptable, it would be prudent not to undertake tasks outside Yunsan Square. Yu Yan understood Shen Ping's implication and hesitated, stating that such a small group might not be able to assist them at critical moments and would only serve to gather information about Yunsan Marsh. No matter, acquiring information is certainly preferable to remaining in ignorance, especially regarding the Chun family's market and the circumstances at the edge of Yunsan Marsh. Gaining more insight will provide clarity regarding the current situation. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Ping decided that in due time, they should reach out to the Zhang brothers across the way, as they frequently ventured out and might possess more information than they did. Yu Yan nodded, assuring him that she would take the lead on that front. After exchanging a few more words, Shen Ping returned to the second floor. In the following days, he focused on adjusting his mental state, taking a relaxed approach to talisman crafting, casually producing a few advanced talismans to ensure he could complete them flawlessly without failure. 5 days later, at the entrance of Jinbao Tower, Shen Ping took a deep breath of the gentle air before stepping inside. Mu Jian had been waiting, and upon seeing Shen Ping, she greeted him with a sweet smile. Shen Talisman Master, let us go. The shopkeeper awaits in the back. She led the way, and Shen Ping felt a flutter of anxiety. He quickly tried to divert his gaze to the graceful sway of her skirt, which moved with lines and contours rivaling Yu Yan's. Upon reaching the back hall, his demeanor calmed. In the main hall of the back courtyard, the shopkeeper welcomed him with a smile. Shen Talisman Master, given your collaborative status with Jinbao Tower, I believe you will find the upcoming assessment manageable. Simply perform as you normally would. Shen Ping expressed his gratitude and stepped into the main hall, where the shopkeeper guided him to the second room on the left side. The interior was simply furnished, reminiscent of Shen Ping's talisman crafting space in Yunhe Lane. He was tasked with creating a protective talisman, a golden light talisman, an explosive flame talisman, and a ground-falling talisman. The room was stocked with recovery elixirs and mental restoration pills, allowing Shen Ping to focus solely on crafting talismans. Creating advanced talismans was mentally taxing, and most high-grade talisman masters exhibited average efficiency. Typically, only skilled high-grade talisman masters could meet the minimum cooperation requirements with Jinbao Tower. The assessment was generously timed, yet Shen Ping understood that crafting efficiency would be crucial in the evaluation. Once the shopkeeper departed, he closed his eyes for a moment to gather his thoughts, then began to pray for focus as he commenced crafting. Meanwhile, in the room to the right of the main hall, 3 foundation establishment practitioners sat upright, observing the scene reflected in a water-green mirror. With the presence of the 3 talisman masters, no issues were expected to arise. With age comes experience, one commented, to master techniques like talisman crafting and alchemy. Decades of accumulation are essential, even for the talents within Jinbao Tower. Based on this fellow's previous collaborations, he should be nearing the status of a second-tier talisman master. They exchanged casual remarks. In the crafting room, Shen Ping was wholly engrossed, his diligent experiences manifesting in a skillful and stable hand. He began with the protective talisman, a complex design that tested his craftsmanship. Initially, when he had just ascended to high-grade status, his success rate with the protective talisman was low. Now, however, he could vividly visualize the intricate pathways of the talisman even with his eyes closed. For hours passed, and as he traced the final spiritual pattern, he beheld the talisman flickering with concealed spiritual light. A smile graced his face. Thankfully, with Mu Dao Friend's assistance, this protective talisman was not so difficult. After a brief rest to regain his composure, he took a recovery elixir to restore his spiritual energy, followed by a mental restoration pill. In his small courtyard, he would never dare to be so extravagant with elixirs for quick recovery. Typically, he would wait 2 to 3 days before resuming his crafting. In the adjoining room, voices resumed. His condition appears favorable. The protective talisman was crafted smoothly and skillfully. The subsequent advanced talismans, with the exception of the ground-falling talisman, should proceed without a hitch based on his previous technique. Indeed, passing the assessment should pose no challenge. It merely depends on his age and potential. The 3 Foundation Establishment Talisman Masters had anticipated that this assessment would be a mere formality. After all, the candidate's acquisition of the second-tier cooperative status indicated a high level of skill among high-grade talisman masters, fully meeting Jinbao Tower's recruitment criteria. Time flew by, and in 4 days, Shen Ping successfully completed all the talismans in a single effort, without wasting a single sheet of talisman paper. His mastery over advanced talismans elicited praise from the 3 Foundation Establishment Masters, who understood the significance of such capability. Should he successfully establish his foundation, advancing to second-tier talisman master would be a natural progression. Furthermore, if his spiritual awareness reached the foundation stage early, he might even craft second-tier talismans during the late Qi refinement stage. However, enhancing spiritual awareness was exceedingly challenging, and few practitioners managed to break through at that stage. The shopkeeper entered the room, and Shen Ping noticed a heightened warmth in his demeanor. Congratulations, Shen Talisman Master. Your prompt completion is truly admirable in the realm of talisman craft. As they exited the room, the shopkeeper whispered, "The 3 Foundation Establishment Masters responsible for this assessment have praised you highly. I believe your joining Jinbao Tower is all but assured." Delighted, Shen Ping bowed respectfully and inquired, "Shopkeeper, please, no need for such formality. My surname is Ding. You may call me Shopkeeper Ding or Dao Friend Ding from now on." Hearing this eased Shen Ping's heart significantly. "Shopkeeper Ding, my spiritual root aptitude is of the 4 elements, rather ordinary, I must admit." Master Ding chuckled, saying, "Having an ordinary spiritual root is no hindrance. With the resources of my Jinbao building, it would be a simple matter to cultivate a few foundational practitioners. As long as Master Shen is under 50 years old, the prospects of successfully joining Jinbao building are quite promising." Shen Ping smiled and replied, "Master Ding, I am 47 this year." Master Ding's eyes brightened, and with a gentle smile, he clasped his hands. "Then I offer my early congratulations to Master Shen for becoming a guest elder of Jinbao building." The subsequent assessment proceeded exactly as Master Ding had described, consisting merely of simple tests. However, after the spiritual root examination, Master Ding shook his head. Master Shen possesses 4 types of spiritual roots, yet the brilliance of the gold and wood roots is remarkable. Had you been more diligent in your training during your earlier years, you would not still be at the 6th level of Qi training. Shen Ping replied helplessly, "I came to this place to cultivate under the Jinyang sect, but inadvertently came into contact with the venom of a demon beast. At that time, my talisman skills were still rudimentary, causing me to waste a considerable amount of time." Master Ding immediately displayed a sympathetic expression, noting how crucial each day is for a Qi training practitioner on the path to foundation establishment. It was indeed unfortunate for Master Shen, but fortunately, his skills and talismans were superb, and his talent was commendable. Otherwise, he would have no hope of foundation establishment in this lifetime. By the beginning of the afternoon, all assessments were completed. After discussions among the guest elders and deacons of Jinbao building, the subsequent conditions were finally laid out. Shen Ping sat in a private room on the 2nd floor, engaging in casual conversation with Mu Jian, when he heard footsteps and his heart raced. Soon, Master Ding entered with a contract in hand. "This is the guest elder contract of Jinbao building. If Master Shen wishes to join, you may sign it now." Upon hearing this, Shen Ping stood up. his face lighting up with joy, then asked in surprise, Master Ding, are there no other conditions? Master Ding chuckled. With the support of 3 Foundation practitioners speaking on your behalf, and considering your decent spiritual root qualifications, though you possess 4 types. The brilliance of your gold and wood roots is outstanding. If you absorb resources such as spiritual liquid, your potential for foundation establishment is indeed significant. However, there are other conditions. Please take a look at this contract. Shen Ping quickly glanced at the contract and soon understood the terms. He could sign now. But he needed to break through to the late stage of Qi training before turning 50 in order to receive the 3rd-class Guest Elder Badge of Jinbao Building and enjoy the numerous benefits accorded to guest elders. Nevertheless, upon signing, he would still be entitled to some basic benefits, such as purchasing spiritual liquid and other elixirs without waiting for the monthly auctions and at discounted rates. Should he fail to meet the requirements, the contract would become void. He had 3 years' time. It was settled. After signing the contract, Shen Ping felt a wave of relief wash over him, the immense pressure that had been lingering in his heart dissipating. Given his current pace of cultivation, he was more than capable of breaking through to the late stage of Qi training within 3 years. Moreover, once he became a guest elder of Jinbao Building, the protection and resources provided would allow him to cultivate in peace without constant worry. However, he realized he must exercise caution and vigilance moving forward. Jinbao Building was a significant power, and there would undoubtedly be numerous constraints within. Certain connections would need to be maintained. He could no longer be as carefree as a rogue cultivator. With that thought in mind, he earnestly inquired, Master Ding, may I ask if the 3 Foundation elders are still in the back courtyard? I wish to express my gratitude to them. Their role in this smooth process has been pivotal. Master Ding replied with a smile. The 3 Foundation elders have already departed. Once Master Shen officially receives his guest elder badge, there will be another opportunity to meet them. With that, the master left the private room. Mu Jian's sweet and clear voice rang out. Congratulations, Master Shen, on becoming a guest elder of Jinbao Building. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. Shen Ping detected a hint of a different tone in her words and responded with a smile. I am not very familiar with Jinbao Building, so I might need to trouble you, Taoist Mu. Mu Jian blinked playfully. It's no trouble at all. As long as Master Shen doesn't stare at people like today, I will be very welcoming. With that, she let out a mischievous laugh and, citing other matters to attend to, excused herself from the conversation. Watching her graceful figure depart, Shen Ping silently smiled. Things had indeed changed. Outside, the sky had darkened. Yu Yin quietly awaited at the door. With the market being unsafe, she had rushed over as soon as she received news from Shen Ping. Glancing up at the door and then at the sky, her eyes revealed a hint of anxiety. Finally, upon spotting his figure, she hurried forward. Have you accomplished what you set out to do? Shen Ping took her hand and replied, Yes, I've joined Jinbao Building. As long as I break through to the late stage of Qi training within 3 years, I will receive the Guest Elder Badge, which is said to withstand a full-strength strike from a Foundation practitioner. He could not suppress his joy. Really? You have joined Jinbao Building? Yu Yin was initially taken aback. Then her eyes widened in disbelief. She had never imagined that her husband had been engaged in such matters over the past few days. Heavens! This is Jinbao Building. To both rogue cultivators and sect disciples, it was a colossal entity. Gaining entry into such a force was exceedingly difficult. Previously, she had been astonished just to attend the Jinbao Building auction, and now her husband was about to become a guest elder. Yu Yin felt as if she were dreaming. Let us head back, Shen Ping said, gesturing to their surroundings. Only then did Yu Yin regain her composure, suppressing her inner turmoil to remain vigilant. Before they reached Yunhe Lane, several flashes of spiritual light appeared in the darkness ahead. Gold light talismans. Seeing this, Shen Ping could not help but feel tense. He quickly activated his protective talismans and took out a high-grade defensive artifact. Yu Yin glanced at him, almost speechless. Shen Ping was surrounded by at least 10 protective talismans. And in his hands, he held 5 gold light talismans and 3 earthfall talismans. Furthermore, his robe, belt, boots, and crown were all glowing with the radiance of artifacts. In addition, the shield around his neck was also revealed from beneath his robe. Taoist Shun, you are indeed quite wealthy. I can hardly resist the urge to take action. Yu Yin teased, then continued walking forward nonchalantly. There's no need to worry. Just the 10 protective talismans you have are sufficient to make those Qi practitioners hesitate. The price of protective talismans had remained above 10 mid-grade spirit stones even during the recent market downer. For Qi practitioners, Possessing a single protective talisman provided considerable reassurance. 10 talismans could withstand attacks from late-stage Qi practitioners for quite some time, let alone the high-grade defensive artifact. Shen Ping had felt a sting in his heart when he purchased it, as it was beyond the reach of ordinary late-stage Qi practitioners. Daoist Yu. We must not be careless. As they approached the area where the spiritual light had flashed, Shen Ping hurriedly conveyed a warning. Yu Yin remained silent, but her eyes, partially concealed by her hair, gleamed with sharpness. Suddenly, she flicked her wrist to the left, and silvery threads shot out from her robe, coalescing into a silver net that landed several meters away in an instant. Then, 2 high-grade talismans were activated. As spiritual energy flickered, 2 beams of golden light surged toward the vicinity of the silver net. Soon, muffled groans were heard from several meters away. Friend, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Yu Yin showed no signs of stopping, and her wrist bracelet instantly transformed into 5 azure crescent blades that slashed forward. With a rustling sound, green vines appeared out of thin air, blocking her path. Seeing this, Shen Ping quickly activated the Earthfall talismans and deftly threw them. The talisman's spiritual energy transforming into a massive stone that crashed through the green vines. The azure crescent blades swiftly sliced through the gaps in the verdant vines. The air grew heavy with silence a few meters away. The faces of nearby cultivators in the surrounding darkness displayed evident wariness. The brief skirmish had compelled the 2 opponents to use 3 high-level attack talismans. What was more critical was the female cultivator's decisive and ruthless actions, her judgment remarkably astute, clearly indicating a wealth of combat experience. At that moment, Yu Yin calmly collected herself and spoke in a cold voice, "Esteemed guests, my husband and I are merely passing through. This cultivator's storage bag shall serve as a token of friendship." With that, she tossed the storage bag aside and exchanged a glance with Shen Ping. The 2 hastily departed. Just as they left, a flicker of spiritual light erupted from the darkness behind them. Upon returning to the small courtyard in Yunhe Lane and stepping inside, Shen Ping's tense nerves finally eased. He curiously asked, "Daoist Yu, how did you know that cultivator was about to strike?" With a gentle smile, Yu Yin replied, "My spiritual sense is quite strong. His movements could not escape my perception. In such a situation, one must act swiftly to deter other cultivators. Otherwise, if any cultivator engages in conflict, those lurking in the shadows will undoubtedly take advantage of the chaos. However, our ability to leave so effortlessly was largely due to your ample protective talismans. They provided significant time for us. They are not a united front. If we could not resolve the situation quickly, others would have intervened." Shen Ping nodded in understanding. Recognizing the dangers of being caught unprepared, Yu Yin crossed her arms and, with a sultry gaze, gently reminded him, "Husband, do refrain from being so conspicuous in the future. While the protective talismans can ensure safety, they also attract unwanted attention. Once you break through to the later stages of Qi training and can sustain a high-grade defensive artifact, then such ostentation may be permissible." Shen Ping solemnly acknowledged her words, vowing to remember. However, he secretly resolved to minimize his outings, hoping to secure a guest token from the Zhenbao building for greater safety. As the seasons changed, November arrived, bringing with it the first wave of cold air to the somewhat chaotic Yinshan workshop. Late at night, the cold wind swept in, carrying swirling snowflakes. Inside, the atmosphere was warm. Luo Qing sat cross-legged on the floor, her gaze drifting toward the flickering shadows beside her. A hint of helplessness crossed her lips. Though her husband was very caring towards his wives, he was also quite a handful. In the Zugwa, she had encountered numerous partners, most of whom engaged in dual cultivation merely to alleviate the monotony of their practice. In contrast, her husband toiled day and night without losing interest. At times, watching him made her feel utterly drained, her limbs growing numb from the exertion. "Qinger," a voice called out. Luo Qing instinctively approached. Soon, the shadow beneath the crystal lamp elongated, the fabric of her clothes fluttering. As the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, Shen Ping reclined, habitually activating the virtual panel. Symbol Master, low second tier, 78,012-150000. Metal Spiritual Root, high grade, 33,323 50,000. With Spiritual Root, high grade, 33,215 50,000. Spell Resistance, mid first tier, 18-20 10,000. Lifespan, 47,101. Observing these fluctuations, his expression remained impassive, but when his gaze fell upon the lifespan section, excitement flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, his wife, Wang Yun, spoke up, "Husband, over the past few months. Senior Yu has taught me a great deal about the fundamentals of talismans. I wish to contribute to your endeavors. Gently stroking the wife nestled in his embrace, Shen Ping replied with warmth. In the future, when I retreat to the quiet room for cultivation, you may assist me in organizing the various talisman materials in the crafting chamber. Thank you, husband, Wang Yun exclaimed, leaning in for a quick kiss. Bai Yueying clung to Shen Ping's arm, her voice soft as she playfully added, Husband, I also wish to help with something. Shen Ping pinched her cheek and pondered. The crafting chamber always has some waste materials left over each day. After you tidy up, place them in the storage bag, and accompany Daoist you to dispose of them periodically. Hee, husband is truly wonderful. Bai Yueying pecked him on the left cheek, noticing Luo Qing's gaze upon them. Shen Ping smiled knowingly and teased, What about you, Qing? Do you wish to assist your husband as well? With a stoic expression, Luo Qing replied, I have no particular skills to offer. Shen Ping paid no heed to her response. After nearly a year of close intimacy, he had endeared himself to Luo Qing, raising her fondness for him to 60. He believed that, given time, he would win her heart completely. After a brief respite, he exited the main room and entered the quiet chamber to meditate. As he circulated his cultivation method, the spiritual power within his dantian gradually filled and began to circulate throughout his meridians. Since returning from the last assessment, Shen Ping had increased his daily practice by an hour to hasten his breakthrough into the later stages of qi training. With the aid of medicinal pills and spiritual liquids, his cultivation speed had surged, especially when his dual metal and with spiritual roots surpassed 30,000. He could distinctly sense an enhancement in his spiritual energy flow. At the hour of the rabbit, he concluded his meditation. After sensing his surroundings, a satisfied smile graced his face. Once the remaining spiritual liquid within him was fully absorbed and digested, he could swiftly break through to the later stage of qi training. It would be soon, by March at the latest. Descending the stairs, Shen Ping caught a whiff of a unique floral fragrance, surprising him. During this period, Yu Yan had rarely ventured outside, and her supply of flower pollen was nearly depleted. She seldom indulged in baths, only doing so when unable to suppress the internal fire of allure. He quickened his pace. Upon opening the door, he indeed found Yu Yan manipulating a white puppet that absorbed the steam rising from the hot water. This steam was generated from the flower pollen dissolved in water. Once the puppet had absorbed its fill, Yu Yan eagerly sought to discuss her insights into cultivation. As the sound of water rippled, Shen Ping adeptly searched for the door when he heard Yu Yan's voice transform into a water dragon. Taking a deep breath and preparing himself, he followed the techniques outlined in the noble arts, his muscles and bones cracking as power converged. Lowering his waist, a searing heat surged from all directions, overwhelming him like magma. Even the noble arts seemed to falter in the face of such intensity, leaving him defenseless. Noticing Yu Yan's flushed complexion, Shen Ping felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After nearly 6 months, he thought he had regained his confidence. Yet upon attempting the water transformation again, he found himself utterly defeated, just as he had been at the beginning. Yu Yan's eyes held a suppressed expression as she sighed. Daoist Shun, do not blame yourself. I have indulged too much in our intimate pleasures, igniting the alluring fire within my own constitution. Shen Ping felt a twinge of guilt. This endeavor had been his suggestion. After all, he knew well the power of a strong spiritual sense, having witnessed it during their combat. If he could enhance his spiritual awareness to the foundational level swiftly, he could not only detect danger early, but also, upon breaking through to the later stages of qi training, significantly boost his spiritual energy and attempt to craft second-tier talismans. Second-tier talismans bore immense power. If he could succeed in their creation, both he and Yu Yan would no longer need to worry about safety when venturing outside. Yet, the situation had turned out this way. Based on earlier experiences, he realized that he felt no sense of engagement when attempting the water transformation. Daoist Yu, what consequences might arise if your condition continues to be suppressed? Shen Ping inquired. With her eyes closed, Yu Yan reassured him, do not worry, there will be minimal impact. At most, I will need to supplement with flower pollen to increase the variety. Now, please, you may leave. She bit her lip, struggling to maintain her composure. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Shen Ping sighed and exited the main room, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. The allure within her body was rather potent. He realized he would need to find an opportunity to learn more about it. Perhaps the Jinbao building held records or jade slips on this subject, but that would have to wait until he secured a guest token. Reflecting on these thoughts, he returned to the quiet chamber and glanced at Yu Yan's virtual panel. Master Puppeteer, First Class Quality, 5,846.50,000. Spiritual Awareness, Late Chi Refinement, 14,146.30,000. Upon seeing this, a flicker of solace appeared in his heart. Although there remained a considerable distance before his spiritual awareness could ascend to the foundation establishment stage, he was confident that upon breaking through to the late Chi refinement stage next year, his spiritual awareness would undoubtedly experience a significant surge. As he pushed open the wooden window on that crisp morning, a gust of cold wind swept through, dissipating the warmth within the room. While inhaling the fresh air, Shen Ping discreetly glanced towards room number 5, where Chen Ying of the Hahuan sect was lost in thought against the wooden window. Her embroidered shoes partially concealed her delicate feet, and a red string adorned her ankle, from which a purple bell dangled, chiming melodiously with the wind's caress. He inwardly harbored resentment, thinking she was undoubtedly concocting some mischief. Just then, he heard Chen Ying's innocent voice, "Master Shen, you've been cooped up in there for so long and refused to offer guidance to a humble girl in her talismanic arts. It truly wounds the heart." Shen Ping smiled and replied, "Daoist Chen, you jest. I have heard that the Hahuan sect will soon depart from Yunhe Alley, and I was contemplating preparing some parting gifts for you, as a token of our neighborly friendship during these days." His words were intended to gauge her intentions. When the disciples from various sects initially moved into the market, it was said they wouldn't stay long, yet over a year had passed, and there was no sign of departure among them. Chen Ying chuckled lightly, "Master Shen, your information is quite astute. Indeed, in no time, I shall be leaving. However, compared to the gifts you prepare, I am more fond of Master Shen." As she closed the wooden window, Shen Ping's smile vanished instantly. This enchanting woman from the Hahuan sect was undoubtedly plotting to ensnare him as a compliant puppet. Just wait, he thought. Once my spiritual awareness breaks through, I shall seek to teach her a lesson. Imagining himself dealing with the enchanting Chen Ying brought him a sense of satisfaction. After dining, news arrived from Manager Chen, inviting him to a gathering at the Shochuan Pavilion. Reflecting on the diminished contact with Manager Chen since the Danxia sect ceremony, Shen Ping understood. Given that more talisman masters were eager to collaborate with the pavilion following the establishment of their foundations, after some hesitation, he resolved to attend. Though the market was chaotic, he believed it would eventually restore its tranquility, especially under the protection of the Jinbao Tower. He understood the importance of maintaining these connections. After a brief preparation, he called upon Yu Yin to accompany him. The alleys of the market were relatively safe during the day, with the Jin Yang sect's law enforcement patrols occasionally making rounds. However, as night descended, incidents of brawls and duels escalated. Despite the Jin Yang sect's repeated promises to rectify the situation, no noticeable actions had been taken. Upon arriving at the market, Yu Yin went to seek information from the members of the hunting group she had formed regarding the recent happenings in the Yinshan Marsh, while Shen Ping made his way to the Shochuan Pavilion. The gathering turned out to be quite modest. Apart from Manager Chen, only one other Taoist, Master Sun, was present. It became evident to Shen Ping that this small gathering was likely initiated by Master Sunday. After exchanging pleasantries, they sat down with fragrant tea. Master Sun spoke first. "Master Shen, I had asked Manager Chen to extend this invitation to you. As you may know, the Jinbao Tower's auctions occasionally feature the coveted Ding Yin Dan. Frankly, my partner has been urging me to procure some." "This is a trivial matter," Shen Ping said, hesitating slightly. "I had originally intended to attend the next auction with my partner." Master Sun immediately understood, smiling as he handed Shen Ping a talisman. "This matter is settled." The conversation soon shifted to other topics, primarily discussed by Manager Chen and Master Sun, while Shen Ping listened attentively. As the discussion meandered, the topic of the Rakshasa Demon Valley arose. Shen Ping's interest piqued, and he couldn't help but interject, "Manager Chen, you are always well informed." Following the Danxia sect ceremony, it seems that the Rakshasa Demon Valley has been unusually quiet. Manager Chen shook his head with a smile. "As far as being well informed, I cannot compare to Master Sun, who has supported numerous hunting groups and even formed a small faction of wandering cultivators." Master Sun quickly interrupted, "Manager Chen, do not exaggerate. It is merely a collaboration of a few mid-chi refinement groups. However, regarding the Rakshasa Demon Valley, I do have some information." After savoring a sip of tea, he continued leisurely, "Since the Danxia sect ceremony, most disciples from the Rakshasa Demon Valley have ventured deep into the Yunshan Marsh mining area. They have caused considerable chaos there. with reports of thousands of miners and cultivators meeting tragic ends at the hands of these demonic sect disciples. Fortunately, their focus remains there. Otherwise, if they lingered in our Yinshan market, it would have been even more chaotic. Upon hearing this, Shen Ping felt a sense of clarity and probed cautiously. It is indeed strange. In previous years, the Jinyang sect's law enforcement patrols were formidable, and there were seldom any bold robbers daring to attack. Yet, the recent disorder in the market seems to have gone unchecked, as if the patrols are turning a blind eye. Manager Chen frowned. Indeed. I have inquired with the owner about this, but he is also at a loss. Both turned to Master Sun, who sighed. Do not look to me for answers. I am equally in the dark. Perhaps other sect disciples are inciting this chaos. When the Danxia sect first arrived, they were arrogant and even brazenly committed murder. Yet they only ended up compensating with a few spirit stones. He sighed. The root of the issue lies in the strained relations between the sect leader and the main sect. If the main sect intervened, neither the Danxia sect nor any other sect would dare to cause trouble in Yinshan market. Upon returning to Yunhe Alley, Yuyan shared her findings. Over the past 2 months, the Yinshan marsh had become tumultuous. Many wandering cultivators who had relocated there upon the Jinyang sect's arrival had perished, and the remaining ones had stealthily returned to Yinshan market, hastily constructing wooden shelters at the edge of Ling Shui Alley, banding together for temporary refuge. It appeared that something had transpired at the Yanjin mine. Shen Ping relayed the information he had gleaned from Master Sunday. Upon hearing this, Yu Yin felt a shiver of fear. If it weren't for your timely resolution of the miner contracts, even if we had eradicated the black line venomous worms later, it would have still posed a grave danger. By the way, during my conversations with the members of the hunting group, they expressed a desire to recruit more cultivators, especially upon learning about your background as a high-quality talisman master. Several late Qi refinement cultivators are quite eager, as the current unrest in the market has everyone on edge, fearing attacks from robbers or demonic cultivators while out. Shen Ping was not surprised and nodded. We can admit a few more, but let us not overextend. He then inquired, what about the Zhang brothers across the way? Have you made any progress with them? They are difficult to persuade. They have their own faction. Then let it be. Yu Yin suddenly whispered, I encountered an acquaintance in the market, Taoist Su from Honglu Alley. She now resides at the edge of Ling Shui Alley. Shen Ping fell silent for a moment. Taoist Su had once been a highly sought-after female cultivator in Honglu Alley, but after the tragic demise of her cousin, Taoist Gong, she relocated to the market. He never expected her to be in such circumstances. The ways of the world are unpredictable, he mused. Yu Yin stepped closer, wrapping her arms around Shen Ping, her robe's contours rapidly flattening. When she lifted her gaze, her eyes brimmed with allure. Husband, I am so fortunate to have encountered you. As she spoke, her voice resonated in his ear. I wish for you to savor every drop of my bathwater. Shen Ping could hardly contain himself. Days passed, and regardless of the turmoil outside, Shen Ping's cultivation life remained undisturbed. Apart from attending the Jinbao Tower auction with Master Sun as promised, he diligently followed his daily regimen of practice. His meditation sessions became the cornerstone of his training, while the time spent crafting talismans decreased. His dual cultivation and companionship remained unchanged. Thus, Shen Ping stepped into his 48th year, with March just arriving. His body, having completely absorbed the residual spiritual liquid within his limbs and bones, felt the energy of the 6th layer of Qi cultivation becoming increasingly abundant. Each time he circulated his energy through the meridians, he sensed the spiritual power yearning to break through, yet something seemed to be lacking. Shen Ping recognized that he had reached a bottleneck. Instead of hastily consuming a drop of spiritual liquid in his quiet chamber, he chose to take a leisurely stroll in the small courtyard with his wives, adjusting his mental state to its peak before finally settling down in the quiet room. He focused his mind, concentrated his spirit, and inhaled deeply. The spiritual liquid quickly filled his abdomen. In an instant, the energy within his dantian surged violently, as if an invisible force was propelling him forward. Unperturbed, Shen Ping guided this surge of energy through his meridians. Time passed slowly. Days and nights slipped by unnoticed. His aura visibly intensified, and the spiritual power seemingly flowed effortlessly, shattering the bottleneck and reaching the next realm. The 7th layer of Qi cultivation, a threshold that had stymied many wandering cultivators, was thus peacefully surpassed. Days later, the atmosphere in the quiet room stabilized. Shen Ping opened his eyes without a flicker of emotion. He rose slowly, pacing back and forth a dozen times before finally stopping. With a flick of his sleeve, he stepped out of the quiet room. A smile blossomed on his face. In the past, a cultivator at the late stage of qi cultivation was enough to intimidate rogue practitioners. At this moment, he had become such a cultivator. Outside the quiet room, his wives awaited him, knowing he was about to cross a significant threshold in his cultivation journey, a step closer to establishing his foundation. Upon his emergence, their gazes converged instantly. Yu Yan's eyes sparkled with joy, and her lips curled into a smile as she performed a standard salute. "Congratulations, my lord." On entering the late stage of qi cultivation, her voice rang out with vigor. As her words echoed, Wang Yun excitedly rushed towards Shen Ping, crashing into his embrace. "Congratulations, my lord. This is wonderful. You are now a late-stage qi cultivator." Bai Yueying approached with enthusiasm, clinging to Shen Ping's arm and shaking it. Her voice trailing off in excitement. "Congratulations on your breakthrough." Shen Ping gathered his wives, his gaze warm as he looked at Luo Qing. Rarely, a faint smile graced her lips as she congratulated him on becoming a late-stage qi cultivator. Shen Ping burst into hearty laughter, declaring that they would celebrate splendidly today. His wives flushed with joy. Bai Yueying playfully remarked, "You are too mischievous, my lord, thinking of such things right after your breakthrough." Luo Qing froze momentarily, then rolled her eyes in exasperation. After just a few days of peace, it seemed they were in for another round of exhaustion. Yu Yan secretly sighed, her eyes glinting with anticipation. Clearing his throat, Shen Ping coughed lightly and said seriously, "What are you all thinking? I merely meant to suggest that we visit the market to purchase some fine spiritual beast meat, rare fruits, and spiritual wine to prepare a lavish feast in celebration." With a clap of his hands, he urged, "All right, let us proceed with our tasks." Before long, he and Yu Yan departed from Yunhai. Stepping once more onto the bustling main street of the market, observing the flow of fellow cultivators around them, Shen Ping felt a subtle shift in his mindset. The late stage of qi cultivation brought not just a surge in spiritual power, but also a newfound confidence and sense of security. Most notably, he could now wield high-grade defensive artifacts, as the energy within his dantian could sustain him for a while. Should he engage in a duel with cultivators of the same level, he need not rely on protective talismans, for even those at the 9th layer of qi cultivation would struggle to defeat him swiftly. Additionally, with his enhanced energy, the quantity of high-level talismans he could produce monthly would increase, and this breakthrough had also significantly elevated his spiritual awareness, bringing him closer to the foundation establishment stage. Once he could craft second-tier talismans, his future in cultivation would undergo substantial transformation. However, these considerations paled in comparison to the most crucial aspect. Reaching the 7th layer of qi cultivation would officially grant him the guest elder token from the Jinbao Tower. As his thoughts wandered, Yu Yan nudged his shoulder, cheerfully announcing, "Xin Daoyu, we have arrived at Jinbao Tower." Shen Ping smiled and entered the establishment. Upon encountering Manager Ding, the latter immediately recognized his breakthrough and offered his congratulations, stating, "I will promptly notify the Foundation establishment guest elders. You will receive news within 3 days." Shen Ping clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Manager Ding." The issuance of the guest elder token required the testimony of 3 Foundation establishment elders, who would likely be the same ones who had assessed him previously. Without calling for Mu Jian, he soon left, heading with Yu Yan to purchase spiritual beast meat and other essential ingredients from the market. Most low-level wandering cultivators seldom indulged in luxuries like spiritual beast meat, but Shen Ping had no choice but to maintain such expenditures with spirit stones. Without proper nourishment, prolonged abstinence would take a toll on the health and spirits of his wives. Naturally, he had no intention of skimping in this regard. Cultivation was already a monotonous endeavor. He seldom ventured outside, and without these small pleasures in life, the pressure on his spirit would be unbearable. While purchasing spiritual wine, they encountered Taoist Mu from room 3. The shop was small, leaving Shen Ping no choice but to acknowledge her presence with a respectful greeting, "Senior Mu." Mu Yushuang glanced over, ready to jest, but her expression shifted to one of surprise. "Shen Fusher, you've made a breakthrough?" she exclaimed. "By sheer luck," Shen Ping replied modestly. Mu Yushuang expressed her astonishment. "Your cultivation speed is truly remarkable, breaking through several minor realms in just a few years. If you maintain this pace, you could be establishing your foundation in a few more years." Shen Ping hurriedly explained, "I have merely consumed more medicinal pills and spiritual liquids, hence my rapid advancement. I have matters at home to attend to, so I must take my leave." Mu Yushuang stood there, stunned. After a moment, she regained her composure, pondering the luxurious spiritual liquids from the Jinbao Tower auction. How extravagant, she murmured, her eyes gleaming with intrigue as she hurried after him. Alas, when she looked again, there was no sign of him. Humph, even a cohabiting companion can be so bold. I refused to believe he wouldn't want my attention. The following morning, at the hour of the rabbit, the familiar, unique scent of flower petals wafted through the air once more. Shen Ping frowned. Though Yu Yan occasionally took members of their hunting group to the Yunshan marsh to gather petals, alleviating his worries about producing pollen, the instances of suppressing the alluring flames had increased dramatically in recent months. Upon entering the main room, Yu Yan executed her routine with remarkable skill. Once the white snake puppet had absorbed the steam, he couldn't help but ask, "Will this have any repercussions?" Yu Yan's robe slipped off her shoulders, revealing the delicate fabric beneath, and she sank into the wooden tub with a laugh. "Shen Daoyu, worry not. I used to bathe daily to suppress it. This newly concocted pollen will be even more effective." As she spoke, she playfully nibbled on a lock of her hair, teasingly adding, "But today, only once, you know. I wonder if your Taoist skills have improved during your seclusion." Shen Ping's expression darkened. As her robe danced in the air, he swiftly approached her. 2 days passed, and Manager Ding summoned him to Jinbao Tower. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, excitement bubbled within him. He earnestly requested his wife to help tidy him up before praying in the talisman-making room. After completing these tasks, he and Yu Yan stepped out of the house. As he closed the door, a shadow flitted past the nearby window, accompanied by the sound of jingling bells. Shen Ping recognized it was Qining, but he remained composed. With his spiritual awareness heightened at the late stage of qi cultivation, his defenses against charm techniques had improved significantly. As long as he stayed alert, the likelihood of falling for the schemes of the enchanting female cultivator from the Hahuan sect had diminished. Besides, he had Yu Yan by his side. Shen Fusher's breakthrough to the 7th layer of qi cultivation indeed made a difference. Qining smiled and said, "In a few months, I shall depart from Yunhe Alley. Master Shen has mentioned sending a gift to the neighbors, so do not forget." With that, she turned and left, leaving Shen Ping somewhat surprised. However, his expression quickly changed as he heard Chen Ying's voice in his mind. "Master Shen, the companion by your side possesses a unique constitution. Continuous intimacy may not bode well for her. Should you have the time, do visit my residence for a discussion." Yu Yan noticed Shen Ping's demeanor and inquired, "What troubles you?" Shen Ping shook his head with a smile. "It is nothing, let us go." This enchanting woman likely discerned Yu Yan's condition long ago, but she chose this moment to speak, clearly calculating her words. Nevertheless, he would not fall for her ploy. At Jinbao Tower, Shen Ping stepped over the threshold and was greeted by Mu Zhan, adorned in a cinched white dress, awaiting him. Their gazes entwined, her sweet smile blooming as she said, "Master Shen, please follow me." She gracefully stepped aside, her pink ribbon fluttering. Shen Ping, assuming a serious expression, followed closely behind. Upon entering the hall in the rear courtyard, waves of spiritual pressure surged forth, foundation establishment cultivators. He suppressed the slight tumult of spiritual energy within him and proceeded into the hall. "Master Shen, congratulations on breaking through to the 7th level of qi refinement. According to our previous agreement, you are entitled to a guest token from Jinbao Tower," said Manager Ding with a smile. Turning, he continued respectfully, "These 3 are the foundation establishment guests of Jinbao Tower: Senior Chui, Senior Ruan, and Senior Luo." Shen Ping quickly offered his respects to each. After the formalities, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your guidance during the last assessment." Seated on the right, the white-bearded Chui Feng stroked his beard, remarking, "Master Shen's rapid advancement to the later stage of qi refinement is commendable. I believe the prospect of establishing your foundation before 60 is quite high. At that time, we shall be equals, and there will be no need for such formality." To his left, the plump-faced Senior Luo laughed. "Indeed, as fellow guests of Jinbao Tower, we should support each other." The most imposing presence, Senior Ruan, stepped forward. His aura profound. He solemnly presented a wooden token inscribed with sword-shaped characters, stating, "Master Shen, with this token, you are now a guest of Jinbao Tower. While enjoying the benefits and resources, do not forget your responsibilities." Shen Ping nodded gravely, accepting the guest token with both hands. "Congratulations, Master Shen." Manager Ding clasped his hands with a smile. The atmosphere in the hall lightened considerably. Chui Feng chuckled, Most who become guests of Jinbao Tower are Foundation establishment cultivators. It is indeed rare for Master Shen to receive his guest token at the later stage of Qi refinement. Ruan Feng revealed a hint of a smile, acknowledging Shen Ping's impressive talismanic skills. Senior Luo chimed in with a jest. Let us refrain from excessive praise. If we continue, Master Shen may feel overwhelmed. After a brief moment, Shen Ping respectfully expressed his gratitude once more before taking his leave. As he stepped into the courtyard, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be momentarily stunned by a graceful figure ahead. Master Shen, would you like to sit in the elegant room? Now that you are a guest of Jinbao Tower, I believe there is much to discuss. Hearing Mu Zhan's words, Shen Ping nodded. Please lead the way. While the contract detailed the privileges and duties of a guest, he sought further clarity on certain aspects, such as access to the third floor of Jinbao Tower, which Mu Zhan had mentioned was restricted to those at the later stage of Foundation establishment. As he followed her, he couldn't help but admire her silhouette. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he noted that her curves appeared even more pronounced, almost as if he could see. Lost in thought, Mu Zhan suddenly turned to face him. Shen Ping quickly remarked, "The attire you have chosen suits you beautifully, and the belt is lovely." A glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes as she casually inquired, "Master Shen, do you still lack a partner? If needed, I could introduce you to someone." "You are very considerate, but I already have a partner," Shen Ping replied. Mu Zhan fell silent thereafter. The two conversed in the elegant room for nearly half an hour, granting Shen Ping a clearer understanding of the various privileges and responsibilities of a guest at Jinbao Tower. Contributions were of utmost importance. Any contribution could be exchanged for precious resources or even the protection of Foundation establishment cultivators. As for constraints, the obligations of a guest were not overly burdensome. Only upon attaining the status of a steward would there be stringent stipulations. Upon leaving Jinbao Tower, Shen Ping reflected on Mu Zhan's key points. A third-tier guest merely signifies entry into Jinbao Tower, enjoying better benefits than members like Mu Zhan, along with higher purchasing authority. In addition to the annual sale of talismans, the responsibilities were not significantly different, with one crucial stipulation. Guests must not stand idly by in times of crisis for Jinbao Tower. Fortunately, there was no requirement for guests to share the same fate as the tower, which eased Shen Ping's mind. The resources for cultivating during the Qi refinement stage at Jinbao Tower were indeed abundant. It was no wonder that Manager Ding appeared unconcerned with spiritual root quality during the assessment. With such resources available, as long as one contributed enough spiritual stones, even the most mediocre could achieve Foundation establishment. He resolved to quickly enhance his spiritual sense and attempt crafting second-tier talismans to earn spiritual stones. A sense of ease washed over him. During the early Qi refinement stage, achieving Foundation establishment felt like a distant dream, but with his rising status, it no longer seemed unattainable. Upon returning to Yunhe Alley, a pungent odor wafted from the wooden window of Room 1. Shen Ping looked up to see Master Feng Dan with a forlorn expression. Recently, Master Feng had rarely ventured out, focusing on alchemy in hopes of advancing to a senior alchemist. Master Shen, you've broken through to the later stage of Qi refinement? Congratulations. Alas, I lack the fortune of Master Shen. I intended to push forward and concoct high-level elixirs, but unfortunately, I have faced repeated failures. If I cannot advance, then I shall truly lose hope of achieving Foundation establishment in this lifetime, Master Feng lamented. He was older than Shen Ping and had already reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, but the time needed for progressing to the later stage was increasingly lengthy. Achieving the 9th level required painstaking effort to refine one's spiritual energy, preparing for Foundation establishment. Shen Ping empathized with Master Feng and comforted him. There is no need to rush, Master Feng. Before he could finish, a window nearby swung open. Mu Yushuang, smiling, teasingly remarked, "Friend Feng, I've always said you should follow Master Shen's example, marry and enjoy life. Who knows, you might just break through to a senior alchemist." Master Feng, unusually, did not retort, instead chuckling, perhaps. Noticing this, Mu Yushuang rolled her eyes and turned her attention to Shen Ping. "Master Shen, why not join me in my room for a while? I have brewed some spiritual tea that I would love for you to savor. I assure you it will leave a lasting impression." Shen Ping clasped his hands in apology, stating he had other matters to attend to, and hastily returned to his house with Yu Yin. "How has friend Mu been lately? Planning to take advantage of me now?" Too late. With a thud, Mu Yushuang closed the window. Over the course of 2 months, the weather grew increasingly warm, and Yunshan Square seemed to become restless, particularly at the Chun family's market near the Yunshan Marsh. The number of demonic cultivators from the Rakshasa Demon Valley steadily increased. In light of this situation, many rogue cultivators began flocking to Yunshan Square, unwilling to remain in the Chun family's market. The Chun family had no choice but to bolster their ranks with foundation establishment cultivators to stabilize the rogue cultivators, but to no avail. Eventually, they clashed with the demonic cultivators in a fierce battle, and there were no further developments thereafter. When Shen Ping heard Yu Yin speak of this matter, he could only shake his head repeatedly. The Chun family was inherently a cultivation family of the Jinyang sect. If the sect wished to suppress the Rakshasa Demon Valley, they would have acted long ago. He wondered if this situation would extend to Yunshan Alley. Inside the quiet room, after concluding his meditation, Shen Ping opened the virtual interface. Puppet Master, first tier high quality, 12,410.50.000. Spiritual awareness, late stage chi refinement, 28,672.30.000. Through diligent effort, his spiritual awareness was increasing rapidly. At the current rate of progress, he would likely break through in another month. Rising from his seat, he exited the quiet room. Before he reached the corner of the wooden stairs, a unique floral fragrance wafted through the air. Shen Ping paused momentarily, his expression revealing a hint of hesitation. He couldn't help but recall the words of that enchanting woman from the Hahuan sect. Although he dismissed her claims, given Yu Yan's recent behavior, something indeed seemed amiss. In other respects, she appeared unaffected, yet during their cultivation exchanges, her allure had grown increasingly profound. With a wave of his hand, the skylight opened, and a refreshing drizzle enveloped him. He lingered for a moment before shaking his head and heading towards the talisman crafting room. After dining, Shen Ping departed Yunhe Alley with Yu Yin, arriving at the market. Observing the hurried cultivators around him, Yu Yin suddenly remarked that the demon cultivators near Yunshan Marsh had become increasingly audacious, with reports of foundation-building demons taking action. If this continued, chaos in the market would surely follow. Noticing Shen Ping and Appo's silence, Yu Yin hesitated but pressed on. Shen Dao friend, am I facing some issue? Before he could respond, she continued, recently, I have perhaps been excessive in that regard. I have never experienced such a situation before. After each bath, Shen Ping interrupted with a smile. It's nothing. Yu Yin huffed lightly. Then why did Shen Dao friend miss our appointment this morning? Were you afraid? How could that be? Tomorrow, I shall ensure you witness my prowess. He declared, I shall await my husband. Yu Yin transmitted a message, then smiled and parted ways with Shen Ping. Watching her retreating figure, Shen Ping sighed. He had always considered himself the most valiant, yet he had unexpectedly found a worthy opponent. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, he first visited other shops to procure some items before making his way to the Jinbao building. With a guest elder token, he did not require Mu Jin's accompaniment and ascended straight to the third floor. However, as soon as he crossed the threshold, an overwhelming spiritual pressure akin to a mountain surged towards him. Shen Ping's expression shifted, and his Dantian's energy instinctively activated to resist it. But soon this pressure was dissipated by the building's unique formation. Letting out a sigh of relief, he stepped inside, traversing the narrow path between the rows of wooden shelves. With each shelf he passed, he sensed waves of formidable spiritual awareness sweeping over him. Fortunately, his own awareness was not far from foundation establishment. Yet he still felt quite uncomfortable. Steeling himself, he arrived at Area Ding, his gaze quickly landing on the fifth row of shelves. Yin Yang True Classic Hahuan Joy Spear and Shield. A smile spread across Shen Ping's face. Indeed, the third floor was a treasure trove, housing what he sought. He casually opened a couple of books, becoming engrossed in their content. Time slipped away, and before he knew it, it was nearly dusk. Truly profound. Reluctantly, he averted his gaze, summoning his willpower to remind himself not to lose himself in the reading. He swiftly perused the books, ultimately uncovering within Spear and Shield the records he needed. The inner enchantment fire body, the more it is suppressed, the more potent it becomes. Although this constitution does not harm a woman's foundation, if it becomes uncontrollable, it can lead to backlash. Shen Ping furrowed his brow and quickly searched for a solution. The text suggested that such women should practice a special technique to transform the suppressed fire into lawful power, which not only could resolve the issue, but also greatly benefit the woman. He continued to browse, but unfortunately, the text did not specify what type of technique was required. What a frustrating book. He felt exasperated, yet soon his frown deepened. Yu Yan's constitution should not present any issues, yet ever since they became partners, The frequency of her symptoms had indeed increased, likely leading to her current condition. Although it was not severe, prolonged neglect could ultimately provoke complications. The warning from Chen Ping, the enchanting woman of the Hahuan sect, was misleading and ill-intentioned, yet it had awakened his vigilance. Had he remained unaware, he might only have realized the problem when it was too late. He could not afford to act hastily. Once adequately prepared, he would proceed to test the waters. Visiting her directly was merely a last resort. He could not predict whether that enchantress would use such an approach to coerce him or even deliberately provide harmful techniques to Yu Yan. Without a complete understanding of this constitution, Shen Ping would not allow himself to be placed in a passive position. His primary focus remained on the third floor. After all, he had only skimmed through a portion of the available text today. Thus, over the next half-month, he visited the Jinbao building every few days to consult related literature. After thoroughly exploring Area Ding, he finally discovered an introduction to the special technique required for the inner enchantment fire body, which filled him with joy. Now that he knew the type of technique needed, whether seeking out that enchantress or purchasing it with contributions at the Jinbao building, he had options. Chun, Senior Chun. As he exited the third floor, Shen Ping unexpectedly encountered an individual. It was the owner of the Xiaochuan Pavilion. Her majestic brows held a hint of concern, and she wore the same elegant blue robe as at the Foundation establishment banquet, with cloud patterns cascading down her left shoulder, outlining her figure. I have met Senior Chun. Shen Ping greeted respectfully. The owner of the Xiaochuan Pavilion seemed lost in thought, not immediately responding until a Foundation building cultivator beside her chuckled. Shen Dao friend. Do you know this Shen Dao friend? You are Shen the Talisman Master? The owner of the Xiaochuan Pavilion regained her composure. Her voice as melodious as a clear spring, tinted with surprise. As a Foundation building cultivator, her memory was remarkable. Although she had only glanced at the attendees at the Foundation establishment banquet, she had memorized the appearances of all the invited cultivators. In an instant, her recollection sharpened. Indeed, he was Shun the Talisman Master, whom she had once held in high regard at the recommendation of the Xiaochuan Pavilion's manager. And she had personally arranged for her maid to meet him in hopes of deepening their cooperation, though that endeavor had not succeeded. Since then, she had not thought much of him. The Foundation establishment banquet had merely been a polite invitation. Yet, it had only been a short time, and he had already advanced to the late stage of qi refinement. Talisman Master? My. Shen Dao friend has reached such heights at the late stage of qi refinement to become a guest elder of the Jinbao building. Your talisman skills must be quite exceptional. Hearing the Foundation building cultivator's words, Shen Ping humbly clasped his hands. Senior overstates my abilities. At this point, the owner of the Xiaochuan Pavilion noticed the guest elder token hanging from Shen Ping and Appo's left side. Her expression shifted slightly, and she fell silent. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shen Ping took his leave. Watching his retreating figure, she remained rooted in place for a while before expressionlessly murmuring, I misjudged. The Foundation building cultivator beside her was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the meaning behind her words, and pondered, is it possible to rectify this? After a pause, he added, to attain the guest elder position at the late stage of qi refinement is truly a rare potential. The owner of the Xiaochuan Pavilion did not respond. Upon entering the third floor and standing before the shelves in Area Bing, she mused softly, I must give it a try. Before long, June arrived. Cultivators from various alleys of Yunshan gathered at the service hall to pay for their rented accommodations, but this year, the number of cultivators in line was noticeably reduced. The inaction of the market's law enforcement patrols left the scattered cultivators disheartened, prompting many to opt for constructing makeshift shelters outside Ling Shui Alley. Though lacking in safety, the current market offered little assurance, and rather than continue paying exorbitant rents, it was more practical to band together outside. The scattered cultivators who have flocked to Qinjiafang City have employed such methods. Over the past 6 months, they have incurred minimal losses. Consequently, many scattered cultivators have been tempted. As the demonic cultivators wreak havoc around the Yinshan Marsh, making the task of earning spiritual stones increasingly arduous. Any savings, no matter how small, are welcome. In response, the Jinyang sect has remained utterly silent, seemingly acquiescing to this situation. As the Zhang brothers of House 5 departed at the hour of the rabbit, Yu Yan leaned against a wooden tub, eyes closed in contemplation, speaking of these matters. Shen Ping let out a soft sigh and inquired, How fares the hunting group you have assembled these days? Not too bad, Yu Yan replied, half opening her eyes hesitantly. The scattered cultivators possess some savings. If they truly wish to endure, they can last for a while. However, given the current circumstances, it matters little whether they can hold out longer or shorter. Yu Yin continued. In fact, many scattered cultivators have begun to sense something amiss, and some have even started seeking alternative routes to leave. Shen Ping shook his head. The Yinshan mountain range. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, one might discover a secluded refuge, escaping the chaos of the marketplace. The two fell silent. And after a while, the sound of water in the tub began to stir. Yu Yin, fully immersed in her enchantment, remained oblivious to the passage of time. At the hour of the dragon, Shen Ping ascended the wooden ladder step by step, amidst the teasing gazes of his wives. He casually consumed a small meal before retreating to the quiet chamber to meditate. Moments later, as his thoughts settled into tranquility, he directed his attention to the virtual interface. The words breakthrough possible materialized behind his consciousness. Boom. As he silently chanted within his mind, a surge of mental energy flooded into his Niwen palace, elevating his spiritual awareness to unprecedented heights. Though his aura remained unchanged, he exuded the demeanor of a profound cultivator, with waves of invisible energy resonating throughout the quiet chamber. After several hours, the tranquility of the room gradually returned. Shen Ping suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance dancing within his pupils. He had established his foundational spiritual awareness. The experience was ineffably sublime. In that transformative moment, he felt a remarkable enhancement in his control over his spiritual power and physical body. Should he encounter a similar battle as he did outside Yuhan Alley, he now possessed the confidence to respond with composure. With his state adjusted and spirit replenished, he set about crafting second-tier talismans. In high spirits, he did not rush to the talisman workshop, but instead practiced meditation until dusk before emerging from the quiet chamber, casting a knowing glance at his wives. Soon, the bed in the main chamber began to sway. Wang Yun and Bai Yueying, clad in ethereal black silks, moved with a hint of distinct charm. Though they had long been married, the intimacy they shared still felt insufficient when the mood struck. To celebrate the breakthrough in his spiritual awareness, Shen Ping decided to prolong their time together by an additional hour. As the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, he embraced Luo Qing, whose almond eyes reflected a mixture of bemusement and silence. Habitually checking the virtual interface, he discovered that Luo Qing and Appo's affection level had remarkably risen to 65. Amused, he noted that though her expression remained stoic, her body was quite honest in its reactions. Time reveals a person's true nature, he mused. Turning his attention to the affection levels of Wang Yun and Bai Yueying, he found his expression steady. It had been quite some time since their affection had increased. Although both women had reached their respective limits, he had diligently devoted time each day to be with them, occasionally taking strolls in the courtyard. Is this the threshold? He pondered. It was understandable that his wife's affection had plateaued, given that she had reached the silver limit. The next stage of transformation would likely be challenging. As for Bai Yueying, her affection was merely at the ordinary threshold, as he had previously promised. After thoughtful consideration, Shen Ping gently spoke. Inger, it has been a while since you last visited the marketplace. How about I take you out for a stroll in a few days? Upon hearing this, Bai Yueying immediately nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Really, husband? Can we truly go? Wang Yun, too, displayed a flicker of interest, but soon voiced her concern, stating, I heard from Master Feng Dan that the marketplace is quite chaotic now. It may be inconvenient if you take us out, and if we encounter danger, we might become a burden. Luo Qing, with her eyes closed, showed little interest in the conversation. Fear not, I will protect you, he replied confidently. As long as they did not encounter a foundation establishment cultivator in the marketplace, his guest elder token ensured that no one could harm him. Moreover, as his proficiency in talisman making improved, he was confident he could craft easier attack-type second-tier talismans within the next few days. The following day, upon opening the wooden window, the crisp sound of bells filled the air. Chen Ying had unexpectedly arrived, coldly remarking, Shun, your partner's allure grows ever stronger. This will lead to trouble. If you do not resolve this soon, it may become utterly irretrievable. Shen Ping regarded the enchanting woman with interest, noting her desperation as she abandoned all pretense. There is no need for your concern regarding my partner. Humph, how cold-hearted, Shen Ping chuckled, no longer feigning politeness. If you truly care for her, why not consider a transaction? Chen Ying, taken aback, asked, what sort of transaction? Shen Ping's lips curled into a subtle smile. Chun Ying and Apos. S expression shifted dramatically as she fixed her gaze upon him. How could you possibly know? There are no records of such matters in the entire marketplace. And even if True Treasure Pavilion has them, given your cultivation level. Her voice trailed off, abruptly silenced as disbelief flickered in her eyes. The guest elder token from True Treasure Pavilion. Shen Ping replied calmly. Chun, conceal your unwarranted thoughts. You should be aware that resolving my partner's issues is within my capabilities. Should I choose to invest some time? So whether or not to engage in a transaction depends solely on your judgment. With that, he closed the window. Disciples of the sect should not be trifled with lightly, yet he was no longer the Navi youth he once was. Once Chening regained her composure, a hint of regret crossed her features. Had she known this middle-aged cultivator possessed such potential, she would not have approached him with a mocking attitude. How infuriating. Just a guest elder, after all. Just wait. A hint of resentment lingered at the corner of her mouth. For several consecutive days, Shen Ping focused on nurturing his spirit. He had purchased several materials for the second-tier talismans during his recent study of relevant texts. As a guest elder of True Treasure Pavilion, he could now retrieve items directly without going through Mu Jin, whether selling talismans or acquiring materials. However, each time he retrieved items, the special array of the wooden shelves would record the transaction, deducting corresponding contributions. Without sufficient contributions, he would have to use spiritual stones for discounts. Having just become a guest elder, his contributions were minimal, thus he could only use spiritual stones to procure materials. 5 days later, in the talisman workshop, gazing at the neatly arranged materials for the second-tier talismans, Shen Ping took a deep breath. He then settled his mind and began to pray. The talisman brush swiftly traced intricate spiritual patterns and circuits. The second-tier talismans not only required more complex spiritual patterns but also necessitated the infusion of the talisman master's own spiritual power and consciousness, achieving a certain balance to drive the brush, an endeavor that tested one's control. During the assessment at True Treasure Pavilion, the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators recognized Shen Ping's potential to break through to the second tier due to his exceptional mastery. This was his first attempt at crafting the talisman, and he felt no assurance. The Thunderbolt Talisman, an attack-type talisman of the second tier, required a special ink and talisman paper. Once the spiritual patterns were completed, it could unleash brilliant lightning. Its speed and might far exceeded that of the higher-tier Golden Light Talisman, capable of instantaneously claiming the lives of late-stage chi-refining cultivators if they lacked defensive artifacts. As the brush moved, Shen Ping became increasingly engrossed. His substantial accumulation of talisman-making experience allowed him to handle the crafting of the Thunderbolt Talisman with relative ease. As the final spiritual pattern was inscribed, the circuits upon the talisman shimmered. However, just as half of the spiritual patterns glowed, they dimmed abruptly. It was a failure. Shen Ping remained undeterred. His initial attempts were primarily to hone his skills, and he promptly consumed the recovery elixir and the spirit-enhancing pill, settling down to restore his energy. He continued his endeavor, despite failing once more. Perseverance was key in the myriad arts of cultivation. Alchemists, talismans masters, and weaponsmiths all emerged from a multitude of failures. Shen Ping's greatest advantage lay in his extensive experience with talismans, which had become ingrained in his muscle memory, significantly expediting his proficiency in the craft. On his 3rd attempt, the talisman brush traced the final spiritual pattern, which flickered to life once more. As the entire talisman radiated its final concealed brilliance, Shen Ping let out a slow sigh of relief. He had succeeded on his 3rd try, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. He had crafted a lightning talisman, an auxiliary token, and a high-grade magical artifact. He arranged these 3 items before him, studying them with care, feeling a comforting sense of security wash over him. In this perilous world of cultivation, he had finally attained a measure of self-preservation. With a wave of his hand, he stored the items in his spatial bag, disregarding the discarded talisman materials, which his wife would manage. "My husband has emerged," Wang Yun said joyfully. Shen Ping smiled and nodded. After days of immersing himself in talisman crafting, seeing his wife again felt like a refreshing reunion. He glanced around to find Luo Qing meditating in the main room, while Bai Weiying was not in sight, likely practicing in the quiet chamber. With a gentle flick of his sleeve, he exchanged a knowing glance with his wife, and they made their way to the kitchen for a cleansing ritual that also served as a form of exercise. Upon emerging, Wang Yun's complexion was flushed, her skin glowing with a dewy radiance. "Husband, would you like something to eat?" she asked. "No need. Please tidy up the talisman crafting area," he replied. "Of course." My husband, she beamed, her happiness evident, as aiding him brought her joy. After resting for 2 more days, Shen Ping finally took his wives out of Yunhe Alley. Nowadays, most cultivators in the market traveled in pairs or small groups, seldom venturing out alone. Those who did were exceptionally confident in their own strength. With his wives by his side, he donned a high-grade defensive artifact over his robe and provided each of them with 2 protective talismans. Generally, cultivators had little to fear. It was the reckless and impulsive ones that posed a threat, which the protective talismans could effectively deter, unless they encountered a Foundation establishment cultivator, who would hardly regard such talismans as significant. As they strolled along the main street of the market, Wang Yun and Bai Yueying's delicate faces lit up with excitement. Having lived in Yunhe Alley for years, this was their first venture into the market for leisure. During the previous visit to Danxia Temple, they had only traversed a small distance in the market. Observing the bustling shops around them, their steps became lighter. Initially, they were somewhat reserved and anxious, but soon they became lively, occasionally tugging at Shen Ping's arm, pointing out shops they wished to explore. Shen Ping, in turn, was more than willing to oblige, as this outing was meant for their enjoyment. Trailing behind, Yu Yin observed the trio with a smile, while Luo Qing's expression was complex as she quietly remarked, "Such a cultivator is indeed commendable." Approaching noon, Shen Ping led his wives into a tavern at a crossroads, where they settled by the window to admire the scenery outside. After sipping some spirit wine, Wang Yun and Bai Yueying pulled Yu Yin and Luo Qing into a conversation filled with whispers about fashionable undergarments and suitable embroidery patterns. Meanwhile, Shen Ping found himself rather disinterested, standing by the window, his gaze drifting over the passing cultivators. His thoughts lingering on the transaction he had discussed with the alluring demoness from the Hahuan sect. After a brief moment, he felt a slight warmth at his waist. Instinctively, he reached for the item, quickly realizing what it was, and his attention shifted to the street. At that moment, he noticed a robed cultivator in black gazing in his direction, their menacing crimson mask obscuring their features, yet their eyes conveyed a chilling indifference as they fell upon him. "My husband, we have finished eating," his wives approached, one on each side, embracing his arms. "Let's explore a while longer before we return," Shen Ping suggested gently. "Thank you, husband," the 2 women replied, their smiles radiant. He could see their spirits were high, and as he glanced back at the street, he noticed the black-robed cultivator had vanished, prompting him to shake his head dismissively. Later that night, his wives were particularly affectionate, adorned in the charming items purchased from the market, their laughter resonating like a melodious tune as they paddled the boat. After a few songs, Shen Ping opened his virtual panel, noting that the affection levels remained unchanged. There was no rush. He would observe for a while longer. He pondered that while his wife's affection was evident, merely wandering the market would likely not lead to significant transformation. Furthermore, even if change occurred, he could not foresee its impact. Perhaps it would manifest similarly to the silver frame, with a mere golden enhancement. If that were the case, it would not greatly aid his progress. As for Bai Yueying's affection, if it remained stagnant, the potential for enhancement upon the dual-element transformation of her spiritual roots would be minimal. If this endeavor bore no fruit, he would need to seek alternative methods. Glancing at his wives nestled in his embrace, he also cast a look at Luo Qing, lost in thought. Despite having joined Jinbao Tower for protection and crafting second-tier talismans, he understood deep down that all of it was but a fleeting illusion, unable to withstand the tempests of reality. Perhaps it is time for a change, he mused. As if the voice of a high-ranking cultivator echoed in his ears. He wished merely to survive in this merciless world, to endure until no one could compel him to bow his head again. With this thought, his resolve grew steadfast. The following morning, as the wooden window creaked open, the sound of bells chimed. Shen Ping smiled serenely, casting a downward glance at the charming figure before him. Though the demoness possessed considerable charm, her cultivation was still lacking, and her impatience had led her to seek him out within a mere month. Humph, she seemed to sense his disdain. As Chuning bit her silver teeth and transmitted a message, "The thousand-faced charm and Phoenix Union are in my chamber. Shen Talisman Master, will you dare to come?" Shen Ping chuckled, replying, "How could I refuse an invitation from Chen Daoist? Just wait a moment. I shall visit your abode to admire your exquisite arrangement." Chuning paused, a hint of suspicion crossing her features. "Are you certain?" "Of course. Your chamber must be unparalleled. Every dwelling within the courtyard of Yunhe Lane is ensconced with intricate formations, designed for basic defense and suppression. However, as a sanctuary, cultivators often lay additional protective measures within. Shen Ping had specifically procured a small formation disc. Chen, a disciple of the Huan sect, though merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement, possessed a wider array of techniques than a casual cultivator. In the past, Shen Ping would have refrained from approaching her lightly. Yet now, armed with talismans, magical artifacts, and wooden tokens, even foundational techniques would scarcely harm him. Nevertheless, as a precaution, he had advised Yu Yen to awaken him by sound or other means should he enter the house, and if she was unable to prevent it, to immediately seek assistance from Jinbao Tower with a communication talisman. Stepping out of his dwelling, he approached the entrance of room 4. Chen, clad in a lavender silk gown, with her raven hair tied with a pale purple ribbon, exuded an alluring silhouette, her curves accentuated. When she smiled, dimples graced her cheeks, radiating an innocent charm. Ah, Shen Feng has truly come. Here, she said, presenting a wooden token, I'll leave my aura here, allowing you to enter at any time thereafter. Shen Ping waved his hand to leave a trace of his aura. As he passed through the formation's restrictions and stepped forward, he paused, inquiring, Chen Daoyu, where is the technique? Observing this, Chen scoffed. So you enter but do not cross the threshold? TSK. I thought Shen Feng had gained courage after breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refinement, yet it seems nothing has changed. Shen Ping turned to leave. Wait. Chen called out urgently, then, with a hint of exasperation, retrieved a jade slip from her storage bag. The techniques are all here. What about the Dingyan Dan? Shen Ping turned back, smiling lightly. I did not procure it. Upon hearing this, Chen Ying's expression turned icy. You dare to play me, Shen? Daoyu has misunderstood. I merely wish to verify the authenticity of the techniques first, Shen Ping replied, shaking his head with a smile. How do you intend to verify? Jinbao Tower possesses methods of appraisal. Chen Ying's laughter turned frigid. I see now. Shun, you are indeed toying with me. This is your own doing. As her words fell, a chorus of bells began to chime, as if swaying in the wind. The environment around Shen Ping abruptly shifted. Bells tied with red strings appeared all around. The wind picked up, and the bells rang in unison, creating a disorienting cacophony that left him dizzy. With a surge of his foundational awareness, the bells vanished in an instant. Humph, do you think you, a mere mid-stage qi cultivator, can escape my illusory sound bells? Chen Ying sneered, attempting to pull Shen Ping into the house. Yet, upon tugging, she found him utterly unmoved. Raising her gaze, she was met with a smile that seemed both mocking and enigmatic. You. Chen Ying felt disbelief wash over her, but before she could voice her thoughts, her body stiffened, her eyes fixated on a talisman nestled in his hair. The Thunder Talisman, she managed to articulate. Daoyu may now present the jade slip, yes? If you kill me, the Huan sect will not rest easy. Chen Ying bit her lip, enunciating each word carefully. Shen Ping replied nonchalantly. And what is your worth in Dingyan Dan? Seeing her silence, he offered a gentle smile. Fear not, Daoyu. I merely wish to confirm the authenticity of the jade slip. Should it prove genuine, the Dingyan Dan will surely be presented. As he spoke, he produced a blood contract. Of course, if Daoyu is willing to sign this contract, guaranteeing that the techniques are unaltered, I need not make another trip to Jinbao Tower. After a moment, Shen Ping departed with the jade slip and blood contract in hand. Behind him, Chen Ying seethed, her anger burning within her, yet upon seeing the suspended Thunder Talisman, she could only grit her teeth and swallow her rage. Just wait. I shall transform you into a puppet. Returning to his residence, a sheen of sweat coated Shen Ping's forehead. Dealing with the temptress of the Huan sect was indeed a mental strain. Fortunately, he was well prepared, ready to counter any eventuality. Yu Yin gently closed the door and embraced Shen Ping. Something is troubling you, I sent it? Shen Ping produced the jade slip, waving it before her with a smile. It is no longer an issue. Upon seeing the jade slip, Yu Yin understood. Her eyes locked onto Shen Ping's. So your journey to room 4 was for this jade slip. Shen Ping nodded earnestly. Indeed, the techniques within can resolve your condition. Suddenly, Yu Yin laughed. As if speaking to herself, Shen Daoyu, you have grown quite capable. Did you not realize the dangers of the past? Where is your caution? Your timidity? You are clearly terrified of death. As she chuckled, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, yet her smile blossomed brighter. You still went, all for me. Gently. Shen Ping tucked a strand of hair behind Yu Yan's ear, his voice soft, yet it bore the weight of 1,000 sentiments. Her tears could no longer be contained, cascading down her cheeks, yet her smile flourished. With all your strength, take me. Now. Immediately. Embracing Yu Yan, Shen Ping swiftly entered the main room. As their figures intertwined, a virtual panel flickered briefly, casting forth a silver light. Days later, at Jinbao Tower in the marketplace, Shen Ping ascended to the second floor with the jade slip in hand. His claim that Jinbao Tower could authenticate the techniques was merely a ruse to mislead Qining. In his current capacity as a guest elder, he lacked the means to achieve such verification. However, alternative methods remained at his disposal. Thousand-Faced Charm Technique Phoenix and Dragon Union, these were special techniques of the Hahuan sect, their contribution value quite significant. Standing within the contribution chamber, Shen Ping exhaled, relieved. Although he could not ascertain the authenticity of the techniques, the contribution values indicated their validity. Coupled with Chun Ying's blood contract, he would have Yu Yan cultivate upon his return. As he stowed the items in his storage bag and exited the contribution chamber, he soon spotted Mu Jin ascending the wooden staircase, donned in a refined satin dress that accentuated her features, her makeup lending her an enchanting allure. Just as he prepared to greet her, two remarkable disciples of the Danxia sect appeared behind her, adorned in robes embroidered with a small tripod, exuding confidence. "Please, this way." Mu Jin smiled sweetly, gesturing for them to enter. Shen Ping remained stationary until the trio entered a private room, after which he descended the stairs and left Jinbao Tower. Instead of hurrying back to Yunhe Lane, he visited the tavern where he had previously dined with his wives, settling into the same window seat. Approximately half an hour later, the jade pendant at his waist began to radiate warmth. Moments later, a black-robed cultivator sat across from him, the blood-red mask he wore casting an ominous shadow. "My sister is by Yueying," the black-robed cultivator stated, then fell silent, drinking a cup of spirit tea. As he stood to leave, he conveyed through voice transmission, "Senior, if I am still alive by this time next year, I will return to wait for you. Remember, regardless of what transpires, do not leave Yunshan Fong. Please do not inform her." Watching the retreating figure of the black-robed cultivator, Shen Ping furrowed his brow, pondering why he could not articulate his message more clearly. As September brought increasing rains, dark clouds enveloped Yunshan Fong, resembling a fragile vessel adrift on turbulent waters, ever on the brink of capsizing. In the dead of night, within the small courtyard, the patter of rain against the roof drowned out the creaking of the floorboards, yet the final drop pierced the tranquil night, merging body and soul. Luo Qing sat cross-legged, her complexion gradually losing its rosy hue. "Husband, you seem somewhat distracted today. Is there something on your mind?" Bai Yueying's soft voice inquired. Curled up, Wang Yun lifted her gaze toward her husband. "Are we going to the marketplace tomorrow? May I accompany you?" Shen Ping gently patted Bai Yueying's head and spoke softly. "Recently, the market has become increasingly chaotic, with signs of demonic cultivators appearing. It's best to be cautious. Once the market regains its tranquility, I shall frequently take you both out." Bai Yueying playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, "All right, I will listen to my husband." As he opened the virtual panel, his gaze swiftly scanned the information. His talisman crafting was steadily advancing, nearing the mid-tier of the second stage. However, the enhancement of his techniques and lifespan was progressing slowly. Although Luo Qing's affinity had been increasing recently, the dual cultivation benefits remained at a low level. On the other hand, his dual-root spirit essence had surpassed the 40,000 mark, and at the current pace, he would likely break through to the top tier by next year. This was what Shen Ping valued most. If the dual roots underwent transformation, the hindrance posed by the inferior fire and earth roots to his overall cultivation speed would greatly diminish. He had gained some insight into this during his recent meditative practices. Meanwhile, his progress in puppet manipulation and spiritual consciousness had not seen any improvement, but Shen Ping was unconcerned, knowing that cultivating a unique technique required time, especially with Yu Yan's alluring fire body. If successful, it might lead to foundational establishment in the future. The thought of Yu Yan's enchanting demeanor before her retreat ignited a warmth in his lower abdomen. He dismissed these thoughts and turned his gaze towards Luo Qing, conveying an invitation with his eyes. "Qing'o." Luo Qing, with a stoic expression, positioned herself cross-legged on the floor. "What about Inger? I am unwell. As for Yuner, never mind." Observing the fatigue on his wife's face, Shen Ping let out a reluctant sigh. "You both should rest early. I will head to the talisman crafting room." As the night passed, dawn broke. After tidying himself, he left the small courtyard and made his way to the market. Standing before the Shochuan pavilion, Shen Ping felt a surge of nostalgia. It had been a while since his last visit. Upon seeing him, Manager Chen hurriedly approached, respectfully saying, "Master Shen, the owner is awaiting you in the back courtyard." Shen Ping responded with a hint of exasperation, "Manager Chen, we've known each other for many years. There is no need for such formality." Manager Chen smiled. "Master Shen is now a guest elder of the Jinbao Pavilion. Formality must be maintained. Your willingness to come as in the past is greatly appreciated. Please, follow me." With that, Shen Ping offered no further protest. Following the left corridor of the Xiuquan Pavilion, he soon arrived at the back courtyard. Raising his gaze, he observed the ancient locust tree within the yard, its gnarled bark bearing witness to the passage of time. Though it seemed unchanged, he felt it had aged a bit more. Crossing the threshold, his gaze immediately fell upon the owner of the Xiuquan Pavilion. Clad in a luxurious gown adorned with cloud patterns, tied at the waist with a plain silk ribbon, and a jade pendant casually hanging at her side. Her subtle spiritual pressure was deliberately restrained, and her brows held a blend of vigor and grace. At first glance, her features were strikingly symmetrical. "Greetings, Senior Chen." Shen Ping quickly clasped his hands in respect. "There is no need for such formality, Master Shen. My name is Chen Shuro. You may call me Chen Daoyu from now on." Manager Chen was taken aback. He did not expect the owner to reveal her name, which was a mark of respect towards fellow Foundation cultivators. Beside her stood Xiao Qier, biting her lip and casting her eyes downward. Shen Ping continued, "Senior Chen, I would not dare to be disrespectful. The status of a guest elder at Jinbao Pavilion merely represented his standing there. How others perceived it was their concern. But he knew he was simply a 7th-level Qi cultivator." Chen Shurong shook her head, not insisting further. "Master Shen, please take a seat." Once seated, Shen Ping took a serious look at the owner of the Xiuquan Pavilion. Chen Shurong glanced sideways, and Xiao Qier hurriedly filled 2 cups with the spirit wine. "This is the spirit wine brewed by my Chen family, the Zihua Lingua wine." At first sip, one might feel a rush, with warmth rising within the body. To be honest, when I first drank this spirit wine, I nearly collapsed at the table. It pales in comparison to Master Shen's composure. Hearing this, Shen Ping smiled broadly, reminiscent of the moment at the foundational banquet. "Master Shen, please." The spirited voice resonated within the room. Shen Ping clasped his hands and raised his cup, drinking it down in one swift motion, savoring the exquisite flavor. What a splendid wine! Xiao Qier and Appo's face turned pale, while a smile graced Chen Shurong and Appo's lips. She also drank heartily, remarking, "Master Shen certainly knows how to enjoy." After the first cup, the atmosphere in the room grew more harmonious. Chen Shurong, having previously studied talisman crafting, seized the opportunity to inquire about Shen Ping's expertise, while he also posed questions regarding cultivation challenges. Time passed unnoticed as the shadow of the ancient locust tree lengthened in the courtyard. "Senior Chen, I have a matter that puzzles me." With the conversation flowing, Shen Ping voiced his concerns. The chaos in the market is escalating, yet the Jinyang sect remains indifferent, allowing demonic cultivators to wreak havoc. What is the reason behind this? Speculation without solid evidence remained mere conjecture. Chen Shurong's smile faded, and she glanced at Xiao Qier and Manager Chen. "You may leave now." "Yes." Once they departed, she pondered. "Master Shen, I am not entirely certain of the specifics. Normally, discussing such matters is prohibited within the sect, but now it seems permissible. A relic cave has been discovered beneath the Yunshan Swamp's mineral vein, which appears to be related to the demonic path. It requires the cooperation of demonic sect cultivators to unlock its restrictions before entry is possible. Other sects have thus allowed the practitioners from the Luosha demonic valley to run rampant. Once the relic cave is opened, the situation in the market will return to calm." Shen Ping understood now. It indeed related to the mineral area. The fact that this owner could disclose such information hinted that the relic cave would soon be opened, and when that happened, the commotion would be so great that it could not be concealed. However, many questions remained. When was the relic discovered? Why did the Jinyang sect invite other sects to partake? Most importantly, concerning the relic cave, why had the main sect strained relations with the branch sect instead of temporarily easing them? These thoughts flitted through his mind, but he dismissed them, focusing instead on one thing. "Senior Chen, does this mean that the Yunshan market will soon resume its ferry services?" "Perhaps." After leaving Xiuquan Pavilion, Shen Ping found a bottle of Zihua Lingua wine in his storage bag. The owner had shown no intention of manipulation. It was a genuine effort to cultivate a relationship on equal footing, revealing considerable sincerity. This invitation was more about mending past relations. A foundational cultivator is indeed extraordinary. He couldn't help but marvel at such elevation, feeling as if he were basking in a gentle spring breeze. Yet, he quickly quelled any sense of pride that began to rise within him. The respect shown was merely due to his status as a guest elder of Jinbao Pavilion. Without that identity, even the attending maidservants would likely not pay him much mind. True strength and cultivation were fundamental. After fully absorbing the last drop of spirit liquid, it was time to continue his purchases. With his thoughts racing, he strode purposefully towards Jinbao Pavilion. Approaching noon, the entrance of Jinbao Pavilion was bustling with cultivators. As Shen Ping crossed the threshold, he saw Mu Jian respectfully escorting a sect disciple out. He expressed surprise. "Mu Daoyu. It seems we have been receiving more sect disciples lately." Mu Jian pinched her sweet face and replied helplessly, "Indeed. I have no idea what is happening. These disciples have been flocking to Jinbao Pavilion in droves. I have been welcoming them so much that my smile is nearly frozen. It is much easier to receive Master Shen. You come in and leave quickly." As they spoke, they ascended the wooden staircase. Shen Ping's lips quivered slightly. "Mu Daoyu, you mustn't speak so recklessly. Am I truly so hasty?" Mu Jin was momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue as she retorted, "Shen Fusher, do not jest with me." With that, she hurried up the stairs. Shen Ping, however, gazed at the graceful curves of her dress, savoring the moment. It seemed Mu Daoyu was indeed a kindred spirit. His smile grew even brighter as he ascended to the elegant chamber on the second floor, where they both took their seats. As the rosy tint on Mu Jin's face began to fade, she inquired, "Shen Fusher, do you intend to visit the third floor this time?" Shen Ping shook his head. "No, it's better to avoid that place. I plan to purchase some spiritual liquid." "But you bought some last time, didn't you?" Mu Jin said enviously. "To be able to consume spiritual liquid like elixirs, you truly are fortunate. Being a guest of the True Treasure Pavilion, your companion is indeed blessed." Shen Ping chuckled awkwardly, but remained silent. With his dual-element spiritual roots of commendable quality, he absorbed spiritual liquid with great efficacy, allowing for such extravagance. The auction at the True Treasure Pavilion was approaching in early October. Perhaps it would be wise for Shen Fusher to wait a little longer. This auction occurs once every decade. Mu Jin leaned closer, her alluring fragrance enveloping him. She whispered, "I have heard that this upcoming auction will feature numerous precious and headline items. Spiritual liquid may not even be available." Shen Ping was taken aback. Spiritual liquid is already a rather precious resource for qi refining stage cultivators, and those with considerable wealth typically bid for just a drop or two. The notion that such a resource might be unavailable at this once-in-a-decade event piqued his interest. The True Treasure Pavilion offered a vast array of items. Although guests could purchase with contributions and enjoy certain discounts, they required permissions. The higher one's status, the more valuable items one could acquire. However, at the auction, guests could participate without such restrictions. As long as the treasures were not consumable items, they could typically be purchased directly from the pavilion. After a brief respite, Shen Ping departed for Yunhe Alley. My beauty setting pill. My beauty setting pill. The moment he pushed open the door, the sound of bells accompanied by an unusual fragrance wafted from behind. Turning slightly, he was taken aback. Today, Chen Ying in her black gauze dress appeared exceptionally enchanting, especially with her small feet adorned with vibrant red patterns, exuding an irresistible charm. "What are you staring at? Despicable old talisman master, return my beauty setting pill," she transmitted through her palm. Shen Ping smiled faintly. Has Daoyu revealed her true self? As for the beauty setting pill, do you recall what I mentioned that day? Without waiting for Chen Ying's response, he continued, "I merely stated that I would give you the beauty setting pill, but I never mentioned it would be a transaction." Chen Ying hastily demanded, "Then give it to me." Shen Ping scrutinized Chen Ying, pondering whether she had forgotten about his thunderbolt talisman or if she had devised some other preparation that rendered her unafraid of it. He discreetly stepped back into the room, ready to activate the formation's restrictions should she dare to enter. "Daoyu, if you wish for the beauty-setting pill, you must first open your boudoir, and I shall oblige." He intended to test her resolve, and as he spoke, the small formation within the room began to activate slowly. Chen Ying scoffed, "With your meager courage. Even if I open the door, you wouldn't dare to enter. Are you certain you want to open it?" Shen Ping's eyes sparkled mischievously as they lingered on the curves of her gauzy dress. Chen Ying suddenly comprehended, her face aflame with fury and embarrassment as she glared at Shen Ping. "You, how dare you?" She momentarily found herself at a loss for words. But soon her rage transformed into a wry smile. You are rather clever, Shen. I shall let you have your way this once. She turned and departed. Shen Ping furrowed his brow, surprised that she had restrained herself. Such behavior was rather uncharacteristic for Qining. After shutting the door, he recalled Mu Jin's mention of disciples frequently visiting the True Treasure Pavilion. It seemed the ancient ruins deep within the Yunshan Marsh were indeed on the verge of being opened. As October commenced, news of the underground ruins within the Yunshan Marsh spread quietly, quickly becoming common knowledge in just a few days. Discussions regarding the ruins echoed throughout the various alleys of the marketplace, even among the scattered cultivators outside Ning Shui Alley. Regardless of the truth of the matter, the prospect excited many, for ruins often signify opportunities, an avenue to transcend one's innate spiritual root limitations and ascend the path of cultivation. Throughout history, numerous cultivators have seized such opportunities to soar to greatness. Without delving into distant examples, one need only recall the recent tale of a Yuanying elder from the Rakshasa Demon Valley, who once was a lowly, scattered cultivator. By sheer chance, he obtained an opportunity that ultimately transformed him into a Yuanying practitioner. However, Shen Ping remained unconcerned with the matter of the ruins. Instead, he diligently prepared for the True Treasure Pavilion's auction, knowing that the items would attract numerous bidders. He even suspected that this auction was strategically timed to coincide with the emergence of the ruins. To venture into the ruins and seize treasures required formidable strength. Strength not only derived from one's cultivation level, but also from various rare treasures and means. Fortunately, as his efficiency in crafting second-tier talismans improved, his income from spiritual stones increased significantly, allowing him to amass a modest fortune within his storage bag. As the auction approached, Manager Ding conveyed the news. Shen Fusher, this auction features a plethora of items, with most participants being disciples of various sections. There will even be golden core masters present. Upon hearing this, Shen Ping's ambition waned. He no longer dared to entertain thoughts of participation. However, Ding's subsequent words offered him some solace. As the auction would take place in the underground hall of the True Treasure Pavilion, equipped with numerous protective and spiritual pressure-dispersing measures, overseen by an elder of the pavilion. Manager Ding, what is the elder's strength? Shen Ping inquired. Golden core. In the clouded marshlands, the silhouettes of cultivators hovered above the mineral veins, their robes adorned with the insignia of the Rakshasa Demon Valley. Their eyes scanned the flickering warmth below, where relics and caves brimmed with opportunities. And myriad thoughts fluttered like autumn leaves. Ahead, several formidable elder demon cultivators sat cross-legged upon the magical vessel, bone, of the demon. The lair left behind by the blood crocodile ancestor was indeed elusive, buried deep within this marshy mineral deposit. Even if it's hard to find, it merely requires a bit more time. However, the array of restrictions surrounding this lair appears rather simplistic. It can be opened with mere blood sacrifices, and it is highly likely that it conceals a vast pit. Whether it is a pit or not, we must find a way. If we could obtain the legacy of the blood crocodile ancestor, our Rakshasa Demon Valley would no longer need to languish in the barren lands of the Yu Kingdom. The righteous path has stood by idly for too long, harboring ill intentions. I believe a cautious approach is wise. It's best to involve the demonic sect of the Jin Kingdom. By the way, what news of the Grand Elder of the Jinyang sect? No updates. The demon elders, engaged in conversation, abruptly fell silent. No one could overlook the presence of the nascent soul cultivator from the Jinyang sect. Although they were aware before arriving that this was a trap, the blood crocodile ancestor had roamed freely in life, and the lair he left behind likely contained several of his most crucial treasures and techniques. After much deliberation, the sect decided to send a few individuals to ascertain the situation. Is the Grand Elder of the Jinyang sect truly in the ashes? The truth matters little. I only know that the enchanting Kaiwa fairy captivates all. Had I been in his place, I would indeed have been swayed by mortal sentiments. What is the name of that Kaiwa fairy? Alas, how should I know? What treasures does the Kaiwa fairy possess? I cannot say for certain. Enough. The elder demon cultivator, whose aura was the strongest, darkened his expression and coldly commanded, at once, all disciples are forbidden from entering the cave. Let the scattered cultivators of Yunshan Workshop clear the path for us, and immediately activate the great array. It shall not be so easy for that group of righteous cultivators to enter. Several days later, the grand auction of the Jinbao Tower commenced. Shen Ping donned his ceremonial robe early, while his wife stood behind him, meticulously arranging his hair, the fragrance of her presence wafting through the air. "Yinner, you haven't finished using the perfume we bought last time, have you?" he casually inquired. Wang Yin replied softly, "I seldom use it." Shen Ping chuckled and whispered, "Yinner, there's no need to be frugal. Use it more often. I quite enjoy this fragrance. If you were to apply some on a peach, I believe it would be quite delightful." Wang Yun blushed slightly and obediently replied, "I shall give it a try tonight." After finishing, Shen Ping turned around for his wife to tidy him up once more before he descended the stairs and exited their abode. Arriving at the entrance of the Jinbao Tower, sect disciples flowed in, while waves of spiritual pressure emanated from within the building. The scattered cultivators on the street dared not approach. Taking several deep breaths, he summoned his courage and stepped over the threshold. Upon reaching the second floor, he donned a mask and followed some disciples to the backyard. Soon arriving at the underground auction hall, the hall was even more spacious and radiant than usual. The crystal chandelier in the oval dome resembled the blazing sun, illuminating every seat. In addition to the rows of seats beneath the high platform, the second floor was opened up with elegantly decorated private boxes. Seated among the qi-gathering cultivators, Shen Ping awaited in silence. Today, over 80% of the attendees were disciples from various sects, with numerous foundation establishment cultivators present. Although this was not his first encounter with so many foundation establishment cultivators, he still felt a sense of awe as golden core powerhouses arrived. The scene rivaled the grandeur of the Danxiao sect's founding ceremony. Many foundation establishment cultivators stood to pay their respects, and Shen Ping, being among the qi-gathering cultivators, had not even taken a seat. An hour and a half passed, and nearly all who could attend were present. Suddenly, a figure clad in a purple robe appeared on the high platform. With a warm smile, he exuded a vigorous aura of magic, his voice resonating as he welcomed everyone to the Jinbao Tower's decade-long large-scale auction. After some introductory remarks, the auction commenced. The elder of the Jinbao Tower announced, "The first item for auction is the magical treasure, purple silkworm garment. In addition to its normal effects as a robe, it possesses a unique ability to activate a pair of celestial purple wings, greatly enhancing evasion speed." Before the elder could announce the starting price, a golden core cultivator called out, clearly recognizing its value. Though he had anticipated this, hearing the price for the magical item left Shen Ping dumbfounded, as some golden core cultivators even offered thousand-year-old spiritual herbs as bids. As the first item was sold, the second and third unique treasures followed, each more extraordinary than the last. Shen Ping could only watch. The qi-gathering seats were merely present for the spectacle. Approaching the midpoint of the auction, prices finally began to stabilize, and several items drew bids from the foundation establishment disciples. Next came the Spirit Jade Ginseng Paste, an excellent aid for couples, capable of enhancing their bond while accelerating their cultivation speed, a true double benefit. Once the words fell, the disciples of the Hahuan sect, regardless of gender, erupted in excitement, and even some from other sects with partners joined in the bidding. Shen Ping's eyes lit up. Finally, there was something he could use. He promptly made a few bids, but alas, he was outbid. After a few more items, the snow mushroom pills appeared. Although its effects were weaker than the Spirit Jade Ginseng Paste, it promised to enhance the joy of couples, with 10 bottles available at a base price. The snow mushroom pills were the most abundant among the items, yet their efficacy still surpassed that of the spiritual liquid. Shen Ping discerned that this was likely the final item before the grand finale. Grand finale items were beyond his means, so he could only compete for this one. Without further ado, at the last bottle, he wagered his entire savings from the storage bag. Such a large auction would not occur again for a long time. Congratulations to this cultivator for acquiring the snow mushroom pills. Upon hearing this, Shen Ping exhaled in relief. Though he had only won a single item, it felt significant. He was not merely a spectator. The remaining grand finale items were indeed more precious than the last. Golden core powerhouses engaged in fierce competition, and eventually, a 3,000-year-old spiritual herb emerged, leaving all cultivators in the auction hall utterly astounded. After the event concluded, most departing cultivators felt their journey had been worthwhile. Although they were merely there for the spectacle, they had witnessed the grandeur of the event. Shen Ping habitually made his way to the Talisman Treasure Hall, where he waited a while before returning to the small courtyard in Yunhe Alley. Pushing open the door, he eagerly retrieved a bottle of snow mushroom pills, which bore the inscription, "Essential for Couples." Glancing toward the meditation room, a smile spread across Shen Ping's face. The unique techniques of Thousand Face Charm and Phoenix Union practiced by Yu Yin would surely allow her to open her heart to him upon her return. He wondered about the efficacy of the snow mushroom pills, but there was no rush. First, he would cultivate. Taking a deep breath, he quelled his inner excitement. Another month and a half passed, during which Shen Ping accumulated some talismans and returned to the Jinbao Tower to purchase more spiritual liquid, continuing his monotonous life. During this time, an increasing number of scattered cultivators flocked to the Cloud Mountain Marsh. Chills of biting cold swept in through the window, piercing to the bone. Shen Ping stepped out of the meditation room and stood for a moment. His initially excited mood gradually settled. With just a few months until his dual-element spiritual roots could undergo transformation, he was absorbing spiritual liquid at an increasingly rapid pace. At this rate, he would absorb a drop in merely 2 months, indicating that a breakthrough to the 8th layer of qi gathering was imminent. Fire and earth spiritual roots. He hesitated briefly, but soon made a decision. Buzz at that moment, a communication talisman vibrated. It was the voice of Manager Chun from the Shochuan Pavilion. Master Shun, in a few days, the owner will be heading to the ruins in the Yunshan Marsh, accompanied by 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. Their primary aim is to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. She asked me to inquire if Master Shun would like to join. He added, as of now, the discovery of magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and even precious treasures in the ruins has become increasingly prevalent among cultivators. If you delay further, there might be nothing of value left to find. Shen Ping furrowed his brow. Even while he secluded himself at home, news of the ruins was inescapable. Emotion, Manager Ding, Manager Chun, and even familiar faces like Master Feng and Taoist Mu in the courtyard were all discussing this matter. I appreciate the goodwill of Senior Chun, he replied earnestly, but my sole focus is on the path of talismans, and I am truly averse to the risks of exploration. As he spoke, he recalled the words of Bai Yueying's brother, no matter what happens, do not leave Yunshan Square. Initially, Shen Ping was uncertain of the meaning behind this phrase. But now he understood. Wealth can lead to peril, and the allure of the ruins had only recently been unveiled, igniting a fervor among cultivators. Opportunities. Hopes of foundation establishment. Immortality. Such prospects tugged at the souls of loose cultivators, and despite sensing the lurking dangers, an inner voice urged them to venture forth, to seize the chance, convincing them that fortune must favor the bold. After all, how could one resist such temptations, especially when surrounded by so many successful examples? Manager Chun's voice soon echoed again. Master Shun's profound understanding of talismans is commendable, yet alas, my frail bones cannot withstand such a journey. Otherwise, I would surely join. As the communication ended, Shen Ping shook his head, pondering how Bai Yueying's brother seemed privy to deeper knowledge. What forces lay behind his insights? Suddenly, footsteps echoed on the wooden stairs. Startled, he turned to see Yu Yin, adorned in her ceremonial robe. After months of secluded meditation, she seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Her demeanor had shifted dramatically. Previously cold and fierce, she now radiated tranquility, as if reborn from flames, her calm gaze hiding a myriad of emotions. My husband. Her voice resonated, intertwining with the echoes of Wang Yun, Bai Yueying, and Luo Qing in his mind. Shen Ping's consciousness jolted, and the voices vanished all at once. Suppressing the turbulence within, he asked, "Why are you out?" Yu Yin stepped closer, worry etched on her face. I received messages from other cultivators in the hunting group. They and Oppos, VE reported the discovery of ruins in the Yunshan Marsh. Many cultivators from the market have gone there. Some late-stage qi refinement members of the hunting group, having received no response from me, went directly. I heard one of them unexpectedly acquired a top-tier magical artifact, greatly enhancing their power. I feared for your safety upon seeing the messages, so I came out. Shen Ping reassured her, "Do not worry, I will not go. Do you also sense something amiss?" As they descended the stairs, he reflected on how remarkably simple it seemed. While many loose cultivators had perished, the treasures within the ruins were acquired with alarming ease. Nodding, he sighed, magical artifacts are indeed captivating. The True Treasure Pavilion has recently announced it welcomes loose cultivators to sell their finds from the ruins, promising satisfactory prices. Other shops in the market were also eager to acquire such treasures. As long as loose cultivators could emerge alive from the ruins, achieving foundation establishment would not be difficult. Yu Yin cast a flirtatious glance at Shen Ping, leaning slightly forward, her arms casually embracing him, the fabric of her robe nearly yielding to the pressure. I fear my husband may succumb to this greed. Lowering his gaze, Shen Ping inhaled deeply, savoring her delicate fragrance, and gritted his teeth at this moment. I am indeed very greedy. Yu Yin felt the warmth enveloping her. Her cheeks flushed. So am I, but this cultivation method is too overwhelming. As she spoke, she suddenly struggled to suppress something. I cannot hold it back. I must. In the midst of her words, she dashed toward the kitchen. Shen Ping, momentarily speechless, caught a whiff of a different scent and glanced back at where Yu Yin had been standing, suddenly enlightened. Husband, do not be in front of me. I fear it will all be in vain. Her voice echoed from the kitchen. Summoning immense willpower, Shen Ping ascended the wooden staircase. Realizing Yu Yin had yet to fully control her abilities. As he climbed, he muttered, 1 sheep, 2 sheep, I sleep with sheep. No, I sleep with the little lambs. The more he repeated, the more chaotic his thoughts became. Reaching the corner, he cursed, damn it, no more counting, and strode purposefully toward the main room. Moments later, the bed creaked rhythmically. The following day, Shen Ping took his wives for a stroll in the small courtyard to unwind. Since the opening of the ruins, the courtyard had grown desolate. Now only Shen Ping and Master Feng remained. Master Shun is truly carefree, remarked Master Feng, observing Shen Ping laughing with Wang Yun and Bai Yueying, basking in the winter sun while wielding a magical feather fan. Master Feng seemed at ease. I have no such luxury, he shook his head. After countless attempts to break through to a high-level alchemist, it appears nearly impossible for me now. To be honest, if I were not so inept at combat, I might have considered venturing to the Yunshan Marsh ruins myself. Shen Ping's expression shifted slightly. Did not Daoist Mu invite you to join last time? Master Feng chuckled. How could I not see through Mu Yushuang's intentions? If I were to go, it would be fine as long as I avoid danger. But if I encountered peril... He left the thought unfinished, yet Shen Ping understood the implication. In this world, one must not put blind trust in partners, absent mutual benefit. No one would care for another's safety. Master Shun, I shall be relocating come mid-June next year, Master Feng stated, glancing at Shen Ping's wives before closing his eyes. Lapsing into silence, Shen Ping felt a pang of emotion. He recognized Master Feng's resignation. This diligent old alchemist, yearning to break through to a higher level, would inevitably end up like him, marrying and taking concubines. As he observed Master Feng, thoughts drifted to the ancient locust tree in the back of the Xiuquan pavilion. Despite years of absorbing spiritual energy, it would never transform into a spiritual plant. After unwinding, they returned home, and Shen Ping found tranquility within himself. In the days that followed, he remained oblivious to the world outside, dedicating himself to crafting talismans, dual cultivation, meditation, and caring for his loved ones. Occasionally, he would experiment with creating small puppets, finding moments of joy amidst the monotony of cultivation life. Thus, time quietly flowed into the 4th month of the following year. The gentle air enveloped the Yunshan Mountains in lush greenery, and a hint of spring pervaded the market. In the meditation chamber, after concluding his practice, Shen Ping traced a new line on his cheek. Unbeknownst to him, he had already turned 49. Upon accessing his virtual panel, he noted, your wife's affections run deep. Current favorability 100-100, dual cultivation bonus, 8, silver bonus, 10, talisman master, 2nd tier lower grade, 130684, 150000. Current partner favorability, 100, dual cultivation bonus, 4, gold root, upper grade, 48,747 50,000, wood root, upper grade, 48,639 50,000. With a cursory glance, his gaze settled on the virtual frames belonging to Wang Yun and Bai Yueying. The path of the talisman and the spiritual root is not far from breaking through to the next level. However, despite his various efforts to provide companionship and care, the favorability remained unchanged. Stepping out of the quiet room, he left the desolate Yunhe Alley for the bustling market. The main street, previously filled with the lively activity of cultivators, had grown quiet, as more and more practitioners flocked to the ruins of the Yunshan Marsh. Drawn by rumors of the emergence of 2nd and 3rd layers within the cave dwellings, where treasures became ever more precious the deeper one ventured. Before reaching the true treasure pavilion, a large flying vessel swiftly approached and landed at the edge of the market. Another flying vessel had arrived at Yunshan. Excitement surged among the cultivators. Shen Ping's expression brightened, and he hurried to the outer gate's steward hall, eager to inquire whether the flying vessels had resumed operation. However, it was evident that some cultivators were even more anxious than he was. What? It hasn't resumed yet. Didn't we see flying vessels coming from outside? An impatient cultivator exclaimed. The steward, unwavering, replied that news of the ruins appearing in the Yunshan Marsh had spread throughout the Wei Kingdom, and that flying vessels would soon arrive to transport cultivators for exploration. Another cultivator pressed, "When will it resume?" "Not yet determined," the steward answered. Upon hearing this, Shen Ping's smile faded, and he gazed up at the clear blue sky above the market. A thought instinctively crossed his mind. They truly do not want anyone to leave. With a heavy heart, he ascended to the second floor of the True Treasure Pavilion. "Is there something on your mind, Master Shen?" "Nothing much, Taoist Mu." "Will the flying vessels of the True Treasure Pavilion still arrive each month?" "Yes." Mu Jian glanced at Shen Ping, seemingly guessing his thoughts, and hesitated. "Master Shen, as a guest elder of the True Treasure Pavilion, you need not worry excessively. As long as you remain within the pavilion, you will be safe regardless of the circumstances. Moreover, I recently heard from Manager Ding that in a few days, an elder of the nascent soul stage may come to oversee this place." Shen Ping was taken aback. An elder of the nascent soul? Could it be related to the ruins? "Perhaps," Mu Jian replied with a sweet smile. Suddenly, she changed the subject. "It seems there is a small courtyard available in Qinghe Alley. If you have time, would you like me to show you?" Shen Ping was momentarily taken aback. But as Mu Jian gracefully walked out of the elegant room, her curvaceous figure becoming increasingly indistinct, he finally grasped the implication and thought, "Taoist Mu truly possesses remarkable charm." He hurriedly followed her, but she had already reached the corner of the wooden staircase. Turning slightly, a glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes. "Master Shen seems to be out of sorts today, perhaps another time." He couldn't help but chuckle softly. After this brief interlude, his spirits lifted considerably. An elder of the nascent soul, if such a powerful figure were to oversee the area, safety would indeed be assured. As for Qinghe Alley, it might be time to consider relocating. Shen Ping pondered. The tranquil environment of Qinghe Alley was home to high-ranking alchemists and foundational-level cultivators, making it significantly safer than other alleys. It was rare to find vacant small courtyards there. Since Mu Jian had mentioned it, it seemed there had been an opening recently. He needed to inquire. If it was indeed available, he would rent it promptly. The Yunhe Alley, with its thin spiritual vein aiding cultivation, was populated and noisy, and the limited number of residents posed a risk should chaos erupt in the market. With this in mind, he hastily sold talismans in the True Treasure Pavilion, purchased spiritual liquids and pills, and then returned to the Steward Hall. "You arrived at just the right time. Recently, a tenant in Qinghe Alley has not renewed their lease. You can pay the rent now and come back in mid-June to collect the plaque." Shen Ping wasted no time and immediately completed the paperwork. Exiting the Steward Hall, he felt a profound sense of relief. As long as he could move into Qinghe Alley, he need not worry too much about the market's chaos. For it was merely a short walk to the True Treasure Pavilion, only 2 or 3 streets away. A month passed quietly. Despite the commotion surrounding the Yunshan Marsh ruins, Shen Ping paid no heed, seemingly having forgotten the matter altogether, as he diligently cultivated within his abode. One deep night, with stars twinkling brilliantly in the sky, he suddenly opened his eyes as the sound of the bed creaking subsided. Upon glancing at the virtual interface, he saw the words indicating a breakthrough in his dual-element spiritual roots. His expression brightened, and after briefly calming his wives, he swiftly left the main room. Settling into the quiet room, he sat cross-legged, gazing at the virtual interface. Breakthrough. A rumble resonated through the virtual interface. The quality of his dual-element spiritual roots underwent a remarkable transformation, as if infused by some mysterious power. After this transformation, the capacity of his spiritual roots to absorb spiritual energy seemed to shift from a trickling stream to a vast river. In an instant, his Dantian's spiritual power began to circulate automatically, moving from the meridians to the spiritual roots, ultimately forming a complete cycle with a speed that was astonishingly accelerated. Shen Ping soon became engrossed in this state of cultivation. Days passed, 5 days elapsed, and he had completely absorbed and digested the residual spiritual liquid within him, achieving an absorption efficiency and speed 5 to 6 times greater than before. Opening his eyes, excitement radiated from Shen Ping's face. The cultivation speed of his superior spiritual root exceeded his expectations. Continue. Sensing the nearing fullness of spiritual power within his Dantian's meridians, he unhesitatingly consumed pills and spiritual liquids. Closing his eyes once more to continue meditating, this time aiming for a direct breakthrough to the 8th layer of qi refinement. While Shen Ping immersed himself in his cultivation, the 3rd layer of the Yunshan Marsh ruins, having buried thousands of cultivators, finally opened. With a resounding crash, the entrance burst open, and beams of radiant light surged forth. It's a spiritual artifact. Wait a moment. That is the Blood Sea True Classic, the cultivation method of the blood crocodile ancestor, who once dominated the realms. Huh. I never imagined this method would truly be found within the cave. Get out of my way. The artifacts and classics are all mine. Elders from various sects, including the Rakshasa Demon Valley, the Harmony sect, and the Danxia sect, watched greedily as treasures, spiritual artifacts, scrolls of techniques, pills, and rare items fluttered about, their eyes turning red with desire. The blood crocodile ancestor was once a formidable practitioner who swept across continents, amassing numerous treasures, which were now about to become the bounty of these sections. Early June, in the quiet room, waves of dense spiritual energy surged forth. After over 20 days of closed-door cultivation, Shen Ping suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the enhancement of his Dantian's spiritual power and the improvement of his flesh and bones. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The absorption efficiency of a superior spiritual root is indeed formidable. I have swiftly broken through to the 8th layer of qi refinement." Although aided by pills and spiritual liquids, it had only been a little over a year since his last breakthrough. This was the late stage of qi refinement. He stood up, barely able to contain his excitement. Once he crossed the 8th layer of qi refinement, the foundation establishment stage would be within reach. As he paced, Shen Ping felt increasingly exhilarated. Once, he had endured 2 decades of hardship, resigned to fate and no longer daring to hope for foundation establishment. Yet now, merely 7 years later, he had the potential to ascend towards it. The contrast between then and now filled him with an unreal sensation. I must take action. Stepping out of the quiet room, seeing his waiting wives, Shen Ping instantly understood what he needed to do. "Yuner, Chinger," he said, waving his sleeve lightly. "Please prepare yourselves and wait in the main room for your husband. We must celebrate today's breakthrough, and remember to apply some fragrant powder." Wang Yun, with a hint of maturity gracing her once innocent face, excitedly bowed and replied, "Yes, my husband. Please hurry." Bai Yueying playfully squinted her eyes and followed Wang Yun into the kitchen to wash up. Luo Qing sighed, foreseeing such an outcome, and weakly replied, "Yes, my husband. I will come over shortly." Moments later, the main room brimmed with the warmth of spring. It was only by evening that Shen Ping finally felt a sense of grounding. After taking a brief rest, he proceeded to the talisman crafting room to focus on his work. 2 days later, Manager Ding sent a message, "Come to Zhenbao building immediately." Shen Ping inquired about the matter, but Manager Ding did not respond. He hurriedly tidied up and rushed to the bustling Zhenbao building. Upon arrival, he noticed a rare absence of cultivators entering or exiting. As he stepped across the threshold, several reception cultivators, including Mu Jin, stood respectfully on either side. Manager Ding and the guest elders awaited in the back courtyard. Seeing this scene, Shen Ping had a vague inkling of what was to come. He swiftly walked to the back courtyard, taking his place beside Chui Keqing, Wan Keqing, and Luo Keqing. After approximately half an hour, a gentle voice resonated from within, "All guest elders may enter." Instantly, the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st-tier guest elders proceeded into the main hall. To Shen Ping's astonishment, the main hall was significantly more spacious this time, capable of accommodating hundreds of cultivators standing. At that moment, the Golden Core Elder and Foundation Establishment guest elders all faced forward with reverence. There sat a middle-aged man in a purple robe, smiling. He was the nascent soul elder. Deep down, Shen Ping found his answer. The purple-robed man exuded no trace of magical energy, were it not for his endlessly captivating gaze. Other cultivators might mistake him for an ordinary individual. There have been changes in the Yunshan Marsh. The headquarters has dispatched me here to oversee matters. Operations within the building will proceed as usual. Should there be any arrangements, you will be notified separately. You may leave now. With that, Shen Ping and the other guest elders turned to depart. Upon returning to the small courtyard, they suddenly realized that only those words lingered in their minds. Yet they could not recall the appearance or aura of the nascent soul elder. Is this what it means to be a nascent soul cultivator? He inhaled deeply, hastily suppressing his yearning. The distance to the nascent soul realm felt insurmountable. Moments later, he arrived at the 2nd-floor contribution room. Hesitating, he exchanged for a face-fixing pill. Soon it would be mid-June, and once he obtained the small courtyard's plaque, he would have to begin moving. After that, he would no longer have the opportunity to meet that enchanting woman. In the afternoon, upon returning to Yunhe Alley, Shen Ping stood at the door of room 4, calling out several times with no response from within. Paying it no mind, he continued forward. The array's restrictions indeed did not hinder him. Pushing open the door, he found the interior desolate. However, on the main table lay a peculiar piece of paper. As he gazed at the script, it felt as though he were witnessing the innocent and lively Chun ink penning her thoughts. Humph, despicable old talisman master, your little schemes cannot escape my notice. Rest assured, I will not entangle myself in further transactions with you, but you had better obediently leave the face-fixing pill in the room. Otherwise, I, Chen, will ensure you become a magic puppet. Moreover, I am currently worth little more than a few face-fixing pills. Just wait and see. Shen Ping smiled faintly. He then took out the box containing the face-fixing pill and placed it atop the paper. Turning to leave, he paused, envisioning the girl who loved to sit barefoot on the wooden windowsill, lost in thought. Silently, he murmured, "Enchantress, farewell." As mid-June approached, Shen Ping grew increasingly restless. He recognized that his temperament was still not sufficiently steady. Contemplating his impending move and the neighboring alchemist Feng Dan's parallel relocation from Yunha Alley, he decided to forego meditation and talisman crafting, opting instead to take daily strolls with his wives in the small courtyard. Feng Dan had similarly taken to this routine, sitting at his door to bask in the sunlight each day, a gentle smile adorning his face. Having come to a complete understanding, he appeared increasingly at ease, both in body and spirit. However, he occasionally commented on the happenings in Yinshanlang. Daoist Mu has yet to return. Acquiring treasures from the relic cave is no simple feat. Feng Dan shook his head repeatedly. I heard that recently, the third layer of the cave opened, trapping elders from various sects inside. Now they are seeking external assistance. TSK, it all boils down to greed. Shen Ping laughed. Where are you moving to? Feng Dan. Sulio Alley. Upon hearing this response, Shen Ping was taken aback. But Feng Dan, Sulio Alley is not within the market. Although it is close to the main road, if chaos erupts in the market, safety cannot be guaranteed. Feng Dan gently waved his feather fan. Old man understands. Initially, I intended to grit my teeth and find a spacious residence in another alley within the market. However, during my decision-making, I heard that during a skirmish between scattered cultivators in Ningshui Alley, 2 houses were destroyed. The Jinyang sect's enforcement patrols swiftly dealt with the rogue cultivators, eliminating them with impressive speed. Their efficiency is truly commendable. He added with a hint of sarcasm. While the market is in disarray, the enforcement patrol turns a blind eye. Yet when houses are damaged, they are the first to panic. Shen Ping chuckled softly. The Jinyang sect's concern for property indeed surpassed that of others. However, as he continued to smile, he suddenly furrowed his brow and asked Feng Dan, why does the Jinyang sect place such importance on wooden houses? The shells will be updated at midnight tomorrow, and today's free chapter will be released at that time. Wang Yin spoke softly. Husband. Bai Yueying mischievously chimed in. Husband Luo Qing remained expressionless. Husband. Yu Yin smiled in a seemingly mocking way. Husband. Taking a deep breath, Shen Ping gazed at the virtual panel. Everyone, let me see where your limits truly lie. The annual rental fees for houses within and outside the market provide the Jinyang sect with a substantial income of spiritual stones, thus naturally warranting their prioritization of wooden houses. Perhaps that is the case. After a brief conversation with Feng Dan, Shen Ping returned to his residence. He sat alone in the quiet room, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. His thoughts began to wander. Previously, he had not paid much attention to the matter of wooden houses. After all, had it not been for the Jinyang sect's emphasis on property, how could a mere foundation establishment cultivator have lived so securely in Honglu Alley for so many years? Yet, the more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. During last year's turmoil, scattered cultivators in Yunha Alley and other lanes chose not to renew their leases, resulting in significant losses for the Jinyang sect's rental income. Yet, the sect seemed unconcerned. Conversely, when wooden houses were damaged, they acted with remarkable swiftness. If their actions were driven by the need for the sect's reputation and future rental income, such behavior could be somewhat justified, but the enforcement patrol's efficiency seemed excessively high. After contemplating for some time, without reaching a clear conclusion, Shen Ping could only deduce that wooden houses held great significance for the Jinyang sect, perhaps even surpassing all other matters. In a few days, he was to meet the time agreed upon with by Yueying's brother, hoping he was still alive. Shaking his head, he forcefully suppressed these thoughts and began to meditate in tranquility. Days passed. In the deep of night, A peculiar fragrance filled the room. Learning that they would be moving to the safer Qinghe Alley the next day, and to a standalone courtyard complete with various facilities, his wives were all delighted. Wang Yun could not help but embrace Shen Ping's arm, her eyes shimmering with affection. "Husband, can we plant some flowers and plants in the courtyard?" Shen Ping smiled. "Yuner, you can plant whatever you like." Bai Yueying playfully pouted. "Husband, I want to raise some spirit beasts." Shen Ping pinched her cheek teasingly. "Raising them is fine. But just don't sneak a bite when I'm not looking." Bai Yueying giggled. "I wouldn't eat them. If I were to eat, it would be your share." As she spoke, her gaze shifted, and the aroma in the room grew even more intense. Luo Qing sat cross-legged at the head of the bed, eyes closed, undisturbed. Such joyful moments are always fleeting. At the hour of the rabbit, Shen Ping descended to the first-floor quiet room. Not long after, Yu Yin emerged, her eyes shimmering like water, a smile gracing her lips, and her aura more enchanting than ever. It seemed that a flicker of a fiery mark was subtly visible at the center of her brow. Upon seeing her, Shen Ping's face lit up with joy. "You Taoist, it appears you have successfully mastered your cultivation technique." Compared to her last emergence, when her powers were uncontrollable, it was evident she could now wield them with finesse. Yu Yin replied with a gentle smile. "Thank you, my husband. My constitution is indeed well suited for this technique, but I still need some time to solidify my progress. Please be patient a while longer." Shen Ping understood that this was a critical time for Yu Yin, and despite his eagerness, he chose to bide his time. They gathered their belongings, setting off at the hour of the dragon. As dawn broke, Wang Yun and Bai Yueying rose to prepare. Unlike Shen Ping, the two women felt a deeper attachment to Yunhe Lane than to the wooden houses of Honglu Lane. They reminisced about the cherished moments of the past few years, their eyes reflecting reluctance. Luo Qing leaned against the wooden window, lost in thought. This period had been an unforgettable tranquility for her. "Let us go." Shen Ping, clad in a simple white robe, spoke softly. His wives nodded and descended the wooden staircase, glancing back occasionally. Yu Yin awaited them at the entrance. As Shen Ping opened the door, Feng Dan, from the adjacent room, greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Shen Master, are you all set?" "All packed," Shen Ping replied, casting a quick glance at the houses behind him, then humorously added, "Time to depart." They showed no signs of lingering and left Yunhe Lane. On their way, many cultivators approached them. Feng Dan remarked, "These are cultivators recently arrived from Wei and Jin countries. The news of the Yunshan marsh relic has spread swiftly. Most come merely to join the excitement, while a few believe they possess the strength to seize opportunities. The Blood Crocodile Ancestors Cave, TSK, is certainly not something scattered cultivators can covet." Shen Ping remained silent. Many cultivators staying in Yunshan wanted to leave, while those outside sought entry for fortune. Such is the nature of cultivation. Upon reaching the true treasure tower area of the market, Feng Dan presented 2 vials of elixirs with a smile. "Shen Master, I hope to hear news of your foundation establishment in the future. That would mean I once knew a foundational talisman master." With that, he casually walked away, his shadow stretching longer in the morning light. Shen Ping sighed softly, reflecting on how many cultivators stagnated on the path of foundation establishment, resigning to fate, and yet, despite their discontent, they ultimately bowed to destiny. Reining in his emotions, he took his wives to the Deacon Hall, where they queued until the hour of the pig to acquire the wooden plaque for Courtyard 35 in Qinghe Lane. By the time they arrived, it was already the early hour of the rat. The sun blazed fiercely, illuminating the entire courtyard. With a sweep of the plaque, the courtyard's formation recognized them, and the gate swung open automatically. His wives stepped inside and immediately felt a sense of relaxation. "You all wait here. I will check the house," Shen Ping declared. Now capable of crafting second-tier armor talismans, these defensive charms were far superior to protection talismans. As long as they did not encounter late-stage foundation cultivators, the talismans could hold their ground for quite a while. He affixed the armor talisman, holding the plaque as he inspected the hall, bedrooms, side rooms, 2 quiet chambers, kitchen, and water room. Only after confirming everything was in order did he call his wives inside. The courtyard in Yunhe Lane had only one spacious main room, leaving them to share a single bedroom for their intimate moments. Here, however, they had 2 ample bedrooms, which was a considerable improvement for Shen Ping. "My husband, the bed in the bedroom is quite large. We won't have to be apart anymore." Bai Yueying beamed, her face aglow with the prospects of future happiness. Wang Yun surveyed the courtyard, seemingly contemplating how to plant flowers and plants. Luo Qing sat indifferently in the hall. "Not bad. The independent courtyard's bedrooms are separate. At last, I won't have to suffer every day, Yu Yin remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Ping, her arms crossed. Then she leaned closer, a fragrant breeze wafting towards him. I will head to the quiet room first, my husband. Do prepare yourself. When I return, I expect you to savor the experience. Watching her retreating figure, Shen Ping recalled his own awkward first experience and hurriedly shook his head. That evening, they celebrated their housewarming joyfully. After feeling elated, Shen Ping went to the partitioned room to neatly arrange the materials for talisman crafting, talisman brushes, and puppetry items. He then focused his mind, offering prayers, and began his busy work. In the following days, Shen Ping adeptly managed the excitement of his wives while taking time to visit nearby courtyards. Even the high-grade alchemists, upon seeing his true treasure tower guest token, treated him with a degree of respect and warmth, exchanging some elixirs and talismans, thus establishing simple acquaintances. Soon, word spread throughout Qinghe Lane about the new resident who was a high-grade talisman master and a guest of the True Treasure Tower. In the market, at a private room in the True Treasure Tower, Mu Jian casually tied a pink ribbon into a bow at her waist. As she savored the spiritual tea, her gaze fell upon Shen Ping, revealing a sweet smile. Shen Master, you've truly come to Qinghe Lane, but alas, it was not I who personally brought you here. Her words carried a hint of wistfulness. Shen Ping smiled warmly. If you wish to visit, feel free to come tonight. I shan't disturb you, Shen Master. She rose to leave, but Shen Ping added, your residence should be near Qinghe Lane. Perhaps I could visit you someday and see your home layout? Mu Jian did not respond but paused at the door, discreetly extending 2 fingers as white as jade. Shen Ping's smile faded slightly, and after sipping a few more mouthfuls of tea, he stood to depart. At midday, in a tavern at the intersection, he quietly awaited, seated by the window, until the sun reached its zenith. The sound of footsteps drew his attention. He looked up to see a figure in a black robe, sporting a blood-red, grotesque mask. The Yunshan Marsh relic has ensnared many foundation-level golden elixirs recently. It truly surprised me that you could emerge from there, Shen Ping remarked, his tone calm as he regarded the eyes beneath the mask. The younger brother of Bai Yuing bore a weak aura, obscured by a hint of crimson, indicating he was certainly not a foundation cultivator. To escape the Yunshan Marsh relic with such cultivation would be exceedingly difficult. Recently, scattered cultivators had become far less fervent, especially after the golden elixirs were trapped, which doused their enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Senior, the relic cave is not as simple as you think. There are multiple entrances, the masked figure stated, finishing his tea. We should find a safe place to talk. Shen Ping nodded. Moments later, they arrived at the quiet room in the Talisman Treasure Hall, where crafting talismans required a significant amount of spirit stones, but the solitude was worth it. Once seated, Shen Ping voiced his concerns. What do you know? Is there any connection between the Jinyang sect and the relic cave? The younger brother of Bai Yuing shook his head. I know little, but I do know that within 2 years, the entire Yunshan will collapse, and as for the relic cave, it is entirely a trap. His voice carried a note of desperation. Senior, I cannot survive. I only hope you can take my sister away from Yunshan. Shen Ping's expression darkened. I cannot leave. The Jinyang sect's airship is halted, and no one can escape. Springfold Garden has a way out, Bai Yuing's brother exclaimed urgently. Hearing this, Shen Ping squinted and slowly replied. It seems you are affiliated with Springfold Garden. Bai Yuing's younger brother chuckled self-deprecatingly, acknowledging that his value as a low-level cultivator was merely temporary. Chen Minyuan had long since entered the relic cave, and while he was uncertain of their intentions, he believed they had a means to navigate their way through. Shen Ping furrowed his brow, unsure of the veracity of Bai Yuing's brother's information, though he recognized the profound sibling bond they shared. Chen Minyuan cannot be trusted. He lamented. I have come for this. As Bai Yuing's brother spoke, he opened his mouth and revealed a small, exquisite purple pearl, which he placed in his hand. As long as you possess this pearl, Chen Minyuan will not harm you. He bowed deeply, adding, Senior, my sister smiled radiantly that day. Such joy is rare for her. It is a blessing for her to accompany you. Shen Ping replied solemnly, I promise you. Thank you. The moment the words left his lips, the robed cultivator withdrew a jade pendant and, without hesitation, turned to leave. Observing the purple pearl, Shen Ping surmised that the cultivator must have taken significant risks to procure it. This departure might well be a farewell. 2 years. With a deep sigh, he stored the jade pendant and rose to depart. In the Wei Kingdom, atop Tianxia Peak, grand palaces loomed above the mist, appearing as celestial abodes amid the clouds. Within the resplendent halls, a young man clad in white exuded a noble presence, his demeanor gentle as jade. Yet his hair had turned completely white, each strand seemingly etched with the weight of time. Suddenly, a communication jade glimmered, transmitting news. The elder Yuan from various sects has arrived at Yinshan. Shall we initiate the grand formation? The young man glanced at the scrolls on the jade table and replied nonchalantly, let us wait another month or two. The reputation of the blood crocodile ancestor is not to be underestimated. Chen Mingyuan has already reached the 5th level. There is no need for concern. The communication jade dimmed as the young man shook his head, stepping forward to gaze at the distant mountains shrouded in mist. He sighed. I wish to behold the beauty of the Wei Kingdom for countless years to come. With a wave of his hand, the scrolls floated toward him, revealing the 4 characters, Blood Sea True Scripture. In August, with the arrival of the Yuaning elders from various sects, the confinement array of the 3rd level of the cave was finally shattered. However, the casualties among the Golden Core and Foundation establishment cultivators were severe, and treasures such as spiritual artifacts, the Blood Sea True Scripture, pills, secret techniques, and magical items had vanished without a trace. This situation caused a significant shift in the demeanor of the sects as they sensed something amiss. Some even began to reconsider their involvement, though the presence of Yuaning elders kept everyone from leaving hastily. After all, the blood crocodile ancestor had been a fearsome figure in life. If acquiring his legacy were truly so simple, it would be laughable. In Qinghe Alley, at the small courtyard of number 35, after meeting with Bai Yueying's brother, Shen Ping became increasingly focused on talisman crafting. Regardless of the veracity of his companion's claims, he felt the need to prepare thoroughly. As for the news of the relic cave, he was indifferent. One day, Yu Yan emerged from her meditation chamber, having finally stabilized her unique cultivation technique after a lengthy period. Coupled with her innate fire affinity, her training had yielded remarkable results, and she might soon attain foundation establishment. While crafting talismans, Shen Ping glanced at the 2nd-tier armor spirit talisman he had completed. His expression appeared weary, yet a smile lingered in his eyes. After diligent effort, he was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-tier of 2nd-tier talismans within just a month, leading to a higher success rate in crafting complex armor spirit talismans. At his current pace, he could reliably produce 2 talismans each month and 3 lightning talismans, a commendable level among Foundation establishment talisman masters. Just as he prepared to sit and rest, a communication talisman flickered to life. The voice of Manager Ding resounded. Talisman Master Shun, hasten to Jinbao Tower. The Yuaning elder has an announcement to make. Hearing this, Shen Ping furrowed his brow but quickly tidied himself, informing his wife and concubines, including Yu Yan, before heading to Jinbao Tower. Upon arriving at the rear hall, he encountered the purple-robed Yuaning elder once more. There have been changes within the relic cave. Jinbao Tower plans to transport a batch of individuals away from Yinshan Swamp. Inside the hall, Golden Core elders and Foundation establishment guests exchanged glances, perplexed by the necessity for Jinbao Tower to evacuate. The relic cave was the legacy of the blood crocodile ancestor, even without taking risks. Staying in Yinshan Square would provide opportunities to acquire his treasures, as Jinbao Tower specialized in such dealings. However, Shen Ping's expression brightened. He had been considering how to meet the conditions set by Chen Minyuan's matchmaker, but if Jinbao Tower was leaving, he could depart from there instead. It was unexpected that they decided to leave so soon, with 2 years remaining until the collapse of Yinshan, as mentioned by Bai Yueying's brother. It seemed unlikely anyone would dare to obstruct their departure. You may first send your family or friends. Elders are entitled to 3 slots, while guests have 2. Others may have 1 slot each. Prepare to depart in 5 days, the elder announced, his voice resonating throughout the hall. When Shen Ping regained his composure, he found himself standing in the courtyard. Observing the nearby Chui guest, he clasped his hands and inquired, Elder Chui, may I ask what the elder's statement meant? Chui guest lowered his voice and replied, this first batch is likely a test. Otherwise, they would not specifically remind us to send family or friends first. I am not certain of the exact reasons, but rest assured, Jinbao Tower's flying vessels are highly fortified and unlikely to encounter trouble. A heaviness settled in Shen Ping's heart as he forced a smile and asked, Elder Chui, do you intend to send your family? Chui guest glanced at Shen Ping and remarked, this is the Yuaning elder's directive. Moreover, with the changes in the relic cave, leaving early offers additional safety. After leaving Jinbao Tower, Shen Ping was uncertain of how he returned to the small courtyard in Qinghe Alley. 2 slots, who would go and who would stay? Furthermore, even those who left might not necessarily be safe. Yet, as Cui Guest had said, the sooner one departed, the safer it would be. He did not return to the talisman crafting room, but instead sat in the meditation chamber, lost in deep contemplation, until the golden hues of sunset bathed the courtyard. Shen Ping had yet to reach a decision. That evening, Wang Yun prepared a sumptuous meal and stood at the door of the meditation chamber, calling, "Husband, dinner is ready." Stepping out, he wore a calm yet fatigued expression. His perceptive wife noticed his demeanor and quickly approached him, gently asking, "Husband, what troubles you?" "Nothing. Please invite you Taoists to join us for dinner," he replied. Of course. In the spacious hall, a simple table was set with spiritual rice, beast meat porridge, rare fruits, spirit wine, roasted meat, and fragrant green bamboo leaves, exuding an enticing aroma. However, Wang Yun, Bai Yueying, Luo Qing, and Yu Yin all observed Shen Ping. Having noticed his silence, time passed slowly, and the steam from the spiritual rice and beast meat porridge gradually dissipated. Finally, Shen Ping spoke. "In 5 days, Jinbao Tower's flying vessel will transport a group of cultivators away, and I have 2 slots." Upon hearing this, his wives were taken aback. "Will you be leaving together, husband?" Wang Yin asked, unusually inquisitive. Shen Ping shook his head. "I will not depart just yet. It may be the next batch." "Husband, I wish to stay with you." "I will not go anywhere," Wang Yun declared resolutely, her eyes unwavering, for in her heart, her husband was everything, the safest haven. Bai Yueying bit her lip and said, "Husband, I will not leave either." As Shen Ping's gaze shifted toward her, Luo Qing smiled gently. "I will follow my husband's decision." Yu Yin crossed her arms, smiling silently. Shen Ping sighed helplessly. 2 must depart. The elder Yuan Ying's notification, regardless of the circumstances that prompted it, served as an explicit command. After much anticipation, the opportunity to depart had finally arisen, and he was determined not to let it slip away. After all, he had to leave Yinshan Feng within 2 years, without fail. In his heart, he knew that his wife, Wang Yun, must leave. He himself lacked certainty about his own safe exit, let alone that of his wife, who possessed no spiritual roots. With only 1 slot remaining, he faced a dilemma. Should he send away Bai Yueying or Yu Yin? Shen Ping remained undecided. He was aware that Yu Yin would likely refuse to leave, yet this very fact made him hesitate. Given the current situation in the market, the likelihood of mishaps for the first batch departing from Yinshan Marsh was relatively low. With so many sect elders gathered, if any trouble were to arise, the major sects would undoubtedly employ various means to ensure their safe departure. Observing the silence of his wives, Shen Ping forced a smile and suggested they dine first, assuring himself that there was still time to contemplate the matter. After the meal, instead of heading to the talisman workshop, he retreated early to their bedroom. His wife, Wang Yun, stepped forward to help him out of his garments. As the clothes fell away, an unusual tranquility enveloped the room, interrupted only by the rhythmic sound of their breathing. On either side, his wives adorned in vibrant undergarments. The pink and purple hues bright against the dim light captured attention. Luo Qingjin, draped in white, exuded an air of coolness, resembling a solitary bamboo in the mountains, impossible to overlook. "Yuner, you must apply more fragrance these days." Before he could finish, tears welled in Wang Yun's eyes as she declared, "Husband, I will not leave." Shen Ping's expression turned serious as he replied, "Be obedient. I do not wish for you to encounter danger, nor do I want to see you harmed. Do you understand?" With the influx of Yuan cultivators in the market, potential chaos loomed on the horizon. As a mere 8th-layer qi refining cultivator, his only solace would come from ensuring her safe departure. Taking a deep breath, he glanced to his left. "Ing, you must also apply more fragrance." Bai Yueying was momentarily taken aback, then firmly insisted, "Husband, you should leave first." Her voice was resolute. Tears blurred Bai Yueying's vision as she clung tightly to Shen Ping's arm. "Husband, I will not go." They spent the night in silence, Shen Ping embracing his wives, quietly resting. However, in the following 5 days, they indulged in their intimate moments. Shen Ping determined to fill every moment with distraction. Any idle thought would inevitably conjure images of his wives meeting a tragic fate, a worry that seemed deeply rooted in his heart. On the outskirts of the market, beside the Jinbao Tower's flying vessel, the Golden Core Elder and Foundation Building guest disciples gathered. They watched as their family members and friends boarded the vessel one after another. This vessel was bound for Jinbao Tower's main outpost in the Wei Kingdom, Qingyang City, a bustling metropolis of cultivation, far surpassing Yinshanfang. Other sects entering the Wei Kingdom had chosen to establish their presence in Qingyang City as well. As he listened, Shen Ping suddenly noticed disciples from Danxia sect, Hawan sect, and even the Rakshasa Demon Valley boarding their vessels. He realized that this was not merely Jinbao Tower sending a contingent of cultivators ahead for reconnaissance. Other sects shared the same intention. Feeling somewhat reassured, he turned to his wives and instructed, upon reaching Qingyang City, Jinbao Tower will arrange accommodations for you. Stay safe within, and I shall join you shortly. Wang Yun and Bai Yueying wiped their tears away, their eyes filled with profound reluctance. Husband, you must come. As they boarded the vessel, they stood at the wooden railing, calling out loudly. Shen Ping stood transfixed, memories of their life together flashing before him. An overwhelming impulse surged within him to take them with him right then, but he managed to resist. Take care of yourselves, he shouted with all his might. In the midst of his cries, tears streamed down his cheeks, starkly visible under the blazing sun. After many years of companionship, he remained alone, and as a human, who could remain unfeeling? At the edge of the vessel, Wang Yun observed this scene, smiling through her tears. Even as the vessel ascended into the sky, she continued to gaze at that distant figure, her tears dried, yet still smiling. So my husband truly cherishes me. As her voice echoed, a virtual frame belonging to Wang Yun trembled violently, its resonance lingering. A brilliant silver light erupted, yet within its depths, a golden radiance burst forth like the sun, instantly engulfing the silver. In that moment, the golden glow dazzled, causing all numerical values to vanish, only to re-emerge transformed. Watching the vessel disappear, Shen Ping felt an emptiness settle in his heart, releasing a soft sigh. Husband, Luo Qing and Yu Yin called in unison. I am fine. Qing, Yin. We are going home. Shen Ping replied with a smile. Yu Yin paused, questioning, did you just call me? Shen Ping affirmed, Yu Yin. Husband Yu Yin entwined her arm with his, her eyes sparkling with myriad emotions. The three figures strolled away along the main road. Upon returning to the small courtyard in Qinghe Lane, Shen Ping immediately entered the quiet room. For the next 10 days, he devoted himself to meditation and cultivation, creating talismans and puppets whenever he felt restless, refraining from any self-reflection. On the 11th day, a communication talisman flickered to life. It was from Manager Ding. Shen Ping listened intently. Safely arrived. The moment he heard those words, he exhaled heavily, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. Qingyang City, where Jinbao Tower had operated for hundreds of years, would be resilient against any upheaval or mishap. Emerging from the quiet room, Shen Ping took the rare opportunity to stroll through the courtyard. Finally finding time to open the virtual panel, a glance revealed dazzling gold that nearly blinded him. Gold. He stood in shock, then smiled with understanding. He finally recognized why. Despite his various efforts to nurture their bond, the affinity had remained unchanged until now. But now, the arrival of gold felt like a natural progression. Regaining focus, he looked again. Your wife is devoted to you through life and death. Current emotional value, 100, dual cultivation bonus, 10, golden bonus, 50, talisman technique, talisman light will see, 100 talismans, 1000. Talisman master, second tier low grade, 149496150000. Upon reading, a wealth of information regarding talisman techniques seemed to materialize in Shen Ping's consciousness and muscle memory. He quickly comprehended that the talisman light will see was a divine ability generated by the virtual panel, its potency dependent on the talisman's grade. Once activated, it could instantly consume 100 talismans to form a protective wheel of light, capable of both offense and defense, without depleting any spiritual energy. After pausing for a moment, Shen Ping could hardly conceal his excitement. He had never anticipated such a significant transformation following the virtual frame's evolution into gold. This was a divine ability. Although it was merely a talisman technique, each divine ability possessed immense power, and those who successfully cultivated them were invariably the prodigies or formidable cultivators of their sections. Yinner, he murmured involuntarily, filled with gratitude that he was indeed human. Otherwise, this surprise might have evaded him entirely. With the talisman light we'll see, he finally had a semblance of self-protection. However, burning 100 talismans is indeed extravagant. Shen Ping chuckled, then dove back into the talisman-making chamber. He initially believed that his efficiency in crafting talismans was already commendable, yet it became evident that it was far from sufficient. That evening, a buoyant Shen Ping stealthily approached the chamber. At that moment, Yu Yin was dressed in a thin gauzy garment, delicately untangling her disheveled hair. Her ears twitched as she turned, smiling at the figure that approached. It appeared that they were safe. Yes, they had successfully arrived at Qingyang City. Yu Yan's worries dissipated instantly. She crossed her arms, the sweet grapefruits colliding gently, her lips curving into a subtle smile. So you have come. Shen Ping swallowed hard and nodded earnestly. What do you wish to do? I envision an endless pasture, relishing the exhilaration of galloping freely. Yu Yan's graceful silhouette began to undulate, her eyes sparkling with allure. And then, Shen Ping dreamt on. If weary, we shall sip the fragrant, sweet mountain spring water. The aromatic breeze enveloped them. Continue. When my mind is at ease, I long to gaze upon the smooth mountain ridges, admiring the grandeur of the majestic peaks. The folded rock layers a testament to the passage of time. Yu Yin drew closer, her gauzy attire molding to her form, her breathing becoming a touch unsteady as she interjected. Now, immediately, I want you to summon the water transformation flood dragon. Shen Ping wasted no time. He stepped forth decisively, and obstacles vanished. Their gazes intertwined, pupils engulfed in darkness, as if the sun and moon had been eclipsed by the ferocity of their clash. The conflict of Tao between cultivators has always been a matter of life and death, with no room for leniency. Yet, as a chill crept near, Yu Yin suddenly awakened from her immersion in the Tao. What was that? The Snow Ji pill. An essential for Tao companions, it effectively enhances cultivation. It cost me my entire fortune. Shen Ping smiled, exclaiming, now we can finally revel in the dance of the dragon and the pearl. Prodigal. While the Snow Ji pill may not rival the spiritual jade ginseng paste, its effects surpassed Shen Ping's expectations. Previously, he would feel an overwhelming heat press upon him from all sides while galloping, yet in this moment, a refreshing chill pervaded. However, noticing the slight furrow in Yu Yan's brow, Shen Ping understood that all of this was immensely worthwhile. Time passed slowly. The Snow Ji pill diminished in size, and the bed creaked rhythmically. As days and nights turned, it was unclear how many moments had slipped by. Yet the exchange of Tao and the ensuing conflict finally reached a conclusion, seemingly dulling the essence of the great Tao. Yu Yin closed her eyes, savoring the experience. Shen Ping opened the virtual panel, glancing over the notifications. You have dual cultivated with your Tao companion 20 times. Gaining Puppet Master Experience 40. Your Tao companion has deep feelings for you. Current affection level, 120. Dual cultivation bonus, 6. Silver bonus, 10. Inner charm fire body effect. Additional 1 to consciousness. Dual cultivation immersion effect. Additional 1 to physique. Puppet Master. First rank superior 16152 50000. Consciousness. Initial stage of foundation establishment. 9182 120000. There were no significant changes otherwise. Yet, to his surprise, the consciousness did not significantly diminish after advancing to the foundation establishment stage. He recalled that when his wife, Wang Yun, had her talisman master evolve to the second rank, her talisman experience had drastically reduced each time. Could it be due to a special physique? He pondered this point. Additionally, there was an extra dual cultivation immersion effect this time. Compared to the blissful encounters with his wives, this experience was indeed profoundly immersive. Shen Ping found his vigilance towards the outside world considerably lowered. However, the increase in physique did not reveal any specific status, leaving him uncertain whether it was mere coincidence or an inevitability. Lost in thought, Yu Yin suddenly opened her eyes, a hint of mischief glimmering in her gaze. Husband, is the mountain spring water delicious? Shen Ping had yet to respond when Yu Yin playfully continued. I never imagined that true bliss truly lies in the union of flesh and water. Husband, shall we continue our exchange of Tao? Shen Ping felt a slight weakness in his legs and replied solemnly, the essence of cultivating the Tao lies in accumulation. Only with deeper reserves can one gain insights during exchanges. Yu Yin smiled sweetly. What my husband says is indeed true. Before long, the two found themselves soaking in a wooden tub. Once their spirits were rejuvenated, Shen Ping disregarded Yu Yan's various charms and casually stated, I shall first visit the Jinbao building to inquire about when the next flying ship departs. Upon hearing Shen Ping mention a serious matter, Yu Yin ceased her playful banter and softly said, Husband, it would be best to leave as soon as possible. This Yinshan Marsh is not a place to linger. Given your talent and potential in talisman crafting, if you can reach Qingyang City, I believe you will surely establish your foundation. Shen Ping donned his robe and placed a gentle kiss on Yu Yan's forehead. Do not be idle either. On the path to foundation establishment, I hope to have your company. Yu Yan gazed at him affectionately. Yes, husband, I shall strive to do my best. Before heading to the Jinbao building, Shen Ping first meditated in the quiet room for a while, then proceeded to the elegant chamber on the second floor. Having moved to Qinghe Alley, he indeed found it more convenient. Spotting Mu Ji, he inquired about the news. Mu Ji shook her head. I'm not quite sure. It's probably going to take 2 to 3 months. Shen Talisman Master, you could ask Manager Ding. Thus, Shen Ping swiftly located Manager Ding. Although Manager Ding was not a guest elder at the Jinbao building, it was said that his connections were remarkably deep, commanding respect even from foundation establishment cultivators like Chui Keqing. Just wait another month. The situation at the ruins is becoming increasingly perilous. With the third layer opening, it seems the major sects Golden Core and Nascent Soul cultivators have sensed something, and they will likely withdraw their disciples gradually over the next 6 months. Upon hearing this, Shen Ping's expression relaxed, and he chuckled. The next departure should be my turn as a guest elder, right? Manager Ding nodded. The first batch is primarily a test, confirming that there are no issues. Subsequent foundation establishment and Qi refining cultivators will leave first, while the Golden Core elders may still be hesitating, thus delaying their departure. Thank you for the information, Manager Ding. Shen Ping replied politely. With your talent, if you can stand out in Qingyang City, perhaps you might even reach the headquarters. Shen Ping's expression shifted slightly at the mention of the Jinbao building headquarters. Manager Ding nodded with a sense of longing. That is indeed the place where cultivators like us ought to aspire to go, but the requirements to enter are exceedingly strict. Once you reach Qingyang City, Shen Talisman Master might just discover the way. As he spoke, a glimmer of aspiration flickered in his eyes, igniting Shen Ping's curiosity. In the depths of the Yushan Marsh, beneath the murky waters, a unique crimson energy obscures all forms of exploration. On the 5th level of the cave, a dim circular platform is inscribed with peculiar patterns, each groove bearing traces of time, still stained with blood, emanating a sharp metallic scent. At this moment, more than 50 robed cultivators, adorned with blood-red masks, stand upon these strange designs. Not far away, a formidable nascent soul from Chunman Garden remarks, I wonder if the Blood Sea Sutra, cultivated by the blood crocodile ancestor in his lifetime, can be transformed into a bloodline ritual. If successful, it would be splendid. If it fails, humph. This Yushan will become a place of no worth. A voice nearby interjects. The Blood Sea Sutra is indeed a commendable technique, but alas, the blood crocodile ancestor strayed from its path. However, the Golden Sun sect is rather peculiar. The formation they have set up seems to be related to the Blood Sea Sutra. The nascent soul from Chunman Garden suddenly laughs. The Golden Sun ancestor is a fool. Even his son can spin such tales. If the Golden Sun ancestor were willing, then the fairy Kaiwa would likely come knocking. All major sects merely require a reason. The truth is of little concern. Enough. Let us hasten. Our every movement may very well be under the watchful eye of that Golden Sun ancestor. As September began, Yushan Town became increasingly restless. Shen Ping was engaged in a discussion with Yu Yin and Luo Qing about the merits of pomelos versus the sweetness of peaches when news arrived from Manager Chen. Although he was scheduled to depart Yushan Town by the True Treasure Tower's flying vessel in a few days, he decided to pay a visit to Manager Chen, who had cared for him during his early days. Master Chen. Upon arriving at the entrance of Shochuan Pavilion, the gray-robed manager, Chen, greeted him warmly. In the backyard, Chen Shurong sat beneath an old locust tree, enjoying the shade. Senior Chen, Master Shan, they exchanged pleasantries and took their seats on wooden benches. Chen Shurong expressed her regrets. I apologize for my previous invitation to the ruins. It was thoughtless of me. Had it not been for friend Han's protection, I would have lost an arm. Shen Ping was startled. If even someone as capable as Chen Shurong faced danger, his own chances of survival would be slim. The dangers of combat are real. One must exercise caution. He silently reminded himself. If Senior Chen could escape this calamity, fortune would surely be forthcoming for her in the future. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Shurong spoke. Master Shan, at the end of the year, our Chun family plans to withdraw from the branch sect and return to the main sect. If you are willing, you can join us on the flying vessel. The True Treasure Tower has a shop in the market. Had she mentioned this a few months earlier, Shen Ping would have gladly accepted. However, he politely declined. To be honest, Senior Chun, I will be departing Yushan Marsh in a few days aboard the True Treasure Tower's vessel. Manager Chun, standing nearby, was taken aback. Master Shun, are you leaving so soon? Shen Ping nodded. It is the arrangement of the True Treasure Tower. Where to? Qingyang City. Chen Shurong fell silent, a flicker of disappointment crossing her brow. Yet she maintained her politeness. Qingyang City is a cultivation city on the border of the Wei Kingdom. It is indeed a good place. Your cultivation progress is commendable, and with the resources of the True Treasure Tower, I imagine establishing a foundation will not be difficult. If the opportunity arises, I would like to attend your foundation establishment banquet. She still wished to maintain this connection. Years ago, Shen Ping was merely a mid-tier talisman master at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Yet, in just 6 or 7 years, he had grown to an upper-tier talisman master at the 8th layer of Qi refinement and had even obtained a guest elder token from the True Treasure Tower. Such transformation deeply impressed Chen Shurong. It was evident that Shen Ping was a person of great fortune. Certainly, Shen Ping replied with a bow. At that moment, Chen Shurong suddenly furrowed her brow, a look of concern on her face. Please wait, the sect has sent a message. She returned to the house and quickly re-emerged. Master Shun, I will definitely visit you in Qingyang City when I have the chance. The sect has summoned me. Shen Ping hurriedly responded, Senior Chun, please do not trouble yourself. After bidding farewell to Manager Chun, he returned to the area of the True Treasure Tower, and the sky was still bright. He decided to head to the 2nd floor private room to enjoy some spiritual tea, which the True Treasure Tower provided at a high quality, one he was reluctant to purchase. Closing his eyes, he felt the spiritual energy in his dantian and smiled. Merely 3 months had passed since his last breakthrough to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Yet his internal energy had visibly strengthened. This rapid progress pleased him immensely. Of course, such swift advancement was not solely due to his exceptional spiritual root, but also the invaluable Shuji pill. This item was indeed essential for partners in cultivation. Though it was somewhat expensive, its value was unmatched. As a puppet master, he was nearing a 2nd-tier advancement. Once he reached Qingyang City, he could attempt to craft 2nd-tier puppets, thus augmenting his self-defense capabilities. Shen Ping contemplated this. While he did not relish the idea of risking his life in battle, he understood the necessity of having means of survival. The difference between wielding a sword and being unarmed was profoundly significant. Master Shun has been visiting the True Treasure Tower more frequently lately, Mu Jian remarked, sipping on spiritual tea. Shen Ping chuckled lightly. The distance from Qinghe Lane to the True Treasure Tower is quite short. Naturally, I would visit often. Mu Jian fell silent after expressing her thoughts, but, after finishing her cup, glanced at Shen Ping, hesitating to speak. Finally, biting her lip, she stood up but paused a few steps away, whispering, Master Shun, I have no connections or resources. I can only rely on myself. Please forgive me. Observing her graceful silhouette, Shen Ping fell silent. She was a 2nd-tier guest elder. Her previous 2 fingers had indicated this status, hence his slight distancing. To be promoted to a 2nd-tier guest elder, one must at least be a foundation-building cultivator. Individuals like Chui Kaching and Luo Kaching, despite their considerable talismanic skills, remained 3rd-tier guest elders. The longer Shen Ping stayed at the True Treasure Tower, the more he recognized the vast disparities between statuses, not just in daily social connections, but also in resources. Mu Jian, an external cultivator, was undoubtedly gifted in both form and appearance, yet her status was relatively low. Enjoying the benefits of the True Treasure Tower, she likely looked down upon her sect and 3rd-tier guest elders. In this regard, Shen Ping could only express understanding. After a brief interlude, he rose to purchase some puppet materials on the 2nd floor before returning to Qinghe Lane. That night, under a sky adorned with twinkling stars, an exhausted Shen Ping invited Yu Yan and Luo Qing to the courtyard to admire the celestial beauty. Shooting stars streaked across the sky. Yu Yan, resting her chin on her hand, reminisced, my master once told me that with the passing of each meteor, a nascent soul will fall in the 5 continents and 4 seas. Shen Ping casually responded, did your master ever mention that wishing upon a shooting star is particularly effective? As he spoke, he silently made a wish to enjoy both pomelos and peaches tonight. Luo Qing shot him a glance. What did you wish for, my husband? Pomelos and peaches. Shen Ping quickly halted, forcing a laugh. I was merely pondering how to leave Yushan town swiftly. Yu Yan gazed at him with amusement, while Luo Qing rolled her eyes, exasperated. Suddenly, A rumble shook the courtyard. A surge of blood-red light shot into the sky. Shen Ping and Yu Yin sprang to their feet, watching as the crimson light intertwined and rapidly spread. Something had gone awry. His heart raced. He swiftly took out a communication talisman to message Manager Ding. Almost simultaneously, in the Chun family market, Yushan Town, and the 10,000 Great Mountains, blood energy permeated every location. Those residing in their homes, especially those of lower cultivation, felt as if a blood crocodile roared within their sea of consciousness at the moment the blood energy enveloped their bodies. In the 5th level of the cave, the expression of the Yuanian cultivator from Spring Full Garden slightly shifted. After all, the elder Jin Yang displayed an alarming impatience by prematurely activating the grand formation. Hasten, accelerate the pace, he urged anxiously. On the 3rd level, the Yuanian cultivators from various sects were still devising strategies to unlock the blood-colored stone door deep within. Upon receiving news from the outside, their faces turned ashen. The Yuanian elder from the Rakshasa Demon Valley bellowed darkly, "Jin Yang, you are indeed ruthless." In the courtyard of the True Treasure Tower, the Yuanian elder clad in purple gazed calmly at the crimson sky, his hands clasped behind his back. "Elder Chiao, what sort of formation is this?" A nearby Golden Core steward could not restrain his curiosity. The blood C9 aperture's heart-desiring formation. The purple-robed Yuanian elder remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Years ago, the blood crocodile ancestor, notorious for his brutality, set up this formation intending to annihilate our True Treasure Tower headquarters. As soon as it was activated, an esteemed elder from our headquarters shattered it effortlessly. That mere savage crocodile fancied that acquiring the Blood Sea True Scripture would allow him to dominate all corners of the world, but such arrogance is foolish. Akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. His words dripped with subtle derision. The Golden Core steward, however, visibly relaxed and chuckled. Then this formation. The purple-robed elder interrupted, shaking his head. This formation is different. Though it possesses merely 4 apertures, it was crafted by a master of formation arts, who has grasped some essence of the Blood Sea True Scripture. Escaping this formation will be exceedingly difficult. However, do not fret. Ultimately, this formation lacks 5 apertures, limiting its ability to confine. We merely need to proceed with caution. The Golden Core steward quickly replied, "Elder Chiao, you are indeed a remarkable senior from the headquarters, possessing exceptional insights." A smile graced the lips of the purple-robed Yuanian elder. Within the mountain of the Danxia sect, atop a towering peak, an elder with white hair and youthful features also surveyed the blood-colored sky. Elder Jin Yang is indeed formidable. If the myriad beasts of the 10,000 Great Mountains were to transform entirely into essence blood, and with us Yuaniing as catalysts, he might genuinely succeed in crafting the blood transformation true pill. At the brink of mortality, one is no longer human. As he sighed, his voice resonated throughout the mountains. Disciples of the Danxiao sect, heed my command. As long as Danxiao endures, the path of alchemy shall thrive. Join me in breaking through this crimson firmament. At the utterance of his words, all disciples of the Danxia sect immediately activated the Danxia technique, their spiritual power emanating radiant light, converging towards a sword-shaped pill in the hands of the Yuanian elder. Boom! The sword-shaped pill released fragrant waves, shooting towards the blood-colored sky. The encroaching crimson seemed to waver within the confines of this pill. However, in that instant, the sky coalesced into a blood-colored handprint, every detail of its palm distinctly visible. The reputation of the Danxia technique proved not to be unfounded. Yet, it still fell short. Since you, old immortal, have chosen to reveal yourself, I shall not hesitate to accept you. A voice devoid of emotion resounded. The blood-colored handprint descended from the heavens, imbued with unfathomable might. The sword-shaped pill could only sustain itself for a few breaths before shattering, the light of Danxia dimming instantaneously. As the blood-colored handprint dissipated, the entire branch of the Danxia sect established in Cloud Mountain was reduced to nothing more than the imprint of a hand. In that moment, the crimson firmament seemed to fall into a hushed silence. After a brief pause, the Yuanian elders from various sects wore grim expressions. The blood handprint of the blood crocodile ancestor in his lifetime. Jin Yang, you treacherous fiend, cunning and despicable. A torrent of disparaging remarks erupted from their lips. To refine and activate a spirit treasure, even a Yuanian grandmaster would require ample time. By now, they were all too aware that this blood crocodile relic was nothing but a trap. Prior to their arrival, the various sects speculated that Jin Yang's sect harbored ill intentions, hence only sending disciples in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. As the relic cave opened, they proceeded with caution until the blood sea true scripture surfaced, prompting the Yuanying elders to act. Yet, who would have thought they would leap into the pit? The only viable strategy now was to unite in order to resist the treachery of Jin Yang. I propose we eliminate the Jin Yang branch first. However, the Jin Yang branch had already activated their sect's grand formation, fortified by the blood C9 aperture's heart-desiring formation, rendering them incapable of breaking through. This night was destined to be tumultuous. In the marketplace, at courtyard number 35 in Qinghe Alley, Shen Ping received a reply from Manager Ding's communication talisman. The Yuanying elder stated that the crimson hue was a result of the Jin Yang sect's formation, possessing only the ability to confine. The news had already been disseminated, and once the main station of the true treasure tower in Wei country received it, they would dispatch powerful individuals to negotiate with the Jin Yang sect. Our lives are not in peril. As he stored the communication talisman, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. The Yuanying elder from True Treasure Tower would not speak recklessly. Since he asserted this, he must possess confidence. Moreover, upon further reflection, once the news spread, True Treasure Tower would undoubtedly engage with the Jin Yang sect. When the elder of Jin Yang sect was at the zenith of his power, he still chose to compromise. How much more so now? Qing'er, Yu Yin, do not worry. All is well. Shen Ping smiled as he grasped the wrists of Yu Yin and Luo Qing. Glancing at the house imbued with blood energy, he slowly declared, "Let us rest in the courtyard tonight." By the following morning, news of the complete destruction of the Danxia sect's mountain gate swiftly spread throughout the marketplace. Some cultivators claimed it was the resurrection of the blood crocodile ancestor, while others asserted that the Rakshasa Demon Valley was behind it. There were those who even suggested that the Danxia sect had destroyed their own mountain gate in a preemptive retreat. Opinions varied widely. Nonetheless, the majority of scattered cultivators remained concerned about the Jin Yang sect's intentions. Shen Ping arrived early at True Treasure Tower to glean information. Although Manager Ding had assured him the previous night that there would be no issues, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. As long as he remained in the marketplace, he could not find peace. The flying vessel of True Treasure Tower had already anchored at the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Once the confinement formation was lifted, they would be able to depart immediately. Manager Ding spoke in a hushed tone. As for the Danxia sect, it is said that the elder of Jin Yang sect personally took action. The Danxia sect had just arrived and provoked them. This enmity is certainly remembered. As they spoke, commotion erupted outside. Fellow cultivators need not panic. The grand formation we, the Jin Yang sect, have deployed will not harm any of you. The activation of the formation is solely aimed at other sect disciples. Wei country is under the jurisdiction of my Jin Yang sect. How can we allow other sects to encroach? Upon stepping outside, Shen Ping and Manager Ding encountered a steady stream of outer disciples patrolling, using their spiritual power to shout reassurances. Regardless of the veracity of such claims, at the very least, it provided an explanation that could assuage the scattered cultivators' fears. Some might even choose to trust the Jin Yang sect, considering it a major sect in Wei country. If they truly intended to eliminate the scattered cultivators, there would be no need for such explanations. Manager Ding, do you know if this formation requires time to enhance its power? Shen Ping inquired telepathically. Manager Ding furrowed his brow in thought. I am unsure. I will investigate further. If the formation is peculiar, then the actions of Jin Yang sect are merely a means of stalling for time. After spending some time at True Treasure Tower, Shen Ping returned to Qinghe Alley to resume his monotonous yet fulfilling life, diligently crafting talismans, meditating, and engaging in dual cultivation. Only by observing the changes on the virtual panel could he find solace in his heart. As October approached, the scattered cultivators in the marketplace gradually grew accustomed to the presence of the blood-colored sky, while the Jin Yang sect refrained from any further actions, instead bolstering the number of patrolling disciples. Even in the alleys outside the marketplace, patrolling disciples made their rounds every few days, providing a measure of reassurance to the scattered cultivators. In the deep night, beneath the blood-stained starry sky, within the small courtyard side room, suppressed breaths mingled with the sound of water, intermittent and wavering. A sheer gauzy garment hung carelessly at the edge of the wooden tub. As the refreshing chill of the Shueji pill faded away, the exchange of mystical arts had just concluded, and Yu Yin instinctively closed her eyes to savor the experience. Shen Ping chose not to disturb her. Instead, he rose and donned his ceremonial robe, retreating to the quiet chamber. Settling into a meditative position, he cast his gaze upon the virtual panel. Changes had indeed manifested behind the puppeteer, now adorned with a silver enhancement. Coupled with the diligent exchanges undertaken 10 times daily, the puppeteer's rate of advancement had surpassed Shen Ping's expectations, achieving a breakthrough within a mere month. Suddenly, the virtual frame trembled, and a torrent of insights and knowledge from the puppeteer surged into his consciousness. In that moment, Shen Ping felt as if he had become a seasoned practitioner immersed in the art of puppetry for years, various puppetry artifacts flickering before his eyes. Unlike the path of talismans, the transformation of the puppeteer required a full 5 days to assimilate and solidify into memories etched in his very blood. Upon reopening his eyes, a newfound depth graced his gaze. Rising, he paced the room before stepping into the courtyard. He recalled Yu Yin mentioning that her master had spent 4 to 5 decades to finally attain the status of a mid-tier puppeteer, with that mid-tier white puppet being a testament to his craftsmanship. Unfortunately, it was only upon reaching the proficient level of a high-tier puppeteer that one could cultivate combat capabilities. A second-tier puppeteer, alongside a second-tier talisman master, equipped with talismanic abilities, could fend for themselves unless they encountered a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. As he pondered, thoughts of the fallen Danxia branch sect surfaced, and a fleeting sense of achievement evaporated. The Danxia sect housed nascent soul powerhouses, and their destruction had been swift. While the Jinbao Tower was formidable, even the senior elders of the Jinyang sect would have to heed its influence. Yet, what if they chose not to? Beneath a collapsing nest, how could any egg remain unscathed? Hence, he needed to remain prepared on multiple fronts. With a sigh, Shen Ping tidied himself and set out for the market. Upon exiting the stone gate, the main thoroughfare thrived with activity. Numerous wandering cultivators set up stalls, hawking their wares. Were it not for the blood-red sky, he might have believed he had returned to the bustling days of Honglu Alley. Today, Chun Mianyuan seemed somewhat desolate. The matchmaker leaned lazily against the counter, dozing off, but her eyes brightened upon seeing Shen Ping. "Oh, look who has arrived. Master Shun, it has been a while since you graced us with your presence." Her heavily powdered visage and exaggerated tone made Shen Ping momentarily feel as if he had stepped into Chun Mianyuan for the first time. The matchmaker swayed her hips, urging him to enter. The two soon settled into a private room. Shen Ping wasted no time. "Friend Zeng, is what we discussed last time still valid?" The matchmaker's laughter was vibrant. Of course, of course. Here at Chun Mianyuan, we value our credibility. As long as Master Shun produces 30 protective talismans, you may depart at your leisure." "When can I leave?" Shen Ping inquired. "That is hard to say. There are many cultivators wishing to leave now, and even if we have the means, we must arrange it gradually." As she spoke, her gaze fixated on the lightning talisman appearing in Shen Ping's hand, her tone shifting to one of unwavering certainty. By year-end, the Jinyang sect will relocate its disciples from the branch sect. Leaving now is the safest option. Shen Ping stood. "Friend Zeng, the price for 30 protective talismans is not insignificant. I hope it is worth the investment." With that, he turned to depart. At the Jinbao Tower, in the puppetry materials section, shelves were lined with wooden boxes labeled with their contents. Crafting a second-tier puppet required high-grade materials such as silver-sinking wood, soul seeds, and snow silkworm silk, among dozens of others, all of which were quite costly. Shen Ping dared to purchase only 5 or 6 portions, yet this was sufficient for him. While other puppeteers would need years to accumulate experience before attempting production, Shen Ping's dual cultivation allowed him to swiftly gain insights, saving him considerable time. Upon returning to Qinghe Alley, he became increasingly busy. With only 2 months remaining until year-end, he had to expedite the crafting of talismans and puppets, even reducing the frequency of his dual cultivation. He begrudgingly shortened his meditation sessions in the quiet chamber to allocate more time for talismans and puppets. Amidst his busyness, he frequented the Jinbao Tower every few days, primarily to gather information. If it were possible to leave via the Jinbao Tower, it would be his first choice. Thus, a month swiftly passed. The market remained shrouded in a crimson haze, yet the wandering cultivators resumed their previous lives. However, clandestinely. Alliances among them grew as more cultivators ventured to the surrounding 10,000 mountain region. Even if none of these cultivators returned, they could not deter the subsequent waves of arrivals. Each wandering cultivator harbored their own thoughts. Some may place their faith in the Jinyang sect. Yet the majority would not entrust their lives to mere promises. On this day, a chilling wind swept through, and Yunsanfang witnessed its first snowfall of the year. While hastening the production of talismans, Shen Ping unexpectedly received an invitation from Manager Chen. Arriving at Xiuquan Pavilion, he found the entrance unusually quiet. Stepping inside, he discovered the shelves that typically held elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, and array plates were now barren. Manager Chen was also absent. Shen Ping, puzzled, made his way to the small courtyard, where he found Manager Chen seated beneath an ancient locust tree, savoring spirit tea. Master Shen, upon his arrival, Manager Chen clasped his hands and continued, "The owner will be leaving by year-end, but I cannot depart." He smiled, yet his eyes reflected an unspoken sorrow. Shen Ping found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond, and simply listened. At that moment, Manager Chen lacked his usual sharpness, appearing as an ordinary elder recounting his experiences with Xiuquan Pavilion. This old locust tree has been in this courtyard for 15 years. When it was planted, it was but a sapling. I tended to it with care every day after closing the shop. Leaving it behind would indeed be difficult. Now, it will remain with me. As he spoke, Manager Chen's eyes glistened with wrinkles. Master Shen, you are a person of good fortune. Go, regardless of whether you can leave. Do everything in your power to escape. With a shake of his head, he stood and moved towards the interior. This old body can no longer move. Shen Ping also rose, watching Manager Chen's figure, an elder in the late stage of qi refinement, appear somewhat unsteady. Moments later, he crossed the threshold of Xiuquan Pavilion. Glancing back at the signboard, a heavy feeling constricting his chest. Such is the state of the world, he could only grit his teeth and mutter a bitter remark. Upon returning from Xiuquan Pavilion, Shen Ping summoned Yu Yan and Luo Qing, consuming all the spiritual wine from his storage bag. He refrained from using spiritual power to dispel the intoxication, allowing the effects to envelop him. Through blurred vision, he grasped the two figures, deftly shedding his ceremonial robe before stepping onto the main road. Uncertain of how long he walked, the oppressive feeling in his chest gradually dissipated. Once his mind cleared, he looked at Yu Yan and Luo Qing, letting out a deep sigh. "I apologize. Husband, no matter what happens, we will be by your side," Yu Yan replied softly. Luo Qing's expression bore a rare softness. Since the crimson sky enveloped them, they had sensed the immense pressure weighing on their husband. "I will go to the Jinbao Tower and inquire further." Shen Ping felt he could wait no longer, regardless of whether the Jinbao Tower had news. He must ensure that by year-end, he would lead Yu Yan and Luo Qing away. Staying in Yunsanfang, each passing day heightened their peril. He had no desire to speculate on the Jinyang sect's intentions. Only by distancing himself from Yunsanfang would he find peace of mind. After cleaning himself in the water chamber, he hurried to the Jinbao Tower. Upon seeing Manager Ding, the latter's grave expression conveyed urgency. "Master Shen, you arrived just in time. The nascent soul elder has an announcement to make." As they spoke, the two walked side by side towards the small courtyard. Soon after, other Foundation establishment guest disciples began to arrive. Once all members of the Yunshan workshop had gathered, the voice of the elder emerged from the nascent soul, commanding everyone to enter. Within the hall, the previously relaxed demeanor of the purple-robed elder had vanished, replaced by a somber expression, with a hint of coldness in their voice. As the year drew to a close, the True Treasure Pavilion prepared to depart Yunshan workshop alongside disciples from the Jinyang sect, allowing attendant guest elders to accompany them. Upon hearing this, a Foundation establishment guest elder could not restrain himself and inquired, "Elder Chiu, may I ask how many guest elders can accompany us this time?" The purple-robed elder's expression darkened. "Did you not understand? Only attendant guest elders may accompany us. Those unwilling to depart should remain. Now leave." The aura of the nascent soul surged, causing all attendant guest elders to turn pale. When Shen Ping regained his senses, he felt unsteady on his feet and hurriedly circulated his spiritual energy to suppress the overwhelming pressure. Beside him, Cui Kuching and other Foundation establishment cultivators wore grim expressions. Manager Ding furrowed his brows deeply. Noticing Shen Ping's gaze upon him, Manager Ding shook his head, suggesting that negotiations with the main station in Xinjiang City had likely not gone smoothly, and they may have suffered some losses. Cui Kuching's expression fluctuated, then he sighed. "We are not allowed to bring our families. Is this not tantamount to waiting for death? Manager Ding, you have extensive connections. Perhaps you could find an opportunity to speak to the Golden Elixir elders and see if we can bring our families along." Manager Ding replied helplessly. I cannot even leave myself. I can only rely on personal connections. Chuikaching, do not hold too much hope. Alas, what is happening? The True Treasure Pavilion has many external members, and now we cannot leave at all. I will inquire about the situation later. Shen Ping, Chuikaching, and Luo Kuching did not depart from the True Treasure Pavilion, instead opting to wait in an elegant room on the second floor. They sipped spirit tea repeatedly until dusk fell. Manager Ding eventually appeared at the door of the elegant room. As he entered, Shen Ping and the others focused intently on his expression, their hearts sinking upon seeing his countenance. Manager Ding entered and first gulped down a cup of spirit tea, then sighed repeatedly. I could not ascertain the specific situation. I only know that bringing along an additional person incurs a cost. For now, the True Treasure Pavilion can only ensure the safety of the attendant guest elders. Although Shen Ping had mentally prepared himself, hearing this left him somewhat dazed. He could leave. But what about Yu Yin and Luo Qing? He could not rest easy if they went to Chunman Garden alone. As he returned to the small courtyard in Qinghe Alley, the sky was dim and devoid of light. Only the blood-red hue illuminating Yinshan workshop. Shen Ping paused at the courtyard entrance, gazing at the crystal lights in the bedroom and side room, letting out a deep sigh. He clenched and released his fist multiple times, feeling his own weakness at the 8th level of qi refinement. He raised his gaze to the blood-colored sky, wishing he could shatter it with a single blow. But it was merely a thought. Faced with such a grand formation, not even several nascent soul cultivators would be able to do anything. After taking 10 deep breaths, Shen Ping restored his calm demeanor, a trace of a smile appearing at the corners of his eyes. Stepping into the small courtyard, he casually chatted with Yu Yan in the side room, then glanced at Luo Qing in the bedroom before entering the talisman crafting room to sit in meditation. He sought tranquility, prayed, and completed his familiar preparatory actions for crafting talismans, allowing his mind to focus solely on the talismans. Deep within the Yinshan Marsh, the remnants of the underground mine were devoid of any cultivators, while in the 5th layer, Chunman Garden continued to transport batches of black-robed masked rogue cultivators, forcing them to stand on a blood-stained circular platform. As the platform rotated, the black-robed masked cultivators emitted anguished cries, some even having their blood ignite, turning to ash. The nascent soul elder maintained an expressionless face, but disappointment grew deeper in his eyes. No success, none at all. How did the blood crocodile ancestor succeed back then? We must continue. Time is of the essence. If no one succeeds in another 6 months, we will destroy this place. While speaking, nearby cultivators noticed that one of the cultivators on the platform had managed to withstand the bloodline energy emitted by the formation and quickly called out a warning. The nascent soul elder's face lit up with joy as he swept his consciousness over, laughing heartily. After so many trials, we finally have one success. I can report this now. Continue. If we could have 1 or 2 more by mid-December, the blood-red hue deepened, at times appearing almost enchanting. Meanwhile, the number of rogue cultivators leaving Yinshan Workshop had surpassed several thousand and continued to rise, with the Jinyang sect's outer law enforcement patrols neither hindering nor stopping them, seemingly turning a blind eye. In the Qinghe Alley small courtyard, within the talisman crafting room, Shen Ping looked at the animated puppet before him, a smile breaking through his fatigued expression. After consuming 6 portions of puppet materials and gaining insights day and night, he had finally managed to craft a second-tier puppet. This was largely thanks to Yu Yan's influence. Although her white puppet was only of medium quality, its crafting technique was unique, especially the precise connections, which inspired Shen Ping greatly. Puppet crafting differs from talisman crafting. It requires not only skilled techniques, but also a profound immersion and inspiration in the art of puppetry. With a flicker of brilliance in his fingers, the puppet seemed to come alive, its tongue curling around Shen Ping's arm. Though merely a simple serpent puppet, its capabilities surpassed Yu Yan's white puppet, and most importantly, it could be concealed within his sleeve, making it nearly undetectable unless the puppet's spiritual techniques were employed. It was ideal for surprise attacks. After manipulating it for a while, Shen Ping satisfiedly stowed it away, then exited the talisman crafting room to sit in a quiet room for some rest, preparing to cultivate, when he heard Yu Yan's voice from outside. Husband, there is a female cultivator at the courtyard entrance seeking your presence. The cold wind stirred, slightly disheveling Mu Zhan's fair hair. The delicate jewels adorning her earlobes swayed gently in the breeze, yet her gaze remained fixed on the small courtyard, her expression calm but betraying an undercurrent of urgency. Clad in a white skirt embroidered with green patterns, she appeared both lively and demure, standing at the entrance as if blocking the sunlight. Upon seeing her, Shen Ping immediately took note of her graceful figure. However, he maintained a measured pace, a gentle smile gracing his face as he approached Mu Zhan, saying, "Friend Mu, you arrive without prior notice. I am unprepared. Please, come in." Mu Zhan expressed her gratitude and followed behind Shen Ping with her head lowered. They took their seats in the hall, and as the fragrant spirit tea wafted through the air, Mu Zhan could not help but ask, "Master Shen, I hear that all the attendant guest elders of the True Treasure Pavilion will depart at year's end. What are your plans?" Shen Ping sipped his spirit tea and replied softly, "Naturally, I must leave. But what of the family members?" A look of urgency crossed Mu Zhan's face. Her usual sweet smile and relaxed demeanor completely absent. The treatment for external members was indeed quite favorable. Under normal circumstances, by befriending some seniors and leveraging their own potential and cultivation, one could become an outer member of the True Treasure Pavilion. However, the current situation was exceptional. Even Manager Ding was not on the list of those leaving and had to rely on significant personal connections. In recent days, Mu Zhan had inquired about several guest elders, ultimately placing her hopes on Master Shen. She understood that he still had family members who had not departed and sensed that he was not a cold and heartless cultivator. "If you have something to say, do not hesitate," Shen Ping urged, unwilling to continue in circles. Mu Zhan hesitated, biting her lip, then said, "I wish to offer something in exchange for Master Shen's quota." Shen Ping chuckled, remaining in the marketplace, even for golden elixir or foundation establishment cultivators. "Life and death are uncertain. What price do you intend to pay to exchange for my life?" The final words carried an icy tone. Mu Jin's complexion was slightly pale, her delicate fingers tightly gripping the hem of her skirt, her legs trembling beneath the lush fabric, revealing her youthful innocence. Shen Ping remained silent, merely lifting the teacup. Mu Jin did not move, her gaze fixed intently upon him. She was willing to offer anything he desired. "Perhaps you should seek another way, Taoist Mu," Shen Ping declared as he rose to leave. Just as he approached the threshold of the hall, Mu Jin's pleading voice reached his ears. "Shen Master, I know you wouldn't abandon your family. You must have a way to escape, right? I implore you, take me with you." Shen Ping ignored her. Despair washed over Mu Jin's beautiful face, and with a self-deprecating smile, she murmured, "Forgive the intrusion, Shen Master." With all her strength, she stood, crossing the threshold, her fragrant presence lingering in the air, but her once rosy cheeks now devoid of color. As she walked through the courtyard, her curves remained pleasing, yet they seemed devoid of vitality. The moment the elder from Jinbao Tower announced the list of those departing, the fate of the external members, like her, was sealed, either to wait in the market for a change or to charge into the danger like moths to a flame. Hope lingered in Mu Jin's heart until it was utterly extinguished. Inside the side room, Yu Yin gazed silently out the window, while Luo Qing sat cross-legged at the head of the bed, eyes closed. Shen Ping arrived at the door of the quiet room and inadvertently caught sight of Mu Jin's silhouette, his heart momentarily startled. He recalled Manager Chun and the pent-up frustration from that day. "In this world," he sighed. His lips moved. 30 protective talismans. I will return in half a month." At that moment, Mu Jin halted in her tracks, her nostrils flaring as tears silently slipped from the corners of her eyes. "Thank you." As she departed, the sweetness of her smile dimmed the sunlight itself. Days passed, and the market grew increasingly desolate. Shops lining the streets shuttered, and even the shadows of thieves vanished from the alleys, save for the occasional patrol team. The eve of the Lantern Festival in Wei Kingdom arrived. Shen Ping received messages from both Manager Ding and Matchmaker Zhan. Taking a deep breath, he summoned Yu Yan and Luo Qing into the hall. Tomorrow, one will depart, accompanying Jinbao Tower to board a flying boat to leave for Jinyang Sect. Yu Yan and Luo Qing exchanged startled glances and spoke in unison. "Husband, you are leaving." Shen Ping reassured them, "Do not worry, I will join you shortly." Yu Yan, arms crossed and a playful smile on her lips, interrupted, "Husband, your confidence from being at the 8th layer of Qi training has emboldened you. Why do you not leave?" Her expression turned cold, as if she were a stranger. "The path of immortality is heartless. Why concern oneself with life and death?" With a flicker of spiritual energy, Yu Yan's circular artifact shattered, transforming into a flurry of azure blades aimed at Luo Qing. Unfazed, Luo Qing remained still. Clang. The protective talisman activated, deflecting the blades. sending ripples across the barrier. Shen Ping frowned. Yu Yan, retract it. My mind is made up. Luo Qing, you will leave tomorrow, upon reaching Qingyang City. Inform Yun'er and Inger that we are safe and will arrive without incident. Luo Qing could not contain herself. Husband, I am but a dying person. There is no need. Shen Ping grasped Yu Yan's shoulders, guiding her towards the side room. Inside, Yu Yan's eyes glistened with moisture as she wrapped her arms around Shen Ping's neck, her demeanor alluring, yet no longer cold. Husband, why are you so kind to me? Without me, you need not make such choices. You fear death, yet you risk yourself for me time and again. I am unworthy. Shen Ping lowered his head to silence her, simultaneously loosening his robe and the thin garment beneath. The sweet fragrance enveloped them, allowing for a moment of intimacy. When traces of magical energy flickered in Yu Yan's eyes, Shen Ping paused, smiling. Tomorrow evening, you will accompany me. Yu Yan was taken aback, her confusion evident. Husband, you said there was only one spot available? A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, Shen Ping replied with feigned nonchalance. Yu Yan sighed in relief, her enchanting demeanor returning as she flourished with charm. I am eager to witness my husband's new skills. How impressive can they be? As she spoke, her gaze became dreamy, her foot subtly resting on Shen Ping's shoulder. Can they be impressive enough to make me savor the essence of mountain spring water? Shen Ping's expression turned serious. Please enlighten me. The crystal chandeliers swayed, and soon they engaged in a playful exchange of magical techniques, culminating in a tempest of energy that only ceased when the waters surged. However, as important matters awaited the next day, they refrained from further entanglement, each returning to their respective quiet chambers to prepare. The following morning, Shen Ping brought Luo Qing to Jinbao Tower. Manager Ding shook his head lightly, but remarked, Shen Master is a man of strong character. Neither Cui Keqing nor Wan Keqing spoke. Everyone has their own choices. Manager Ding, once we reach Qingyang City, I hope you can look after them. Shen Ping placed a protective talisman into Manager Ding's hand. Certainly. Be sure to arrive early, Shen Master, while Qingyang City is vast. Cultivation is not easy. Shen Ping inclined his head. I shall. Turning, he instructed Luo Qing, Qinger, no matter what happens along the way, stay close to Manager Ding. Do not worry about me and Yu Yan. Luo Qing's expression was complex. Her lips moved but remained silent. Let us depart. With a flourish of the elder's power, the cultivators in the small courtyard vanished, and the artifacts soared towards Jinyang's sect, leaving Jinbao Tower eerily empty. Shen Ping glanced at the sky, shook his head, and exited, returning to the small courtyard in Qinghe Alley, where he found Mu Jin waiting at the door. Today, she wore a robe of verdant hues adorned with white patterns, her hair and wrists decorated with magical artifacts. Shen Master, here are 30 protective talismans and 2 bottles of high-grade elixirs. If we can escape safely, I shall repay you handsomely. Mu Jin's eyes were filled with sincerity. Having spent considerable time at Jinbao Tower, she still possessed some resources. As evening approached, Shen Ping accepted her offerings into his storage pouch and replied, Your willingness to accompany me is already a great kindness. Come, let us enter. In the small courtyard's hall, upon seeing the familiar female cultivator, Yu Yan smiled softly. Mu Jin entered, bowing in greeting. I am Mu Jin, an external member of Jinbao Tower. It is an honor to meet you. Yu Yan returned the gesture. I am Yu Yan, the Taoist partner of my husband. After they sat, Shen Ping remained silent, sipping his spiritual tea as he awaited the passage of time. As the shadows lengthened, Mu Jin broke the silence. Shen Master, we must be cautious of Chunman Garden. Even if we escape safely, without powerful protection at the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, we may face peril. Shen Ping nodded, acknowledging her wisdom. Indeed, Taoist Mu. We shall act according to the situation. I am fully prepared. 100 golden light talismans, second-tier puppets, and 5 protective talismans. There were also disposable special artifacts purchased from the True Treasure Pavilion that consumed family wealth. These methods provided ample room for dealing with early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, as long as one maintained a low profile. With his cultivation at the 8th level of Qi training and being a talisman master not adept at combat, even if the spring full courtyard decided to take action, it should not trouble late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. However, should it come to a confrontation with a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, Shen Ping opened the virtual panel to gaze at the golden, shimmering talismanic divine ability. His survival hinged upon this moment. Additionally, There was the purple orb gifted by Yuang's brother. Since the other party belonged to the Spring Full Courtyard, they would undoubtedly possess some knowledge of its circumstances and, at the very least, would not harm their own sister without reason. Lost in thought, the appointed time arrived. Shen Ping abruptly stood, glanced at Yu Yan and Mu Zhan, and said, "Let us go." As they stepped out of the small courtyard, the trio did not look back. This solitary courtyard would soon be reduced to dust. On the way to the Spring Full Courtyard, a chill enveloped them. Mu Zhan closely followed Shen Ping and Yu Yan, her eyes wandering around, noting the desolate and abandoned marketplace, uncertain if any robbers lurked in the shadows. Upon exiting the marketplace and arriving at the Spring Full Courtyard without incident, Shen Ping and his companions exhaled in relief, as they detected a strong fragrance of cosmetics. The matchmaker, Zheng, had already come out to greet them. She cast a quick glance at Yu Yan and Mu Zhan, smiling warmly. "Please, Master Shen, come in." They first entered a private room. Sipping on spirit tea, Zheng said, "Master Shen, the three of you." Shen Ping took out more than a dozen auxiliary second-tier talismans before producing the remaining protective spirit talismans. "Zheng Daoist, I would appreciate your extra care." As he spoke, he discreetly placed a thunderbolt talisman in her hand, a faint spiritual light gleaming between his fingers. Zheng's eyes widened as she quickly covered Shen Ping's palm and stood up, saying, "There are still other Taoists who have not arrived. I will check at the entrance." Moments later, Shen Ping exited the private room, observing Zheng as she followed him to the entrance of the Spring Full Courtyard. Receiving the Thunderbolt talisman, Zheng's face broke into a radiant smile as she transmitted a message. "Master Shen, someone will take you to the Cloud Mountain Marsh shortly. Remember to select the purple sword-shaped flying boat." They exchanged a few brief words. Shen Ping felt a sense of vigilance. He was somewhat uncertain about Zheng's words, but could only choose to trust her for now. He hoped that the Thunderbolt talisman would prove useful. About half an hour passed. The sky outside had turned completely dark, casting an eerie blood-red glow over the entire marketplace. In the back courtyard of the Spring Full Courtyard, over 100 cultivators had gathered. Some reeked of blood, others were anxious, while some, like Shen Ping, were on high alert. Before long, a few cultivators clad in black robes and wearing blood-red masks appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, exuding a faint spiritual pressure. Clearly late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Stay close. If you fall behind, well, don't blame us. With that, these late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators ascended into the sky on their artifacts. Shen Ping quickly grasped Yu Yan and Mu Zhan's hands, hurrying to keep up. Riding the flying artifact with his solid 8th-level Qi training cultivation was effortless, and other scattered cultivators followed suit. Under the blood-red light, Cloud Mountain's marketplace gradually shrank into the distance. With the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators leading the way, they encountered no attacks along the journey, but upon reaching the skies above the Cloud Mountain marsh, the expressions of all cultivators turned grave. The beasts in the marsh did not discriminate based on cultivation level. As they ventured deeper, scattered cultivators would occasionally grunt, having fallen before they could react. The late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators ahead did not spare them a glance. Mu Zhan anxiously clutched the hem of Shen Ping's robe, her protective spirit talismans flickering with light. At this moment, Shen Ping, too, could not afford to be distracted. He tapped his waist, and the shield of the armor spirit talisman enveloped the three of them, drawing the attention of several scattered cultivators, even causing the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators ahead to glance back. Bang! Bang! Some cultivators reacted swiftly, dodging the sudden attacks from the marsh's beasts, while others, despite being caught off guard, quickly resumed their place in the group due to their battle experience. Shen Ping, shielded by the armor spirit talisman, remained unharmed despite suffering 2 or 3 attacks. "It's towards the underground mine of the Golden Sun sect," Yu Yan communicated. "Be cautious." Shen Ping furrowed his brow. What could the Spring Full Courtyard want with them at the underground mine? As night deepened, the number of cultivators following the group dwindled to less than half. Mu Zhan's face turned pale. She realized that without Shen Ping's armor spirit talisman, even with the 30 protective spirit talismans they had paid, they would not have survived to reach the depths of the Cloud Mountain Marsh. Weavey arrived. Shortly thereafter, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator announced, and all surviving scattered cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. Whoosh! The light from their artifacts dimmed as Shen Ping and the others landed on the top floor of the pavilions established by the Golden Sun sect in the mining area. They saw 3 small flying boats at the edge, already packed with cultivators. Seeing the dazed expressions beneath the dark hair, Shen Ping's heart jolted. Quickly board the flying boat, urged the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Each flying boat could only accommodate 12 people. Once full, they would have to wait for the next batch. Hearing this, the remaining cultivators hurriedly darted toward the flying boats. Shen Ping led Yu Yin and Mu Zhan towards the leftmost purple sword-shaped flying boat, feeling a bit more secure once inside. At that moment, Yu Yin tightened her grip on Shen Ping's wrist and lifted her gaze, following his line of sight in surprise. Daoist Su. He hadn't expected to encounter this Daoist from Honglu Alley here. She seemed to notice Shen Ping and Yu Yin as well, her previously vacant eyes now glimmering with color. The flying boat remained stationary, waiting. After about a TS time, several figures clad in black robes and blood-red masks flew out from the underground mine, landing directly on the purple sword-shaped flying boat. Boom! The 3 flying boats trembled and transformed into colorful rainbows, shooting towards the 10,000 great mountains. The surviving cultivators, including Shen Ping, were filled with uncertainty. The 10,000 great mountains were home to even more beastly creatures. Traversing through them would be exceedingly difficult. Only the defensive formations of large flying boats could withstand the beastly attacks. With the spring full courtyard-s small flying boat, encountering a beast attack would jeopardize their safety. Yet, at this moment, no one dared voice any objections. Hours passed. The long night gradually welcomed a hint of dawn, as a light broke forth from the distant horizon. The scenery beneath the flying boats became clearer, revealing majestic, towering mountains shrouded in mist, sporadically echoing the roars of beasts, some of which exuded a powerful aura that shook the flying boats, threatening to send them spiraling down. Surprisingly, however, not a single beast attacked the flying boats. Thus, the 3 flying boats swiftly traversed the 10,000 great mountains. All cultivators, initially tense, gradually relaxed a bit. Had it not been for the overcrowding, Shen Ping would have liked to sit cross-legged. "Senior, where is my sister?" Upon hearing the transmission, Shen Ping instinctively looked towards the front of the flying boat, where a black-robed cultivator with a blood-red mask turned around, their familiar gaze filled with suppressed anger. "Qingyang City." To his astonishment, he immediately replied. Bai Yueying's brother was momentarily taken aback, his anger dissipating and gratitude welling up. "Thank you, Senior. I didn't expect to survive the Cloud Mountain Marsh. Rest assured, this purple flying boat can depart safely. That purple orb may not be necessary, but it's best to keep it, as it might prove useful in the future." Shen Ping's heart finally settled entirely, and he hastily inquired, "Where's the purple flying boat headed?" Those who cannot wait can save up, as this book must be written slowly and thoughtfully. Bai Yueying's brother did not respond. Shen Ping noticed the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator in front shift slightly, and his heart suddenly understood. He refrained from further inquiries and instead closed his eyes to recuperate. 2 days passed. The flying vessel traversed across the vast expanse of mountains, arriving at the ominous crimson border. The faint blood hue resembled an insurmountable line between life and death, starkly dividing the realm of the mountains from the outside world. Impossible to ignore. All the cultivators were restless. They understood that crossing this bloodline would lead to boundless horizons, yet failing to do so. Yu Yin tightened her wrist. Mu Jian instinctively clutched Shen Ping's arm, her lips pressed firmly together. Life and death loomed before them. At that moment, 2 other flying vessels suddenly accelerated, and a foundational cultivator at the forefront revealed a dazzling blue token suspended in his palm. As spiritual energy was infused into the token, a luminous barrier enveloped the entire vessel. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the 2 vessels collided with the bloodline, sending ripples of crimson cascading outward at an alarming speed. The blue barrier activated, cleaving through the sanguine edge. Witnessing this scene, all the cultivators exhaled in relief, their eyes glimmering with excitement. However, just as the 2 vessels had traversed halfway, the bloodline seemed to trigger some concealed restriction, abruptly intensifying in hue. The ripples that had spread outward swiftly returned, crashing violently against the blue barrier. Boom! The blue shield shattered. The cultivators aboard the vessel had no time to react before being engulfed by the blood, transforming into a pool of sanguine liquid that merged with the crimson tide in mere moments. Shen Ping's expression darkened. Yu Yin bit her lip and said, "My lord, it is truly wonderful to be by your side." Shen Ping glanced at Bai Yueying's younger brother, whispering, "Do not worry, Everything will be fine. His heart raced, palms drenched in sweat. Under the terrifying blood energy, even foundational cultivators had no means of resistance, let alone someone of his chi refining 8th layer. Now, they could only resign themselves to fate. Reflecting on his past cultivation experiences, Shen Ping took a deep breath. As the violet sword-shaped vessel was about to collide, the foundational cultivator at the front flipped his wrist, revealing a token identical to those of the other 2 vessels, though this one was emerald green. The token emanated a barrier, accompanied by a low, resonant hum that seemed to instill trepidation in the hearts of those nearby. The violet vessel pierced the bloodline like a green long sword, and, as before, ripples emanated from the point of impact, only to be followed by waves of returning ripples. The intense power of the blood erupted with a resounding thud against the green barrier. Yet, the green shield merely quivered before accelerating through the crimson line that spanned the mountains. They had crossed over. A cultivator exclaimed in excitement. Shen Ping closed his eyes, his previously taut mind now entirely relaxed. Yu Yin beamed with joy, while Mu Jian clutched her arms tighter, her sweet visage radiating an indescribable delight. Whoosh! The violet vessel swiftly distanced itself from the bloodline, soon transforming into a rainbow of light, vanishing into the sky. Upon reopening his eyes, Shen Ping turned back to gaze at the increasingly blurred mountains, familiar yet distant figures flashing through his mind. Those known, those unknown, regardless of their cultivation levels or the depth of their past connections. This time, it was a final farewell. Yinshan Market. This place, once a repository of his hopes and sorrows, struggles and despair, joys and pains, would now be seen once more. As his thoughts drifted, Shen Ping suddenly focused ahead, his sleeves gently falling behind him, a smile gracing his features. After a brief moment, the violet light slowed in the desolate mountains of the Wei Kingdom. Soon, it descended upon a mountainside. A foundational cultivator clad in black turned slightly, his demeanor indifferent as he remarked, "You are fortunate. But whether you possess further blessings depends on your sincerity." Upon hearing this, the cultivators aboard the vessel changed expression slightly, though they appeared unsurprised, as if they had anticipated such a statement. Shen Ping furrowed his brow, contemplating what kind of sincerity to present. "You 3 may leave," the foundational cultivator added. Shen Ping was taken aback, a voice resonating in his ears. "Senior, my sister entrusted me." He glanced at Bai Yu Ying's younger brother, who met his gaze. "Thank you," Shen Ping replied, hastily leading Yu Yin and Mu Jian onto the magical instrument, only expressing his sentiments once the distant mountains had become a mere speck. "Life is unpredictable." Yu Yin inquired curiously. "My lord, the cultivator on the vessel seemed to know you?" "He is Bai Yu Ying's brother. We owe our safe departure to him," Shen Ping explained. With the guidance of the former matchmaker, he ultimately chose the violet vessel. Leaving the Yunshan Marsh and the vast mountains was feasible. Yet without Bai Yu Ying's brother's assistance, escaping the vessel would have been arduous. Fortune can sometimes be a source of calamity. "Thank you, Master Shun," Mu Jian said earnestly, bowing her hands. The journey seemed tranquil, yet was fraught with peril. "What are your plans moving forward, Taoist Mo?" Shen Ping casually inquired. The True Treasure Building has shops in various markets across the Wei Kingdom, but their external members have long been filled. Yinshan Market is still in its infancy, and with the True Treasure Building's withdrawal, it will be challenging for someone like me to rejoin, Mu Jian replied. "I am now a loose cultivator. Where can I go?" she added, not feeling disheartened, instead smiling sweetly. "Master Shun, I owe you a great favor this time. You must be heading to Qingyang City. I shall shamelessly accompany you." Shen Ping shook his head. "Taoist Mu, you have some connections. Having navigated through this peril, if we reach Qingyang City, you might even re-enter the True Treasure Building." Mu Jian understood this as a comforting remark, but playfully replied, "Then I shall borrow your good fortune, Master Shun." Suddenly, Shen Ping's brow furrowed. "My lord, what is it?" "Nothing, let's descend." With that, the magical instrument shimmered and quickly landed before a century-old tree. Yu Yan's expression changed slightly, "My lord. There are other loose cultivators from the flying vessel. They have followed us." "No worries," Shen Ping replied with a calm smile, exuding confidence. "Just 5 loose cultivators." With his foundational perception, he discerned that aside from these 5 loose cultivators, no other foundational cultivators were stealthily tailing them, allowing for a rational discourse. Mu Jian chuckled. "Taoist you, Master Shun is a guest elder of the True Treasure Building, regardless of other means. The guest elder token alone is sufficient to withstand the full force attacks of foundational cultivators in their initial stages. You all wait here. I shall return shortly. He handed Yu Yin 2 protective charms and ascended the magical instrument. My lord, please be cautious. Yu Yin reminded him once more. Soon, hovering a few hundred meters above, the 5 late-stage qi-refining loose cultivators halted, their gazes fixed on Shen Ping, who activated the protective charms. They had emptied their storage bags upon leaving the vessel, not even leaving a fragment of spirit stone behind, and had come merely to test their luck. However, they recognized that this cultivator was not to be trifled with. During their passage through the Yunshan Marsh, that second-tier protective charm had been quite conspicuous. Furthermore, the presence of 2 mid-stage female cultivators allowed them to depart the vessel with ease, indicating that he had a notable background. Yet, they still felt compelled to try their luck, wondering if success was possible. Taoist friend, we mean no harm. We merely seek a few spirit stones. Shen Ping waved his hand. 50 low-grade spirit stones floated before the 5 loose cultivators. It is not easy for anyone. These spirit stones are a gift to you all, as a token of our shared fate. The corners of the 5 loose cultivators and Oppos' mouths twitched. They were genuinely being gifted. One of the robust and solitary cultivators cast a disapproving glance, remarking on his companion's stinginess. Yet, as the words escaped his lips, he abruptly swallowed them back. Farewell. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Shen Ping before turning to leave, his movements swift and decisive. The other 4 also bowed in gratitude, expressing their sincere thanks for the gifted spiritual stones, and bidding farewell as well. As their voices faded, they swiftly activated their magical artifacts. Shen Ping observed the hasty retreat of the 5 cultivators, reflecting inwardly on how the longer one lived, the more timid they became. After storing away the 5 lightning talismans, 2 armor talismans, and 100 golden light talismans, he returned to the shade of the pine tree. Mu Zhan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Has Master Shen resolved matters so quickly?" Shen Ping replied with a gentle smile, "Those companions were quite easy to converse with. I merely gifted them a few spiritual stones. And they left. Just borrowed a few spiritual stones? Yes. How many? 10 low-grade spiritual stones." Mu Zhan paused for a moment before breaking into a bright smile. "That is indeed quite generous." Yu Yin cast a peculiar glance at Shen Ping. "Let us proceed to Qingyang City." With a flourish of his sleeve, the 3 of them ascended onto the flying artifact, which shimmered with spiritual light before vanishing into the distance. Qingyang Lake, once an inconspicuous body of water in the Wei Kingdom, saw an influx of cultivators upon the discovery of a 3rd-grade spiritual vein beneath its depths. The Golden Sun sect established the Qingyang market here, and over 5 to 6 centuries, many cultivators settled in the area, transforming it into the renowned Qingyang city known far and wide among neighboring nations. Days passed. A flicker of spiritual light appeared on the horizon above Qingyang Lake, swiftly descending before a jade stone bridge at the eastern lake. As the light faded, 3 figures emerged. Shen Ping gazed at the city perched above the lake, a sigh of relief escaping him. They had finally arrived at Qingyang City without incident. He had traveled tirelessly, even allowing Yu Yin and Mu Zhan to pilot the artifact during his recovery periods, avoiding several marketplaces along the way. Though he was not afraid of foundation-building cultivators, he preferred to steer clear of unnecessary troubles. Flanking the bridge were statues of imposing grandeur, representing the esteemed elders of the Golden Sun sect. A gentle breeze wafted across the lake, carrying with it the rich spiritual energy from the water's surface. The trio couldn't help but inhaled deeply, feeling a slight surge of spiritual power within their dantian. Such a rich spiritual environment was a delight for cultivators of all levels, from foundation building to golden core. After all, the lake harbored a 3rd-grade spiritual vein. Those residing at the vein's core, even cultivators with mediocre spiritual roots, could establish their foundation before the age of 60. As they walked across the bridge towards the city, most cultivators they encountered wore relaxed expressions. Some stood at the bridge's edge, admiring the picturesque lake, while the occasional fish or beast leapt from the water, shimmering with iridescent scales. Having heard the shopkeeper Ding speak of Qingyang City numerous times, seeing it today truly made it a coveted destination for solitary cultivators. However, Mu Zhan sighed, wondering about the rental prices for housing in this city. She had nearly emptied her storage bag to leave Yinshan Square, leaving her with just a few artifacts and talismans to sell. If the rental prices in Qingyang City were exorbitant, living there would be a challenge, let alone repaying favors. Shen Ping listened to her concerns and thought of his wives. Before departing, he had bestowed upon them several talismans and spiritual stones. They should be sufficient for the time being. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace to the city gate, paid the required spiritual stones, and inquired about the location of the Jinbao building before stepping into the city. As he crossed the threshold, a torrent of spiritual energy surged towards him like a tidal wave. His blood seemed to boil with excitement, and his Dantian's energy began to circulate through his meridians instinctively. The city clearly boasted a large gathering formation that enriched the spiritual energy. Looking around, Shen Ping marveled at the bustling wide streets and the orderly shops. "This is Qingyang City," he exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. He then led Yu Yin and Mu Zhan towards the main street, arriving at the entrance of Jinbao Building just before noon. In contrast to Yinshan Square, the Jinbao Building in Qingyang City was much larger and more prestigious. Looking up at the three characters on the sign, he felt an irresistible allure drawing him in. "Be mindful, my friend. Those characters were penned by a nascent soul cultivator, so don't stare for too long," came a voice from beside him. Startled, he turned to see a dashing young cultivator with a cultivation level of the 7th layer of qi refining. "Thank you for the reminder," Shen Ping replied, bowing respectfully. Crossing the threshold, a graceful female cultivator approached them. "Welcome. This is your first time here, I presume? You must be the honored guest." Her expression shifted to one of reverence upon recognizing them. "Please, follow me to meet the store manager." A moment later, in a private room on the west side of the back courtyard, Shen Ping was surprised to find Ding the shopkeeper already present. "Ding the shopkeeper, Master Shen." They exchanged greetings. Ding's gaze subtly flicked to Mu Zhan behind Shen Ping, a warm smile gracing his features. "Ah, Master Shen has arrived so swiftly. It is indeed commendable." He was genuinely astonished, knowing that the forces capable of leaving Yinshan Square were few and far between, and others were not so easy to deal with. "This is Manager Chu, an old acquaintance of mine, though he far surpasses me now, having reached the mid-foundation stage," Ding introduced. Shen Ping quickly paid his respects. "I am Shen Ping, the guest of Jinbao Building. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Chu." The Jinbao Building in Qingyang City was the central hub of the Wei Kingdom. To serve as its manager required both strength and connections. Manager Chu stroked his beard and smiled. "There is no need for such formality, Master Shen. To earn the title of guest at our Jinbao Building with your qi refining cultivation is a remarkable achievement. Indeed, I believe you have much to discuss with Ding the shopkeeper after your journey from Yinshan Square, so I shall not impose." With that, he chuckled and took his leave. After settling back down, Ding the shopkeeper said, "Master Shen, the families of the guest officials are accommodated in Linquan Alley in the western city. Later, you can go upstairs to collect a map of Qingyang City." He added, "After a few days, once things have settled, I will host a small gathering to celebrate our safe departure from Yinshan Square. I hope you can honor us with your presence." Shen Ping readily agreed. Of course. The two discussed their journey before parting ways. Later, at the entrance of Linquan Alley, the cold wind howled. The dry clouds and mist trees rustled in the breeze. Shen Ping grasped Yu Yan's wrist, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over him. Although their separation had not been long, the moment he had bid farewell to his wives at the flying boat, he understood the depth of emotion stirring within him. Years of daily life paled in comparison to the anxiety he felt at that moment. "Let us go," Yu Yin encouraged, taking his hand as they stepped into the alley. They arrived at the familiar layout of Ding's small courtyard numbered 768. Shen Ping retrieved a communication talisman. Soon, the door to room 5 swung open, and a tear-streaked Wang Yun rushed into his embrace, her voice bubbling with joy and excitement. Husband, you have finally come." Bai Yuing followed closely, her eyes red and her voice soft yet trembling. "Husband, please do not scare Inger like that again." Luo Qing stood at the doorway, her eyes slightly glistening with tears. Noticing the gazes from other rooms, Shen Ping gently urged, "Let us go inside and talk." As they stepped inside and closed the door, Shen Ping, with one wife on each side, ascended to the main room on the 2nd floor, the longing in his heart manifesting in a gentle sway. He savored every moment, inhaling the familiar scents that surrounded him, as if to completely immerse himself in the sounds and smiles of his beloved wives. Shen Ping remained lost in thought until the hour of the pig. He raised his gaze to the gradually calming floor, offering a wry smile before gently closing his eyes to savor the moment. Inside the room, the delicate pink and purple embroidered belly bands were carelessly discarded. Wang Yun and Bai Yueying's dark tresses had become disheveled, cascading down their fragrant shoulders. Shen Ping, embracing his wives, inquired about their life in Linquan Alley. There was little to recount. Since their relocation, the two women had scarcely ventured outside, only occasionally procuring spiritual rice, and had not even crossed the threshold of their home. My husband, the steward of the Jinbao building, mentioned that we can only reside here for a year. Once the time is up, we must leave. If you do not come, I and Sister Yun would be uncertain of what to do, Bai Yueying said with a hint of desperation. Fortunately, my husband has arrived, and we can continue our peaceful lives. Her eyes, filled with a dreamy haze, reflected her contentment as she nestled against Shen Ping's arm, exclaiming, "How wonderful it is to have you." Shen Ping playfully pinched her cheek, recalling the figure of the robed cultivator with the blood-red mask, and murmured, "Wing, your brother is still alive." Bai Yueying's dreamy gaze instantly sharpened. "Husband, what did you just say?" Without a word, Shen Ping retrieved a pair of jade pendants from a storage bag beside him, placing them in Bai Yueying's palm. "Brother, you are truly alive." Tears began to flow from the corners of Bai Yueying's eyes as she clutched the jade tightly. "Husband, is this real?" Shen Ping replied gently. "Your brother entrusted these to me, asking me to take care of you before he left. It is thanks to him that I am able to be here now." Hearing this, Bai Yueying's face lit up with joy. "My brother has achieved greatness. Thank you, husband." With that, she turned over, her eyes sparkling with silver light. In the dead of night, as the clock struck midnight, tranquility enveloped the room. His wives nestled in Shen Ping's embrace, their lips curled in the sweetness of happiness. With their husband by their side, they drifted into a deep and restful slumber. Luo Qing sat cross-legged, her breathing steady, evidently lost in dreams as well. Shen Ping activated his virtual panel. Symbolic path powers, symbolic light wheel C, 100 symbols, 10-1000. Symbol master, second tier lower grade, 1515961500000. Breakthrough possible. Current partner affection level, 110. Dual cultivation bonus, 6. Silver affinity bonus, 10. Gold root quality. Exceptional, 2167 150000. Wood root quality. Exceptional, 2059 150000. Upon seeing this, he exhaled in relief. The dual gold and wood roots had reached an exceptional level, and every time he engaged in dual cultivation with Bai Yueying, the enhancement of their roots mirrored that of Wang Yun, now transforming into a silver frame akin to his wife. Subsequent increases seemed to elevate rather than diminish their potential. He then turned his attention to the virtual frames corresponding to Luo Qing and Yu Yan. Their resistance to techniques and longevity had seen slight improvements. Though the extent was modest, Shen Ping was pleasantly surprised to note that Luo Qing's affection level had surged again, nearing its limit. This was no small feat, as he understood that Luo Qing held no desires and had long since become indifferent to life and death, her only wish being to rest in her homeland after passing. Shaking off these thoughts, he entered the quiet chamber to clear his mind. Focusing on the virtual frame, he willed for a breakthrough. As he silently chanted within, the golden virtual frame shimmered. Suddenly, Shen Ping's calm demeanor shifted. His pupils dilated as the quiet room within his sight began to fade at a perceivable rate. When the blurred scenery regained clarity, he found himself no longer in the quiet chamber. Boom! A golden radiance enveloped him. He felt an uncontrollable urge to approach the jade table, sketching symbols upon the talisman paper. Each act of crafting was accompanied by a torrent of memories and insights flooding into his consciousness, seamlessly merging with his very being. As if it had become instinctive, some revelations astonishing even to him. Thus, he continued to craft symbols, one after another. When he finally returned to his senses, the quiet chamber remained unchanged, yet a profound sense of the passage of time lingered in his eyes, though it swiftly dissipated. Golden. He instinctively glanced at the virtual frame, where the golden glow stirred his heart. This breakthrough was wholly unexpected. He had anticipated the familiar process of assimilating knowledge and memories, yet this experience felt distinctly different. The key lay in the control he exercised while crafting under the golden light, significantly enhancing his mastery and understanding of the symbolic arts. Rising, he made his way to the symbol crafting room, retrieving the remaining materials for golden light symbols from his storage bag, then immersed himself in his work. By the following morning, 5 golden light symbols lay upon the crafting table. The improvement in efficiency was astounding. Golden was indeed extraordinary. Shen Ping could hardly contain his excitement. Previously, he relied solely on his physical memory to enhance his success in crafting symbols. But now, if he were to encounter a true master of the symbolic arts, he would likely receive genuine praise for his grasp of the craft. However, the current situation was markedly different, with the golden light symbols. He had reached a level akin to that of true masters. "Husband, it's time for dinner," called his wife's voice. Shen Ping smiled, waving to store away the crafted symbols before stepping out of the crafting room. Today, Yu Yin was also present, though the table appeared a bit small, and the meal consisted merely of spiritual rice porridge. His wife lowered her head shyly, aware that during their time in Linquan Alley, they had been cautious with their expenditure of spiritual stones. Before his arrival, she and Bai Yueying had scarcely indulged in spiritual rice. "Yuning, let us go shopping together later," he suggested. "We shall procure some superior spiritual rice, spiritual beast meat, and exquisite spiritual wine and delicacies. Since I am here, I cannot allow you to suffer in your daily lives." Bai Yueying clapped her hands in delight. "Thank you, husband. We shall feast on good food again." Yu Yin smiled, adding, "Do remember to take care of yourself, or I fear you may not be able to handle it." Wang Yun's cheeks reddened, while Luo Qing trembled slightly, wishing to suggest moderation. Upon exiting, Shen Ping first sent a message to Mu Xin, inquiring about her whereabouts the previous night, before taking his wives to various shops to procure their necessities. The order in Xinjiang City was strikingly different from that in Yinshan Square. There were no patrolling disciples from the Jinyang sect, yet no bandit would dare to engage in combat within the city. The slightest surge of spiritual energy would trigger the alarm formations, and since the city's establishment, incidents of conflict among cultivators had been rare. However, once outside the city, there were no restrictions. After purchasing various daily items, his storage bag was nearly depleted of spiritual stones. Thus, Shen Ping headed directly to the Jinbao building, where he sold off his remaining talismans, including armor talismans, golden light symbols, and lightning symbols, in exchange for contributions and spiritual stones. He needed to purchase spiritual liquids and elixirs, as well as the essential Dingyan pill. Unfortunately, he could not acquire the Shuaji pill. Within the contribution room, gazing at the myriad of resources available, Shen Ping yearned to purchase them all, yet many items were beyond his access due to his guest privileges. He would have to await the auction. Upon exiting the contribution room, he approached Manager Chu to inquire about the auction schedule at the Jinbao building in Xinjiang City. He learned that regular auctions were held every 3 months, with a grand auction every 5 years. However, rare resources, such as the Shuaji pill and Lingyu ginseng paste, which were quite precious in Yinshan Square, could indeed be found at this main station, albeit in limited quantities. If Master Shen has a considerable demand for Shuaji pills or Lingyu ginseng paste, there is a place where they can be procured, Manager Chu informed him. Upon hearing this, Shen Ping quickly bowed in gratitude. "I would appreciate it if you could share that information, Senior Chu." As he spoke, he produced a lightning talisman from his sleeve and offered it to him. The shopkeeper's smile deepened, as in the northern part of Xinjiang City, there existed a medicinal dwelling in Baikuan Alley, home to a master alchemist renowned for crafting unique elixirs, particularly the Snow Ji pill, albeit with somewhat peculiar tastes. If Master Shen has the time, it would be prudent to pay a visit. Upon departing from Jinbao Tower, Shen Ping shook his head inwardly, deciding it wise to limit interactions with such eccentric alchemists. He would assess the situation at the auction first. The Snow Ji pill and the Spirit Jade Ginseng paste indeed offered substantial enhancement for dual cultivation. Frequent usage would significantly expedite the cultivation progress of Yu Yin and Bai Yueying. At the initial hour of he inquired at the steward's hall about the rental prices for properties throughout Xinjiang City. His inquiry left him astounded. Situated atop a third-tier spiritual vein, housing prices in Xinjiang City were predictably higher than those in Yinshan Square, a fact Shen Ping had anticipated. Yet, even the most peripheral alleys' rates rivaled those of Yunhe Alley, which struck him as rather exorbitant, typically affordable only by those at the 8th layer of qi cultivation and above. In the city, houses could be co-rented, and a 2-story residence could accommodate 5 cultivators. "Dear fellow, this is a third-tier spiritual vein," the steward remarked with a cheerful smile. "Currently, for houses remain unleased in the farthest reaches of Lushui Alley. The others are already occupied by cultivators." Shen Ping hesitated, inquiring, "Are there any standalone courtyards available?" The steward's smile broadened. Indeed, each standalone courtyard features a spiritual pool and a quiet room that connects to the lake's third-tier spiritual vein, greatly enhancing the speed of cultivation. However, The rental cost is quite steep. The most affordable standalone courtyard requires a minimum of 200 annually. Shen Ping swiftly calculated in his mind. Having recently broken through to a mid-tier second-grade talisman master, his efficiency in crafting second-grade talismans would allow him to earn back that expense in merely a month. Assuming he focused on producing lightning talisman, after much deliberation, he resolutely declared, "I shall rent it." A moment later, he exited the steward's hall, clutching the lease agreement and the wooden plaque for his standalone courtyard. The spiritual pool connected to the third-tier spiritual vein rivaled the small spiritual vein residences established by the Jinyang sect for foundational cultivation, a place where establishing a foundation would be remarkably efficient, and he would not need to relocate post-foundation. Although Shen Ping was merely at the 8th layer of qi cultivation, his proficiency in talisman crafting and puppetry had already reached the 2nd grade, granting him a superior ability to earn spirit stones compared to foundational cultivators. Life, he reassured himself, ought not to be a compromise. As he returned, Bai Yueying approached eagerly, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Once we move back, my husband will ensure you all stay in a standalone courtyard." Shen Ping replied calmly, "Indeed, we shall reside in a standalone courtyard even in Qingyang City." Bai Yueying, overwhelmed with excitement, hugged Shen Ping's arm, her eyes gleaming with affection. "You are truly wonderful, my husband." Not far away in the task hall, numerous wandering cultivators residing in Qingyang City congregated. Mu Jian, clad in a robe adorned with round patterns and a willow leaf waist, stood out with her sweet and charming features, yet no one seemed to notice this mid-level qi cultivator. Most of the wandering cultivators were fixated on the newly refreshed tasks displayed on the jade slips. Tasks included demon cultivators spotted in Qizhou, assistance of 5 cultivators at the 8th layer of qi required. The Qingyu spiritual field needs 3 mid-level qi cultivators for oversight. A minimum of 10 rainwater irrigation sessions must be conducted monthly. The Lingmai of Xiao Yunzi Mountain has been attacked. Support from late-stage qi cultivators is urgently needed. Pengyun store requires female cultivators for reception. These tasks were posted by disciples of the Jinyang sect, as well as by talisman masters, alchemists, and formation masters within the city seeking specific materials. Additionally, many families of cultivators and wandering cultivators form teams to hunt demonic beasts or eliminate demon cultivators, with daily updates. For those at the 8th layer of qi and above, diligently working to earn spirit stones was not overly difficult, and residing in Qingyang City offered accelerated cultivation speed and enhanced foundational establishment chances compared to other markets. Consequently, competition was particularly fierce here. Those leisurely enjoying the scenic lake view on the bridge were predominantly cultivators with connections or backgrounds. Mu Jian bit her lip in concentration, searching for a suitable task, ultimately selecting 3 positions for female receptionists at different shops. Upon leaving the hall, a sweet smile graced her face as she returned to her modest shared accommodation in Lushui Alley. Sitting cross-legged on a pink cushion in her cramped compartment, she retrieved a communication talisman. In Yinshan Square, Mu Jian had enjoyed a spacious private residence, but upon arriving in Qingyang City without a source of income, she had to share a house with other female cultivators. However, even this compartment was situated above a 3rd-tier spiritual vein, brimming with spiritual energy, a detail that brought her satisfaction. "Mu Daoist, in which alley did you rent last night?" Upon receiving Shen Ping's message, Mu Jian hesitated before replying. "Master Shen, I am currently residing in Lushui Alley. I wonder if you have time tomorrow. I would like to express my gratitude in person at Linquan Alley. Soon." The communication talisman flickered, and Shen Ping's voice resonated. "I won't be staying in Linquan Alley for long. I plan to relocate tomorrow." Mu Jian quickly responded. "There are still vacant houses available in Lushui Alley. They are quite nice." "No need. I have already rented a standalone courtyard at the 13th house in Huiquan Alley." Section B. If you have time in the future, Mu Daoist, feel free to come directly here. The communication talisman dimmed. Yet Mu Jian's ears echoed with Shen Ping's words. Huiquan Alley, standalone courtyard. Sitting cross-legged on her cushion, she remained dazed for a considerable time before regaining her composure, hurriedly retrieving a jade slip from her storage bag. The jade slip contained detailed information about the distribution of various alleys in Qingyang City. Locating Huiquan Alley, she noted that while it was not in the city's core, it was surrounded by bustling streets, and its distance from the 3rd-tier spiritual veins core beneath the lake was not too far. A standalone courtyard in Qingyang City. Mu Jian sighed softly, her initial satisfaction fading slowly, leaving her feeling somewhat dejected. Her waist softened, and the contours of her gown revealed the shape of her figure. "Second-tier guest," she murmured, biting her lip. Her fingertips tightened into her palm, and after a prolonged moment of weakness, she released her grip, whispering, "It is truly difficult." The next day, at the entrance of the 13th standalone courtyard in Huiquan Alley, Shen Ping stepped inside with his wives. A glance revealed that the courtyard's layout was nearly identical to those in Yinshan Square. Yet with the addition of 2 extra rooms, one serving as a spiritual pool quiet room and the other as an alchemy room, the courtyard was somewhat spacious. And in the southeast corner lay a small patch of cultivated spiritual field, imparting a sense of warmth. "Husband, will we be living here from now on?" Bai Yueying joyfully surveyed the courtyard. Unaware of the annual rental cost, she understood it must be quite high, unaffordable for those in late-stage or perfected qi cultivation. The fact that her husband could secure such a rental filled her with pride, reminding her of the fateful call in Honglu Alley. Shen Ping nodded with a smile. "You all should stay here for now." After ensuring everything was in order, he allowed his wives to enter. He then proceeded to the spiritual pool quiet room. Upon entering, he felt a shiver run through him. The spiritual energy within the room was almost tangible, resembling a mist. Breathing it in, it felt as though his dantian and meridians rejoiced. Settling into meditation, he began circulating his cultivation technique. Boom! His exceptional spiritual root voraciously absorbed the spiritual mist, circulating through his dantian and meridians to complete a full cycle. Typically, it took him 3 hours to complete a small cycle, but now, he achieved it in just an hour and a half. It was worth it. Shen Ping opened his eyes, beaming with delight. The rental cost for the courtyard was indeed steep, yet the value was undeniable. In such an environment, both Bai Yueying and Yu Yan were likely to establish their foundations sooner, especially with the assistance of spiritual liquids, elixirs, and resources like the Snow Ji pill. Most importantly, with the abundant supply of spiritual energy, their own purity of spiritual power would also be remarkably high. The night had deepened, yet it was still before the hour of the rabbit. The long-lost fragrance of petals filled the room. After practicing the 1,000-face charm, Yu Yan seldom indulged in baths. Yet this time she deliberately added flower powder to the warm water. With her robe removed, the delicate fabric clung to her curves, subtly revealing her figure. The merging of her inner charm and the enchantment was quietly transforming the luster of her skin. Immersed in the wooden tub, she closed her eyes and awaited. Footsteps echoed from outside the door, and a familiar broad silhouette appeared. When she opened her eyes, sparks flickered within her pupils. Surprisingly, Shen Ping was not in a hurry. Instead, he too immersed himself in the fragrant water, his voice unusually gentle. "Yu Yan, today marks the first of our rebirth." Startled, Yu Yan's gaze seemed to reflect the scenes of Yinshan Square, Honglu Alley, and Yunhe Alley. Flashes of images danced before her. Despair, joy, pain, struggle, and the unspoken companionship. As she contemplated, her eyes softened, and a tender affection surged from within. Today was her husband's rebirth. Yet for her, it was not the first. Without her husband, she would have long succumbed to the corruption of the black line poison. The sound of water rippled as Yu Yan approached Shen Ping. In the rising steam, their lips gently met. "Husband, encountering you is my blessing." The corners of Yu Yan's eyes dampened, and she took Shen Ping's palm. Placing it before her, it throbbed with life. Shen Ping offered no further response, lowering his head to kiss her. After a long while, enveloped in the warm mist, the two had become inseparably intertwined. 5 days later, Shen Ping received an invitation from Manager Ding to gather at a nearby tavern not far from the Jinbao Tower. Having earnestly helped his wife freshen up, he donned a suitable long robe and arrived at the tavern. In the elegant room, several familiar guests, including Cui Keqing, had gathered. "Master Shen has arrived. Please, take a seat," Manager Ding said enthusiastically as he stood. Shen Ping clasped his hands in greeting and acknowledged each person in turn. "Senior Chu." He finally turned to salute Manager Chu, who stroked his beard and smiled. "Master Shen is quite a remarkable individual." Cui Keqing immediately added with a smile, "Indeed. In such a perilous place as Yinshan Square, it is a stroke of luck for us to escape. Who would dare act as Master Shen does, sending his partner ahead?" Both Ruan Keqing and Luo Keqing nodded in agreement. Shen Ping quickly replied, "I too was left with no choice. Prior to joining the Jinbao Tower, I was already entangled with Chunman Courtyard." He briefly explained the circumstances. Understanding dawned on Manager Chu, who lightly tapped the table and mused, Chunman Courtyard is no small matter. Master Shen, be cautious in future dealings. Do not fall into their trap. Shen Ping continuously nodded in agreement. After settling in, they introduced the other two less familiar guests. After waiting for about 2 cups of tea, a rough-looking cultivator arrived. All the cultivators in the elegant room, including Manager Chu, stood to welcome him. Shen Ping hurriedly followed suit. Apologies for the delay. Thank you all for your patience. The rugged cultivator grinned broadly, took a hearty swig of the spirit wine from the table, and exclaimed, "Not bad. This is good wine. Old Ding, you finally got it right." Manager Ding smiled wryly. "Senior Chong, please, no need to mock me. Have a seat." Although the spiritual pressure from the Chong cultivator was intentionally restrained, it was evidently stronger than Manager Chu's, suggesting he was at the late stage of foundation establishment, likely a bit older than Manager Ding, though he may have taken a youth-preserving elixir. "Greetings, fellow Taoists. I am Chong Ji, one who despises evil," he said with a hearty laugh, "and I serve as the law enforcement guest at Jinbao Tower." Shen Ping and Cui Kuching exchanged serious glances. Most of the members at Jinbao Tower were skilled talismans and alchemists. Thus, the assessment and recruitment of combat cultivators were particularly stringent and serious. Anyone who could enter Jinbao Tower was experienced in battle and possessed a wealth of combat techniques. Manager Ding added with a smile, "Guest Chong is a second-tier guest." Upon hearing this, the other guests all bowed respectfully. "We have met Guest Chong." Chong waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. Since I am here, it is to give old Ding face. From now on, we are acquainted." His demeanor was refreshingly straightforward. Shen Ping noted that to become a second-tier guest was no small achievement. Subsequently, Manager Ding shared several amusing anecdotes to lighten the atmosphere. And after consuming numerous cups of spirit wine, they grew more united. One can become a guest at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Master Shen appears to have some skill in talisman crafting, Chong casually remarked, glancing at Shen Ping. "I have a disciple who loves to study talismans, but possesses average talent. For him, second-tier talismans like those from Cui Kuching and others may be a bit too advanced. However, Master Shen would be quite suitable. When I have a moment, I will have him visit you." "It would be excellent if Master Shen could offer guidance," Manager Ding interjected eagerly. "Senior Chong, you have found the right person. Master Shen's skill in talismans is highly praised, even by Cui Kuching and the others." As he spoke, he shot Shen Ping a knowing glance. Shen Ping quickly clasped his hands. "Senior Chong, you flatter me. I shall certainly do my utmost." Chong grinned. "He is merely an intermediate talisman master. Master Shen can provide some pointers without hesitation. By the way, where does Master Shen reside?" Shen Ping promptly replied, "I reside in Huichuan Alley." Chong was taken aback, and the elegant room fell silent. "Dear seniors, my spiritual awareness is quite profound. I have already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Thus I can barely produce second-tier talismans." Shen Ping realized something was amiss and quickly stood up to explain. Chong laughed heartily. "Master Shen is impressive." Amidst the clinking of cups, the gathering to wash away the dust concluded. Shen Ping distinctly sensed a warm shift in the attitudes of the other guests. Even Manager Chu personally shared a cup of spirit wine with him. Before departing, Chong handed him a communication talisman, stating, "Master Shen's ability to craft second-tier talismans at the 8th layer of Qi refinement is extraordinary. My disciple would only disturb you if he visits now. Perhaps in a few years, when his temperament stabilizes, I will have him seek your guidance." Upon exiting the Dawang Tower, Manager Ding hurried after him, saying with a smile, "Master Shen is indeed a hidden gem. You've quietly moved to Huichuan Alley, where the annual rent is as high as 200. Even Cui Kuching and the others do not have the means to reside there." Shen Ping sighed inwardly, realizing he had perhaps been a tad too ostentatious. However, forming connections with Chong and Manager Chu seemed to be a fortunate turn of events. Moreover, in Xingyang City, he felt secure and untroubled. He hoped to quickly establish his foundation, as certain matters indeed required a display of strength. At this point, he had come to appreciate Manager Ding's connections. No wonder he could take a flying boat in Yinshan Square. These might only be a fraction of Manager Ding's network, as he had never heard of Manager Ding's family. Manager Ding's move to Huichuan Alley was also a reluctant decision. "I am already 50 this year. If I do not intensify my training, I fear foundation establishment will remain elusive." Hearing this, Manager Ding expressed his agreement. "Indeed, we Qi refiners must eventually overcome the threshold of foundation establishment. Although I am at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, I am already 55. Delaying for another 2 or 3 years may make crossing over difficult. Shen Ping shook his head. Manager Ding's aura is profound. You must have already reached the peak of qi refinement. I believe foundation establishment is within your grasp in the next couple of years. Borrowing from Master Shen's auspicious words, I hope to establish my foundation soon. Manager Ding replied with a cheerful demeanor. He had been honing his foundation, seeking a breakthrough, yet had yet to find the opportunity. After a few more exchanges, they parted ways, watching Manager Ding's figure recede into the distance. Shen Ping appeared lost in thought, although the other party did not reveal much in their conversation. It seemed that the process of crafting second-tier talismans during the qi refinement stage was somewhat unique, prompting a change in attitude from Ding Zhonggui, Chong Keqing, and Chu Zhonggui. Upon returning to the small courtyard in Huiquan Alley, he found his wife busily tending to a small patch of spiritual field. My husband has returned, Wang Yin exclaimed, putting down her work and hastily washing her hands. Detecting the scent of alcohol on Shen Ping, she added, I will make you a fresh soup. Shen Ping nodded. With his current strength, a brief meditation would dispel the effects of the spirit wine, yet he could not refuse his wife's thoughtful gesture. After finishing the soup, he found little inclination to craft talismans today, so he joined his wife in planting ordinary spiritual herbs and even planted a spiritual jujube tree nearby. Back in Honglu Alley, he had planted a jujube tree at the entrance, but had not had the opportunity to do so again until now, in Qingyang City, where he finally had some leisure time. As night fell, the stars shone brightly. In the bedroom, the bed creaked with a symphony of sounds. After completing some intricate movements, Bai Yueying languidly remarked, My husband is becoming increasingly formidable. I must replenish my energy tomorrow, or I shall lack the strength to even speak. Luo Qing, reclining against the bed, added thoughtfully, Indeed, you have grown stronger, perhaps due to the abundant nourishment. Shen Ping chuckled, I shall be more mindful in the future. He privately pondered that this was likely related to the increase in his immersive physique. After soothing his wives, the day commenced. He casually glanced at the virtual interface before putting it away. His progress in talisman crafting was rapid, with the enhancements from the golden frame after his transformation yielding an experience gain of 200 with each dual cultivation session. Although the requirements for further advancement were more demanding, at the current pace, he could break through in about a year. As for his dual-element spiritual roots, progress had slowed considerably, with at least 4 more years needed before the next breakthrough. His spiritual consciousness and puppetry skills were similarly stagnant. Shen Ping